This guy just got punched right in the mouth, but instead of being scared, he grinned like a psycho. This was 16 years ago. If so, that means, oh crap, what's wrong with this guy? He's gone mad. Hyuk-soo looked at Tae Hyun warily, then started running his mouth again. You bastard, are you asking for a punch? The moment Hyuk-soo finished his words, he got a punch from Tae Hyun. Tears fell. The game begins. If this was 16 years ago, it means you Tae Hyun can awaken too. Kim Tae Hyun, a man who's 35 years old but still works as a porter for the Awakeners. During one of the party's expeditions, they unfortunately ran into Asmodeus, an SSS-Rank monster, which got the whole party wiped out, leaving only Tae Hyun alive just as he was about to be sent to meet his ancestors by Asmodeus. A person calling himself the king appeared. He stopped space and time, then granted power to Tae Hyun, and then sent him back to the past. Not only that, he returned to the exact moment he was being beaten by Hyuk-soo, an awakener, and his gang. Hyuk-soo's friends saw him get hit and furiously rushed in to attack. They thought they could easily take him down as usual, but not this time. Tae Hyun took them all down with just a few basic moves. For 35 years, as someone who couldn't awaken, Tae Hyun did everything he possibly could, from daily physical training to learning all the available information about the abyss and monsters, knowledge of various skills, and even practical combat, so there was no way he would lose to these thugs, these amateurs who don't even know the first thing about fighting. Speaking of the abyss, ever since it appeared, it has changed the entire world. This is where monsters that once only existed in novels now appear. After the abyss was discovered, humans awakened extraordinary powers, and with those powers, they defeated monsters and explored the abyss's potential. As a result, a person is no longer judged by their character or their efforts, but by their rank and awakened power. If their awakening rank is high, they will have a good life. For ordinary people who cannot even open a status window, despite being 35 years old like Tae Hyun, can only accept a life of poverty, being despised and trampled on, becoming mere servants to the awakeners. He looked at him as if he were an insect. Tae Hyun didn't reply, but started thinking. All awakeners possess a skill and a rank. Getting back to the action, while Tae Hyun was feeling smug about teaching the bullies a lesson, Hyuk-soo had recovered from the unexpected punch. What awakened? Huh, Kim Tae Hyun, you're so dead. Hyuk-soo activated his rock skin ability, hardening his body by forming rock on his skin. He then charged forward, continuously attacking Tae Hyun, relying on his quick reflexes. Tae Hyun successfully dodged and even seized a chance to counter him. But he forgot one thing: his skin was extremely hard, so he ended up taking recoil damage and injuring his arm. Before Tae Hyun could regret it, Hyuk-soo landed another punch, sending him flying back and crashing through a nearby wall. Haha, you should know your place. Even if you try to pull tricks, you've awakened, haven't you? You damned, unawakened loser from the bottom of society. What are you going to do now? Keep running like you did before? Or are you going to wave your arms and legs around with those useless skills? Hyuk-soo said smugly as he slowly approached. Tae Hyun glanced at him like he was an insect. Tae Hyun didn't answer and began to ponder. All awakeners possess one skill and one rank, starting from F rank, where they are just like normal humans, to the highest S rank, which includes individuals who fight in the territories of entities known as monsters. An awakener's physical abilities and skills are many times greater than a normal person's, but the S-rank Predation skill he now possessed was a skill no one had ever heard of, and no one had ever heard of it before. Not only that, it was at the lowest level. Theoretically, Tae Hyun didn't have even a single chance of defeating the C-rank Hyuk-soo, but for some reason, he felt like he wouldn't lose to him from the rubble. Tae Hyun slowly sat up, his body emitting a dense dark aura, which made Hyuk-soo a bit bewildered. What the hell is that? It can't be. Did you really awaken? But you're just that Kim Tae Hyun from the dregs of society. Tae Hyun was also surprised by the power surging through his body. This is Predation. How can I feel magic entering my will? I don't know what's happening, but I just need to kill the caster and this will all be over, Hyuk-soo said confidently, then charged in for a sneak attack on Tae Hyun. But with a single lift of his hand, Tae Hyun blocked the attack. Then slowly, the layers of rock on Hyuk-soo's skin cracked and crumbled. Even he couldn't handle the power from that simple gesture, and was thrown back unconscious. Tae Hyun's system immediately displayed a notification. Predation has been completed by hunting prey. Your rank has changed to E, and you have learned a new skill, Rock Skin. After the fight was over, Tae Hyun took the young bullies to the infirmary. Since Tae Hyun was the only one conscious, the teacher asked him how they all got hurt while treating them, and Tae Hyun replied, "We fell down the stairs." Somehow, she didn't ask any further questions and let Tae Hyun go. Awesome. I've awakened and even got my revenge on Hyuk-soo. The issue is the Predation skill. At this thought, Tae Hyun became pensive. A rank that should take a lifetime to change went up after just one fight. It was only F rank, but it overpowered a C rank. Can I steal the skills of those I defeat? Why did that king give me such a power? Why did he send me back in time? I have so many questions, but ultimately, there's only one thing I must do. Learn about Predation. After sorting out his thoughts, Tae Hyun arrived at his uncle's house. After his parents died, he came to live with his uncle. So to Tae Hyun, his uncle's house was his home. It's been a long time since I've come home. Uncle will be late should I search for information about similar skills. Tae Hyun smiled happily and eagerly pushed open the door only to see Hwang Jaejong, his uncle's son, kneeling before three strangers. Hwang Jaejong, why aren't you in school? Tae Hyun's eyes were drawn to the overturned cash box in front of him, and instantly understood the situation. He silently cursed Hwang Jaejong, this damn bastard. Before I returned, I remember he always wanted to hang out with bullies. He stole all the money in the house and caused big trouble. I can't believe it's today. One of the three strangers saw Tae Hyun and asked Jaejong, who's this? Jaejong got up and whispered into the ear of the blonde guy who looked like the leader. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Jaejong's relative. If you don't want a beating, big bro, you should look away and pretend you saw nothing. We'll take the money and be on our way. The blonde guy menacingly walked up to Tae Hyun, then mockingly patted his head and said, you haven't awakened yet, have you, bro? After a moment of silence, Tae Hyun smirked and replied, perfect. I was wanting to test it, what the blonde guy exclaimed. Just as he received a heavy punch from Tae Hyun after knocking the blonde guy down, Tae Hyun tried to activate his Predation skill, but received a notification. Predation cannot be activated. What? Predation isn't activating. While Tae Hyun was in shock, the blonde guy struck back. Then he and his cronies combined their skills to ambush Tae Hyun. Bind, Toxin, Hemorrhage. All three C-rank skills headed straight for Tae Hyun. A loud explosion rang out, creating a thick cloud of dust. The blonde guy's group thought Tae Hyun was done for, but then his system notification sounded, skill usage detected. Bind, Toxin, Hemorrhage confirmed due to a mysterious power. You have successfully resisted it. It just didn't activate, and then it arbitrarily nullifies skills. I don't know what just happened, but I'm sure it's powerful. Tae Hyun walked out of the dust like a god, then quick as a flash grabbed the blonde guy by the neck and slammed him to the ground after finishing them off. Tae Hyun looked down at the three delinquents lying unconscious on the floor and thought, I guess I've learned two things by now. Status windows can only be seen by awakeners. 4. Status windows. Name, Kim Tae Hyun. Age 19, rank E, strength 3, stamina 6, 1 speed, 5 mana, 10 debuff, 71%. Magic 10 out of 10 skills. Predation E hunts the selected awakened target, mana 5. Rock Skin E hardens the body, mana. Some detailed information about the awakener is recorded here, although it's detailed. It's not everything. First off, the amount of mana was enough to activate the Predation skill, yet it didn't activate 4 skills. Predation E hunts the selected awakened target, mana 5. In other words, the description says it uses mana. But to activate Predation, there must be other factors at play besides just mana. Additionally, the Predator skill's passive effect, which resists and nullifies skills, wasn't mentioned in the description, related to abnormal statuses like poison or bleeding. Well, find out soon enough. More importantly, Tae Hyun sighed, glanced at Jaejong kneeling before him and asked, what are you doing? Only then did Jaejong dare to look up, crying and begging, bro, after witnessing that side of you, I was deeply impressed. Hwang Jaejong, your cousin will reflect on my actions. Please just forgive me this one time. Whether it's licking your shoes or barking like a dog, it'll do anything you ask. With a disgusted look, Tae Hyun cursed inwardly. What a pathetic loser. I've known he was sly since way back, but I never thought he'd go this far. Whatever, there's no point in dealing with him. Besides, there's something urgent that's going to happen today. Remembering something, Tae Hyun said, all right, I'll let it slide. Jaejong, with a hopeful expression, asked, really? Tae Hyun said, on one condition. You have to come with me to handle this. Hearing that, Jaejong looked up at Tae Hyun curiously. Night fell over a sealed-off area. 3 people stood before an energy cage that surrounded a rift gate from which monsters were constantly pouring out. A rift gate is a phenomenon where monsters appear when a rift suddenly opens, creating a path to the abyss. If it's not handled, it will lead to a dungeon break. The young man with glasses looked at the rift gate and sighed. It's been 15 years since I've seen a dungeon rift. The long-haired girl spoke up. The gate appeared suddenly, so monsters are pouring through to harm people. Looking at the monsters, it's clear that if we don't do anything, a dungeon break will occur soon. The red-haired girl asked worriedly, should we evacuate the surrounding areas? The man with glasses replied confidently, there's no need. Because my B-rank barrier skill is up. Besides, this rift gate's level is only C-rank, which means the strongest monster passing through will be a C-rank monster. In other words, even if an unexpected crisis were to happen, suddenly monsters broke through the barrier behind them. The 2 women on the team saw it and cried out, Captain. The captain turned his head and kicked the monsters' heads clean off, then asserted, B-rankers like us can easily handle this. At the same time, Tae Hyun and Jong were also heading towards the rift gate. Along the way, Jong nagged incessantly, so isn't everything fine there now, bro? You said the control staff are already there, bro, so it's all good, bro. Tae Hyun, getting a headache, said, be quiet and stop calling me bro. You're right, based on the initial mana assessment, it's a C-rank rift gate while the control personnel are B-rank. So, they shouldn't have a problem dealing with C-rank opponents, Jeong exclaimed. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But if only it were actually a C-rank dungeon. These words from Tae Hyun made Jeong, who was about to nag some more, fall silent, his eyes widening in fear. At the rift gate, the captain crouched beside a monster's corpse, lost in thought. How strange, how could these low-level monsters tear right through my B-rank barrier? Could the mana flowing from here be higher than my rank, Captain? There's something inside the gate, a voice called out. The captain hurriedly turned around and saw a monster much larger than the previous ones. Emerging from the rift gate, the captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the monster. What the? That huge monster is an A-rank giant ogre, it roared the moment it appeared. A single roar shattered the B-rank barrier, unleashing the swarm of monsters. The captain didn't move at all. He stood frozen, staring at the giant ogre. It's not C-rank, it's before he could finish. A powerful energy wave engulfed the captain and his two teammates. A massive explosion erupted. Smoke and fire instantly enveloped the entire sealed-off zone around the rift gate. Elsewhere, as he ran to keep up with Tae Hyun, Jejong asked, "Bro, assuming you're right, this is still ridiculous. How could you know all of this? They didn't even issue an evacuation order because there was no sign of monsters." "Because I've experienced this before," Tae Hyun thought out loud. He said, "My intuition, that's what it told me." "You're lying, don't tell me you're trying to fool me." Before Jejong could finish, desperate screams suddenly erupted in the distance. "Run, it's the rift gate. Help me." Jejong turned his head and saw a large number of monsters chasing people, and he couldn't help but panic. Tae Hyun, on the other hand, said calmly, "Remember what I told you to do. If you do, then get going." Jejong asked worriedly, "What about you, me?" "I'll deal with these bastards and catch up with you soon." Saying that, Tae Hyun activated his stone-like skin skill and headed towards the monsters chasing people. Meanwhile, in a tall building, a man anxiously looked down at the chaotic streets, then turned and said, "The situation is worsening quickly, just like you said. The rift gate, thought to be C-rank, turned out to be A-rank. No reinforcements are available to provide support, as everyone else is occupied with conquering dungeons and exploring the abyss. Right now, the only way to resolve this crisis is with an awaken. An A-rank awakened, you're our only hope. Please help us, Berserk Sword." And Hyun-soo, hearing this, bit his lip. As tears streamed down his face, he declared, "Everyone just hold on. The hero and Hyun-soo is coming." And Hyun-soo, the A-rank awakened Berserk Sword. What a case of 8th grader syndrome, Tae Hyun thought. While wiping out the monsters, he was also constantly testing his Predator skill. After a moment, Tae Hyun smiled, thinking, "Just as I thought, Predator fails because of the exhaustion level. If the exhaustion level goes past 70%, it no longer activates. Most skills are activated by using mana, but that doesn't mean mana is the only thing to worry about because of the exhaustion level. The exhaustion level rises when you use a skill or perform physical actions, and the higher the exhaustion level, the weaker a skill becomes and the heavier your body feels. Unfortunately, there's a lot to keep in mind. I've discovered that by absorbing the life force from a dead monster, I can recover mana. That makes using skills much easier," Tae Hyun muttered. Using Predator again, the system announced, "The target's life force is gone. Therefore, mana can no longer be absorbed for recovery. You have successfully prayed and restored your mana," Tae Hyun whispered joyfully. "And the good news is, system notification, your rank has changed to D. Predator has ranked up from E rank to D rank. Stone-like skin has ranked up from E rank to D rank." Tae Hyun grinned excitedly, thinking, "The more I use Predator, the faster I level up. At this rate, I can reach S rank or even SS rank. I might even become the first SSS ranker." Soon, Tae Hyun had wiped out all the monsters in the area. "Alright, that's done. Should I go back to Jejong?" Before he could finish his thought, a loud crash sounded behind him. He turned and saw the A-rank giant ogre crashing into a high-rise building behind him. Then Tae Hyun saw Hyun-soo appear in the air above the giant ogre. He raised his sword, glowing with golden light, ready to slash the monster. He yelled, "You filthy monster! I'll make you pay for the lives you've stolen. I, the warrior of justice, and Hyun-soo will deliver your sentence." Hearing this, Tae Hyun looked on with 30% appraisal and 70% cringe. The giant ogre, of course, wasn't about to wait for death. It pushed itself up and threw a punch at Hyun-soo, but it was a useless struggle. Hyun-soo's full-powered slash was not something it could stop. A pillar of yellow light shot into the sky. The giant ogre was defeated by Hyun-soo. Watching the entire thing, Tae Hyun mused. He can take down an A-rank monster that easily. This must be the A-rank awakened who handled the rift gate alone before I regressed the Berserk Sword and Hyun-soo. Hez as strong as the rumors say. Just then, Hyun-soo struck what he considered a cool pose and declared, "That foolish monster has fallen to my sword of justice," Tae Hyun added internally. "And Hez just as idiotic as the rumors claim. But why isn't Hyun-soo here? Before I regressed, I remember him having a bloody fight with a giant orc on the other side of the city." Hyun-soo stood atop the giant ogre's corpse, clasped his hands, and began to pray. "To the suffering citizens, may you all rest in peace." Just as Tae Hyun was about to say something, he froze. System notification skill perception. In the next instant, Tae Hyun's face filled with horror. He saw someone suddenly appear behind Hyun-soo and run him through with a sword. Hyun-soo spat out a mouthful of blood. Startled, he turned back and exclaimed, "What?" The mysterious figure grinned and said, "I've got you," and Hyun-soo. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room, Jiyeon stood frowning at Neo, who had dozed off on the sofa, wondering, "Is this really okay? A lot of people are going to die tonight. One of them is our school nurse, Choi Neung. She's going to die while focusing on providing aid to people instead of evacuating. You can use your sleep-inducing skill to put people to sleep, right? So just put Choi Neung to sleep and evacuate her to a safe place. I'll handle the rest." Recalling these words from Tae Hyun, Ji-jong wondered to himself, how could Tae Hyun possibly know all this, or is there some logical reason? But there was no other explanation. A moment later, something occurred to Ji-jong and he exclaimed, "It must be Tae Hyun." Big bro Tae Hyun awakened a skill that lets him see the future. He can see the future. That's awesome. It's insane. Totally insane. Back with Tae Hyun, he was forcing a smile while cursing inwardly. Damn it. Something is very wrong here. Hyunsu clutched his chest and yelled, "Who are you? Spit it out." The mysterious person didn't answer, but just grinned and said, "To be stabbed right in a weak spot and still survive. What a surprise. A ranks really are a different breed, huh? This just makes the hunt all the more exciting." Hyunsu didn't know who this mysterious person was, but Tae Hyun did. This was the B-rank villain, Han Sang-do. His skill was B-rank stealth. They call awakened individuals who commit crimes, villains, and among them, a B-rank villain. Han Sang-do was a psychotic murderer. When the gate broke and monsters poured out, he went around killing people for the thrill of it. Tae Hyun thought in confusion, but I'm sure I never met him before. I regressed. Did the future change because of me? "You bastard! You're a villain, and I'll punish you with my own two hands." Hyunsu yelled and charged at Sang-do with his weapon, but after only a few steps, the ground beneath him began to tremble. The giant ogre he had just taken down was getting up again. Hyunsu shouted in shock, "What? A giant ogre?" Sang-do laughed mockingly, "Ha ha, its regenerative ability is insane. A-rank monsters are truly something else." Hyunsu had no choice but to ignore Sang-do and focus on fighting the giant ogre. "It's useless. I'll leave that monster bastard to An Hyunsu." With that, Sang-do flashed a bloodthirsty grin and turned to Tae Hyun, who was not far away. "I didn't think I'd have an audience here. Haha, perfect. The more prey, the better. Well then." As he spoke, Sang-do lunged at Tae Hyun, yelling, "Die!" Sang-do's blade slashed straight for Tae Hyun's neck, but it was blocked by a layer of stone skin. "You moron!" Tae Hyun smirked, then kicked Sang-do in the face, sending him flying backward. He got what he deserved for being careless. Sang-do cursed angrily, "You bastard. So you're an awakened one too." Tae Hyun rolled his shoulders and walked slowly towards Sang-do. The B-rank villain, Han Sang-do. The lunatic who goes around murdering people with his stealth skill. "That's you, isn't it? What a stroke of luck, meeting you here." As he spoke, Tae Hyun activated his stone skin skill on both hands. He then aimed his hands at Sang-do and gestured tauntingly. The two rushed into battle. Thanks to his stone skin, Tae Hyun could parry Sang-do's slashes. For the time being, they were evenly matched. Neither could land a decisive blow. After a few exchanges, Sang-do suddenly retreated, laughing sinisterly. "You're pretty strong. No wonder you're so confident. Who knew this sword would be useless against you? I'm not sure how much you already know about me, but you probably think you can win just because my attacks aren't working on you, right? But listen, kid, you should know the world doesn't work the way you think it does." With that, Sang-do bared his teeth in a grin. Then, his form vanished right before Tae Hyun's eyes. Tae Hyun thought warily, "Stealth. He's hiding, but he has to know. That won't change anything." "Your attacks are still useless against me," Tae Hyun yelled, spinning around and throwing a punch. "Are you sure about that?" Sang-do's voice echoed in Tae Hyun's ear as his body suddenly appeared behind him, swinging his sword down fiercely. Startled, Tae Hyun quickly raised an arm to block. Only this time, unlike before, a bloody gash appeared on his arm, leaving him stunned. Sang-do laughed like a madman and began circling him at high speed. Sang-do continuously slashed with his sword, while Tae Hyun could only stand his ground, crossing his arms to endure the barrage. Sang-do said, "Do you have any idea how many awaken I've hunted? They were all a bunch of deluded fools who thought their skills were invincible. I found your weakness. Now you're just frustrated and want to run, don't you? Here's something you should know before you die. All skills have a weakness." A furious barrage of attacks rained down on Tae Hyun. More wounds opened up on his body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, lamenting to himself, who knew stone skin had a weakness like this? The skill doesn't completely block attacks. A powerful blow shatters the stone, and the broken area is replaced by a weaker stone. He was targeting this weakness from the start, but it's just as I thought. I can definitely fight him one-on-one, even if he is a B-rank opponent, because my physical abilities aren't merely B-rank. Tae Hyun grinned and proposed, "Shall we end this little test now?" Sang-do asked in confusion, "What?" Then he laughed out loud and charged at Tae Hyun. "Have you finally lost your mind from being cornered?" Tae Hyun asked calmly, "B-rank villain Han Sang-do, do you know why I wanted to meet you?" "Haha, what the hell are you blabbering about?" "Because I want to steal your skill," Tae Hyun replied, openly unleashing his Predation skill. Instantly, a terrible premonition washed over Sang-do. He stopped in his tracks, thinking, what is this sinister mana I'm sensing? Has this bastard been hiding his true strength this whole time? But then, Sangdo remembered his own skill, regained his confidence, and grinned. He resumed his charge toward Tae Hyun. Hey, you moron. I don't know what skill that is, but do you really think you can hit me when you can't even see me? Tae Hyun activated his Predation skill, creating a barrier that enclosed them both, and replied, "Weren't you the one who just said every skill has a weakness?" I realized that after devouring a few monsters myself. Among them were countless monsters that escaped my sight, but in the end, my Predation skill devoured them all the same. It devoured every last one of them. Simply put, it doesn't matter where you hide or run, Predation will find you. As if to prove his point, several tentacles suddenly shot out within the barrier, aiming precisely at the invisible Sangdo. What? With only enough time to let out a cry, Sangdo was restrained by the tentacles. Then, Tae Hyun raised a hand and made a fist. Instantly, Sangdo's body was crushed and torn to shreds by the tentacles. On another battlefield, where the giant ogre and Hyun-soo fought, a large area had been reduced to rubble. Hyun-soo now lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He whispered, "Damn it, if that villain bastard hadn't ambushed me, the hero of justice, the undefeated warrior. Even I, on Hyun-soo, can't be careless about death." Across from him, the giant ogre slowly approached. It growled continuously, then raised its fist and smashed it down where he lay. But when the dust cleared, the giant ogre was shocked to see that Hyun-soo wasn't in the crater. As it tried to figure out what happened, Tae Hyun suddenly appeared a short distance away, carrying the unconscious Hyun-soo. "What the heck is this? Why are you passed out on the ground? That monster really is strong. No wonder. In any case, this is more convenient." With that, Tae Hyun activated his Predation skill again, smiling at the giant ogre, as if it were a delicious piece of prey. Dawn was breaking, signaling the start of a new day. At a house in a residential neighborhood, a middle-aged couple opened their door to find Tae Hyun and Jejong standing there. With his hands behind his head, Jejong grinned and said, "Mom, Dad, I'm home." "Ha." Tae Hyun politely greeted him. "Sir, is everything okay? I see that you're both safe and sound." The middle-aged couple started crying. "Oh my goodness, we were so worried a monster had taken you." Jeong laughed and said, "It was nothing, right, Hyung?" Jeong's parents said, "You wouldn't know since you haven't been home, but the house is a mess, like someone just trashed the place." Jeong said awkwardly, No, it's nothing, right, Hyung?" Tae Hyun chuckled and replied, "I have no idea." The media also began reporting on last night's Riftgate incident. Breaking news, a large Riftgate has appeared after 15 years. Following a government directive, the Riftgate warning has now been completely lifted. Due to the possibility of another outbreak, the government has ordered all nearby schools to be closed for 1 week, and news about the number of survivors is slowly being released. The public can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The scene shifts. The first 3-person team to appear at the Riftgate has survived. They are currently receiving treatment at the hospital. The captain kept muttering, "It's not C rank, but A rank" next to him. Noam was bewilderedly answering the police. "When I woke up, I was already here." As for Hilzu, he stood before a crowd of reporters and shouted, "Oh citizens, I'm not the one who defeated the giant orc. The real hero is someone else, however, because the giant orc's body has not yet been found. And the whereabouts of the villain who attacked the people still cannot be determined. So the people are very worried that preventive measures to ensure safety may not be effective." Next up in the news. Turning off the phone, Tae Hyun smiled, looked up at the tunnel entrance in front of him, and said softly, "Good thing no one mentioned me. Well then, let's move on to the next phase, shall we?" Personal status, name, Kim Tae Hyun, age 19, rank E, strength 15, stamina 20, mana 40, debuff 5%, 1 magic 40 out of 40, skill, Predation D, hunt a selected target, mana 10 stone, skin D, fortify body, mana 3, stealth D, can conceal oneself, mana 5. Now I have 3 skills. The stealth skill is a great gain. But at my current level, it's very difficult to use all 3 skills because using skills carelessly could drain my mana instantly, and then increase my debuff level. That could be a dangerous move. And the best preventive measure for this is a potion, which can restore mana and vitality when used, but potions are quite expensive. I'll have to hunt to earn money, and to hunt, I must have a legal license. In fact, using skills without permission is already considered illegal, so I only have one option left: to explore undiscovered dungeons. With a plan in mind, Tae Hyun stepped into the tunnel until he squeezed through a secret narrow crevice. A spacious area appeared before Tae Hyun. A series of crimson eyes immediately stared at him. It turns out this is a monster's den led by the 3 B-rank Spider Goblin Sisters. The 3 Spider Goblin Sisters exclaimed in surprise, "How dare a human come here? How did you find us? Haha, paralyze him, and let's have a party." Tae Hyun looked at the 3 monsters and lamented, "B rank isn't high enough to change my rank. Do I have to absorb 100 of these?" The 3 monsters, angered by Tae Hyun, roared, "How dare you, you arrogant lowly human? Do you know what situation you're in? We will eat you alive." They puffed their mouths and simultaneously launched their paralysis skill at Tae Hyun, then laughed triumphantly. Haha, how do you like it? Can you feel your body becoming immobile and gradually paralyzed? Tae Hyun wasn't horrified at all, nor did he make any move to dodge. He just stood in place, smirked, and activated the Predation skill. The system announced successfully resisted one adverse effect. Just as I thought, you guys have a pretty useful skill. As soon as Tae Hyun finished speaking, he pushed the Predation skill with all his might towards the horde of monsters, then in the tunnel continuously echoed the tragic screams of the monster horde. Not long after, the screams gradually faded and finally stopped completely. The system announced you have successfully absorbed the new skill Paralyze. At the same time, at the building of the new Korean Awakened Player Association, there were 3 people in a room, including the Vice Director of Human Resources of the new Korean Awakened Association, Go Taeguk, the Commander of the Night Stalkers, and an S-Rank player, Ju Aeon, the President of the new Korean Player Association, and an S-Rank player. Jingui stood before the 2 S-Rank players. Taeguk felt pressured, thinking to himself, 2 Awakened ones, the best of the new Korean Player Association. A player is an Awakened one legally licensed to use their skills for things like exploring abysses, clearing dungeons, and so on. Currently, there are the 5 strongest players in Korea. They mostly hold the balance of power among the Awakened. The largest Korean player guilds include the 4 Great Guilds: the Monadic Warriors, the Artisans of the Kim family, the Mages and Sorcerers, those who provide and investigate information, the Nightwalkers, and the authorities that manage players, including the 4 Great Guilds, is the new Korean Player Association. And right in front of him, Aeon smiled at Jingui. Long time no see, Mr. President. Jingui spoke up. Thank you for coming. I know you're very busy. Have you found anything yet? Aeon's smile faded. Her eyes turned serious as she asked, You mean the Deceitful Guild? The Deceitful Guild, a criminal organization formed by the most vicious criminals among the villains. All members wear a gold ring with 3 skulls carved on it. Aeon handed Jingui a file and said, These are the recent movements of the Deceitful Guild, and also a list of the players they are targeting. But I'm sure you didn't call me here just to personally pick up a document, did you? So what's up? Jingui took the file, then smiled and said slowly, You're quick. I want to ask for your opinion on this matter. Aeon spoke up curiously. My opinion, Ms. Aeon, when did you do the player evaluation? Aeon replied suspiciously, Of course it was when I turned 19. Suddenly, Aeon seemed to understand something and said, President, don't tell me. Jingui smiled and asked, Do you think a high school student can face a monster? Back to Tae Hyun. His backpack was now full of mana stones. He sat on a mountain of monster corpses making a phone call. Hello, is this one of the 4 Great Guilds, the Alchemists? The thing is, I want to buy some potions. Because of the gate crack incident, the school was closed for 7 days. Taking advantage of that time, Tae Hyun practiced clearing some dungeons using mana stones. Monster cores are used to create medicine or equipment to trade with the Alchemist Guild. Besides that, the biggest achievement in these 7 days was that he successfully ranked up to become an Awakened. See, rank 1. After the closure order ended, Tae Hyun returned to school. The rumor about him defeating Baehyuksu had now spread throughout the school. Most of the students were surprised, but there were also quite a few who felt worried for Tae Hyun, because the incident had escalated to a point that the A-rank Awakened Lee Jung-jae certainly couldn't ignore it. As expected, on the very first morning, the school reopened. Lee Jung-jo, along with 2 of his lackeys, came to the classroom looking for Tae Hyun. A little bit about Lee Jung-jo. He is the 3rd generation of the Taesan group, the group that sponsors Taesan High School, the center of the bullies at Taesan School. In addition, Lee Jung-jo was also the one who ordered Baehyuksu to bully Tae Hyun. Before he awakened right now, Lee Jung-hyun sat like a boss across from Tae Hyun, starting a conversation. Long time no see, old friend. Hearing that, Tae Hyun cursed right back. Who's friends with you? Shut that dog mouth of yours, you dog. Who do you think you're talking to? The lackey behind him yelled loudly and was about to rush forward to deal with Tae Hyun, but was immediately punched by Jung Yeo. Can't you see I'm talking? Jung Yeo reminded his lackeys, then still smiling said to Tae Hyun, Kim Tae Hyun, I'm sure you're proud of defeating Baehyuksu. However, Jung Yeo unleashed his power, staring at Tae Hyun threateningly. You should see who you're standing in front of. You should listen while I'm still being nice. This is the power of an S-rank Awakened. That's impressive, but you know what? I'm curious how you'll be when you meet Predation. Tae Hyun thought to himself. His hand also began to prepare to use his skill, when suddenly a female voice spoke up. Lee Jung-yel, that's enough, stop. Lim A-zang said as she slowly approached Jung-yel and Tae Hyun. She used a skill to restrain the arm of Jung-yel's lackey who was about to stop her, then glanced at Tae Hyun, reminding Kim Tae Hyun, You too, that's enough. Tae Hyun remained silent, but in his heart he had tacitly agreed. Lim A-zang, class president Chibol's daughter, younger sister of Ju A-hyung, the S-rank Awakened model student, future #1 noble family. Future SS-rank player, has countless titles and is predicted to achieve many more. The problem is she's very stubborn and doesn't back down easily, just like now. When Lee Jung-yeo acted friendly, as if he really just wanted to have a heart-to-heart with Tae Hyun as friends, she didn't hesitate to bluntly say, Friends, then what about punching him in the face? Jung Yen's fake smile disappeared. His eyes flashing with fire, he replied, Lima Zhang, watch that insolent mouth of yours, understand. A Zhang, not afraid of confrontation, said I will use force if you don't leave, shut up and get lost. After the two sides stared at each other for about 5 seconds, Lee Jonggyo sighed, waved his hand, and said, all right, let's stop here. I have no intention of fighting in this classroom. However, Jonggyo created a fireball and shouted, you think that's what I was going to say. A Zhang, seeing this, immediately gathered energy preparing to fight back. Just as the two sides were about to clash, the bell rang. Then the school's broadcast announced an announcement from the media club. A special class organized by the Player Association will take place in the main hall. So all students please gather immediately at the main hall. A special class, the Player Association. Dong-du muttered, then smiled at Tae Hyun and Zhang. Oh man, you guys are lucky. With that, he turned and left. Are you okay? No need to thank me, Zhang said to Tae Hyun as she slowly withdrew her power. But he was no longer there. While Zhang was still confused, Tae Hyun, standing at the door, urged her. What are you doing just standing there? Didn't you hear the announcement to gather in the main hall? I'm going ahead. Zhang watched Tae Hyun leave suspiciously. He managed to move without her even noticing. Has this Tae Hyun always been like this? Soon enough, all the students had gathered in the main hall, while everyone was making wild guesses about this special class. Go Tae-guk began to speak from the podium. My name is Go Tae-guk, representing the management of the Player Association. I am here for 2 reasons. 1, to apologize for the association's delay in dealing with the Kenuk. And 2, to announce a change for the players among you, those who hold the future of the association in your hands. Murmurs began to spread through the audience. A player trial? What does that have to do with us? Don't you have to be 19 to qualify? So we can't even participate this year. Not letting the students wonder for long, Tae-guk explained. You probably thought so, but of course, I'm here to announce that from now on, it will concern all of you. Due to recent gate outbreaks, the number of monsters in dungeons has suddenly increased. The Awaken Association has realized that we are severely short on manpower. Therefore, through these trials, we will begin recruiting candidates, even high school students. High school student candidates will be selected based on factors such as skills, evaluation scores, academic scores, and attitude as well. While the other students were excited by this news, Tae Hyun, with the memories of a 35-year-old man, just smiled faintly. He thought to himself, lies. These selections are indeed open to all students, but the selection process has already begun. Through Go Tae-guk's skill, Insightful Eye, the eye can observe the overall abilities of the targets it sees. If he focuses more, it can even observe the target's status windows. Tae-guk was using it while speaking from the podium. His insightful eye scanned over the students, and he couldn't help but marvel. The number of potential recruits here is much better than in other places. They could become great players, but the most surprising among them are. Tae-guk's eyes landed on Jung Jae with a stat of 1,924, and A Zhang with a stat of 2,335. The personnel department did send me a list of promising candidates, but who knew there were so many untrained potential awakeners like this? I must go back and write a recommendation letter for the association immediately, Tae-guk thought happily. Just then, Dong-du raised his hand to speak. Sir Awakened, you said that. You were announcing the player selection trial to us. But aren't there people here who are unsuitable for this selection? I mean, this trial is only suitable for those among the Awakened who have the potential to become players. And that's it, right? In other words, I don't think the unawakened should have to hear this. Dong-du glanced at Tae Hyun and continued speaking. Strength isn't the only thing that makes a strong player, but also the level of awakening and situational awareness, or extensive knowledge of the abyss. To become a player, one must achieve these complex skills to a certain level, but in the end, those stats can only be achieved by people who have awakened. As for the unawakened, isn't this just rubbing salt in their wounds? They have nothing to be evaluated on. So you went this far just to see if I've awakened or not, huh? Tae Hyun thought. As if reading his mind, Jung Yeon raised an eyebrow challengingly. So what? If you've awakened, then prove it. A few other students heard Jung Yeon and laughed, all looking towards Tae Hyun. Only a Zhang, standing in the front row, angrily turned to yell at that jerk Dong-due, but then thought Tae Hyun would find her annoying. So she just turned away and ignored it. With no one refuting him, Dong-du pressed on, speaking to Tae-guk. So I hope you'll kick those unawakened bastards out of here as soon as possible. This is no place for them. Tae-guk replied amicably, I understand your point, but whether to participate is up to each individual. Kim Tae Hyun, aren't you ashamed? How can someone like you be a candidate here? Or is it that you don't care about this awakened trial? Yoon Jae continued to run his mouth. On the podium, Tae-guk silently despised Yoon Jae's arrogant attitude, an S-rank player, no less, bullying others. Truly despicable. But it was also because of that attitude of his that made him curious about Tae Hyun, a rather unknown, unawakened person. So why was he paying so much attention to him? Or is it simply anger and jealousy over something? Let me see that kid's potential. Tae-guk used his insightful eye to assess Tae Hyun and received the result. Information cannot be verified, which shocked him so much he froze on the spot. As for Tae Hyun, faced with Jung Jae's attacks, he remained very calm. It's true that if I can't prove that I've awakened, I couldn't even dream of entering the association's selection. But to get a recommendation, I don't necessarily have to reveal my true strength. Thinking this, Tae Hyun decided to play along and replied to Jung Jae, "You're right. I was indeed too thoughtless. Why would an unawakened person like me participate in this selection? I'm just getting in your way by being here. So I'll get myself out of here. You guys can stay locked in here and attend your wonderful little training session." Tae Hyun affectionately raised his middle finger as a farewell, then turned and left. Tae-guk was still completely bewildered, because his insightful eye didn't work on Tae Hyun. This had never happened before, not even with the chairman or anyone else. There had never been an exception. So why didn't it work on this kid, Tae Hyun? As if reading his thoughts, before walking through the door to leave the hall, Tae Hyun stopped, looked at him, and gave a demonic smile. Immediately, the insightful eye displayed Tae Hyun's stats, an unbelievable number, 5,096. After leaving the hall, Tae Hyun went to the library to find some necessary information, but it wasn't long before Jung Jae's lackeys showed up. "Jung Jae's looking for you. Come with us. Or else what?" Tae Hyun replied with a smirk. "Your aunt runs a restaurant, doesn't she?" This question put Tae Hyun on guard. Seeing this, the other guy continued to run his mouth. "Jung Jae sends you a message. You're a pathetic bastard. Do you want her to suffer even more? Isn't she miserable enough already? But don't you worry. Either way, we're dragging you to Jung Jae." The once peaceful library suddenly became a battlefield, with broken furniture scattered everywhere. Tae Hyun grabbed one of Jung Jae's lackeys from the floor, lifted him up, and said, "Don't make me ask twice. Where is he?" Just a moment later, Tae Hyun arrived at the gym, the location Jung Jae had chosen. Upon seeing Tae Hyun, Seo Hondo, an A-rank player, and also Lee Jung Jae's defender, immediately used his skill, then reported to Jung Jae. "This is surprising. What do you think? After that kid got here, I cast several debuff skills on him, but they didn't work. With this level of resistance, he must be at least A rank." Hearing the answer, Jung Jae laughed gleefully and said to Tae Hyun, "As expected, you have awakened. In that case, should we have a little chat? My words may have been a bit rude, but I had no intention of fighting you. Actually, I want to recruit you to work under me. I plan to form a guild after graduation as the heir to the Tae group, but even if I'm a genius, I can't do everything by myself. You know what I mean, right? With talented people. Not idiots like before anyone else Hyuk-soo, but truly talented people like you. So, Kim Tae-yoon, forget the animosity and come work for me. You'll have both wealth and fame. I'll make your family rich." Tae Hyun cut off Jung Jae's pathetic speech. "You talk too much nonsense. Recruitment, wealth, and fame? Lee Jung Jae, you've crossed the line." Saying that, Tae Hyun used a kicking skill, declaring war on Jung Jae. Jung Jae sighed with mock regret. "Oh, is that right?" Immediately after, he also unleashed his power and declared, "Just as I thought, a stray dog needs to be taught a lesson." Seo Hondo, seeing this, immediately created a barrier around the court. This is a skill that covers an area with magic. People outside cannot sense the magic inside it. When it was done, he said, "With this, no one will be able to interfere in the young master's fight now." Immediately after, Jung Yun ferociously charged in, attacking Tae Hyun like a storm. But it seems the rock skin skill had little effect on Jung Yun. Just a few of his punches made Tae Hyun cough up blood. "Haha, do you see the difference between us now?" Jung Ye yelled triumphantly and continued to mercilessly beat down on Tae Hyun. Hondo, watching from the side, secretly felt sorry for Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun has a high-level body enhancement skill and is also an A-rank Awaken 1. His combat skills and willpower far surpass those of the other students in this school. Few can match him, but today his opponent is a genius, so there's no way he can win this fight. You should just give up and surrender. Just then, Hondo couldn't hide his astonishment. His two eyes widened at the scene before him. The tables were turning. Tae Hyun was shifting from a defensive position to a counterattack. He then gained the upper hand. After taking a beating, he finally paid Jung Ye back with a punch straight to his face. "No way, is the young master losing in a fistfight?" Hondo exclaimed in shock. Jung Ye was now lying in a heap on the floor, screaming his head off. "You bastard Kim, Tae Hyun, what did you do to my body? Why can't I move?" Hearing this, Hondo was even more shocked. He can't move? Body enhancement isn't Kim Tae Hyun's only skill. What kind of monster is he? It finally activated, Tae Hyun said smugly. Tae Hyun had obtained a total of 3 skills from Predation, Rock Skin, Stealth, and Paralysis. He didn't use all his skills from the start. A C-rank paralysis isn't easy to overcome, With an S-rank resistance, and stealth being useless against ranged attacks, Predation was the last resort, and it shouldn't be used so blatantly. So Tae Hyun's plan was to wait for an opportunity to use paralysis during close combat. Status effect skills are more effective when in direct contact with the target than from afar. So, with the continuous damage and paralysis effect from each punch, even with an S-rank resistance, he couldn't be completely immune. You have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. You have been paralyzed. You have completely resisted it. Jung Yo's system kept repeating the notification until it changed to paralysis resistance failed. That's when Jung Yo became unable to move, leaving him at Tae Hyun's mercy, who beat him until he collapsed on the floor. Tae Hyun is also a genius, and in a fistfight, he's even better than the young master. But the battle. Hondo nervously looked at Young Ye, who suddenly burst into laughter and spoke. I acknowledge your strength, Tae Hyun. I suppose I underestimated you. If that wasn't the case, there's no way I could lose to a failure like you. So let's get serious now. As he finished speaking, he pulled a small stone from his pocket and crushed it. Instantly, a giant skeleton engulfed in hellfire appeared behind Jung Yo and began to merge with him. The moment the enhancement finished, Jung Yo launched an attack on Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun jumped high into the air just in time to avoid it. He then counterattacked with his rock skin skill, but the attack had no more effect on Jung Ye than a mosquito bite. The moment his hand touched that entity, the rock layer shattered, and he was thrown back by an immense force, pushing him a long way back. That's the true form of the young master's flame heart skill. Normally, it's very difficult for the young master to use his full strength. His S-rank power and high-level skill require a catalyst. Just now, the young master used an amplifier magic stone, which is made from refining monster cores. It temporarily amplifies the mana in the user's body. With that support stone, the young master can now completely unleash his rank S power. The problem is, Hondo thought with concern, then rushed to shout, Young master, you have to stop. Are you trying to kill him? Besides, that much magic in your body is too overwhelming. Your blood vessels will burst from the uncontrollable rampaging magic. A fire arrow shot towards Hondo. Shut up. How dare a mere guard like you order me around? This loser humiliated me, and you want me to spare him? Young Ye turned to look at Tae Hyun. He unleashed a frenzied attack with all his might, screaming, Die, die, you bastard Tae Hyun. This is not good. Just as I thought, the young master is losing control. His mind is in chaos. How can he escape this rampage? Hondo rushed to the crater created by Jung Ye's punch. He anxiously reached out, urging, Tae Hyun, are you alive? Give up and run away. I will stop the young master, so hurry. Immediately after, Tae Hyun greeted him with a punch. Run away? What nonsense are you spouting after you're the ones who started this fight? Unbelievable. I'll admit, S-ranks are certainly strong, so from now on, I'll get serious too. With that, Tae Hyun chugged several potions. His health and mana were instantly restored. At the same time, he activated his Predation skill, ready to show Jung Ye a real fight. Elsewhere, at the headquarters of the New Korean Player Association, after hearing Go Tae-guk's report, Jin Hyun was stunned. 1,900 and 2,300. Yes, Lee Jung Ye is at 1,900, and Lim A-Rang is at 2,300. Without a doubt, both are S-rank awakened. The other staff members were equally shocked. They began to murmur. Even for an S-rank, an untrained person with a power level of 1,900, that's already the level of an established A-rank player. Does this mean he's on par with the Saintess from Japan? Ji Jinhui laughed cheerfully. Finally, we have a player who can match the Japanese Saintess. The Saintess? Tae-guk thought to himself. The leader of Japan's players, a monster with stats over 2,500. First appearing at age 19, she shocked the entire awakened world. That's right, even for that monster, she has only just surpassed 2,500. How can that compare to his stats right after awakening? Remembering Tae Hyun with the number 5,096 over his head, Tae-guk shuddered. Was it a hallucination? Or were the stats measured wrong anyway? I have to check it myself. Back to the main character. Right now, Jung Yoon was slowly being consumed by Tae Hyun's predation skill. He struggled and screamed, refusing to accept his fate. How? How is this possible? How could I lose to a failure like you, Tae Hyun? I'm the heir to the Taesun group. I'm an S-rank, you bastard. You have to die. I am Lee Jung Yeon. I don't care if you're an heir or what rank you are, because this is the power of a king. Saying that, Tae Hyun amplified the power of predation. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and in a flash, the entire court was engulfed in flames. Well, that's a surprise. Tae Hyun looked at Soon Hondo with amusement. He was the one who had just risked his life to save Jung Yi, as he was being dragged in by the predation skill. If he hadn't, that Jung Yi fellow would have met his maker by now. Thankfully, the young master is safe. Hondo sighed in relief, then hesitantly asked Tae Hyun, "What are your intentions? The young master is the heir of the Tae Hyun group. How will you resolve this?" "Hey now, who is the one who started this mess? Let's be reasonable here. Besides, do I look like I'd be scared by those kinds of threats? Don't worry, I have no intention of killing him. In that case, you should pay a price for my mercy." Hearing that, Hondo was confused. A price? Let's see. Since he's the heir to the Tae Hyun group, Tae Hyun stroked his chin in thought, then made a suggestion. How about 1 billion in compensation? Outside, the loud bang and the aftershocks from the explosion drew everyone's attention. They immediately rushed onto the field to see what was happening. The sight of the burning gym and scattered rubble made the students fearful. What's going on? Is it a monster attack? No, that's not it. Lim A-Rang silently thought, this fearsome magic and these flames. This is definitely Lee Jung-ye's power. But who's he with? Could it be? A-Rang imagined Tae Hyun being tormented by Jung-ye. Everyone, get back. Anyway, all of you stay put right here. Don't go in there, it's dangerous. While Choi Naeung was warning the students, Lim A-Rang shot past her like the wind and ran straight into the gym. I made a mistake. I never should have let those two be in the gym alone. This is all my fault. Kim Tae Hyun, please be okay. Lim A-Rang's heart was racing as she rushed into the blaze. However, what she saw was the complete opposite of what she imagined. Tae Hyun was standing there proudly, while Lee Jung-ye lay motionless on the ground. His body was covered with injuries. While A-Rang was still in shock, Tae Hyun spoke up. Perfect timing. I need a witness. No, actually, I need a hand. Could you carry him to the infirmary? On second thought, take him to the hospital. A-Rang finally reacted, rushing over to help Jung-yeon up. Then she turned and questioned Tae Hyun. How did things turn out like this? Tae Hyun shrugged and said, I don't know anything. When I came in, I saw him collapsed here. It seems he fell down the stairs. Fell down the stairs? A-Jang looked doubtfully at Jung-yeon's nearly dead state. Tae Hyun, acting like he saw nothing, continued to ask for a favor. Anyway, I don't know what happened, okay? Wherever you go, don't say you saw me here. Well then, I'm off. With that, the slippery Tae Hyun disappeared, leaving A-Jang behind with Jung-yeon. After reaching a place quite far from the school, Tae Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. Great. With Lim A-Jang there to handle that Lee Jung-yeon guy, I'm set. Now, I just have to wait and see how the Tae Hyun group reacts. If there's nothing, then the matter is considered resolved. Then, Tae Hyun opened his status window to check. Thanks to defeating Lee Jung-yeon, he had gained a new skill, but this skill was not what he expected. Monarch's 5 Hearts Charm, rank C. Increases the strength stats of party members. Mana, 10. A charming aura like a celebrity. Why would someone like Lee Jung-yeon have this? It's so confusing. Moreover, instead of absorbing the Flame Heart skill, I got the Monarch's Heart skill. Increases the strength stats of party members. That Lee Jung-yeon guy had a skill like this, but this is good too. A skill that affects all party members is a rare skill, regardless of its rank. It can be used with various other skills and combined with any skill I want. So, the Monarch's Heart skill is much better. It's even better than I thought. After checking his loot, Tae Hyun was planning to go home and rest, when he was blocked by a convoy of cars. Found him, student Kim Tae Hyun. Go Tae-guk stepped out of the car, his whole body radiating a dangerous aura. With a cold expression, he said, I have many things to ask you. Let's start with this. What were you just doing in the gymnasium? Tae Hyun's brain started racing. Why is Go Tae-guk here? The gym? Is he talking about what just happened? Or the incident in the auditorium? Which one is he talking about? Go Tae-guk, from the Awakened Association. The chance to talk directly to this guy is rare, but he knows I'm the one who caused the trouble. And what if he starts taking action? I have to test the waters. Thinking to himself, Tae Hyun decided to probe him. If it's about the gym, are you talking about the explosion? The explosion? Tae-guk thought for a moment. Then he glanced towards the fire coming from the school. You mean that fire over there? That's fine. Other agencies will handle that. It seems I still haven't received your answer. What did you do in the gym? He doesn't know about the explosion? In that case, Tae Hyun smiled arrogantly and replied, I thought you would have known about it already. You guys came to find me because you want me to join the military draft, right? Hitting a sore spot, Tae-guk gave a forced laugh and replied, What military draft? How dare you be so bold? What? Is this still not enough? Tae Hyun said as he unleashed his power. He intentionally revealed his abilities once again. Only this time, it wasn't just Tae-guk, but even the people with him could feel that immense power. Moreover, the number recorded by Tae-guk's appraisal eye was no longer 5,096. It had risen to 5,214, which left him in shock. Unbelievable. Even stronger than last time. As expected, the previous number wasn't a fluke or a mistake. Where? Kim Tae Hyun, Who on earth are you? In another development, Lee Jung-soo, an S-rank player and the chairman of the Tae Hyun group, asked after hearing Hondo recount everything. So, to summarize, the only son of the family was injured, and 1 billion in compensation is considered the price to pay. You want me to handle this matter as quietly as possible? Hondo, kneeling on the ground, trembled and replied, "It's my fault. Whatever you say, I will." Lee Jung-soo cut him off. "Just do as he wants." "Yes, sir." "Ha ha, a cunning brat. Very interesting. But we will have to compensate, with a price equal to what he has done." As he said that, Lee Jung-soo snapped his fingers, and two mysterious dark figures appeared. Hondo saw them and panicked, trying to intervene. "Mr. Chairman, but the opponent is still young. This is too cruel." "Shut up. I won't listen to a dog's barking." Back to our main character. As soon as he got home, Tae Hyun immediately started working out at the gym with the purpose of training his body, preparing for the military draft. Jae-jong, hearing the news, pushed the door open, his face a mask of utter astonishment, and yelled, "Military draft? You're saying you'll join the military draft?" "Yeah, in 1 month." Jae-jong, after his brain finally caught up, knelt down in worship before Tae Hyun. As expected, brother Tae Hyun is truly the divine emperor of Cheongmu-gong. Tae Hyun didn't even bother to react. His mind was busy thinking. The Tae Hyun group definitely won't let this go. And Go Taeguk is less suspicious of me now. There's only 1 month left. So, during this time, I just need to focus on training. That should solve everything. Just then, he received a call from that person. Outside, the Black and White brothers, 2 B-rank assassins famous for their stealth skills, sent by Lee Jung-soo, had also found their way to Tae Hyun's house. "Why is an awaken from the association protecting this house? What a pain." Little White said while subduing the awaken from the association. "He's probably one of the participants in this upcoming military draft. They pay a lot of attention to promising individuals," Big Black replied while scouting the area. Hearing his brother, Little White laughed. "A promising individual? Even so, that kid is just a brat with no real experience, right? Ha ha. That's right. Being talented without accumulating experience just makes you a useless bum. Anyway, let's show everyone what a real awaken is like," Big Black said gleefully, then turned to look at Little White, only to see him being relentlessly punched by a strange young man, who then grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out to the balcony. "You bastard! Who are you?" Big Black roared angrily and rushed to save his brother. "Me?" Tae Hyun let Little White fall freely. He also landed a punch on Big Black as he got close. "I'm just a rookie with no experience." Rewind a few hours ago. Tae Hyun knew that demanding a colossal sum of compensation from the Tae Hyun group wasn't easy and not something Shun Hondo could handle alone. So he didn't make it difficult for him, only asking him to do his best to negotiate and also asking him to do 2 things. After making an Awaken's promise, a contract created by magic using Awakens, where a random, permanent penalty is given for breaching the contract, Tae Hyun finally felt at ease to state his conditions to Hondo. First, try to resolve the aftermath of the gym incident, along with the 1 billion won in compensation we discussed earlier. Second, any act of revenge must be reported in advance. The matter of the gym was almost immediately resolved. The media simultaneously reported that the fire at the high school gymnasium at Taesun High was discovered to be caused by a gas explosion and there were no casualties. As for the second part of the agreement, as soon as he learned that Old Man Jung-soo had sent people to eliminate Tae Hyun, Hondo secretly called to inform Tae Hyun about it, as well as providing information about the 2 assassins to Tae Hyun. Back to the present. Big Black, furious after getting hit due to his carelessness, took out his weapon and rushed in to attack Tae Hyun at lightning speed. But no matter what he did, his weapon couldn't even touch a single hair on Tae Hyun's head. After dodging for a while, Tae Hyun began to counterattack. He swung his hand to grab Big Black, but failed. Big Black used his stealth skill and disappeared right before Tae Hyun's eyes, then circled around behind him. He struck with all his might at the spot where Tae Hyun was standing. He thought Tae Hyun would be gone after this blow, but suddenly, his voice rang out again. "The Black and White brothers, I heard your special ability is stealth. Just as I thought, it's nothing special. In the end, besides that stealth, what else can you guys do?" As he finished speaking, Tae Hyun, now behind Big Black, delivered a kick that sent him to the floor. Elsewhere, June was calling Chairman Ji Jin-hwai. She inquired about the selection for the military draft. This time, it will surely attract awakens from all over the country. Who do you expect will win first place? Busan's S-rank? Shin Yun-bok? Haha, no way. That young man is excellent, but when it comes to the most anticipated person, it has to be your younger brother. "Ah, you," she replied humbly. "He's not at that level yet." "Haha, you're as strict as ever. So who are you most looking forward to? Shin Yun-bok?" "Yes," she answered honestly, "until I heard something very interesting." Hearing this, Jin-hui couldn't help but be curious. "Something interesting? Besides the S ranks, there's someone that you personally." Tae-guk had to go talk to? Manager Tae-guk? Aren't you curious? Who on earth is that person that made Tae-guk himself go and talk to them? Back to Tae Hyun. After using the predation skill on the two black and white brothers but failing, he looked at them. Then he stared at his predation hand, feeling utterly confused. Why is it like this? It wasn't until he checked the system that Tae Hyun knew the reason. Because he was overloaded and lacked stamina, his predator skill was temporarily deactivated, he was worried sick. He kept thinking of ways to increase his stamina, but every damn method required. Gluttony, damn it, this really left Tae Hyun with no way out. The next day, despite MJ Jong's advice, Tae Hyun was determined to go to the Breakhead Training Center to train. The voluptuous manager Yura was momentarily flustered when she saw the two skinny guys Tae Hyun and his friend arrive. But her awkwardness quickly vanished when he pulled out the Super VIP Pro Black card from Old Man Kim's guild. Why would a kid have an Awaken's card? A high-ranking Awakened, or is he one himself? There would definitely be some problems. What should I do? Seeing Yura so flustered. The strongest member, Kang Chun, with his six-pack body, appeared to break the tension. He is the mighty Kang Chun, a member of Blackhead and a killer with the muscle amplification skill. Tae Hyun had seen it all in his life, but this was the first time he'd heard such a lame name. A few people around who saw Kang Chun showing off in front of the new guy started whispering. They gossiped, feeling he was about to take over the new recruit again. Haha, are you trembling? Every time you hear my name yet. If you go home now, I'll let it slide. What are you talking about, you weakling? Tae Hyun, cool as a cucumber, indifferently challenged Kang Chun. This made him furious, but Tae Hyun fearlessly proposed a bet the loser would have to pay for a year's membership fee. Challenged by Tae Hyun, Kang Chun's blood boiled, and he immediately agreed with a whoosh. Both of them entered the virtual system. They prepared to fight in front of countless eyes eager for drama. This system was the Virtual Potter Training System, a virtual reality similar to ABC. It was a training course requiring players to defeat B-rank monsters and reach the destination in the shortest possible time. While carrying a maximum weight, everyone felt that Tae Hyun was at a clear disadvantage against Kang Chun. That buff guy Kang Chun was now pumped up as if on steroids, relentlessly swinging his arms to kill monsters in the system. He screamed Tae Hyun's name as he fought. Every hit was a critical blow, and the weight he could carry was also immense. As he was laughing loudly, Tae Hyun suddenly zipped past from a distance, leaving countless monster corpses scattered along the path. He left Kang Chun slightly stunned with his own special technique, just a few basic moves. He had smashed the monsters to smithereens. Kang Chun watched Tae Hyun's display with his jaw drop, sweating buckets. The ground was shattered, leaving only Kang Chun with his eyes wide open, staring at Tae Hyun carrying a mountain of items piled high. He flashed a victorious smile, demanding Kang Chun to pay up and scram, then he quickly left. The day everyone had been waiting for had arrived, the examination day for the Awakened. The stadium was packed with people. The Awakened Association changed the test this time, allowing minors to participate as well. Besides the audience that came to watch, there were also key figures in this battle: the Steel Fist, unrivaled in close combat, Hong Jong-yoon, an A-rank monk with excellent combat abilities who even an S-rank would find difficult to defeat. Lee Jisun, A-rank, the Thunder God, unrivaled in Busan, Sim Jijengbok, S-rank, the promising Saintus class star Lim A-rang, S-rank. Many talented people had registered for the competition. Everyone was pushing and shoving so much that the E-rank reporter Kim couldn't get in for a story and sat on the ground crying. Just then, Tae Hyun appeared, looking very cool and chuckling at the packed scene ahead. The test would begin in 1 minute. Tae Hyun felt he should build his image first as he pushed through the crowd. A-rang's group was extremely surprised to see he was also there. I heard he awakened, but could he change so much in just 1 month? She wondered in confusion. Before she could ask more questions, the announcement for the competition's official opening rang out. After the introduction, the rules were also announced. Look at the number on your chest, that is your contestant number. The requirement for this round is to collect 5 registration numbers, including your own registration number. Losing your number means you have been eliminated. This is a battle for registration numbers. The time limit for this round is only 1 hour. You are allowed to use any skill except for killing. Before the MC finished speaking, the ground beneath the contestants' feet rumbled and split apart. The first round officially began in chaos. Seeing Arang standing alone, a group of men immediately targeted her and rushed forward. They tried to steal her name tag, but how foolish. With 1 punch from her, that group was knocked down in the blink of an eye. The judges watching through the glass felt that she had excellent skills, truly worthy of her goddess-class title. The other contestants are formidable as well. The skill level this time is much higher than previous batches. The one to really watch out for is the C-rank from Busan, Shin Junbok, a judge commented while observing. The first round has been going on for 20 minutes, but no one has been able to approach Shin Yun-bok. In general, he and Arang are the two most outstanding contestants in the eyes of the judges right now. Only Tae-guk was paying attention to Tae Hyun. He was sure that someone like Tae Hyun would easily pass this test, but less than a second later, Tae-guk was shocked to see him being cornered by another Awaken, but he just stood there, taking the hits without fighting back. He was extremely disappointed, silently blaming himself. Perhaps I overestimated him in reality. He was using the Stone Skin skill to counter the Iron Skin from the A-rank Awaken Hong Jungo. Stone Skin is a lower-tier version of Iron Skin. Tae Hyun deliberately distracted his opponent, then launched a surprise attack, putting his opponent through hell. But after Tae Hyun's month of training, the traces of gluttony remained, although his abilities were still lacking in many ways. But he had improved by training to stimulate his body's endurance to its maximum in a battle that pushed him to his limits. He unleashed a full-power blow, causing the A-ranker in front of him to collapse pathetically at his feet. C-rank Tae Hyun successfully obtained registration number 02 on the other side. Taeguk was pleased for him to use such a training method in a survival battle. This large-scale battle, Kim Tae Hyun, this courage and boldness is great, but now comes the problem. His strength stat was greatly depleted after that last battle. Now it's best to conserve stamina and collect 10 registration numbers from weaker people, Taeguk calculated in his head for Tae Hyun. Unexpectedly, contrary to his prediction, he went to find the S-rank awakened Shin Junbok himself looking even more arrogant than before. Yunbok's lightning strike caused a massive explosion that shook the arena. Tae Hyun nimbly dodged it. He suddenly rushed in for a kick, but his opponent was no pushover. Both of them were as fast as squirrels. Neither would give an inch. Busan's S-rank Thunder God Shin Yunbok. I never thought he'd be this much trouble. His entire body is surrounded by lightning, which not only helps him block all attacks but also has destructive power and range. Whether from a distance or up close, how am I supposed to pierce it when I still can't use this gluttony? Tae Hyun hesitated for a moment against his opponent's relentless barrage of attacks, making Yunbok arrogant. He rushed forward, zapping him with lightning, looking thrilled to see Tae Hyun awkwardly turn and flee. He chased him closely, gleefully, firing continuous bolts of lightning at him. Watching Tae Hyun scream in pain gave him great satisfaction. It hurt so damn much, he fought back furiously, but it was useless. Yunbok quickly turned the tables, and his energy blasts were intensely powerful. This left Tae Hyun with basically no strength to resist by this point. Almost everyone else had already fled. Fleeing from me, I thought only a Rang would make this test interesting. This awakened test, but I didn't expect to find such an interesting toy here. Yunbok thought as he gleefully gathered all his power. He aimed to fire at Tae Hyun, but suddenly, a rock flew at rocket speed and slammed right into his face, drawing blood. He dazedly stopped his attack, doubting that there was no way Tae Hyun's attack could have stunned him like this. Tae Hyun was now gritting his teeth, swinging his arms and throwing massive rocks that nearly made Yunbok pass out. It's true, the Stone Skin skill cannot overcome the Thunder God's wrath, let alone surpass it. Even if its power was pushed to the absolute limit, it would still be crushed and disappear on contact. But in this place, in the Awakened testing arena, things are different. This arena from the very beginning was built with a special reinforced material to ensure it could withstand the power of the Awaken. Unlike Stone Skin, it doesn't lose its shape even when shattered, so when Tae Hyun used it as a weapon, it could even overcome the Thunder God's wrath this time. Shin Yunbok's number was up at Tae Hyun's hands. Shin Yunbok coughed up blood. He stumbled and fell helplessly to the ground to the horror of the onlookers. An S-rank awakened, losing to a C-rank, how unbelievable. He's pretty good after all, making everyone's hearts race, he chuckled to himself. Tae Hyun had now collected all 10 name tags. All that was left was to wait for the competition to end, but just then, out of nowhere, a shard of ice shot out, aiming right for his leg, attacking relentlessly. Following that, countless waves of ice energy swirled and enveloped his entire body as someone approached step by step from a distance. It was a Zhang with an arrogant and cold expression which greatly surprised Tae Hyun. How did a Zhang get here? And since when had she been watching the match, he wondered in confusion. I believe that power should come with responsibility. Power without responsibility is just violence. Tae Hyun, you are truly strong. You defeated Shin Yunbok in a way no one could have imagined. Lee Jung-ye was taken down in a similar way, wasn't he? She suddenly lashed out her hateful gaze, fixed on him, as she attacked. Waves of ice crashed down with such terrifying destruction that he couldn't dodge in time. Even using his invisibility spell would be useless now. Zhang relentlessly attacked him with punches and kicks, cursing as she fought. I trusted you back in the arena, and yet? You said you were different from people like Lee Jung-ye. You also said you wouldn't act stubbornly for your own selfish gain, didn't you? But watching the way you fight, I finally understand. In the end, Lee Jung-ye and even Baek Hyuk-soo, it was all your doing. Sharp blocks of ice shot up from under her hands, piercing through his body and drawing blood. The world seemed to collapse under the force of each blow. Seeing him lying there beaten by Zhang's terrifying power, she demanded that he withdraw from the awakening competition. Withdraw or I'll expose your skills. What are you anyway? You couldn't even stop Lee Jung-jae's tyranny. Power, responsibility, qualifications. In the end, all you want to do is eliminate me, so you might as well use this survival test as an excuse. That would be more respectable. Stop acting so despicably, Tae Hyun said slowly, getting up with a pained smirk on his lips. If that's what you're going to say, then Zhang had nothing more to say. With a woman's fury, she swung her hand, creating a scepter, and said, then I'll finish you with this, because Tae Hyun's stone skin had already been shattered hundreds of times, so it had lost its original function. Even if he used his invisibility technique, now it would be quickly dispelled by her wide area attacks. The Emperor's heart had boosted his stats and was currently active, but it still wasn't enough to turn the tide. Gluttony was still sealed. Tae Hyun didn't have enough stamina to induce paralysis like in the fight with Lee Jung-jae. The only thing he could do now, besides that, was to face her head-on. As soon as he thought of it, Tae Hyun rushed directly at Azang, causing a tremor. A thick fog enveloped everything, and no one knew what the outcome was. When the fog finally cleared, everyone stared wide-eyed at the sight of Tae Hyun pinning Azang down and kissing her passionately. She too was panicking, helpless, not understanding what he was doing to her. In that moment of desperation, and what Tae Hyun was aiming for wasn't a kiss. No, it was the paralysis skill. The probability of success is much higher when using the skill at close range than from a distance. That's why he mixed the paralysis agent into his blood to force Azang to ingest it. And of course, considering the resistance of an S-rank awakened, this was a huge gamble. As a result, luckily she was actually paralyzed. Finally, Tae Hyun succeeded. He joyfully wiped the blood from his mouth and slowly stood up. Just then, the time for the first test was up. After the first test ended, all the injured contestants were treated by the medical team immediately. Although Azang was paralyzed, she still passed the first round because her contestant number wasn't stolen, and she hadn't lost her ability to fight. As for Tae Hyun, he had only managed to steal 7 contestant numbers. But defeating Shin Yoon, Bak, and Azang had attracted the attention of many other contestants. They all whispered and marveled in admiration behind his back. As he was standing there, lost in thought, that guy Yoon Bak suddenly came screaming and charging at him from out of nowhere. He was still wearing his medical gown, vowing to get revenge for last time. Seeing a fight about to break out, everyone got excited. The crowd cheered for Yoon Bak beat the crap out of Tae Hyun. Distracted by the noise, Yoon Bak became enraged. He turned and fired a shot at the crowd to shut them up. Tae Hyun, you better fight me one-on-one, I'll show you who's superior, he roared, pumped up. Suddenly, a murderous aura flooded the area around them. The ground shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Yoon Bak was hit in the head by falling debris and knocked unconscious on the spot. Only Tae Hyun remained conscious. He realized the source of that murderous aura was the awakened Spark Sung-jin. He was one of the top awakened from the Korean Awakened Association, and was destined to become one of the SS-Rank Awakened. Seeing that Tae Hyun was unfazed by his presence, Sung-jin twisted his hand again, causing the ground beneath Tae Hyun to collapse. Tae Hyun tensed up, sweating as he tried to hold his ground. He inwardly assessed his opponent's strength. This kid can still withstand it. Even veteran awakened can't handle this. That guy seemed quite amused by Tae Hyun's resilience. The force he unleashed grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, nurses and doctors rushed in to stop him, forcing him to pause. He saw that everyone had passed out except for Tae Hyun. Amused, Sung-jin approached and asked for his name, Kim Tae Hyun, the C-rank who just beat Shin, Yoon Bak, and Azang. It's been a long time since an interesting kid like you has shown up. He smirked, then moved closer to him, promising they would meet again someday soon. Tae Hyun stared blankly at his retreating back, his eyes filled with confusion. A while later, everyone had gathered to prepare for the second round. Sung-jin instructed everyone to pass through the gate in front of them for the ranking evaluation where monsters would appear. Everyone was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Every 5 people who passed through the gate would form a dimension exploration team, along with a pre-assigned supervisor. Every action you take during the exploration will be evaluated. Items such as weapons and essential supplies will be fully provided by the association. And now you will step through the gate in order. Sung-jin explained that this second test was to classify the awakened. Amateurs without experience wouldn't have any trouble entering a D-rank dungeon, unless this classification test was the apocalypse. The world's first apocalypse was discovered inside a D-rank dungeon. The second test site for the awakened. Many people were killed, including the awakened who discovered it, which meant the dungeon break here couldn't be carried out. If only I could have prevented it beforehand, that would have been great. No one would believe my baseless words. Even if the truth were revealed, I would be the only one suspected. It's a shame, but I should just focus on my own business. As long as I'm not in the first exploration group, I have plenty of ways to survive. He was confident, but who would have thought that in the end, Tae Hyun would be assigned to the group with supervisor Maijo Haka. The first person to discover the apocalypse in the twin dungeon this time, Tae Hyun, was basically screwed. There were countless ferocious beasts inside, but the group quickly dealt with them. This earned Maijo Hak's praise. Meanwhile, Tae Hyun was still fuming about being assigned to the first team to discover the dungeon. It seems everything was because of that thing. Maijo Hak was wearing the item of the first person to discover the twin dungeon. He once wore the Sage's Ring. There's only one of them, and it increases strength, stamina, speed, and magic power by 10 times. The apocalypse in the twin dungeon is definitely S-rank. I won't survive if I get caught up in it. No matter what, I have to do everything I can to not discover the apocalypse. Tae Hyun schemed. In front of them were many branching paths. Just as Maijo Hak was about to call for a vote to choose a path, Tae Hyun bolted in one direction, not giving a damn about the people behind him. He would have chosen a different path if he had regressed. Why be a fool and let that man choose only to discover the apocalypse? He just kept running without stopping. But man proposes, God disposes. A shining apocalypse was already right in front of him, waiting for Tae Hyun. And now the first person to discover the apocalypse was him. How freaking weird. I'm going crazy. I ran around like that. So how did I end up back here, he thought in horror. Seeing the others curiously approaching the apocalypse, Tae Hyun yelled for everyone to back away. He wanted Majo Hack to report this to the outside. But the man was a risk-taker and wanted to venture inside. I know what you're trying to say, Tae Hyun, but I can feel the magic power inside the gate. This isn't too dangerous after all. This is just a D-rank dungeon. I'm an A-rank awakened. But the association prepared this gate as a special case for exploration, which also means our scores can be much better. Hearing him say that made Tae Hyun go crazy. Everything was going against his principles. Ma Ju-hak immediately turned to criticize him for not following the team and just doing his own thing. The rest of the group also clamored and pointed their fingers at him. It made him freeze. Despite his hoarse begging, he still snapped his fingers and sent everyone into that apocalypse. Opening their eyes, they were bewildered to discover this place was a vast D-rank duel dungeon with old dilapidated architecture. The others were chaotically and fearfully chattering, but Ma Ju-hak ordered everyone to be quiet and look ahead. Only Tae Hyun understood what was happening. An A-rank monster and the Death Knight appeared simultaneously, leaving Ma Ju-hak speechless. He turned and told everyone to prepare for battle, but it was too late. They were already rushing forward together. Countless killing auras shot out everywhere. Ma Ju-hak's basic power couldn't even sever a single one of their hairs. Scorching firepower enveloped the area. Everyone tried to split up and coordinate their attacks, and luckily they managed to take them down. With expressions of disbelief, they gasped for breath and loudly shouted a challenge. If you're so tough, come at us again. They were just shouting for fun, but who knew they'd actually come less than 1 minute later. Another troop of Death Knights appeared, their aura looking many times more dangerous and ferocious than before. The whole group froze speechless. Tae Hyun felt something was very strange. Damn it, every time we kill a monster, another wave of them rushes in. Besides, everyone is already exhausted. If this continues, we'll all be killed. Ma Ju-hak thought in panic and fear. Tae Hyun, on the other hand, calmly walked over, saying this place is too strange. He saw that his complexion was normal, as if nothing had happened, and was a little surprised. He had fought a lot, but showed no signs of fatigue at all. Even though this dual gate is clearly extremely dangerous, if Tae Hyun's abilities weren't enhanced by the Sovereign's heart skill, he wouldn't have been able to last this long. Is he really a C-rank awakened player? He silently assessed him in his mind. Although it's just my speculation, those aren't ordinary Death Knights. I'm going to check it out now. To be sure what kind of monsters we're facing, Tae Hyun said, then immediately turned and charged straight at them with his dagger. The two sides clashed loudly. He powerfully dodged each of their fierce attacks, then used his dagger to stab straight at the leader, who had been standing still like a statue. The illusion then gradually disappeared. This place is a trap. The virtual space and enemies are a strategy to drain the strength of intruders. The others were terrified when they heard Tae Hyun say that. If mere illusions made them struggle this much, how much worse would the real thing be? Facing Ma Ju-hak's insistent questions about how he knew this was an illusion, Tae Hyun said he wasn't sure either. But one thing is for sure, the monsters here are not easily defeated. Let's go quickly before we're all killed. He turned and walked away, ignoring the dazed look in Ma Ju-hak's eyes. The illusion has disappeared, but the situation hasn't gotten any better after the appearance of the dungeon. The dual dungeon space has completely changed. The wounds from the battle with the illusionary monsters are getting worse. They couldn't just sit and wait for the rescue team. Their only remaining hope was to find the dungeon's exit gate. After much effort, the group found a closed door that looked a bit dangerous. But what's more dangerous than dying here? Might as well go for broke. The door opened. Before them was another pile of Death Knights waiting, with countless skulls piled all around. It was enough to make you cry without tears. Flames erupted, illuminating the entire room, the lair of their entire horde. High above the Death Knight Lord, the master of the Apocalypse dungeon, was shrieking with laughter. Threatening to finish off all of Tae Hyun's people, the knights drew their swords in unison without any command. Pointing their blades towards their group, it seemed they wanted to face each person 1 versus 1. A few people started screaming because they were completely exhausted. How the hell are we supposed to solo them? Everyone calm down. Our goal is to escape from here, so fighting 1 versus 1 is unnecessary, Tae Hyun shouted. A few guys in the group were so scared, they tried to turn and run for the exit, but in a flash, they were knocked back by the knights swinging swords, blood splattering through the air. Tae Hyun's eyes widened in horror. He immediately told Supervisor Ma Ju-hak to find a way out of here while he bought some time. Unexpectedly, he not only refused to listen, but also pushed him back and charged forward on his own. I've always wanted to become an S-rank awakened, but no matter how much I trained, I could never reach that goal. That goal grew more distant, as if it were unreachable. This is my chance. If I can just defeat the boss of this dual dungeon, I will be officially recognized as an S-rank awakened. Whatever the result, it must be decided here today. Saying that, Ma Ju-hak charged forward, sweating profusely. Fighting the boss head-on, he told Tae Hyun to run before it was too late, saying he would hold them off here. Don't you worry, I won't die so easily here. This is the role of a supervisor like me, Ma Ju-hak said, using all his strength. His eyes rolled back as he unleashed all his power. Tae Hyun looked around in a frightened daze, seeing that everyone's injuries were too severe. While he was dazed, a deafening explosion rang out, forcing him to turn back. Before Tae Hyun now was the sight of Ma Ju-hak lying crushed under their blades. He looked incredibly tragic, his whole body covered in blood and his back burning fiercely from the killing aura. Tae Hyun couldn't bear to look for long. Everyone here had been finished off except for him. The boss pulled the bloody sword from Ma Ju-hak's body, then aimed it straight at him and said, "I challenge you." In this frighteningly silent atmosphere, Tae Hyun broke into a sweat, not daring to breathe too loudly. Suddenly, he spotted Supervisor Ma Ju-hak's ring on the ground just as the tip of the enemy's sword was about to descend. Tae Hyun managed to dash away. "I need to wear it to increase my power, hoping to meet the conditions to reawaken the Predator's skill. There's no other way now. This is not the time to think. Please activate Sage's ring." As he put the ring on his finger and pleaded with it, a flash of energy shot out from within, making the knights stumble. The power from it injured them and they dropped like flies as a fierce firepower exploded. Sage's ring has been activated. All stats have been increased by 10. Tae Hyun's Predator skill has also been activated. That power was incredibly strong, erupting as if nothing could hold it back. Tae Hyun dodged while controlling the fresh blood spraying everywhere from the soldiers. The time to successfully activate the Predator skill is about 10 seconds. I can trust that with the skills I've had up until now, I can completely defeat them with the experience I've accumulated from past battles. In this head-to-head battle, I will survive, Tae Hyun thought, while unleashing all his combat power to fight them alone. After a chaotic and fiery battle, a sword of energy flew down from above and nearly hit him. Tae Hyun had dealt with all the minions now. It was time for him to face the extremely dangerous final boss who was looking bewildered. Countless blades rained down from above onto Tae Hyun's head. Startled, he did his best to run and dodge. Fresh blood streamed down his face, but the boss wouldn't let up and used a spell to pull him towards it. Its killing aura flared, as if to crush him on the spot. With a loud bang after the thick black smoke cleared, Tae Hyun lay covered in blood under its heel. "I want to ask you one last thing before I finish you. Where did you get that power?" it asked, while stepping on Tae Hyun's head, making him scream in pain. System. Because Tae Hyun resisted a part of the boss's pressure with a mysterious power, the oppressive force on him was slightly reduced. "You are indeed different from other normal awakened, but do you really think you can stop my pressure that is crushing you?" "I'll ask again, where did that power of yours come from?" it asked insistently. The brain-piercing pain spreading through Tae Hyun's body made him delirious. In his delirium, the scene of those who had fallen for him flashed by. "Everything I have is still not enough to defeat it. What should I do? Who is the true master of the power that gave me the King's Predator skill? Why is it that when I got this power, I can understand the language of monsters? Was the power I obtained a coincidence, or was there some kind of arrangement that I still don't know about? Everything is still in the dark." While I was confused, a deep, warm voice echoed in his ear. Before Tae Hyun's eyes, a brilliant light appeared, along with the voice of a man. "It is all because of your will and perseverance. Those things are what make you strong. You don't need to think or change anything. You just need to hold onto the royal power that I have given you." As soon as these words ended, Tae Hyun returned to the present world. The arrogant boss saw that he wasn't answering and assumed he was scared. It immediately swung its hand, intending to finish him off. But at that moment, a violent and indescribable power radiated from Tae Hyun's body, making the boss's jaw drop. The magical power inside Tae Hyun grew stronger and stronger. The boss furiously rushed forward. Unlucky for him, Tae Hyun was back and more formidable than before. He blocked with one hand and used the other to send it flying 10 meters away. The boss couldn't believe that a human like Tae Hyun could be this strong. It screamed its head off, deafening him. He didn't want to waste words and just gently twisted his hand. That limitless power obliterated the boss, turning it to dust. This power of Tae Hyun's was not just some ordinary power, it was the power of a king. The battle ended along with Tae Hyun's new skill, the knight's will to fight. Outside, at this moment, a large crowd of reporters and journalists was gathered in front of the dungeon gate, buzzing with discussion about the terrifying power source from within. Damn it, for an S-rank magic source to suddenly appear in a D-rank dungeon. At this rate, everyone will die. Maybe I should go in and see for myself, Sung Jin thought, sweating. Just then, the dungeon gate suddenly opened. Tae Hyun, covered in blood, stepped out from within like a god before countless horrified eyes. "I almost didn't make it back," he said with a smirk. Thanks to the efforts of Tae Hyun, the double dungeon incident was resolved. All the trainees escaped danger safely. The results of the second evaluation test will be decided based on the scores before the evacuation. The bodies of the victims have been found and returned to their families. The higher-ups also decided not to reveal the identity of the person who resolved in the double dungeon, fearing Tae Hyun would become a target for the media and other hunters. Sung Jin and Taegok also understood that the chairman did it with good intentions. "What do you two think?" "What rank has Tae Hyun reached?" the chairman asked with a light smile. Sung Jin felt that since he could resolve an S-rank dungeon on his own, his skills and power must be at least that of an S-rank player. But Taegok felt that the actual rank of Tae Hyun was much lower. It's very difficult to assess his power. So that means there's a high chance he will reach the national power level, the chairman said. At this moment, Tae Hyun was having a very strange dream. He found himself lost in a place filled with monsters, a very gloomy abyss. In the distance was the shadow of the king, raising his hand to exterminate the beasts, making the land beautiful again. After leaving the words, "I will wait at the very bottom of the abyss," he gradually disappeared in a stream of light, leaving Tae Hyun completely clueless. He startled awake from the dream. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and he was breathing heavily and rapidly. Was it a dream? No, it was much more real than a dream. What on earth did he mean? A predator that even S-rank monsters are wary of, and also understanding what the monsters say. Too many questions are popping up in my head. I guess the only way is to get stronger and enter the abyss, right? Tae Hyun said to himself. He had now reached B rank. With these stats, he would soon be comparable to an S-rank player, the Monarch's pressure. That was definitely the powerful skill that overwhelmed me back then. At this rate of growth, I'll reach the national power level soon, he thought to himself confidently. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. This familiar tone of voice made Tae Hyun break into a light sweat. The door opened. It was Tae Hyun. Who else could it be? She quickly pulled him into her car and drove off to their destination. Although she used the excuse of wanting to visit him, she actually came to tell him about the third Awakener evaluation test. The third test is a survival test, like the first one. But unlike the first test, people outside can watch from the stands. When that happens, your skills will be discovered. All the guilds will start thirsting for you, a low-rank Awakener who can even defeat an S-rank. So I will make you an offer that you can't refuse. Before money or fame, I will give you everything you want. Join the Nightwalkers. Tae Hyun reached her hand out to Tae Hyun, her eyes filled with hope. The atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring, but it was quickly broken by Tae Hyun's two words, "I refuse." In front of Tae Hyun's bewildered face, Tae Hyun got out of the car and walked straight away, despite her persistent promises to give him everything he wanted. Don't get me wrong, there's no special reason. Is it about another guild, or are the Nightwalkers' conditions different? I just don't like it, so I'm not agreeing. If that's all, I'm leaving, Tae Hyun said with a smirk and turned to continue walking. Unexpectedly, after a few steps, Tae Hyun approached him from behind and covered his mouth. Her eyes sharp and menacing, she asked, "Who are you really? A young Awakener rejecting the four guilds? Really for no reason? It's truly unbelievable. But I'll forgive you. On the contrary, I'm very pleased with you," she said, teasing Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun, who was seething with menace, suddenly froze when she heard him mention her younger sister, Rang. "I know everything. Even the name that was stolen from you." Tae Hyun smiled threateningly, making Tae Hyun tremble. A burst of sinister energy erupted accordingly and rushed forward. Tae Hyun's real name was Lim Rang. Lim Jang Rang, a representative of the Hyabsung group, initially raised her Enid to be the family heir. But after that other daughter was born, the name Lim Rang was stolen, and from then on, Tae Hyun became an outsider. She then changed her name and became an Awakener. Very few people know this truth. When Tae Hyun hit her sore spot, she was furious, her eyes filled with hatred and resentment as she gripped his neck tightly, but he quickly resisted with his mysterious power. The overwhelming pressure advanced, making Tae Hyun unable to bear it. She trembled and stepped back. Tae Hyun pinned Tae Hyun against the wall and said, "Don't cross the line." Big Sister Rang. The third Awakener test took place in a venue that looked like an ancient Roman Colosseum. It was held publicly, unlike the previous two tests, so a large crowd had gathered early to watch. Tae Hyun also disguised herself as an ordinary person, blending into the crowd to watch the match. Tae Hyun's aunt and uncle, also known as Yu Jiang's parents, were a little worried about him, but Yu Jiang, who was both his cousin and the president of his fan club, was brimming with confidence. He'll definitely wipe them all out in one hit. Reporter Kim was also present, telling herself she must write a proper article this time. Her last interview ended up being cancelled because Tae Hyun was just a low-rank Awakener. "If I can't find someone to interview this time, I'll be fired." While she was sobbing, reporter Kim felt the atmosphere here was a bit strange. From the high-rank Awakeners and the veterans, to the promising Awakeners in this test, they were all staring at one person. And that was Tae Hyun. Are they all aiming to take that person down? Just how strong must the opponent be? She wondered briefly. The official test began. All the contestants directed their hateful gazes towards Tae Hyun. He, at this moment, had an unprecedentedly calm and cool demeanor. The match was extremely fierce, with eye-catching, powerful blows. Everyone was targeting Tae Hyun, wanting to eliminate him first. But unexpectedly, Tae Hyun single-handedly took on all of them with his intense aura. In the blink of an eye, they were thrown around like rags, sprawled on the ground. Thick clusters of roots emerged from the ground, wrapping around his entire body. This move came from the slant-eyed, all-green guy, who was laughing and challenging him. "So you're challenging me? I'll take care of all of you." He quickly broke free from the roots and kicked the guy so hard he face-planted. "Thank you. Next." Despite them continuously rushing at him one by one, Tae Hyun remained relaxed and calm with the knight's will to fight and swept them all away. His burning aura even made the audience below feel nauseous. Ah Yen thought he was unbelievably insane. After the dusty battle, Tae Hyun breathed a sigh of relief. But unexpectedly, there was still one girl left who hadn't been defeated. It was Lim Ah-rang. Hearing Tae Hyun mention them kissing last time, she blushed furiously with embarrassment. Her anger brought forth a thundering ice prison. Ah-rang pointed her scepter at Tae Hyun, furious. This time, I won't let that happen again. A moment later, the result was exactly as Tae Hyun predicted. She collapsed at his feet again. The result was still the same, but you truly were a tough opponent. Lim Ah-rang, the third test ended perfectly, just like that. The victory, of course, belongs to you. The chairman personally called you to the reward room. Congratulations to Tae Hyun for becoming an S-Rank awakener. I really never thought the third test would end so simply, it's true. It's not for nothing that you conquered the Apocalypse Double Dungeon before he had words of praise for you, Tae Hyun. After this test, do you have any plans to join the Korean Awakeners Association? What do you think about joining our Awakener organization? His words left Tae Hyun completely stunned. So many things have changed, even though I've achieved a lot in this Awakener Association's test. But honestly, I'm not strong enough yet to become a high-level player. But they've invited me to join the association as an official member. If I join the organization, I'll have many opportunities to grow and receive a lot of help from the association. But joining the association would also mean many restrictions on my activities. So in the end, Tae Hyun declined the chairman's invitation and he slammed the table in shock. I didn't expect to be rejected, so bluntly, the reason is actually quite simple. Instead of joining an association or some organization, even with the support from backing organizations, my actions would be severely restricted. Therefore, I think it's better for me to operate as a solo player. Tae Hyun replied while sipping his tea upon hearing that the chairman suddenly burst out laughing like crazy. You seem very confident, so I have a suggestion. Instead of joining the association, you could participate in the tournament for Asia's top awakeners. How about it? He suggested at the Asian-friendly tournament. Tae Hyun once again dominated everything. Each country has 5 representatives selected from associations or guilds in Asia competing by hunting demons and monsters. But to be chosen as a national representative, a player needs to hunt a certain number of monsters and make contributions to the country. You need what's called merit value. Easier said than done. I've only just become a player. To catch up to the merit points others have accumulated over many years, I must hunt stronger demons or monsters. However, even if I clear all the dungeons announced in Korea for the next 1 month, it still won't be enough merit points and I can't level up quickly as expected, even if it's dangerous. The only way is to go there. Tae Hyun strode straight into the dungeon before him at a castle. The chairman of the Tae Hyun group was venting his anger on his servants because his Tae Hyun successor was in the hospital. While the culprit was running around freely, just then a guest from the malicious association arrived. He was furious but had to receive them. He was cursing angrily when a demonic aura suddenly filled the room. Sa, the vice leader of the malicious association, had entered. His eyes filled with malice told him to calm down. Meanwhile, Tae Hyun, stepping out of the dungeon, saw someone waiting for him. I will guide player Tae Hyun to the Alchemist A-Rank player auction. I am Park Gan-woong. It's an honor to meet you. He was trembling uncontrollably and even said he was a fan of Tae Hyun, which really left him speechless. This is Asia's largest auction house, X-Boy. It's the largest in scale in Asia with the most valuable items up for auction. It also offers on-site interpretation. East Point has many advantages, however. The best thing about it is, of course, its security. When association members participate in the auction, people like me, escorting them to the auction house is our responsibility because White Boy's location often changes, so you can't get here without permission. Perhaps that's why there have been no security issues for decades. Gan-woong rambled on to Tae Hyun. Indeed, this place is considered to have the best security. However, today it will be attacked by an S-rank demon. An S-rank demon, he thought to himself at this moment at the auction. The MC was introducing the Phoenix Potion item. Tae Hyun was still waiting for the S-rank demon's attack to gain merit points. The problem is there's too little information. The news before my regression only mentioned X-Boy's heavy damages. The attacker was an S-rank demon, Narendra Nero, who on Earth suppressed it. Tae Hyun wondered and called Gan-woong over. He asked him who was in charge of overall security today. Before he could even answer, Isuka the demon, an S-rank player from Japan, was already marching towards Tae Hyun with his entourage. He's also the head of security here, but you have to be careful. He'd even kill his own teammates for personal gain. Among players, he's known as the demon. Gan-woong whispered into Tae Hyun's ear. Isaka offered his hand in greeting, but as soon as Tae Hyun shook his left hand, an electric shock ran through his body. Seeing this, he burst out in a gloating laugh, making Tae Hyun furious. This electric current was also making them breathless and exhausted. Damn it, if I fight him here, innocent people will get hurt. Tae Hyun thought while sweating. Isaka suddenly let go of his hand and pulled him close to whisper in his ear. He whispered to him, you know, just because we're both S-rank doesn't mean we're on the same level. I don't know what you're here for, but stop doing pointless things and just get lost, you punk. After saying that, a satisfied Isaka turned and left, leaving Tae Hyun choking on his anger. Elsewhere, 2 awakener groups accidentally confronted each other at the gate of the portal management office. The bald guy's group looked pretty bloodthirsty. They brandished their weapons wanting to take care of the rival group. Meanwhile, in a cave, Narendra Nero, an S-rank awakener of unknown identity, was using his necromancy to control his ferocious beast. Human corpses littered the ground at his feet. The stench of rotting corpses filled the air. Sir, the situation is a bit complicated. An unexpected figure has appeared at the auction house. Korea's new S-rank player Tae Hyun is at the auction house. This is something we didn't account for. So what should our next move be? His minions ran up breathlessly to ask. Nero was still extremely confident, feeling he was just a gnat. If they met Tae Hyun, would be completely out of his league. No one can escape the punishment of the gods, Nero said threateningly at a skyscraper by the sea. A terrifying explosion occurred, causing serious casualties to everyone at the conference. Gan Wung shouted in fear. The situation is extremely complicated. Now we need to get out of the auction house and to a safe place quickly. I didn't expect the attack to happen so fast. Explosions were going off everywhere in the auction house. But this just seems to be a terrorist attack. The S-rank demon who is the main culprit and my target hasn't appeared yet, but right now the most important thing is Tae Hyun watched the violent explosion in front of him, confused and worried. Countless screams echoed all around, creating a chaotic scene. Gunfire from the terrorists mixed with the thick smoke and dust. They yelled, ordering everyone to freeze and leave all their valuables on the ground now. Any bastard who resists will die, but before he could finish the sentence, his head flew from his neck. Blood splattered from a slash by Tae Hyun. Mr. Park, Gan Wung, the situation here is dangerous. Quickly report to the Awakeners Association. Tell them to send reinforcements immediately. I will stay here and handle this myself, he said proudly. The sharp aura from the bloodlust blade in his hand billowed on the other side. A group of violent Awakeners were using force, trying to loot the auction items for themselves. A fierce bloody battle broke out after they wiped out the security guards. They successfully reached the unique grade treasure, the Blood Phoenix. This is the very item that Lord Nero wanted from this auction house. Its effects were truly terrifying, especially for high-rank Awakeners. Their power, which is already difficult to increase, can now reach a new level just by using this. Now we just need to return and deliver this item, the leader thought gleefully. But man proposes, God disposes. A deafening explosion suddenly erupted, throwing them all back 10 meters. A mysterious person had ambushed them, and what's more, they possessed a stealth skill, leaving them no time to react. Just like that, the group was struck down by that ferocious killing intent, dropping like flies. The cunning leader used a light chain to restrain Tae Hyun, secretly rejoicing, thinking he had dealt with him. But how naive. Little one. With a single swing of his arm, he shattered the chains, his eyes filled with a malevolent aura, as he laughed sinisterly at them in the management office of the auction house's teleportation gate. At that moment, everyone was being controlled by the monsters, their arms and legs tied up, while the boss, Maleru, was extremely pleased. Because everything was going more smoothly than he had thought, the summoning of that being would proceed without a hitch. Now, if I can just get the Phoenix blood. Before he could finish, a subordinate burst in, reporting that Daiki's two groups had found the Phoenix blood. But we're currently facing a small problem. From the other end of the line, Tae Hyun's powerful voice spoke. He introduced himself as the one who had taken the Phoenix blood from Daiki's group. If you want it back, come and meet me now. I'll be waiting for you here, you rotten S-rank bastard. Hearing this, Nero was furious. His eyes filled with demonic intent, he vowed to deal with Tae Hyun. At the auction house, amid scattered corpses, Kim Tae Hyun gulped down the bottle of Phoenix blood. Looking at the bottle of Phoenix blood in his hand, Kim Tae Hyun felt his strength surging. All right, my stamina has increased by a notch. My magic power has also increased. Looking at the item glowing with vitality, he thought, Phoenix blood is truly something else. Its effects are truly unparalleled. Back in the dungeon, even after I wore the Sage's Ring, my stats didn't increase this much. Kim Tae Hyun smiled with satisfaction. Now that I've finished this bottle of Phoenix blood, that bastard will have nothing to steal when he gets here. Someone's footsteps approached. Ryo-hei arrived with an expressionless face, along with his subordinates. Seeing the scene littered with corpses, one of them stepped forward to check. Is no one left alive? Another, his face beaded with sweat, said, There was a call from here to the security team's hotline earlier. Now that we're down here, why is it like this? The culprit must have already escaped. A cunning laugh rang out. What are you talking about? Weren't you paying any attention at all? The subordinates exclaimed. What, sir? His face revealed a dark, scheming expression along with a wicked smile. He said softly, The culprit behind all this is right in front of us. His voice echoed in the dark basement. I know you're here. Show yourself, Kim Tae Hyun. A pair of legs with a purple glow appeared. It was Kim Tae Hyun, appearing with a purple aura around him. I'm sure I used my stealth skill. So how did you still find me? The two stood facing each other. Ryo-hei said arrogantly, Stop beating around the bush. What is a newly promoted S-rank like you doing hiding around here? You're the one behind this incident, aren't you? Tae Hyun replied, What are you talking about? You're the head of security at this Dawn auction house. Why are you asking me? Terrorists infiltrated this place and attacked the auction participants. They were murdering them. Where were you when that happened? Ryo-hei laughed cunningly. Of course, I had my reasons. You don't need to understand. Tae Hyun looked at him. I see. No wonder I felt that something was off. With so many high-rank security guards here, Tae Hyun put his hand in his pocket to take something out, and every nook and cranny was guarded. Before the terrorists even attacked, bombs had already exploded all over this auction room. I figured that to plant all those bombs in their positions, someone on the inside must have done it. And just like that, the bombs went off right as the terrorists attacked. From Tae Hyun's pocket, a glowing sword hilt slowly emerged. Such a perfect coincidence. You really know how to work, as expected of a veteran S-rank, a spy helping them out. And the head of security at that, no one would ever suspect. Ryo-hei lowered his head, laughing sinisterly. He began to speak, his body glowing with a golden light. You seem smart, but you can be stupid too. Didn't I tell you before to be smart and stay out of my way? After speaking, he vanished, leaving only streaks of golden light. Kim Tae-hyun gripped his sword defensively as the man suddenly reappeared, sword in hand. But Tae-hyun was on guard and parried his blow. Give me the item you took, now. His face turned vicious. Tae-hyun smirked while parrying. If you're that good, defeat me and take it back. The two clashed violently, emitting streams of golden light. It was dazzling. Then, only two white blurs were visible, clashing with even more intense red sparks. Small stones rained down, a box was split in two. The subordinates yelled, "This is bad, we need to fall back, now. Two S-ranks are fighting, we can't possibly interfere. Besides, Sir Ryo, everyone knows his infamous reputation. If we're not careful standing here, we could easily get killed. He even kills his own comrades who have fought alongside him. As Tae Hyun used various skills to attack, he felt a bit suspicious. This guy's fighting style is a little strange, different from what I know. His attack and counterattack methods are quite peculiar. I rely on my instincts and the situation to act, but he seems to react based on predictions and the sound of my movements. He's adaptable. This guy is no pushover. He can perceive my movements and then predict the appropriate counter. A flash of yellow light shot past. Tae Hyun was caught by surprise, unable to defend in time. Ryo-hei launched a surprise attack, sending Tae Hyun flying. His arm was injured, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He thought, even though we're both S-ranks, and we have similar movement skills, but when it comes to actual combat experience, there's a big difference in our skill levels. But no matter what, Tae Hyun suddenly leaped upwards. The surprised subordinates yelled, "Huh?" Up there, Tae Hyun's hand reached out like a demon's from hell. I don't even need to use Predator Hunt right now. The subordinates were sucked upwards, screaming tragically. His demonic hands controlled the subordinates and killed them with unbelievable power as they screamed. Tae Hyun asked, "Demon Sword Isaka Ryo-hei, where are you?" The sinister laugh was heard again. "Kid, you have good combat skills. Even though you're good at hiding in an area with so many obstacles like this, I can find you just by sound." Ryo-hei was on the ceiling. "Now you've revealed yourself to me. To pay you back for before, take this." Demon Sword, heart-piercing slash, coming down from above straight for your head. Ryo-hei, with glowing red eyes, held his sword. Tae Hyun struggled to defend. Two masked men guarding the floor below immediately fled. As they saw Ryo-hei punch Tae Hyun through the floor they were guarding, a beam of light pierced through several basement levels, sending debris flying. Ryo-hei stepped on his chest and pointed the sword at Tae Hyun. Suddenly, he panicked. "What the? What is this? How did you manage to lock my demon sword?" Tae Hyun smirked. Light chains appeared on his hands, locking the sword in place. He smirked. "Even among S-ranks, there's a difference in our skill levels, you fool, Ryo." Hei's face was filled with disbelief. That bastard from downstairs, after attacking those small fries and revealing himself, he didn't do it to escape. He intentionally revealed himself to bait me into attacking him. He had already prepared this light chain skill. After I attacked, he completely immobilized me to prevent me from escaping. Tae Hyun threw a punch, his hand wrapped in light chains. "Now, where can you run?" The light chains flew straight at Ryo-hei. "You bastard! How could you do this to me?" he screamed in disbelief. The light chain punch flew forward, hitting Ryo-hei square in the face. His face contorted from the blow, and blood spewed from his mouth. A large, dark, terrifying hole had been blown through the floors. The auction house was in ruins. Isaka Ryo-hei and his subordinates, bound by light chains, knelt wretchedly before Kim Tae Hyun with their heads bowed. The subordinates, tightly bound by glowing light chains, looked drained and weak, their faces a mixture of anger and disbelief. They struggled to break free from the chains, refusing to admit defeat, but it was useless. Isaka Ryo-hei knelt there, bound by the light chains. He was not subdued, his face showing fierce unwillingness. Ryo-hei snorted coldly, grinding his teeth in resentment. Standing before him, Kim Tae Hyun smiled triumphantly. Kneeling on the ground, Ryo-hei roared resentfully, "You bastard, Kim Tae Hyun! Kim Tae Hyun stood looking straight at him with a contemptuous smile. I never thought a player of your rank, an S rank with a high standing in Japan, would become an accomplice to a bunch of thieves. Ryohei couldn't stand the humiliation. His face turned ferocious. He lunged up, roaring, "You bastard! My plan failed because of you." A foot slammed straight into Ryohei's face. The kick made him cry out in pain. The powerful blow sent Ryohei flying, writhing in agony. Kim Tae-hyun's voice rang out, "You talk too much. Just accept your failure." Kim Tae-hyun was stunned, seeing his loyal subordinates who were worried about Isaka Ryohei. His subordinates looked in the direction he was sent flying with panic and fear. They looked towards Isaka Ryohei and shouted with worry. "Sir Isaka Ryohei, are you all right?" Tae Hyun glared straight at them and asked, "If you know what's good for you, tell me where that bastard leader Narendra Nero is." Isaka Ryohei took a painful blow, lying collapsed on the ruined tiled floor with his eyes shut tight. Kim Tae Hyun's voice rang in his ears. "If you talk, your sentence might be reduced. If not, that's fine too. The guilds have already been alerted. They will arrive at this auction house soon, of course, when the major awakened guilds get here. You and that bastard leader Narendra Nero will die anyway." Lying in the rubble, Isaka Ryohei opened his mouth and sneered mockingly. "You say they will come to help. You are so naive." Such a rookie. Kim Tae Hyun stared at Isaka Ryohei, his mouth and eyes wide open in shock. "What did you say?" Hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, the base door opened, and everyone working stopped. They looked towards the newly opened door with shocked expressions. A chubby man with a beard and round glasses, with long graying hair, rushed into the office where electronic screens were flashing. His face was covered in beads of sweat as he shouted in panic, his voice broken from running fast. "What about the support teams?" "We still have not seen any support teams arrive at the Dawn Auction House. This man is the 4th-ranked guild master, the head of the Alchemist Guild. S-rank Seo Sang-sik." Seo Sang-sik looked at the two men before him, one young, one old, and analyzed the current situation. "Do you know that the auction house has many rare auction items and many VIP clients from Korea, as well as other countries are attending? If the awakened guilds do not provide support quickly, the auction house will not be able to hold off these robbers." The older man, with an eye patch over one eye, a goatee, and neatly gelled hair, calmly reassured him, "Please calm down a bit. We are aware of that. When the terrorist attack occurred, the alert was spread to all the guilds. The guilds have prepared reinforcement forces. The leader of the responding guilds is player Park Sung-jin, accompanied by other S-rank awakened, all of whom are powerful." In his mind, an image of the reinforcement forces appeared, along with their powerful leader Park Sung-jin. Seo Sang-sik panicked. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead in surprise. "Really? So why have they not departed to reinforce the auction house yet? If there is a problem, they can contact us and we will do our best to support them. That is not the issue. I don't know about other things, but the most critical problem has not been resolved yet. There is no way to get to the auction house." He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with anger. Seo Sang-sik became even more panicked with more sweat on his forehead. "What did you say?" The man with long, neatly tied-up hair answered him. "Those bastards were prepared for this situation. When they attacked the auction house, they immediately went to the gate management room. They have now seized control of all the teleportation gates, so all the gates have been locked." This time, Seo Sang-sik could not believe it. "The gates are locked." "That is right, but you do not need to worry too much," he replied with a calm and obvious tone. "Luckily, there are 2 S-rank players at the auction house. They are Isaka Ryohei and Kim Tae Hyun." The face of Isaka Ryohei appeared in his mind, looking sinister, along with his radiating sword, the dazzling light. The newly promoted S-rank player Kim Tae Hyun, but he is already very powerful. As for the robbers, there is only one leader, Narendra Nero, who is also just an S-rank. Kim Tae Hyun appeared with amber eyes, a smirk on his face surrounded by a red aura. He was extremely confident that all we have to do now is wait for our side to create a new gate to the auction house. But I think by then the 2 S-rank players there will be able to hold the situation and buy us time, is to wait for the technicians to fix the gate issue. But the opponent of those 2 players, that bastard Narendra Nero, is no ordinary foe. Along with that voice, a pair of black high heels slowly entered the room. Everyone was startled. They looked towards the person who had just spoken, appearing at the door. "Player Yu Yuan, why are you here?" The girl with the stylish short hair, with a cold expression, wearing a black suit, appeared before them. Scene changed to the Dawn Auction House, where Isaka Ryohei and his subordinates were tightly bound by light chains. Isaka Ryohei was kneeling before Kim Tae Hyun. He looked up with a mocking smirk on his face. "There is something you have not considered. Narendra Nero is not simple with his pact with the devil's skill. You will die quickly." Kim Tae Hyun asked puzzledly, "Pact with the devil's skill?" Isaka Ryohei replied with that same smug look on his face. "Just as the name suggests, he can communicate with and summon demons from the demon world. Depending on the number of sacrificial offerings, he can summon demons of different levels. So, do you think you can defeat him when he has such a high-level support skill?" Images of terrifying and powerful demons appeared in his mind. Kim Tae Hyun asked again, slightly surprised and in disbelief. "Are you saying he will offer sacrifices to the demon world?" Isaka Ryohei laughed sinisterly with a dark expression and said, "That is right. The demon world, of course, desires souls the most, and the sacrifices you are wondering about are humans. Scene changed to the guild office. Yui Yuan was the one who said it. Everyone froze upon hearing what Yui Yuan had just said, unable to believe what they had just heard. Even the man with the goatee asked, "What did you say?" The other two also hurriedly asked, "So the number of hostages and the many low-rank players at the auction house are the souls he can sacrifice to the demon world to summon a high-level demon. Furthermore, he is also an S-rank player, and his subordinates are many powerful high-rank awakened mercenaries." Seo Sang-sik was no longer calm. He shouted in panic, "This is bad. This time he will capture all the hostages there and sacrifice them. We need to act fast. This is something we never considered." Yui Yuan's turquoise eyes grew darker. She said, "That is right. It seems like there will be a cataclysmic disaster at the auction house." At dawn, scene changed to the auction house. Tae Hyun grabbed Isaka Ryohei from the ground and raised his fist towards him. Tae Hyun's face showed clear anger and indignation. "You bastard! How could you do this? You treat human beings as sacrificial offerings." Isaka Ryohei laughed even harder, his smile turning vicious. "Even though you have defeated me, Kim Tae Hyun, you will not be able to stop Narendra's plan. Nero, the outcome is already decided. You should just surrender. If you untie me now and kneel for forgiveness, maybe I will take you as my subordinate." Kim Tae Hyun's expression became even uglier. Isaka Ryohei laughed louder. "On the other hand, if you choose to fight against Narendra Nero, you will only end up with your soul being annihilated and sacrificed to the demon world." His laughter echoed as Kim Tae Hyun pinned him against the wall, raising his fist. A blazing red sun hung over the dawn auction house. Ocean waves crashed endlessly against the shore, where thousands of hostages were kneeling below. Above them, terrifying demons stared down at the hostages. High above, a figure looked down on them. A subordinate reported to the man with dark bloodshot eyes and a long beard standing there, "Sir Narendra Nero, it seems Isaka Ryohei has been defeated." The masked subordinate continued to report, "We sent people to look for him but have not found any trace of him yet. Along with him, the Blood Phoenix has also disappeared. What should we do now, sir?" Narendra laughed nonchalantly and said, "Never mind, it seems there's a powerful S-rank player here, but that rat cannot do anything to us. They still need to wait for reinforcements from the guilds, but the gates are already closed." His hand reached out as black streams of light appeared. The hostages kneeling below were controlled by the black aura and lifted high into the air. The remaining people saw this and screamed in fear and despair. A girl's neck was constricted as if being squeezed by an invisible hand. Narendra Nero controlled the black streams of light to torture the hostages. The controlled hostage could only scream in pain. "As for that rat, if he does not show up, we will just proceed with the plan," Narendra Nero said while controlling the hostage as the surrounding black light grew more intense. "Now the demon world will receive some high-class souls." Right now, Narendra Nero looked like a true demon. His black eyes had a red glint and a dark demonic smile, radiating streams of dark black light, looking down at him from above with an increasingly fierce black aura. The lights are out. The hostages in the dark became even more scared, panicked, and anxious. The demon-masked guards became vigilant. "What the hell? Why did the power go out now? We already took control, didn't we? The bomb didn't destroy the power plant, but it's pitch black. How can we see anything? And we need electricity for the machines to work." Narendra Nero's gloomy face and dark demonic eyes appeared, but the sacrificial offering had vanished. "What, something's wrong?" Narendra Nero felt a sense of loss. When he saw only black light streams before him and the hostage was gone, suddenly Kim Tae Hyun appeared from behind. He, with the light chains in his hands, struck towards Narendra Nero, taking him by surprise. The punch with the light chains went straight for Narendra Nero. Narendra Nero, with his demonic eyes, watched the approaching light chains. Kim Tae Hyun's hand controlled the light chains to powerfully attack Narendra Nero. Narendra Nero was no pushover either. He managed to dodge Kim Tae Hyun's attacks. Kim Tae Hyun got closer to Narendra Nero, attacking fiercely with his fists and the light chains. Preparing to bind Narendra Nero tightly, he retreated backward to dodge Kim Tae Hyun's attacks. Narendra Nero growled in anger. His face became even more ferocious from being attacked like that. Kim Tae Hyun smiled in satisfaction seeing Narendra's expression. Nero, Kim Tae Hyun's whole body emitted even more light. "Got you." Now suddenly, a sound came from behind Narendra Nero. Something was growing from his back. A tentacle with 3 yellow eyes and super sharp teeth had appeared. Its mouth could also spew fire. The burning orange flames looked truly ferocious. Seeing that sight, Kim Tae Hyun's eyes widened. His pupils contracted, not understanding what was happening, completely astonished and in disbelief. It wasn't just one, but many. Such tentacles were growing from Narendra Nero's back, their sharp eyes. They were opening their fang-filled mouths wide to create giant fireballs to destroy the surrounding light chains. A loud explosion rang out, destroying Kim Tae Hyun's chains on Narendra Nero. Only an explosion with black smoke was seen. Billowing with burning flames, debris flew everywhere. Kim Tae Hyun managed to dodge the explosion, kneeling and looking in that direction. Where the explosion had just occurred, amidst the fiercely burning flames, a dark figure with an unclear face could be seen. There were tentacles moving behind its back, looking towards me. "There's another monster behind him." How can he be so strong? He's still standing there in such a fierce fire, but he's completely unharmed. It's as if he and the flames have become one. You're Kim Tae Hyun, that S-rank awakened one. Why did you come here to save us? Voices came from behind. Only then did Kim Tae Hyun stop and turn his head. They, the hostages captured by Narendra Nero, were here. They looked at Kim Tae Hyun like a savior, just waiting for this. They rushed madly towards Kim Tae Hyun, hoping to be saved. Untie us quickly. Please hurry. Those robbers will be back soon. If you save us, we have money. They hadn't finished their sentence when Kim Tae Hyun waved his hand, using the light chains to make them fly up a circular ring of white light. Too much talking, it's distracting. Suddenly thrown into the air, they screamed in terror, Kim Tae Hyun. Suddenly, he felt something moving towards him. Kim Tae Hyun glanced upwards at the grotesque monsters with sharp claws. Their bloodshot red eyes were rushing down from above towards Kim Tae Hyun, who was standing below. When those fearsome monsters landed, the spot where Kim Tae Hyun had been standing was now surrounded by them. Only a fierce beam of light was seen shooting upwards, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The monsters still didn't understand what was happening, staring into the space where debris was still flying, searching for where Kim Tae Hyun was hiding. With their bloodshot red eyes, while they were searching, unable to see clearly, they only saw flashes. Flashing past their eyes were overlapping beams of light. Those overlapping beams were the light from the slashes of a sharp blade that Kim Tae Hyun was holding in his hand to attack the monsters. Kim Tae Hyun leaped into the air. With the sharp blade in his hand and powerful light chains, the monsters below were struck by Kim's sharp blade. Tae Hyun slashed them into many pieces, sending them flying. That sinewy hand appeared again in midair. Kim Tae Hyun, like a demon with a gruesome skull face, looked down from above at the bodies of the monsters that had been turned into fragments, looking at another monster on the upper floor that seemed to be going crazy. Baring its sharp teeth, its bloodshot red eyes became even more terrifying. They growled angry sounds. A hairy monster with 2 pairs of glowing eyes shrieked a sound from hell. The sound it made grew louder and more sinister, like its eyes, surprisingly. The monsters that had just been slashed into pieces by Kim Tae Hyun suddenly revived even more ferociously and lunged at Kim Tae Hyun once again. Kim Tae Hyun at this moment didn't expect the situation to change like this. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What the pors?" Boom! An explosion occurred. Kim Tae Hyun was nowhere to be seen at the spot where he had just been standing. Only a dense cloud of black smoke was seen rising. Both Narendra Nero, who was standing above, and the monsters that had just attacked Kim Tae Hyun below were looking at the dense black smoke in front of them. At this moment, Narendra Nero, who was up high, finally spoke. "So what? Don't be so complacent thinking you've defeated me. You must know about my demon contract skill, right? This skill summons based on sacrifices, of course. I can't just summon weak demon monsters." Narendra Nero was smug about his demon contract skill. He thought it was the strongest skill, that no one could withstand this skill of his. This was reflected on his face, along with his satisfied smile. "Those monsters are all equivalent to S-rank and are also buffed by my skill." These monsters, empowered by Narendra Nero, became even more aggressive, rushing towards Kim Tae Hyun, who was struggling to fend them off. "With my magic power distributed among them, they have evolved to a much higher level of strength." The monsters attacked Kim Tae Hyun more frantically. He had lost a lot of strength resisting them, the evolved monsters. Narendra Nero continued to empower the monsters to quickly attack Kim Tae Hyun. Stronger, faster, Kim Tae Hyun could no longer resist and was hit hard, slamming into the tiled floor and cracking a large section. "You managed to defeat that bastard Rio, so I'll give you credit for that," Narendra Nero said while watching Kim Tae Hyun get hit, slowly falling down, spitting out mouthfuls of fresh red blood. "But when you face me, you're bound to fail." Narendra Nero showed a triumphant expression for having defeated Kim Tae Hyun, and S-rank awakened. Another loud explosion rang out, accompanied by black smoke and flying debris. The hostages were watching the loud explosion. Only monsters were seen rushing into the rising black smoke. "This is bad. He's been defeated." The tied-up hostages all shouted in panic. They thought Kim Tae Hyun had been defeated. One of them yelled out, unwilling to accept it. "I told you to save us first, but you didn't listen now. You face the consequences. If you had saved us, at least you'd have some help to fight those monsters." "You're wrong about that," said the voice of a middle-aged man, also tied up, spoke up, surprising everyone who raised their heads to look at him. He said to the other tied-up people, "Look, thanks to him, the monsters aren't doing anything to us anymore. He has drawn all their attention." Only then did everyone realize that all the monsters and the masked men were no longer paying attention to them, but were only focused on attacking Kim Tae Hyun. "He's at a disadvantage, but he's not running away. Maybe he's doing it to buy time, waiting for other guilds to come and save us." Kim Tae Hyun, with the knife in his hand and his remaining strength, persisted in fighting back against the monsters surrounding him. The tied-up hostages, after hearing the man's analysis, looked at him with disbelief at what Kim Tae Hyun was doing. The middle-aged man continued to speak with a determined voice. "The hostages captured by that old man for sacrifice have all been freed by him." The image of the hostages being hung up high by chains, about to be sacrificed, was recalled by him at this moment. He couldn't hold it in anymore. His whole body trembled as hot tears streamed from his eyes. He said hesitantly, so his initial intention was to proactively attack to attract the monsters. The hostages, hanging ready to be sacrificed, appeared again so that we could be safe. Kim Tae Hyun's appearance now was covered, with wounds, blood flowing down, drenching his whole body, but he still struggled to hold the knife in his hand to fight. The tied-up hostages felt truly ashamed of their petty selfishness for only thinking of themselves. They cried out, "I didn't understand. Hang in there, Mr. Kim Tae Hyun. We believe you can win." To give Kim Tae Hyun more strength, they could only scream to cheer for him. The light chains reappeared stronger than ever. The light chains were seen wrapping tightly around the monsters' necks as they tried to escape the assault. Kim Tae Hyun counterattacked. He flew up using the light chains, binding the monsters to finish them off with a powerful strike. Kim Tae Hyun's eyes widened as he yelled, "All right, stop screaming like that. The monsters will turn over there now." The hostages were stunned, realizing something wasn't right. It was as if they had just done something foolish, blurting out, "Huh." Narendra Nero stood leisurely watching that terrifying fire-spewing tentacle. Observing the battle unfold, he also wondered why. A horde of giant monsters prepared to advance on Kim Tae Hyun, who was covered in injuries, standing on the corpses of the monsters he had just slain. But he pushed on, fighting relentlessly. Kim Tae Hyun didn't back down, yelling at them, "You damn monsters. No matter how strong you are, I'll defeat you all. Come at me." The bound hostages, witnessing the scene, could only scream in panic and worry. "Mr. Kim Tae Hyun, be careful." Narendra Nero let out a loud, satisfied laugh. His evil cackle echoed as he mocked, "Such a heroic display of friendship, isn't it?" Kim Tae Hyun's face was covered in blood, but his eyes remained determined as he yelled, "Hang in there, Park Yuong. This battle will be over soon. You can do it." Narendra Nero's dark eyes froze when he heard what Kim Tae Hyun had just said. Narendra Nero looked towards the door where a figure had just appeared. Who was that? He froze upon seeing someone standing there. When did that bastard show up? Without keeping Kim Tae Hyun waiting, Park Yuong revealed his skill. Blinding rays of light emanated from the palm of Park Wong's hand. He focused all his energy into his ultimate technique. He yelled to Kim Tae Hyun, "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll do it now." The scene shifts to Isaka Ryohei. Bound by light chains, he lay on a pile of rubble, his body covered in wounds, his mouth wide open. Wong was shocked to see Isaka Ryohei in such a pitiful state. In disbelief, Bak Wong pointed at Ryohei lying there and looked at Kim Tae Hyun, asking quizzically, "Kim Tae Hyun, what is this?" "They're that bastard Naru's men. They infiltrated the security team, so I just took them down." Kim Tae Hyun calmly answered Bak Wong. Their footsteps were hurried as they advanced, and the two discussed the current situation as they went. "I can't believe I was gone for just a moment, and it's come to this." "All right, now's not the time for that. We've already secured the gate control room. That bastard is using the hostages to summon monsters inside." Kim Tae Hyun explained the situation in detail to Park. Yuong understood the situation. "Now we have to face both the monsters and the robbers. The robbers are the easier part." Kim Tae Hyun glanced at Park Yuong and said, "But if we ignore the monsters, the hostages will be in danger. The hostages are tied up and kneeling. They're being watched by red eyes. In the worst-case scenario, they'll all die." Bak Wong panicked as he listened to Kim Tae Hyun's analysis. Not knowing what to do, he hastily asked, "So what do we do now?" Kim Tae Hyun calmly replied, "This is where your skill comes in." Bak Yuong was even more surprised to hear his skill mentioned. He stammered, "My gate control skill? You mean me? I know how to control the gates. But the hard part is, I need to know the gates' exact locations to control them." "Are you trying to connect the gates to call other guilds for help?" Bak Wong asked Kim Tae Hyun doubtfully. Kim Tae Hyun's face was serious. "Not exactly. What I want." Bak Yuong waited expectantly for Kim Tae Hyun's answer. "Is to eliminate the monsters. 1, 2, 3, and many more gates." The gates were controlled to open, emitting a blinding light. These gates grew even brighter. The monsters were forcefully sucked into the gates, unable to resist. They could only growl as the gate's power intensified. More and more monsters were pulled in. From his high vantage point, Narendra Nero witnessed the terrifying power of the gates. He couldn't believe it. How could this be happening? He burst into a rage, roaring, "What is going on?" The gate grew larger, creating a huge dark void. Its incredible power sucked a vast number of monsters inside. Bak Gan Yuan emerged from the doorway, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked up, lost in thought. He did say he'd open a gate to suck the monsters away. I was skeptical about whether it would work. Bak Gan Wong broke out in a sweat, his eyes wide in thought. But now, I completely trust him. Bak Gun Wong stood behind Kim Tae Hyun. Standing stunned before the gate he had opened, Bak Gun Yuong's mind was still racing. Now that the monsters are gone, only that guy is left. That bastard Nero. Surely he can defeat him and free everyone. Kim Tae Hyun turned his head slightly and called out, "Hey Park Hyun Yuong." He flinched when he heard Kim Tae Hyun speak. "You've completed your task of opening the gate. It's too dangerous for you here now, so take everyone and get out of here quickly." He quickly retorted, what his calm demeanor vanished as he raised his voice. "What are you talking about? I can fight too." But Kim Tae Hyun remained very calm. He smiled and turned away, saying, "Your work here is done. That bastard is an S rank, so he's a bit out of your league. So, you need to go now." Then Tae Hyun stomped his foot down, hard shattering the floor. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense with the appearance of his opponents. Tae Hyun held 2 iron chains at the ready. He looked towards them and said to Park Jeon-Yuong, "If I'm going to focus on defeating him, I won't have time to protect you and the others." Narendra Modi stood before him and yelled. Tae Hyun clasped his hands together, smiled at Mr. Tanu, and said, "All right, I heard you. Bring it on." Standing behind Park Jeon-Wong couldn't help but worry. He quickly began evacuating everyone. "Everyone follow my instructions, this way." Tae Hyun glanced back with a hint of concern. "Good, it looks like everyone is starting to evacuate." Then he looked up at the man and spoke. "Now it's just me and that bastard." He lunged forward with all his might, glancing at the man as he moved. He stopped in front of Narendra Naru, who charged forward with a bloodthirsty look, saying, "You've got some nerve. You think all S ranks have the same level of power?" Then Narendra Naru stretched out his hand and flames erupted around him. He boomed, "Let's see how you can possibly resist this." A torrent of fire moved in the direction Narendra Naru pointed. He aimed his hand straight at Tae Hyun, directing the flames toward him, and said, "A punk like you is definitely going to die here today." The flames then reached him, forcing him to shield his head with his hands. The flame then exploded on the ground. He swept his hands down towards him as 2 vicious sharp-toothed demons appeared, and he said, "Even if you manage to save those hostages and suck all my monsters into that gate." At this point, Tae Hyun had collapsed. His power had injured Tae Hyun's body and a lot of blood spewed from his mouth, but the man continued to speak. "None of it will help you defeat me." He raised both hands. He summoned creatures with a terrifying aura of power and spoke to the collapsed Tae Hyun. "This battle will still end with my victory." Tae Hyun sat silently amidst the ruins he had created, listening to his taunts. "You dared to test my patience and blaspheme the gods, therefore your end." Then Narendra Nero's eyes glowed red as he said in a strained voice, "Will be to become a sacrifice for me and the monsters behind me." His eyes were glowing red as he stared at Tae Hyun. Suddenly, Tae Hyun slowly got to his feet, laughed, and said, "You damn old man. You talk way too much." Narendra Nero looked at Tae Hyun's blood-stained face, who was still smiling as he spoke. "You think I'm just going to die like this? Think again." Hearing that, Narendra Nero's eyes widened. Then Tae Hyun extended his hand and a red aura of power formed around it. This mysterious red energy shot straight towards him. It caused everything on his side to break apart piece by piece, slowly getting sucked into Tae Hyun's intense power. Narendra Nero stood there confused. He looked up and roared how he looked at Tae Hyun, who was unleashing this power with just one outstretched hand, and thought, "Is this kid only revealing his full power now?" So he was hiding his true strength all along. Suddenly, Narendra Nero began to laugh, causing Tae Hyun to look up from channeling his power, wondering what he was up to. Narendra Nero spread his arms wide, laughing hysterically, and no force dared to approach him. Refusing to accept defeat, Narendra Nero clasped his hands together, summoned his power, and spoke. "Tae Hyun, even with your hidden power, you will still become my sacrifice. I will put that body of yours to very good use. Do you get it?" he continued. "In this battle, you think you're the only one hiding your strength, right?" This made Tae Hyun gasp in surprise. Suddenly, he glanced to the side, sweating in shock, as if he had seen something terrifying. Oh, his hand was still out, generating power. But his head turned to the right, and he saw some of the hostages he had helped rescue. They were surprised to see him here, saying, "Huh." How then they screamed. The body of one of them was even more terrifying. It was slowly burning into ashes, and agonizing screams began to ring out. Tae Hyun still did not understand what was happening, looking on in surprise, and said, "What's happening?" Their blood was now on Narendra Nero's back, forming a shape like a red wine glass, and he was chanting, "Now all offerings will be presented to the gods." The glass of blood grew larger with his prayers. "O divine beings, the atmosphere here is now filled only with the terrifying prayers of Narendra Nero. Help your disciple, punish those who disrespect your faith." Tae Hyun looked up, looking bewildered and scared. Narendra Nero's hands were still clasped as he bowed his head and chanted, and gradually a green power appeared and spread out. It covered Tae Hyun's red aura. A beast created from his power opened its treacherous maw menacingly. And this was the S-Rank Bone Dragon. This happened in one of the tallest buildings here, causing a massive plume of smoke to appear in the sky, coming from that building. The building was beautifully and spaciously constructed, entirely with glass windows, but after this battle, the glass was shattered. In a corner, Park Gan-wong was leading the rescued hostages, and in front of them were the robbers. Both Park Gun-wong and everyone else were scared and sweating, but he still tried to reassure them. "The damn robbers are not all dead yet. They are still waiting out here." The robbers held weapons slung over their shoulders and wore masks. Only their 2 eyes were visible, and the leader said, "How did these people escape from the boss place? Something bad must have happened over there." Those guys continued, "All right, anyway, they are just a few civilians. We can handle them easily. Just take care of them gently." As soon as he finished speaking, the robbers suddenly cried out in pain, clutching their faces and even vomiting blood as they screamed, Park Gan-wong stood there with the others, surprised and confused as they watched the robbers gradually turn to dust. Before they died, those guys managed to say a few words. "What are bodies? What is happening?" Then they screamed loudly. Park Gan-wong frowned and looked up, confused and scared. Suddenly, debris from the ceiling started falling where they stood, sending them into a panic. "What is going on?" He looked out the glass window and saw many large rocks falling down. He shouted, "What the hell is happening here?" Amidst that powerful tremor, Park Gan-wong was probably screaming in despair. What is happening? Back to the two who were still fighting. Kim Tae Hyun was at a disadvantage as the S-rank bone dragon charged at him, knocking him into the air. He fell deeper and deeper. And that beast got closer and closer. Kim Tae Hyun plunged down with the boulders in excruciating pain. Narendra Nero stood on it, emitting a green flame that spread across the entire floor, then laughed loudly and shouted, "In the end, it is true. When it comes to divine power, a dragon is always on another level. Isn't that right?" Meanwhile, Kim Tae Hyun was still falling, gritting his teeth to endure, thinking this is bad. A chain suddenly wrapped around his arm and then smashed into the building's glass window, causing it to shatter. The chain was now pulled taut. A large hole was smashed open where the chain had hit, creating a large hole leading straight out to the vast sky, and it seemed he was being pulled out through it. Kim Tae Hyun's feet struggled to grip the floor. His entire body was pressed against the floor with only inches to spare. His hands pushed against the floor as he struggled to look up, panting heavily. Just what is this monster's power? Suddenly, his eyes widened and his brows furrowed as if he had noticed something. Right in front of him was a monster wielding a terrifying green power. It charged straight for his face, but at that moment his mind seemed to pause for a beat. Narendra Nero, standing on the beast, charged at Kim Tae Hyun, successfully ramming him and sending him flying into the building's wall. A hole was torn open, and then Kim Tae Hyun was thrown outside with a deafening scream along with chunks of the broken wall. Kim Tae Hyun was thrown out, but the beast and Narendra Nero had no intention of letting him go, saying, "Now die, you stupid bastard." Kim Tae Hyun's power returned and he went on a rampage, charging straight ahead and yelling. Kim Tae Hyun reached his hand straight towards Narendra Nero, and the beast unleashing a power that seemed to knock the monster down. Then he said, "You think you can beat me just because you have that dragon?" The monster did not back down and quickly opened its mouth to retaliate against Kim Tae Hyun with a colossal blast of power. That immense power rushed towards him again. He seemed frozen by its terrifying force. Instantly, the power shattered and exploded. It shook the heavens, the earth, and the vast ocean. It turned everything into small fragments, flying amidst the chaos. Narendra Nero and the beast continued to fly straight ahead with the stream of green energy covering everything. He stood on it and said, "Right." To think Narendra Nero looked towards Kim Tae Hyun, who was suspended by his arms and legs against the wall, and said, "To be attacked like that and still be alive." The chains from before were now wrapped around his limbs, pinning him to that wall after an intense battle. But he was not dead, just extremely exhausted. He lifted his head, panting heavily. Kim Tae Hyun's head hung low as he was suspended, with his hands pinned to the wall. He growled in frustration, filled with resentment towards him as his thoughts raced. This bastard. At this moment, he looked like a tiny accessory attached to a massive building. In front of him was the S-rank bone dragon. With Narendra Nero standing and watching, his mind was still filled with extreme resentment. He is too strong, especially with the demons and the bone dragon he summoned. With my S-rank power, I should be his equal. Kim Tae Hyun opened one eye slightly, lifting his head as he thought, "But it seems the gap between us is too wide." Those thoughts continued to run through his mind, but here, if he can perform a sacrifice to obtain a bone dragon like that, then he must have some kind of limitation on his power. His back was clearly visible with a black hole on it, and both his hands had frightening bulging veins. Kim Tae Hyun looked more closely at Narendra Nero's prominent veins and thought to himself, otherwise he would be invincible among S-ranks. Kim Tae Hyun raised his head and looked straight at Narendra Nero, thinking, now I need to find his weakness in this power of his and find a way to counterattack quickly. Suddenly, he started laughing. Narendra Nero stood there looking down and said, "You bastard, who dares to disrespect the gods? I have already figured out your plan. Do you get it?" This statement left Kim Tae Hyun completely confused. Then Narendra Nero smiled and continued, "Right now you are feeling completely helpless, because you cannot beat me, so you are still waiting for an opportunity to find my weakness and then counterattack. Right?" Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun frowned worriedly and broke into a sweat. Then Narendra Nero continued, "I can understand that. You've got a quick mind," but suddenly, Narendra Nero suddenly let out a ferocious scream, and his power created a shockwave that shook the entire surrounding sky. "Do you think your plan can succeed when I have already figured it out?" That horrifying power spread out once again, taking over the entire space. Narendra Nero and the S-rank bone dragon flew and unleashed that power again, destroying the building. Kim Tae Hyun was hanging from. Kim Tae Hyun was extremely panicked and scared, shouting loudly. Everyone in Park Gan-yuang who were inside the building heard it and came out to look with worried expressions. Looking closer, everyone inside was frowning in extreme fear. It turned out the bone S-rank dragon had discovered the hostages' location and was charging straight for where they were taking shelter. Narendra Nero and the beast continued to unleash that same power from before into the building, causing bricks and stones to fly everywhere. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters, which was illuminated by lights from all four sides, the coordinators were in a panic, shouting and urging everyone hurry up. The emergency portal to the Dawn auction house is complete. All the artists were standing in a straight, neat line, standing before the gate with a large round portal of light in front of them, and the coordinator gave the signal. Quickly gather around, we need to get there. The priority mission is to rescue the hostages first. The female head coordinator, flustered and sweating profusely, spoke into her mic with one hand while pressing a screen with the other. She said in a panic, "But right now, only the South Korean side can connect to the gate first. And the person leading this rescue mission is Captain Park Ji-sung, an experienced S-rank player. But even so, upon arriving there will still be many unforeseeable dangers." Park Sung-jin, the team leader, stood with his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "It's fine." Then he continued, "We've already obtained some information about the robbers there. I need to get there quickly to rescue everyone." This statement made the female coordinator's eyes widen in surprise and worry, leaving her speechless. Sung-jin then shouted an order to his entire team, "Everyone, head east, now." He turned his head halfway and yelled fiercely, "These damn demons." Today, the people behind him were more than ready to follow his command. They will have to pay for the actions they've committed. All the hostages inside had collapsed amidst the rubble and debris around them. At this moment, Park Gan-won, with his head bleeding and other wounds all over his body, suddenly woke up to the throbbing pain in his body. He tried to open his eyes to see what was happening in front of him. In front of Park Gan-won was a massive explosion with a blinding light. Kim Tae Hyun was already standing there, holding out his two hands to block it. The power approaching everyone made Park Gan-won jump up. He was worried for Kim Tae Hyun's life and rushed forward, yelling, "Mr. Kim Tae Hyun." As for Kim Tae Hyun, he was now single-handedly resisting that power, and with a great shout, using his strength, he managed to push that force away, far in front of Narendra Nero and that monster. But Narendra Nero refused to give up and continued to laugh loudly, saying, "This is your choice." That S-rank bone dragon then opened its mouth, releasing a type of power. Then Narendra Nero opened his mouth, laughing proudly as he looked down and said, "If you want to save them all, then sacrifice yourself to the hellfire of the bone dragon." Gan-won, sitting behind, saw him once again having to fend for himself against that immense power and screamed his name. It seemed that at that moment, Park Gan-won didn't even have the strength to stand up and could only shout loudly, advising Kim Tae Hyun, "You should run away quickly. What you've done so far is already beyond your limits. Anyway, you don't need to push yourself any further. If you fall, we won't be able to escape either, so you should escape by yourself." Before he could finish, Kim Tae Hyun seemed to be in trouble, caught in their wave of power, and screamed in pain. But a thought still lingered in his mind. "I need to keep trying." Standing before the ferocious beast that was still radiating its power, he remained undaunted, thinking that confronting the scoundrel Naren, who was controlling the bone dragon, was impossible. As mentioned before, I need to wait until his weakness is exposed to turn the tables in this game. Narendra Nero, standing up there, was still laughing arrogantly. Kim Tae Hyun stood there, exerting a great deal of effort to withstand the power, protecting everyone while thinking, "Although I'm at a disadvantage now, the power is getting stronger and stronger." A very strong thought emerged in his mind. "I can't give up because everyone here still needs my protection." His face was filled with determination and strength to resist this massive wave of power. His eyes glowed red as he thought, "I can hold on for a little longer, but this isn't the best way. Think, find a way out, quickly." The strongest thought in his head right now was how to save everyone. Suddenly, a trembling voice spoke up beside him. "It seems you all need a little help." At that moment, he felt as if his body had frozen upon hearing that. Then Kim Tae Hyun wondered and quickly turned his head to look. He saw Park Gan-won struggling to crawl towards him. Park Gan-won looked up at him, full of questions. Kim Tae Hyun looked behind him and thought, what was that voice? Suddenly, a notification appeared. The power of Predator is being readjusted. A wave of power suddenly rose from his hands, leaving him utterly confused. His hands now grew even stronger. With the notification, Predator's rank has increased to A rank. The notifications continue to appear because you cannot control this new power yet. Your body is in an overloaded state. Around him, a new wave of power suddenly merged in, making him grit his teeth in discomfort with his body and say, "What is this?" The rank appeared. Predator S upgrading. Predator SS. He couldn't open his eyes wide. Ugh. Narendra Nero, standing on the beast, looked down. Narendra Nero was also looking down in confusion, saying, "What is happening down there?" His red power spread throughout the surrounding space, overwhelming the power of the bone dragon. The rank was raised once again, Predator SSS. At this moment, Kim Tae Hyun was surrounded by a blazing red power, with notifications still appearing. Predator is at its highest state, Your body is overloaded." Then his body exploded with toned muscles, and he let out a loud, pained scream. Thoughts still ran through his head, so Predator has reached its highest level. An image of a perfect body appeared with the thought, so Predator has reached its highest level. Does this mean the Emperor temporarily granted me this power? That body suddenly smiled. Many thoughts appeared in his mind, but right now, my body cannot control this immense power. His arm felt like a large rock, gradually cracking into pieces. With the thought, I'm shattering. Am I going to die like this? His leg was the same, starting to crack. Many thoughts still sprang up in his mind. I've tried my best this time. Many thoughts were still swirling in Kim Tae Hyun's mind, but everything has finally reached its limit. However, I can't accept falling like this. His body, too, was gradually crumbling, causing him to scream out in pain. At this point, his body had definitely cracked completely, with only his torso remaining. The immense pain caused him to slowly collapse. Kim Tae Hyun fell face down on the ground. Narendra Nero looked on from above, thinking, has he finally submitted? The wave of power from Kim Tae Hyun was immense, forcing even Narendra Nero up there to shield his eyes, thinking. But just before he fell, what the hell was that terrifying power? Kim Tae Hyun had now collapsed to the ground, and Narendra Nero was certain in his mind, but no matter what, this is a victory for me. Kim Tae Hyun's body was bleeding profusely. The man stood there, still thinking about his condition. He might have pushed some potential in his body to the absolute limit, but in the end, unable to withstand that power, his body exploded and he collapsed. Narendra Nero's thoughts continued. He definitely won't be able to get up again. Narendra Nero, with a very annoyed expression, said, finally, a blasphemer of the gods. Narendra Nero, still standing up there, shouted, the result of confronting me, no matter how hard you tried to get here, you still have to face death. Then, Narendra Nero and the beast approached him. Suddenly, the beast's claws appeared. Suddenly, the beast's limbs all came apart. The claws from before had fallen off. This left Narendra Nero utterly confused, not understanding what was happening. The stone-like pieces on Narendra Nero seemed to be falling off, making him look down and see Kim Tae Hyun standing up steadily. Narendra Nero's gaze shifted, filled with worry. Another monster appeared with a blazing red aura, several times larger than his bone dragon. That red monster was no less intimidating. As it opened its mouth, a ferocious power surging towards Narendra Nero, letting out a roar and Narendra Nero, standing on his bone dragon, looked up, worried and confused. What is this? Kim Tae Hyun's somewhat different voice suddenly spoke up. Hey, a god, you say? Narendra Nero stood there, completely baffled. Kim Tae Hyun stood there, head bowed, and said, what does a god mean to me? Narendra Nero stood there, terrified, looking in that direction, slightly bewildered. Narendra Nero was now covered in sweat as he looked and said, you bastard, you're not that bastard Kim Tae Hyun. He shouted, who are you? Looking at him wielding that terrifying power, he yelled, how can you possess that ultimate power? This is impossible. Then Kim Tae Hyun extended his power-filled hand and said, for that, you can go down to hell, and ask the god you worship. Before he could finish his sentence, he unleashed a terrifyingly immense power, saying, you will die right now. Narendra Nero's face tensed up, sweating. What? Narendra Nero was immediately sliced apart by his waves of power, his body parts falling in different places. Kim Tae Hyun stood there, reaching his hand out to Narendra Nero, who was slumped over the beast. A wave of power immediately flooded the space, sweeping away everything, both him and his beast. The notification appeared again. You have learned a new skill. Pact with the Devil has been memorized in the gloomy, silent space. Where darkness enveloped everything, a sudden beam of light shone down on Kim Tae Hyun like a halo. Kim Tae Hyun stood still. Amidst the bleak and terrifying scene, he muttered in confusion, this is where I was fighting that bastard Nero. Suddenly, fiery red chains rushed towards him as if they had just been heated to a very high temperature. Those chains lunged forward, wrapping tightly around him, giving Kim Tae Hyun no chance to resist in that situation. Kim Tae Hyun was truly bewildered. Kim Tae Hyun didn't know what was happening before he could understand. A giant boulder came flying from nowhere. It slammed straight into him with terrifying force. He was thrown backward to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth in extreme pain. At that moment in his subconscious, he thought in confusion, is my stone skin skill nullified? What's happening to me? From somewhere, a pair of hands were doing something in front of Tae Hyun. A giant, mysterious, and majestic statue appeared. On the statue's head were skulls, arranged into a crown surrounded by blazing red lights that radiated a threatening energy. Tae Hyun writhed at the foot of the statue, clearly feeling a terrifying power invading his body. It made him scream in despair. Kim Tae Hyun muttered in panic, how could my skills? Amidst the chaos, a cold and cunning voice echoed, your stone skin skill, you say? Hearing the mysterious person's voice, Kim Tae Hyun was bewildered. The voice continued, how can you say those skills are yours, huh? He replied confusedly, if I were to absorb you right after that. A giant dragon-like mouth appeared from a blazing red circle, and awakened with potential that would be quite a delicious meal, wouldn't it? The monster roared and lunged towards Tae Hyun at a terrifying speed. He gritted his teeth and frowned full of tension. Fear welled up inside him. Suddenly a flash of light appeared. Tae Hyun jolted awake, his blanket and pillow flying everywhere. His whole body was drenched in sweat, his breathing ragged, but when he saw his surroundings, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, was it a dream? The wounds weren't there. The hand that was injured during the fight is still intact. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, Park Seo-jun walked in from outside holding a bag of pastries and came over to check on Tae Hyun. So, you're awake. Tae Hyun was surprised. He realized the person in front of him was the awakened. Park Seo-jun asked, do you want something to eat? Gong Jin and Tae Hyun were eating and discussing. This is the apartment that the association and the auction house prepared for you. Basically, it's compensation, as well as a reward for helping them during the recent terrorist incident. In that incident, thanks to you, we were able to rescue all the hostages they captured. As for that S-Rank awakened, he has also paid for his crimes. It was a rather large-scale terrorist attack, fortunately. Thanks to you, many people were able to survive. You passed out after that battle. Many friends and relatives came here to visit you. But they've already left your family members, and your little brother cried their eyes out. The association director was worried sick. Seo-jun recounted the expressions from that day, unable to hold back a laugh. Seeing his expressions just made me laugh anyway. After the battle, we had someone check your health. Don't worry, you're fine. We didn't find any after effects on your body. I was worried that you might be affected by the demonic energy from fighting that Nero guy, but everything is fine. Tae Hyun stammered, sweating bullets, and said, but for some reason I've forgotten everything that happened at the auction house, my actions back then, even the bloody battle with Nero. What happened then? What about my fight there? Yes, Seo-jin replied, indeed, this is beyond my expectations. Tae Hyun also replied, yes. Seo-jin asked further, now that you mention it, I'm curious, what happened to you back then? Tae Hyun recalled the scene from that day. Park Gan-woong was on the ground with a fearful look on his face. In front of him was a tall, muscular man with red hair. Tae Hyun continued his story. When I was in a losing position against Nero, something happened. Seong-jin immediately asked, so who was the one who took him down then? Tae Hyun answered, I can't explain it when I passed out. The only one at the scene was the awakened Park Gan-woong was there at that time. Park Gan-woong said, Tae Hyun, what's wrong? Say something. After that, Gan-woong's eyes widened because of something. It turned out to be Tae Hyun, but for some reason he turned to attack Gan-woong. With just one blow, he made Park Gan-woong cough up blood and fall to the ground right then. At that moment, he even seemed surprised, defeated with just one move. But that's good enough. Tae Hyun gave a cunning smile. Now it's time to return this body to him. After saying that, Tae Hyun collapsed and his hair turned back to its usual brown color as he was lying there. Seo-jun found him, ran to support him, and called out, wake up, Tae Hyun. Outside, someone said. Everyone move quickly and search for the hostages here. The hostages are just a little scared. It seems they don't have any major injuries. But the monsters that Nero summoned are nowhere to be found, and that bastard has also strangely disappeared. Seeing this, Park Seo-jun sighed honestly. Tae Hyun, what on earth happened to you here? Back to the present. Park Seo-jun said, when the hostages there calmed down, we asked them about the situation. They couldn't know everything clearly, but they did say you defeated Nero and then passed out. Tae Hyun replied dejectedly, that makes sense, since they aren't awakened. So there's a lot they wouldn't know. Seo-jin continued, as for player Park Gan-woong, he doesn't remember anything either, just like you. It's as if some force has taken away both of your memories. I guess this could be an after effect of confronting Nero's demonic energy, but anyway, everything turned out well. So, congratulations and thank you very much. We are still investigating and studying the battle scene. So, if we discover anything else, I'll let you know. After Seong-jin left, Tae Hyun thought to himself, so it could be that I was affected by Nero's demonic energy, and that's why I lost my memory of that time. It sounds a bit absurd, but I remember my arm was shattered back then. When I tried to use Predation, I must have overexerted myself trying to use Predation then. Fighting Nero, lost in his thoughts, something suddenly appeared. Demons Pack B can summon a demon. By connecting to the demon realm mana, 201 out of 1, Tae Hyun said in surprise, what is this? This is Nero's skill. Did I absorb it after defeating him with Predation? It says here, it only needs 200 mana to be activated. It's a bit different. He needed a sacrifice back then. But right now, I only have 180. While he was lost in thought, Park Seo-jun called out to him, hey Tae Hyun. He turned to Seo-jun, you have a visitor. Tae Hyun was surprised, huh? A young walked in through the door with a fruit basket. Seeing this, Park Seo-jun said, since you have a visitor, I'll be leaving first. Tae Hyun looked at her. Complex emotions welled up in his heart. Lim, a young spoke first. I came to visit you. Lim, a young S-rank awakened A-rank player. The city scene unfolded, bustling and familiar, yet suffocating with glaring sunbeams shining down. The snacks and drinks on the table were the same old boring things. Tae Hyun didn't really feel like eating. Suddenly, a strong force slammed the fruit basket down, crushing the food and making an unpleasant sound. Tae Hyun was startled by the sight and his face darkened. Lim, a young sitting opposite, didn't seem to notice the change. She said with a cold face, I heard you were injured fighting those robbers, but now that I'm here you look fine, don't you? Looking at the messy, unsightly scene on the table, Tae Hyun, though a bit annoyed, still sat down opposite her and replied, I was only slightly injured. Overall, my health is normal, no lasting effects at all. Lim, a young, reached for a ripe red apple as if wanting to vent her anger on it and continued, in this terrorist incident. I heard you saved a lot of hostages and defeated a pretty strong boss, right? Tae Hyun seemed to hesitate. That's somewhat true. Her anger turned into force, wanting to crush the apple. Lim, a young, said, angry and a bit tense. It seems you also confronted 2 S-rank awakened there, didn't you? The sunlight shone on her face, further highlighting the annoyance in her eyes. The poor apple was squeezed even tighter. Tae Hyun still didn't understand her point, and asked again, huh? The apple was completely crushed, showing just how annoyed Lim, a young, was. She raised her voice, I know you're good, but don't think you're the best because of it. I'll train hard and catch up to your level. Soon enough, her grip was so strong that apple fragments splattered onto Tae Hyun's face opposite her. He finally understood where her annoyance was coming from. But I still don't get why she's so angry. Is this jealousy or is she worried? He asked, what are you doing here anyway? Lim, a young, looked away, avoiding his eyes, and gave an excuse he found completely unbelievable. I came to visit you. Of course, Tae Hyun didn't believe her. He was getting tired of dealing with this girl, right? I'm so sick of her. Should I call security? Meanwhile, on the opposite side, seeing his indifferent attitude, Lim A-young got even more annoyed. Tae Hyun, no one knows how much I worried about this guy. I was so worried, wondering if he was seriously injured. I heard that terrorist attack was on a pretty large scale. Many awakeners were involved, which is why I came to visit him, but looking at him now, he's completely unharmed. She could also sense he'd gotten much stronger. Moreover, the powerful aura coming from him was much more intense than before. I don't understand what happened to him during that terrorist attack. Seeing the anger on Lim A-young's face grow more obvious, Tae Hyun remained completely clueless. Opposite him, Lim A-young once again recalled the incident from the previous test. She secretly blushed, remembering the time they accidentally kissed, but she couldn't stop worrying. Thinking back to when they faced off in the last test, he's improved so much. The gap between us is just getting wider and wider. She couldn't help but ask him, hey Tae Hyun, how did you suddenly when the sound of approaching footsteps was heard? Interrupting their conversation, both of them stopped abruptly and turned towards the sound of the footsteps. Slightly startled and worried, they both turned towards the door. Who could be visiting this guy? The footsteps drew nearer and their hearts skipped a beat. They were worried, not knowing who was coming. Tae Hyun reacted first, confused why her Lim A-young recognized the person and exclaimed in surprise. The intruder was none other than her sister, Ju Ah-young. She was also startled, not expecting to meet her younger sister here. Why is my sister here with this guy? She thought, surprised. Without waiting for her sister to react, Lim A-young stepped forward and bombarded her with questions. Why are you here? How did you get into Kim's house? Then, as if getting to the main point, she continued to press her. The password to his front door, how do you know it? Ju Ah-young regained her composure and sternly reminded Lim A-young, could you not call me sister? Ju Ah-young also casually explained, as for that, this house was provided to him by the Awakeners Association. They just gave me the password. Ju Ah-young suddenly paused, looking at the other two who were still surprised and had let their guard down. You fools, never let your guard down like that. She gave a faint, dangerous smile and swiftly moved closer. She suddenly moved behind Tae Hyun and locked him in a hold. Lim A-young couldn't react, it all happened too fast. Seeing this, she could only exclaim, huh, what? Tae Hyun was now completely restrained. She frantically moved forward, wanting to intervene. What do you think you're doing? Ju Ah-young, having the upper hand, smirked in reply. What am I doing? The smile on Ju Ah-young's lips widened as she looked with amusement at her worried little sister. My curiosity got the better of me. When I arrived, I found 2 high-rank S-ranks chatting cheerfully in the same house. I'm curious. What's the relationship between you two? She said. She quietly and provocatively touched Tae Hyun's lips. Tae Hyun began to react while Lim A-young, overcome with anger, screamed. What are you talking about? That's impossible. It's a crime. But her obviously blushing face gave her away. Regaining a bit of her composure, she retorted, he's still a minor. While Ju Ah-young was distracted, Tae Hyun yanked his arm free from her control and said, that's enough. Ju Ah-young was startled by his strength. Tae Hyun continued, stop this joke right here, player Ju Ah-young, he said, looking back with annoyance at the girl who had just tried to attack him. He asked, displeased, what brings you here? If you want me to join your guild, I've already refused. Ju Ah-young clenched her fists. His attitude is as annoying as ever. Rubbing her sore wrist, she said, "Just like the first time we met, huh? You're still so rude. I just came here to see how you were doing, that's all." Then her voice suddenly softened. "I even brought you a gift." Kim Tae Hyun was wary a gift. Ju Ah-young continued, "That's right, I heard from the association chairman that you're training to increase your strength. To participate in the Asian Awakeners Convention, right?" She continued. Without waiting for his answer, her tone grew more confident. "It's true that you rescued people and defeated 2 Awakeners at the Dawn Auction House incident, which is very good. But if you look at the rankings, you're still only ranked 30th. Saying this, she stepped closer to Kim Tae Hyun. "If you want to move into the top 5 to become a representative in the competition, you'll obviously need to work much harder to earn more points." Therefore, Ju Ah-young said, placing a hand on Kim Tae Hyun's shoulder, "I've brought you the perfect gift," she said, drawing out her words. As he watched with curiosity and surprise, her hands slowly slid down towards his wound as she continued. "The right to clear a dungeon," she explained excitedly. "The Fire God's Temple, ever heard of it?" The gloomy scene of the auction house appears. In the darkness, a motorboat approaches a distant island shrouded in mist. But even from a distance, one could see how ruined and desolate the island was. The Night Demon's voice was heard. "So that's the Dawn Auction House, huh?" A voice replied, "Yes," as they drew nearer. The scene of destruction became clearer. It was in ruins, shattered, suffocating dust and smoke billowed up. The Night Demon observed, his emotions unreadable. At a glance, you could see it was completely changed after the Awakener's attack and a few more bomb explosions. Now, it was almost completely in ruins. He continued to observe as he asked his subordinate, "So after the attack, what happened to Naru?" "Do we know if he's dead or alive?" the other replied. "That has yet to be confirmed. We have no further information on him." The underlings hesitated, asking each other, "This is obviously important, but do we really need to report it to the boss?" The Night Demon replied with a confident tone, "There's no need. We can handle the situation. The objective of the attack on the auction house has been achieved. It doesn't matter if Naru is dead or has disappeared. After all, we only hired him to do a job." He continued, but then a loudspeaker boomed through the night from a large patrol boat. It looked overwhelmingly powerful. The captain's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. "Don't move, you are all surrounded." The motorboat looked tiny in front of the massive ship. The captain continued to speak over the loudspeaker to the illegal intruders. "This is a restricted area. Only the Awakener patrol team is allowed here. If you know what's good for you, drop your weapons and surrender immediately." But then there was a loud noise. In an instant, the massive ship was pulled into the sea, immediately engulfing the entire vessel. The Awakener patrol team had no time to react as their ship sank to the bottom of the sea. It was a sudden death, giving them no time to respond. This would become a mysterious disappearance that would cause a huge stir. The mastermind of the incident, the Night Demon, had protected his motorboat and his accomplices. His voice rang out, filled with danger and deadly curiosity. "After this incident, I've taken a keen interest in that Awakener Kim Tae Hyun." As he spoke, he unleashed his power, leaving the patrol team no way out. Back at the Nightwalk Guild's headquarters, the room was filled with excited cheers. As Kim Tae Hyun continued on his path to the top 5, Ju Ah-young stood beside him and announced loudly, "For this dungeon attack, player Kim Tae Hyun will be joining us." As she spoke, her voice swelled with pride. As you all know, during the Dawn Auction House terrorist incident, he played the biggest role in rescuing the hostages. He can be considered the most promising young Awakener in Korea right now. The cheers grew even more fervent. They all chanted his name in unison, "Kim Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun." Ju Ah-young spoke up, silencing the excited crowd. However, Ju Ah-young, always focusing on the main point, said, "Since he will be joining us for this dungeon attack, I have also considered how we will divide the items we obtain between our guild and him in a way that is mutually agreeable." Beside her, Kim Tae Hyun sighed in relief. "That's what I wanted to hear." Of course, when it comes to dividing the loot, who would willingly take a loss? Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself, "This attack on the Fire God's Temple is a great opportunity for me." The Fire God's Temple came into view. True to its name, it was a dungeon with an entrance that looked like a raging fire. Kim Tae Hyun thought in awe, "This is the second duel dungeon I've entered since the last competition." His train of thought continued. "Before I regress, the Nightwalk Guild did indeed. The raid on this Temple of the Fire God dungeon was a success, but in exchange they suffered too many losses. Almost all of awakened beings who participated that time lost their lives. It's true that danger comes with rewards if I successfully clear the Temple of the Fire God. Then, of course, my contribution points to the association will increase greatly." He thought to himself. However, he was still a little worried. "Last time, I don't know if it was real or not, but my hand nearly shattered. Now, his strength and stamina after being hospitalized haven't fully recovered yet, so raiding this dungeon will be much harder." Thinking that, he looked at the person next to him. "But if I raid it with player Ju Ah-young," then looking down at these members of the Nightcrawler Guild, he suddenly felt confident this raid on the Temple of the Fire God amidst the cheers. Kim Tae Hyun thought, will surely be a success. The day of the Temple of the Fire God raid had arrived, along with the enthusiastic support from the Nightcrawler Guild fans, with a flashy, flowery banner completely unsuitable for the upcoming battle. Along with the proud fluttering flag and the firm belief of the Nightcrawler Guild, this raid only had 2 participants, Kim Tae Hyun and Ju Ah-young. Kim Tae Hyun seemed a bit helpless and surprised, while Ju Ah-young was extremely excited. The The crowd outside shouted encouragement. We'll wait for you too. Good luck. Be careful, Captain. The captain's safety is all on you, Kim Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun asked confusedly. Hey, is Miss Ju Hyun being clueless again? Kim Tae Hyun said in a helpless tone. What the hell, why are only the two of us raiding the dungeon? Ju Hyun said casually. We can just consider this a date for the two of us, she said teasingly with a charming smile. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't help but curse inwardly. We're facing death and she can still joke. Without arguing for long, Kim Tae Hyun and Ju Hyun entered the temple of the fire god directly. A stunning scene appeared in the oppressive space of the dungeon. Streams of blue fire engulfed everything, as if to burn it all. Ju Hyun looked at the scene inside, smiled, and let out a curious "oh." Before their eyes, the dungeon was bathed in the blue light of an endless fire with a few scattered withered trees, she exclaimed. It looks terrifying. Looking at the curled-up dry bushes and the strange veins of blue fire, she continued, this dungeon really is different from the others. I never thought it would be like this. Standing at the entrance, Kim Tae Hyun looked in and assessed the Apocalypse dungeon. The one I encountered last time was completely different from this, Ju Hyun agreed. The Apocalypse dungeon that appeared in the evaluation test for the awakened. Ju Hyun sat down before the pit leading deep inside, and suddenly her mind went blank. It seemed she couldn't think of a way to enter this dangerous pit. She asked Kim Tae Hyun, how are we supposed to get down there? There are probably a lot of magical beasts below. Her mind was still trying to figure out a way down the pit. A long tentacle shot up and wrapped around her neck in a flash, causing her to gasp. Ah. Very quickly, the tentacle grabbed her whole body and pulled her down. Kim Tae Hyun above didn't even have time to react, staring blankly as she was restrained. He only managed to shout, hey Ms. Ju Hyun. Only then did Kim Tae Hyun realize and exclaim in confusion, this is not good. How did this happen? He drew his knife, stabbed it into the cliff wall for a foothold, and immediately jumped into the pit without thinking, hoping to rescue her in time. As he plunged down, he immediately saw that Ju Hyun had already turned the tables, defeating the giant squid-like beast, the owner of that unruly tentacle. She turned and activated her awakening, causing a sparkling green aura to radiate from her body, standing out against the all-blue flames of this temple of the fire god. After defeating the annoying monster that pulled her down, Ju Hyun yelled out to Kim Tae Hyun, just jump down, it's fine. Her tone was full of confidence and flair. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't believe his ears. Just jump down like that. He looked down at Ju Hyun, who was falling, and below her were countless monsters of all sorts of horrifying shapes, waiting to tear her apart and turn her into a delicious meal. Ju Hyun didn't flinch at all and continued to fall. Using the force of her fall, she struck the reckless mobs in her way. The power she emitted was immense, overwhelming the hideous beasts. They were quickly defeated. Wherever she fell, monsters bled. Kim Tae Hyun watched, his heart filled with excitement. Both glad and afraid, he thought to himself. She took down an A-rank monster with a single punch as he cautiously moved down after her. He continued to think, the last time I met her, she must have been hiding her true strength. He silently praised Ju Hyun as expected of a guild master. Although she isn't the strongest S-rank, her strength is no joke. Then he suddenly realized, maybe that's why she said only 2 people were needed to raid this dungeon. As he thought, this Kim Tae Hyun also activated his own awakening. Not wanting to be outdone by the girl ahead of him, he thought, of course, if that's the case, I need to try harder, I can't fall behind. Kim Tae Hyun quickly caught up with Ju Hyun. The warm-up battle began. They defeated monster after monster, fighting their way to the bottom of the deep pit, a place radiating a blue light that was both enchanting and dangerous. Ju Hyun spoke first, laughing with delight. We finally made it to the bottom of the abyss. As she spoke, she rolled her shoulders as if the bloody slaughter just now wasn't enough of a warm-up for her. Kim Tae Hyun followed right behind, stepping over the monster corpses. Ju Hyun complained, I didn't think this abyss would be so deep. Kim Tae Hyun wiped some blood off his hand, looking a bit strained compared to Ju Hyun, and gave a brief reply. Yeah, he thought to himself, the monsters here seem strong, but she looks completely unfazed. That's why I'm wondering, in my past life with strength like that, why did her entire guild nearly get wiped out in this dungeon? While Kim Tae Hyun was lost in thought, Ju Hyun approached and handed him an item, saying, here, take this. Kim Tae Hyun. A black ring was offered to him. The design was very simple, if not crude, with a faint black color. The only distinguishing feature was a shield decoration. He recognized it. Is this the Knight's Ring? The unique grade, Knight's Ring. The wearer's strength and endurance would increase greatly, he thought, it seems. She prepared this for me, knowing my hand injury hasn't recovered. With this ring, I can make up for some of my lost strength. Meanwhile, Ju Hyun was still talking non-stop. The gift I told you about last time is this very ring. And the dungeon raid is just a test for you. Kim Tae Hyun was flustered, even though he knew she was a real guild master. But for her to give him a unique grade item like this, Ju Hyun didn't notice his confusion and enthusiastically asked, so, what do you think of it? Surely you'll consider joining our guild now, right? Kim Tae Hyun started to see her in a different light. He silently reminded himself that he really needed to reevaluate her. Outwardly, he still acted dissatisfied, asking, "You had a good item like this and you're only giving it to me now." Ju Hyun didn't expect that reaction and was momentarily flustered. "Well, Kim Tae Hyun cut her off. "If you'd given it to me earlier, taking down those monsters would have been simpler." Ju Hyun knew she was in the wrong, so she quickly changed the subject. "All right, I've given it to you now, let's move on." Kim Tae Hyun wasn't an ungrateful person. "Anyway, thanks a lot." After saying that, he didn't forget to add a reminder, but those were just small fry monsters. "This dungeon isn't that simple, so we need to be more careful." Ju Hyun agreed. Kim Tae Hyun seemed to have discovered something and said in an excited tone, "It looks like we're getting close to the center of the dungeon." Following his gaze, they saw an altar that seemed to be the source of the blue flames that they had seen from the dungeon entrance. In the center of the altar was an object that looked like an egg. Its center emitted a blue light, just like the flames above, radiating heat and smoke. On the outside, there were protective mechanisms and formations that looked sturdy. While Kim Tae Hyun was curious and excited, Ju Hyun, on the other hand, was cautious. She observed the egg, unable to determine its rank. Meanwhile, Kim Tae Hyun was staring intently at the egg, while silently assessing it. "I don't know what kind of magical creature this is, it just looks like an egg," saying that he drew his knife intending to probe it. "This could belong to the boss of this dungeon." He turned to say to Ju Hyun, "We need to observe before we act." Before he could finish his sentence, he couldn't see Ju Hyun anywhere. It turned out she had already rushed ahead. A shout echoed in the enclosed dungeon, amplified and a bit horrifying. Kim Tae Hyun called out to the reckless player, managing only to call her name, then shout, "What are you doing?" Meanwhile, Ju Hyun had excitedly leaped up to approach the egg in the distance. Driven by curiosity and competitiveness, she charged straight at that bright green egg. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't stop her in time and shouted, "Why did you act without consulting me?" He then hurriedly followed after her as he was about to catch up to Ju Hyun. Just a short distance away, the floor was crumbling from her power. Kim Tae Hyun could only ask, "Are you okay?" Ju Hong turned back, threatening him with a menacing look. She asked him a confusing question, "You mean, am I okay?" but then immediately replied playfully, "The egg is completely broken, so that means the terrifying force just now didn't come from you." Behind her, the egg was indeed shattered, with fragments flying everywhere. From inside, a faint blue flame flickered. She continued to playfully assess it, guessing its durability. "Its shell has the defense of an S-rank monster, you know." To Kim Tae Hyun's astonishment, she continued, "But since it was a stationary object, attacking it was somewhat simpler." Then she smugly asked Kim Tae Hyun, "So what do you think?" Kim Tae Hyun was horrified. She broke it? How could it be that simple? A flash of blue light flashed again from within the broken eggshell. Ju Hong only had time to ask what before a massive explosion shook the entire cellar. Ju Hong was caught off guard and exclaimed in confusion, "What is this?" Kim Tae Hyun could only gasp, "Oh." A voice spoke up, "I never thought a human could reach my sanctuary." Both Kim Tae Hyun and Ju Hong were startled, reminding each other to be careful. As they looked toward the source of the sound, it was a blue phoenix. It continued to speak, "I am very glad you have come here." Its blood-red eyes stood out eerily against its deep blue feathers, instilling a bit of fear in them both. It continued to show my delight. "I shall let you two melt in my blue flames." So its identity was revealed. It is the master of the fire god temple, the S-rank blue phoenix. As it spoke, it radiated a threatening blue aura. Kim Tae Hyun and Ju Hong realized it and exclaimed in surprise, "A phoenix, a legendary phoenix." With its powerful magic and regeneration abilities, it's considered an almost immortal creature. Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself, "Is it the master of the fire god temple? Is that blue flame its power?" The light grew stronger and stronger, engulfing both Kim Tae Hyun and Ju Hong. Kim Tae Hyun felt something was wrong and turned to check on his companion player. Ju Hong, who had nearly collapsed, shouted, "Be careful of its blue flame and mind control technique." Then, as if realizing something, he quickly leaped away, dodging an attack from the now controlled Ju Hong. He struggled to dodge, finding it difficult to retaliate as she was his companion. Meanwhile, the controlled Ju Hong, with her eyes full of killing intent, advanced and attacked ferociously. The system panel appeared. S-rank player, Ju Hong is being controlled by the blue phoenix. Kim Tae Hyun still hadn't noticed the strange aura in Ju Hong's eyes. He continuously dodged the confusing attacks, asking, "What's wrong with you?" The controlled Ju Hong unleashed dangerous punches with all her might. Kim Tae Hyun barely managed to dodge them, still in disbelief. "Why are you attacking me?" The punches and kicks rained down continuously. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't dodge and couldn't fight back. "Why are you doing this instead of helping me?" With no other choice, he had to resort to using his awakener's ability. To knock out Ju Hong, he tried to restrain her, shouting, hoping to make her come to her senses. "Hey, Miss Ju Hong, snap out of it." He tried to reason with her, hoping she would break free from the control, not wanting to fight back. Ju Hong was too aggressive, and he feared she would get hurt if we fight like this. Before he could finish his sentence, the out-of-control Ju Hong struggled back up, still using her awakener's ability. She seemingly used all her strength to land a powerful blow on Kim Tae Hyun, catching him off guard. The force was so strong it caused a massive explosion in the dungeon. Dust and shattered rock mixed together and rained down. It seemed Kim Tae Hyun had been defeated, buried beneath a thick layer of stone. One of Kim Tae Hyun's awakener chains burst out from there and bound Ju Aeon. The controlled Ju Aeon suddenly showed a sign of reaction. Kim Tae Hyun emerged and loudly challenged, "Before the regression, who was it that crushed the attacks from your Nightwalkers Guild?" Ju Aeon was restrained by the chains and paralysis spell from Kim Tae Hyun, unable to move. Kim Tae Hyun had now reacted. Using his power, he intended to knock out this controlled companion, Ms. Ju Aeon, as he exerted his strength. He both consoled her, saying this will hurt a bit, but as he lifted a boulder, his tone also rose, "Please bear with it." He actually knocked Ju Aeon unconscious. She was hit so hard she coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Kim Tae Hyun said nonchalantly, "The chains and the paralysis they create won't last long, so she'll wake up soon enough." As he spoke, Kim Tae Hyun wiped some dust from his face. He suddenly noticed a pair of eyes watching him. What now? The Blue Phoenix had been calmly watching the scene of humans fighting each other. It spoke in a mocking tone. Would it matter if I killed her before she wakes up? The fierce battle just now seemed to have had no effect on it whatsoever. It continued to laugh with glee. "Would you like to experience all the entertaining toys I possess?" Its blood-red eyes emitted a deadly killing intent. Along with a sense of amusement witnessing this scene, Kim Tae Hyun showed no fear and replied confidently, "You're full of surprises." "Blue Phoenix," he said as his awakener's ability radiated a blinding red light. He stated with certainty, "I will kill you and get out of here." Kim Tae Hyun used his chains to secure the unconscious Ju Aeon to himself, then plunged his dagger into the rock wall. To get leverage to climb to the cavern opening they had just broken through, of course the Blue Phoenix wouldn't let them go that easily. After climbing just a short way, the sharp-witted Kim Tae Hyun sensed an attack aimed at the two of them. The Blue Phoenix took its chance and shot several streams of blue fire at the earth and rock beneath their feet, creating small explosions that sent debris flying upwards. It laughed tauntingly at Kim Tae Hyun. "What was that you said, human?" It was rather surprised by his confident attitude and asked curiously, "Let's see you show me your power." It blocked Kim Tae Hyun from climbing any further. It was still laughing that same laugh when it was startled to see the dagger Kim Tae Hyun had just embedded in the wall. Speeding towards it, Kim Tae Hyun had no choice but to fight back. He used his chain to wrap around the dagger and launched it at the Blue Phoenix. The dagger passed right through its body, but of course it was completely unharmed. Of course, that attack was like a mere tickle to the Blue Phoenix. It was still laughing gleefully. That attack felt quite nice indeed. Its tone immediately turned serious again, "But my body is like fire, Kim Tae." Hyun was still using all his strength to control the dagger slashing at the Blue Phoenix. It watched him attack with all his might, looking pleased. "No matter how you attack, even if you try to cut my flesh with your blade, only brilliant flames will spread." As it spoke as if to show off its power, the Blue Phoenix unleashed a force that shattered Kim Tae Hyun's chain to pieces. Kim Tae Hyun stared in shock at the scene. The Blue Phoenix arrogantly declared, "No way. Could a mere mortal like you possibly defeat me in a flash?" It was right in front of Kim Tae Hyun. Its eyes gleamed with amusement as if toying with its tiny prey. Kim Tae Hyun and his companion were in a perilous situation. The Blue Phoenix seemed to have grown tired of playing it, charged up a massive attack intending to end this battle and fired it at Kim Tae Hyun and Ju Aeon. A massive explosion, even larger than before, made the ground tremble. The two were hanging by a thread, as even the rock fragments from the impact were incinerated by the Blue Phoenix's blinding blue flames. It seemed there was no chance of survival for them, as the blue flames appeared to drain all life from the surroundings. Tae Hyun had quickly escaped that deadly scene, swinging onto a nearby cliff face, watching the Blue Phoenix focus its power to defeat him. He let out a quiet sigh. He found it hard to understand, even for a phoenix, why did it have such strange regenerative abilities. It took a lot of energy to narrowly escape death. He caught his breath. The Blue Phoenix was still completely unaware, unleashing terrifying blue flame attacks on the spot where Kim Tae Hyun had just stood. Kim Tae Hyun watched its destructive power and pondered. Looking at those massive flames, no matter how you look at it, this is no ordinary Blue Phoenix. An answer flashed in his mind. Could it be a Grand Phoenix? The word Grand and Grand Phoenix. A terrifying image flashed through his mind. Unlike other monsters, it possesses a special power. It is a mutated individual. To distinguish it from other monsters, it is given the title of Grand by adding a plus or minus sign to its current rank. His train of thought continued, if that is truly a Grand Phoenix, then with my current skills, there's no way to destroy its regeneration ability. The only way to win is to use the Predation skill to its maximum potential. Kim Tae Hyun silently recalled the battle at the Dawn auction house not long ago. However, because this skill could cause an explosion like last time at the auction house, that Predation skill cannot be used carelessly unless it's the final blow. But the truth is, right now, I have no chance of defeating the Blue Phoenix without using that skill. He suddenly hesitated, not knowing what to do, when the person behind him made a sound. Ju Aeon had woken up and cursed, "Damn it." She was startled, not understanding where she was or why things had turned out like this. Looking down, she suddenly realized she was tied up and dangling from a cliff. She screamed in shock. Kim Tae Hyun was startled. Ju Aeon suddenly asked, "What? Why am I tied up?" then cried out in pain. Her curiosity shifted to the Blue Phoenix. And why did that monster get so big? Isn't that a normal phoenix?" At that moment, the blue phoenix seemed to have noticed them. It seemed those two had dodged its deadly attacks. It turned to continue attacking the surroundings. Everything was chaotic for Kim Tae Hyun. The surrounding explosions made him raise his voice for Ju A-young to hear. He quickly explained something like, "Stay still. Don't move," as if things weren't complicated enough. Ju A-young questioned Kim Tae Hyun, "Did you do this? Untie me now." Kim Tae Hyun didn't listen, leaving Ju A-young tied up as he replied, "Someone as easily mind-controlled as you should. Do me a favor and stay quiet." Ju A-young protested, "I just let my guard down, that's all. Wait. Am I being controlled by someone?" Kim Tae Hyun said angrily, "Look, you don't even remember anything." Ju A-young didn't want to be tied up at all and continued to demand of Kim Tae Hyun anyway. "Just hurry up and untie me, it's tight." An explosion landed near them, making them both jump and turn one attack after another. The cliff where they were hiding was also blown apart. The blue phoenix now noticed where the two were standing through the thick dust. It spoke in a threatening voice, "How dare you touch my body? Let me teach you a lesson, you insolent humans." It was suddenly startled as a familiar blade flew towards it again. Those humans it despised were still alive at the same time. Ju A-young was freed as she wished and excitedly joined the fight, the two coordinated perfectly, charging towards the blue phoenix. Kim Tae Hyun still felt uneasy and reminded her, "This time you absolutely cannot get hit by its hypnotic attack." Ju A-young replied confidently, "Don't worry, I won't let it happen again." A malicious glint flashed in the blue phoenix's eyes. It was thoroughly enraged. "How dare you, wretched humans!" After speaking, the blue phoenix gathered a force even stronger than before. The power it radiated was menacing. It said arrogantly, "This attack, don't you understand? It's useless against me." The blue phoenix approached the two again. Kim Tae Hyun activated his awakened ability and shouted, "I'll go first." The system displayed a notification. "Heart of the Monarch has been activated. Your abilities have been enhanced." But Ju A-young was one step faster. "No, not this time." As she spoke, she activated her awakened ability, creating a shining spear and slashing towards the blue phoenix. It was startled. "What's this?" Kim Tae Hyun was also stunned by that last slash. It had clearly affected the blue phoenix. Ju A-young radiated immense power, her eyes flashing with aggression and boundless confidence. "Let Big Sis handle this." She had activated the S-Rank Warrior's Spirit Berserk mode. All skills are activated by reviving magic power. There's also a concept called burst upon activation. Ju A-young immediately jumped and charged straight towards the blue phoenix. From above, this was a dangerous move. Because it can cause permanent damage to the body, most people are afraid to use it if you can control that power for a moment. The power it unleashes is truly immense. As Ju A-young confronted the blue phoenix, she delivered a powerful slash. That slash was so strong it cut the blue phoenix in two. This was an overwhelming transcendent power. At this moment, only the shrill screams of the blue phoenix could be heard. She hadn't stopped yet and rushed right behind it. Bam! Ju A-young. Without hesitating, she landed another punch right in its face, followed by another kick, hoping to finish off the blue phoenix. Then she quickly moved away from that spot because she knew for sure. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. It blew away everything in the vicinity. The remnants of the recent battle seemed to merge with the mana flow between her and the blue phoenix. Ju A-young struggled to stand not far away, staring at the explosion. She was exhausted, and her breathing became ragged. Sweat dripped down her cheeks, but she wasn't sure if the blue phoenix was dead or not. Ju A-young's eyes grew heavy and closed. Then she collapsed to the ground. This was her limit, and yet the blue phoenix was still alive. It approached her with a furious roar. "You dare, a mere human, like you dares? You think you can defeat me in that state?" With all the anger inside it, it charged towards Ju A-young at top speed, screaming, "I'll kill you." Suddenly, chains appeared from nowhere and shot straight at the blue phoenix. The chains completely restrained the blue phoenix. It looked down in shock. Kim Tae Hyun appeared with a meaningful smile. "How to destroy the ability to regenerate? You need a destructive power far beyond that. Because I am a cautious person, therefore I cannot let my guard down. Not against a monster like you." He held Ju A-young in his arms, radiating a murderous aura. He said, "You have wounded my pride. You should accept this final destructive blow." Outside, a group of people waited anxiously for Kim Tae Hyun and Ju A-young. They whispered among themselves, their faces showing a hint of worry as they discussed out of curiosity. "It's taking a while. Are they okay?" Someone at the front spoke up, cutting through their chatter. "Nothing's wrong. They are both S-rank warriors." After hearing that, a few others chimed in, "But our guildmaster, once she's in a fight, she never loses." After hearing this, Ju A-young's three assistants all simultaneously imagined a scene where she crushed all the monsters with ease, while Kim Tae Hyun just stood and watched. They wondered if that was all right. Just then, Kim Tae Hyun emerged, carrying Ju A-young in his arms, stunning everyone. They ran worriedly towards him and her with a barrage of questions. "They're out. Is everything okay, Captain? It looks like someone is hurt." Suddenly, one of her three assistants began to realize something. He paused for a beat. Kim Tae Hyun, not understanding what was going on outside, instinctively asked back, "Huh?" But he quickly composed himself and confirmed to the group before him, "The temple of the fire god has been cleared." After this incident, the news exploded on screen. Headlines about Ju A-young and Kim Tae Hyun appeared. Romance rumors erupted. It read a secret dungeon date for 2. A few comments were also attached. Commenter 1 said, "I heard they visited a private hospital." Commenter 2 quickly added, "Isn't this the first romance rumor between 2 S-rank warriors?" Commenter 3 seemed quite interested. "It's only natural since just the 2 of them went into that dungeon." After reading, the finger on the screen trembled unconsciously. The entire hand holding the phone was trembling. Ju A-young's face was now as red as a tomato as she stammered, This is. She immediately turned to her 3 assistants and asked, "What on earth is this?" They avoided her gaze, pretending to know nothing. Ju A-young continued to ask. The dual dungeon raid was conducted publicly. "So why is this rumor spreading everywhere now, and what the hell is this content? It's so embarrassing. You guys did this, didn't you?" The tallest assistant stammered in reply, "Conquering a dual dungeon is a major issue. It's very difficult to keep it a secret." The red-haired one evasively excused himself, saying, "I only told a few close friends. I'm sure they all said they would keep it a secret." The last one could only say, "It's so unfair, I only did it. For the guildmaster's sake, I meant no harm. My loyalty is unquestionable." Ju A-young just replied with a cold laugh. "Let's all die together today." Suddenly, the chairman burst in and said sternly, "Player Ju A-young, I heard your skill went berserk in that dual dungeon." His face froze when he saw the scene before him. "Are you okay?" In front of him was a complete mess. Blue mana was enveloping Ju A-young. He asked helplessly, "What is happening here?" The chairman took Ju A-young for a walk in the library to talk. She asked him, "How do I look to you?" While sipping her coffee, she said, "I've been training for so long to control this condition. My skill outburst, I used it for 1 minute in the dungeon and it had no effect on my body." The chairman chuckled with interest and said, "Is that so?" He continued, "So what about it, Tae Hyun's true strength, the thing you wanted to verify?" Ju A-young's expression gradually turned serious as she looked at him. "What do you mean?" She began to recount. "In the end, after I lost control fighting the Blue Phoenix, Tae Hyun took care of everything," she said. She slowly recalled the situation back then, looking glum as she remembered Tae Hyun's face, and continued, "Furthermore, the raid on the Temple of the Fire God ended just 2 days ago. This time, he said he's heading for the deep levels of the abyss. Just how strong has he become?" Her words surprised the chairman so much that he had to re-emphasize. "The deep floor of the abyss?" He looked at his own fist, thinking to himself, "My God, that's an incredible growth in his power. But isn't that a good thing for the new South Korea?" Ju A-young watched him ponder for a moment, then said, "That's why I don't understand." He looked at her, wanting her to elaborate. "Huh." The chairman recalled the journeys Kim Tae Hyun had been through. She expressed, "Everyone has the desire to become stronger, but after reaching a certain point, people feel satisfied and take a rest. Right? But Tae Hyun shows no signs of stopping." An image of him appeared in her mind, telling her, instead of stopping, "I choose to keep going. I'm trying to take advantage of every condition I can." Ju A-young turned and seriously asked the chairman, "Why is Tae Hyun trying so hard to become this strong?" The wind rustled, carrying leaves that blew past them. He hesitated before replying to her. Perhaps, I know the reason." She was utterly shocked by his words. She asked again to make sure she hadn't misheard. "You do?" She waited intently for his answer. "It's probably because of," he declared grandly, "patriotism. It must be." Ju A-young was speechless at his thought. She replied, "What? You still don't get it." But he continued to imagine Kim Tae Hyun as a hero fighting against the evil that surrounded him. He hummed, "An era filled with monsters and evil awakened ones running rampant, so that the country can overcome this period safely and prosperously. He has a strong desire to rise up and help the nation. That's why Tae Hyun pushes himself to become so strong, not stopping, no matter how difficult it gets." Ju A-young threw cold water on his idea, saying, "That's not it. Whatever the reason is, it's not that." Leaving the chairman stunned. "What?" Scene changed to the deep floor of the abyss, where the vampire lord's castle is located, a place covered in the deep red of blood. Inside, corpses were strewn everywhere, and someone was sitting comfortably on a throne. Amidst the chaos, the human corpses were treated like animal carcasses. They were pierced by arrows, swords, or knives, dying without a whole body. Most were the corpses of women, as if a conspiracy was being set up. A man appeared, respectfully placing his lips on the back of the other's hand. Suddenly, a voice rang out. With this, the other person immediately stopped his action, listening to the command. The red-haired man exuded an overwhelming aura. Sitting with his legs crossed on his throne, he ordered, "Let's connect our powers with blood." He is the Prince of the Abyss and the Vampire Lord, Eagle Moon. Level unknown. The man in the black cloak bowed. "Thank you, my lord." Eagle Moon glanced down, his expression unchanging, and said, "Thank you. How do you feel after receiving the power of the vampire race?" The man slowly took off his black cloak. He calmly replied, "There were quite a few people with skills and powers similar to mine." He completely pulled down his hood. He laughed savagely, revealing a fierce look with his blood-red eyes. He continued, But after receiving power from you, I will now be the strongest among them. He is China's national power player, Jianglin Pyong. There were 2 guards standing in front of the gate to Area 22 of the Abyss. Inside was a desolate scene, with a deep red blood moon in the sky, making one hesitant to enter. At this time, Tae Hyun was also there. There were tents set up nearby. With the number 22 and guards there, it looked like a miniature military zone. He said with satisfaction, "So this is the Abyss after my regression. It's my first time setting foot here." Huh. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. "Welcome, Mr. Tae Hyun, to the Abyss." He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am Paul Becker, an A-rank player from the World Player Association, and also the manager of Area 22 in the Abyss's deep floor. It's a pleasure to welcome you." He raised his head and introduced himself again to Tae Hyun. "My name is Paul Becker." He was the manager of Area 22 of the Abyss from the World Player Association, A-rank player Paul Becker. Paul Becker led Tae Hyun around and introduced their area. "According to the records, this is your first time on the deep floor of the Abyss, is that right?" Tae Hyun calmly followed behind and answered, "Something like that." Paul Becker suggested to him, "Then you'll need to hire players who can act as guides or mercenaries." He also added, "The World Player Association has established a player area, a safe base, that also serves as a gathering point to support explorers in each discovered area of the Abyss. However, the deep floor of the Abyss is so dangerous that even within the player area, you can be attacked by powerful monsters at any time." Paul Becker saw that he didn't seem to care about this issue, so he tried to persuade him further. "Therefore, even if you are an S-rank player, hiring other players to accompany you is a necessity." Unfortunately for him, that still wasn't enough for Tae Hyun to consider. He answered bluntly, "No, I don't need to." This left Paul Becker very confused. Tae Hyun was about to say more anyway. But before he could finish, suddenly, a crack appeared in the ground. A giant centipede emerged from the crack right behind him. Paul Becker was shocked. "Oh, this is," he shouted to warn him, "Player Tae Hyun, be careful, a monster." But what surprised him even more was that Tae Hyun took down the monster in an instant, without any effort at all. Tae Hyun stood on the monster's body, looked down confidently, and replied, "I'm just taking a little walk. And a few monsters are already bothering me, huh?" A moment later, the area around him was piled with monster corpses. He let out a sigh. Paul Becker must have gone back by now. Having come this far, there's probably no one following me anymore. Tae Hyun recalled the scenes he had experienced in each event and thought, thanks to absorbing the power of the Great Phoenix at the Fire God Temple, I got the condition to activate the pact with the devil at the auction house and also receive the necessary 200 magic points. He thoughtfully looked at the 2 purple stones in his hand, but even so, suddenly, his skill window appeared. Pact with the devil, B rank. Opens a gate to the Abyss. He couldn't help but wonder why this skill had changed. Instead of simply summoning a monster like that bastard Ophion Ouroboros, it has turned into creating a gate. The next thing that caught his attention was the symbol at the end, 1 out of 1. It must be the number of uses. It might have become a one-time use skill. Thinking about that, Tae Hyun broke into a cold sweat. Could this be some kind of special effect? The 2 stones in his hand glowed with a brilliant purple light, making him exclaim, "There are dozens of monsters here. Luckily, I brought these stones. This should be enough." Tae Hyun immediately crushed the 2 stones. The player screen displayed a notification. Magic amplification stone used. Magic power temporarily amplified. Those 2 stones were magic amplification stones, an item created and used by consuming stones. When needed, it has the effect of temporarily amplifying the user's magic power after being activated. A gruesome-looking skull gate gradually appeared. It stretched out its arms and legs to form a complete gate. Covered in purple flames, it gave off a dangerous feeling, making one not want to step inside. At the same time, the notification window appeared again. Pact with the devil has been activated. The gate has been created. Tae Hyun slowly stepped in, filled with anticipation. Let's see what species it is and what it looks like. He entered the gate. Tae Hyun was overwhelmed by what appeared before his eyes. It was a magnificent white castle, shrouded in a melancholic and mysterious atmosphere. Every nook and cranny of it was absolutely perfect. It amazed him, making him suspicious of the castle. He cautiously walked up the steps leading to the castle, thinking to himself, "I've never heard of a place like this in the Abyss, even after using magic amplification stones to push the skill effect to its maximum. But this is so unexpected. Where on earth have I ended up? I guess I'll just have to find out for myself." Before Tae Hyun could finish his thought, several succubi appeared behind him. Tae Hyun immediately sensed their presence. He turned around as a huge shockwave occurred. He stood his ground, holding his knife, ready to fight. A girl's voice rang out, catching his attention. "Oh my, what a novel scent." The blue-haired succubus sneered at him. Don't point that ridiculous thing at me, the blue-haired one wondered what flavor I should let you taste. The pink-haired one added, it seems to be humans. Humans, the blonde one continued excitedly. They are S-class succubi. Tae Hyun was shocked by what he saw. Succubi are a species of monster that drain the life force of men through mental attacks, like illusions or hypnosis that cause hallucinations. Tae Hyun carefully organized his thoughts, but a normal succubus is only B-class. This is another S-class. Is she a mutated monster, the target I need to defeat to form a summoning contract? The pink-haired one kept talking. You pitiful human, it seems you've chosen the wrong path. The blonde one said, with delight, you look so delicious. Tae Hyun paid no mind to their words and made a decision. If they're the contract targets that need to be defeated, he leaped and charged straight at them, then I'll take you down. The blue-haired one calmly just let out an "oh." They dodged all of his sharp attacks. They laughed, treating him like a new toy. How exciting. The blue-haired one looked at him with interest and said, but your enthusiasm isn't half bad. The more you struggle, the more interesting it is. Tae Hyun said nothing and dashed towards them at his fastest speed. As he got close to them, a heart-shaped ring of light exploded. Thinking they had him under control, they laughed excitedly. Have a taste of my sweet nectar. Human, after taking the full brunt of their attack, Tae Hyun stood perfectly still. Besides, a man can never resist our hypnosis. The blue-haired one hadn't even finished speaking. Tae Hyun had already rushed at her, punching her straight to the ground. All that could be heard was her piercing scream and the shock of her two sisters. The blue-haired one couldn't understand what just happened before her eyes. What big sis. He didn't give the other two a chance to counterattack. Tae Hyun activated the skill Knight's Fighting Will. He ordered kneel. The two were crushed to the ground by his aura. The two groaned in pain. It hurts so much. How could a mere human like you be able to resist our seductive hypnosis? Tae Hyun slowly walked towards them. Resist what? Notification windows kept appearing. Skill used detected, temptation confirmed. He looked down with a smug expression. Only the incompetent would be seduced by monsters like you. Another notification appeared. Resisted temptation. Success due to a mysterious power. Tae Hyun moved closer and said, now then, let's form a contract. They now only had the strength for weak whispers. To form a summoning contract with a monster, one of two conditions must be met. One is to fulfill the monster's desire, and the other is to conquer it by force. The red-haired one struggled in fear, but was helpless. Tae Hyun activated the skill while thinking to himself, this should meet the conditions. With this, I can command an S-class monster. Suddenly, a notification appeared that made him pause. Not a contract target. Tae Hyun was stunned. What do you mean, not a contract target? What does that mean? As many questions raced through his mind, a voice suddenly spoke from behind him. It seems you're no ordinary human. The voice pulled him back to reality. Tae Hyun whipped around. He saw a group of succubi approaching him. The one in the lead spoke, you will be a wonderful offering for the queen. S+ elite scene change inside a castle where a dome is covered in purple roses. Below, men were tightly bound by thorny vines hanging upside down everywhere, yet all of them wore expressions of pure bliss. Just then, a succubus maid appeared and formally announced, Your Majesty, a human has infiltrated the castle. Behind a red curtain, the silhouette of a powerful woman appeared. She said curiously, oh, a human. Then she burst out laughing. This will be an interesting diversion. The magnificent white castle with its long winding staircases was built on a solitary rock emitting rays of light as dark smoke billowed up. Powerful sounds arise from the chase by the red-eyed demons guarding the castle. With wings like bats, tails, and horns on their heads, they raced to catch Tae Hyun, who was running ahead. They roared with indignation. Coward, you bastard, you only use dirty tricks. Another one angrily added, he's a prize for the queen. Capture him alive. Tae Hyun glanced back at the three of them chasing him and cursed, damn it. While he was looking back, two more succubi appeared out of nowhere in front of him, shattering a window. Shards of glass flew blocking his path. They stared intently at Tae Hyun, who was startled. What the hell? Why are there so many succubi? They shot forward even faster. Seeing this, Tae Hyun lost his composure. There's an unreasonably large number of them. Tae Hyun was surrounded by countless succubi and their attacks. In a flash, Tae Hyun used his skill to break the encirclement. He could be seen tightly gripping his blade. It emitted an intense light, and the face of the hell demon appeared behind him again. Seeing this light, the terrified succubi were caught off guard and fell backward. A shocking red light burst forth from inside the castle. Along with the succubi who were blasted away by the light, a large hole was torn in the ceiling. Below only, Tae Hyun remained standing. After dealing with those succubi, Tae Hyun wiped the corner of his mouth, let out a breath, and thought to himself, normally succubi don't focus so much manpower on attacking just one person like this. Then there's only one possibility. The demonic being that can command even a succubus captain, the one they call their queen, is here. Just as he had that thought, Tae Hyun snapped to attention and looked at the succubus wearing a maid's outfit who was standing before him with her head bowed respectfully. Yes, it seems you are the first human to ever come here. Please feel free to enter. The queen is waiting for you. Tae Hyun paused, looking at her with an expectant smirk. Scene change. Kim Tae Hyun stood alone before a closed gate. Twisting vines crawled all over the ground and many white roses were planted above. The flowers were in bloom. White rose petals drifted down from above, mingling with the red of the tiled floor. Kim Tae Hyun stood there amidst the eerie scene. Those ugly twisting vines snaked their way everywhere, weaving along the base of the walls. Looking closer, they were humans tightly bound by the thorny vines of the roses. The thorns coiled around them, hanging them upside down. A white liquid dripped from their bodies. Kim Tae Hyun stood with his hands in his pockets. He looked at a palanquin veiled by a thin white curtain. Twisting vines crawled out from its base, but through it he could see the figure of a woman sitting inside. From behind the thin veil, a clear female voice rang out. Unlike the beauties Kim Tae Hyun had fought, she leisurely introduced herself. "Welcome, human, to my palace. I am the mother of all desires, the queen of this place. Call me Rosalia." The corners of her mouth lifted into a wicked smile, revealing her fangs. After hearing her introduction, Kim Tae Hyun saw his objective summoning contract activated. The target for the contract is right in front of him. Kim Tae Hyun seemed to understand, thinking to himself, "So, this is the real target I should have been aiming for." Kim Tae Hyun asked her again, "You are Rosalia?" She answered without hesitation, with the full arrogance of a queen. "Yes, Rosalia." She enunciated each syllable of her name. Kim Tae Hyun's brows furrowed. "I can't believe it," he thought. "A demonic being that speaks the human tongue." Rosalia smiled demonically and said slowly, "There's nothing strange about it. You're not a monster yet. You understand our language, don't you?" Kim Tae Hyun stood still, thinking, "That's right, I can understand them. So what is your purpose in coming here, human?" With the air of a queen, Rosalia asked him directly, then listed the answers herself. "Is it for curiosity, fame, or are you simply interested in this place? Or do you wish to satisfy your desires?" Her tentacles rubbed against each other, oozing a dark red liquid. Rosalia gave a provocative and wicked smile as white rose petals fluttered down. Kim Tae Hyun answered no. He maintained his posture, looking into the palanquin filled with writhing tentacles that were moving. He stated his purpose for coming here directly. "I came to form a summoning contract." After a long pause, Rosalia slowly repeated his words, "A summoning contract." She laughed as if she'd heard a joke. She couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, her laughter growing louder and louder. "You've got a lot of nerve, human." She continued to laugh loudly while looking at him, her tentacles dripping with red liquid. Slowly, the veil parted, revealing a hand with sharp claws pointing straight at him. But don't be so naive. The curtain was finally pulled open completely, revealing Rosalia inside. She sat with her legs crossed, surrounded by tentacles. Still pointing at Kim Tae Hyun, she spoke in a mocking tone. "Since when does a toy get to demand a contract with its master Rosalia, the Lord of the Abyss and Queen Sakuya?" The mysterious rank boss Rosalia's attitude changed. She was no longer as wicked as before. She sent her tentacles rushing straight towards Kim Tae Hyun, but he just stood there with his hands in his pockets and said, "That's right. You're not wrong." So then, Kim Tae Hyun gently moved his hand, and behind him, the image of a demon appeared. On one side was Kim Tae Hyun controlling his demon. On the other were the tentacles rapidly approaching. Kim Tae Hyun's expression grew cold. "I will use force to subdue you then." The tentacles also attacked forcefully. These tentacles were massive, with considerable striking power. Upon impact, they shattered a huge pillar, but Kim Tae Hyun was no pushover. Kim Tae Hyun moved with agility. Dodging those attacks and looking at the tentacles, Kim Tae Hyun smirked. His familiar blade appeared along with his newly equipped hand. Chains of light appeared. With a few flicks of his hand, Kim Tae Hyun controlled them to create deadly slashes. His eyes widened and hardened, a black streak appearing. Holding his blade, Kim Tae Hyun aimed at the seated Rosalia. He rushed towards her to attack. Kim Tae Hyun raised the dagger high in his hand, the chains around it glowing a furious red. His arm and the dagger transformed into stone. A direct blow from Kim's hand and blade. Tae Hyun's arm had turned into a large, sharp, triangular block of stone, hurtling towards Rosalia, who sat there with her legs crossed. Still some distance from Rosalia, the stone block Kim Tae Hyun had created suddenly shattered, and the light chains fell with it. But Rosalia remained seated, apparently without using any skills. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't believe what was happening. "Huh?" Rosalia sat there looking at Kim Tae Hyun, pointing her fingers at him with a scornful laugh. "You're so weak, aren't you?" She snapped her fingers. Kim Tae Hyun was still hovering a distance from her when he saw Rosalia's palanquin flip upside down. Kim Tae Hyun was horrified. Not understanding what was happening to him, he now saw Rosalia sitting on her palanquin, looking down at him. Kim Tae Hyun was falling from towering buildings, unable to control his body. "What the hell is this? I can't use my skills," Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself as he looked into the void he was falling through. Moreover, has the space here been altered? No, this is. Kim Tae Hyun was falling rapidly towards the skyscrapers. Now Kim Tae Hyun fell into the water, sinking deep. He struggled with all his might. An illusion. This is an illusionary space Rosalia created to drown him. Kim Tae Hyun struggled in the water. Water filled his mouth, surrounding him. Only then did he realize the situation. His mind snapped awake, an illusion. But when did I fall into this illusion? Rosalia sat on her palanquin, surrounded by her writhing tentacles. She looked down at the churning sea where waves crashed into white foam. She sat there, covering her mouth with her hand. Gloating over her victory, she slowly uttered, "When did you fall into the illusion? It was from the very moment you stepped in here. You fool." The scene changes to Rosalia on top of Tae Hyun, using her tentacles to bind his entire body. She gave a wicked smile. At this moment, Tae Hyun's eyes were shut tight and he was unconscious. Inside the palanquin, sunlight shone on Rosalia, who was on top of the unconscious Tae Hyun as tentacles wrapped around his body. Tae Hyun lay there with his eyes shut tight, Rosalia's tentacles wrapped around his neck and waist. She laughed cunningly, baring her fangs. "Since when, you ask?" As Rosalia used her tentacles to wrap all over Tae Hyun's body, she looked at him with a satisfied smile. "You were in the illusion from the moment you entered." As Tae Hyun sank into the water, large bubbles rose to the surface. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, I have to escape this illusion." Suddenly, a light flashed before his eyes. Tae Hyun's eyes widened in shock. Tae Hyun suddenly found himself in the backseat of a car. The man in the driver's seat was his father. The gentle, long-haired woman in the passenger seat was his mother. And the child, that was him, Tae Hyun. He couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing the innocent little boy sitting there so properly. "Is that me as a child?" A young Tae Hyun excitedly told his parents. They said on TV that high-rank awakeners make a lot of money. The boy was still very excited. "So I have to become the highest level awakener to buy mom and dad the best food and the most beautiful things in the world." His father's eyes crinkled in a smile, and his mother smiled gently at his words. "My good boy," his mother said gently, "but I don't need any of those things, son. As long as you're healthy and happy, that's enough for me." The young Tae Hyun looked a little displeased to hear that. "Why would you say that? That's so boring, Mom." Tae Hyun thought about his parents. That's right, they were always like that. More than wanting me to become a high-level awakener, more than wanting us to escape poverty. The family of three was talking and laughing happily in that small car, which was filled with the sound of joyful laughter. What my parents always longed for was my happiness. Tae Hyun's eyes filled with joy, and he smiled at his family's happiness. Fire reflected in Tae Hyun's eyes. A raging red flame was burning. He was horrified. The scene of the accident returned. The car was smashed to pieces, and flames erupted, threatening to engulf the entire vehicle. His parents sat there unconscious, motionless in the fire. The glass was shattered, and his father's face was covered in bleeding wounds. His mother sat still in the passenger seat, slowly being consumed by the flames. The spot where Tae Hyun sat also burst into flames. Fire was everywhere. He was too horrified to speak. Through the shattered window, he saw the image of a man standing next to a woman. They were holding a young man, crying out in anguish about the injustice of the heavens. The man's face was devastated, tears streaming down as he said, "Oh no." The woman, still holding the young man, was in disbelief. She cried out in regret, "Why did this have to happen to my family?" Tae Hyun stared blankly, only able to utter, "Uncle." A savage smile and a mocking voice made Tae Hyun's eyes widen. "Look at that useless brat." Before him was the image of two young men, relentlessly kicking a defenseless person who couldn't fight back. Those two kept kicking him hard. "Stop pretending and get up, little Tae Hyun. Our boy has surely awakened with incredible endurance." Tae Hyun stood before the blazing car. Looking at his trembling past self, he thought, "That's right, this is a memory." He remembered carrying his luggage on his shoulder. Setting off with his comrades, Tae Hyun was certain this was his memory, carrying a heavy load of luggage on his back. Tae Hyun panted as he walked, sweat beading on his forehead. A powerless weakling like you wants to go to the abyss? Know your place. Tae Hyun remembered watching them mock and scorn him, all because he was unawakened. Because I had no power, I had to endure misery day after day without a single word of protest. But what hurt the most was his aunt shouting at him, "Tae Hyun, what are you saying? Did I do something wrong? Where could someone like you possibly go?" On a road whitened by falling snow, Tae Hyun carried his luggage on his shoulder. He stood with his head down, listening to his aunt's words, not daring to look at his aunt and uncle standing before him. His aunt continued to persuade him anxiously. "Money isn't the problem. Let's not worry about that anymore." Tae Hyun finally answered, "That's not it, Aunt, Uncle. I'm already so grateful for everything you two have done for me up until today." His aunt and uncle were stunned. He sank back into his thoughts. "Not only was I unable to help anyone, but my very existence brought misfortune to those who helped me." That's right. The present Tae Hyun looked at his past self. "My parents wanted me to be happy, but to get that happiness, the two versions of me were facing each other." His past self walked past his present self, heading towards a light. Tae Hyun realized that he needed power. Detected. The Queen's hypnosis skill has been activated. Rosalia is using her hypnosis skill. Controlling Tae Hyun. Using mysterious power to resist the skill. Resistance failed. All stats reduced. Chains of binding cannot be used. Knight's will cannot be used. Monarch's heart cannot be used. Paralysis cannot be used. Stealth cannot be used. Iron skin cannot be used. Usable skills, 1 out of 8. Kim Tae Hyun roared with all his might. Submit. Kim Tae Hyun used his skill to shatter the illusions surrounding him. Corpses lay scattered across the floor. Their blood-soaked bodies lay in disarray. Rosalia laughed, one arm crossed over her chest and her hand on her chin as she spoke. You surprise me. To think you survived after encountering the Iron Horse, but there are some noteworthy points in your memories. Rosalia looks at Kim Tae Hyun in the past. First, for some reason, there are memories of a boy who looks older than your current age. Second, although it seems to be the same period, there are memories with contradictory outcomes. Kim Tae Hyun was bullied and couldn't fight back. Kim Tae Hyun, with extraordinary power, defeated the bully who had picked on him before. He was defeated and is lying at your feet. So, to be sure, Rosalia's crimson tentacle reaches out. What secret are you hiding? She uses her tentacle to shatter the Iron Horse in front of her. Watching the fragments fly everywhere, she covers her mouth and laughs mockingly. Her red eyes widen unimaginably. She stands frozen when she sees the spaces before her, and most surprisingly, she sees the king. His whole body is glowing white. His long white hair flows. Rosalia steps back, not believing her eyes. She stammers. You. This person is the king, radiating a white light and laughing. She is still in shock, unable to speak. Crimson lightning appears behind her. More lightning arcs from her body. She collapses to her knees, looking up at the crimson lightning, mingling with the shattered fragments that reflect her. Her face is drenched in sweat as she looks at the tentacles lying on the ground. Her mind goes blank. How dare you peek into another's memories? She turns her head towards the source of the sound. A knife was already at her throat. What a bizarre hobby for a queen. Rosalia kneels on the ground with Kim Tae Hyun's knife at her throat. Kim Tae Hyun says, I'll say it again, Rosalia, accept the summoning contract. She can still laugh. You think that cheap flashback can defeat me? Fool, do you think that toy can kill me? Kim Tae Hyun says defiantly, we won't know until we try. Rosalia glares, smirks, and scoffs. How arrogant. But, suddenly, a tentacle appears, striking like lightning. Rosalia wraps it around Kim Tae Hyun, her finger tracing his face as she says, I will accept the contract. With that, she bites hard into Kim Tae Hyun's shoulder. Blood splatters everywhere. Kim Tae Hyun screams in disbelief. Contract conditions fulfilled. Summoning contract established. Rosalia is still biting tightly into Kim Tae Hyun's shoulder. Skill. Contract with evil. And is converted to Queen's Monarch. Skill level adjusted. New skill. Perfect hypnosis added. Skill level adjusted. She releases Kim Tae Hyun and retracts her tentacle. Charm stat increased. Rubbing his face with her tentacle, she says, Hey, sleep well, my chosen one. She smiles, satisfied with her actions. Kim Tae Hyun lies there unconscious, his eyes shut tight. Mr. Kim Tae Hyun, he hears someone calling his name. Kim Tae Hyun slowly opens his eyes. Tae Hyun wakes up and sits up. He sees a man with neatly styled hair and glasses. Behind him is the magic circle that summoned him. The man asks, Are you all right, sir? Kim Tae Hyun is still confused. I'm glad you survived safely. The handsome, radiant man who just spoke is the manager of the 22nd Abyss, from the World Player Association. A-class player, Paul Baker. In a space with only sand and some bases, Kim Tae Hyun asks, Where is this? Paul Baker says, This is the player area. I was on my way back when I saw you lying here. Kim Tae Hyun, with a headache, rubs his eyes and asks, What happened? He thinks to himself, Did Rosalia bring me here? Updated information appears in Kim Tae Hyun's mind. Skill. Summon Queen's Man. B rank. Can summon Rosalia, the Queen of Demons. Mana cost. 200. Skill. Hypnosis. B rank. Can hypnotize an opponent. Mana cost. 40. Charm. 130. Moreover, this isn't a dream. A powerful stream of energy is flowing into Kim Tae Hyun. The Demon's contract has been changed to the Summon Queen's Man skill. I even got a new skill, Hypnosis. With the ability to summon Rosalia, I can face her in the Asian-friendly match and confront players from other countries. An image of Rosalia appears in Kim Tae Hyun's mind. The Hypnosis skill. The one Rosalia gave me even has an infinite range. But why did Rosalia change her mind? Kim Tae Hyun is astonished as he thinks about this. What she said at the last moment. Rosalia, with one hand on her stomach, one covering her mouth and her tentacles wiggling, said, Hey, sleep well, the one chosen by the king. Rosalia gently said those few words, making Kim Tae Hyun turn pale with fear. He stammers, She knows the king? Paul Becker suddenly calls out, Ah, Mr. Kim Tae Hyun, snapping Kim Tae Hyun back to reality. He looks toward Paul Becker, who continues, What will you do now? Do you need to hire a guide? Kim Tae Hyun politely smiles and replies to Paul Baker, "Thank you, I'm fine. Everything's done, so I'm going home now." The sky is clear blue with rays of early afternoon Sunday. In the city, tall buildings stretch to catch the early sunlight. A tall building has a rather spacious rooftop. Below, people are bustling about their business. Someone is walking out of the building. She is walking down the steps in her high heels. "Congratulations on your discharge from the hospital, Guildmaster." Hearing the congratulations, Du Aeon's steps halt in surprise. A man with a large scar on his face, along with two subordinates behind him, is clapping and says, "You're looking well." The scar-faced man clapping is the Vice Guild Master of the Yaboinan Guild, A-class player Han Sudong. Du Aeon adjusts her vest and says, "I've had a few sparring matches and I'm fine." Han Sudong chuckles. "As expected of the Guild Master, I have some interesting news for you." Hearing this, Du Aeon glances at him and asks, "What news?" He thinks of Kim Tae Hyun and says, "I heard that player Kim Tae Hyun has returned from the abyss." Hearing this, Du Aeon is shocked and says, "He's back?" She is still in disbelief. "He really came back? Well, regardless. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't have explored deep inside alone." Han Sudong crosses his arms, smirks arrogantly, and replies, "It's a place called the S-Rank Tomb. Returning isn't the issue. The important thing is who went to meet the player." Du Aeon is even more surprised and urgently asks, "What? Who met him?" Han Sudong says with a triumphant smile, "It was the guild master of the Onsamiro Guild, one of the 4 major guilds. I am Goon Kang Hyuk, a player." A tall, large man stands before Kim Tae Hyun, who sweats and gasps. He has a scar across his nose. Baring his teeth in a grin, he asks, "Are you Kim Tae Hyun?" He arrogantly challenges, "Have a match with me." Goon Kang Hyuk, guild master of the Osamiro Guild, S-rank player. Goon Kang Hyuk runs straight towards the standing Kim Tae Hyun. Goon Kang Hyuk, he is the leader of Osamiro, one of the 4 major guilds. This man is known as the strongest tank in New Korea. He has fought monsters for tens of hours straight. There are many rumors about him. Among them, it is said that he has annihilated hundreds of monsters. Their guild is most famous for him gathering power in his hands. So, let's begin. The source of power from Goon Kang Hyuk erupts, recruiting members through duels. "Come on!" Suddenly, a voice cuts in. "Stop!" Kim Hyun rushes forward to slap him. He is shocked. "Huh?" Goon Kang Hyuk exclaims in surprise. "Secretary Kim?" She speaks up. "Do you want to be summoned by the Human Rights Commission again, Guild Master? Don't you know you'll be banned from the Abyss if you do that? What excuse will I have to make this time to keep you from being penalized?" Kim Tae Hyun is bewildered. She speaks up. "Hello, I am Kim Hae-jeon, Secretary to the Guild Master of Onsamiro." He is still in a ready-to-fight stance. Kim Hae-jeon explains again. "It's true that our Guild Master's recruitment method is very inhumane, but I'm here now to handle your recruitment." Kim Tae Hyun into the guild. At this moment, Goon Kang Hyuk behind them is extremely annoyed. "Secretary Kim, what are you saying? What's inhumane about it? If player Kim Tae Hyun wants to join the guild, it's fine even without a duel." Kim Tae Hyun is skeptical. If there's no method to select candidates, how is that any different from forcing people to join? Secretary Kim agrees. That's also true. But I have a suggestion for you, Mr. Kim Tae Hyun. As far as I know, player Kim Tae Hyun, you intend to participate in the Asian-friendly match." She continues, imagining the scene. "Among the 4 major guilds, we, Osamiro, are the guild that specializes most in abyss exploration. With countless dungeon raid schedules, we will guarantee your progress in exploring the abyss. If you join our guild, we will definitely make up for what you, Mr. Kim Tae Hyun, are lacking." Kim Tae Hyun stands and listens without saying anything. Goon Kang Hyuk steps forward from behind, smiling cheerfully. He pats Secretary Kim on the shoulder, startling her. She turns to look. Goon Kang Hyuk says, "That's enough, Secretary Kim." Osamiro glanced sideways with a contemptuous smile and said if he wanted those things, he would have come here a long time ago. Kim Tae Hyun suddenly interrupted Osamiro, saying, "No, I've changed my mind." Secretary Kim and Goon Kang Hyuk were shocked to hear him say that. Goon Kang Hyuk asked in surprise what while Secretary Kim enthusiastically cheered. "That's the spirit." Goon Kang Hyuk hesitantly asked, "So you mean you want to join Osamiro?" Kim Tae Hyun laughed and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, Goon?" Kang Hyuk's eyes widened. Not understanding what Kim Tae Hyun said, Kim Tae Hyun stood facing Goon Kang Hyun and confidently said, "Let's do it your way." Kim Tae Hyun continued with a cold face. "Whoever wins gets what they want." "How about that?" Goon Kang Hyuk said, annoyed. This brat at the Osamiro headquarters stadium. Bright lights were shining. Thousands of people were gathered here to watch. Many reporters with cameras surrounded Kim Tae Hyun for an interview. "I heard you're being forced to join Osamiro. Do you have any connection to the Night Walker Guild? Does the guild have player UIN? Why did you agree to a one-on-one duel with Goon Kang Hyuk?" An opponent nicknamed the strongest tank in New Korea. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Questions and flashing screens surrounded Kim Tae Hyun. Flames of anger and a murderous aura rose in his eyes. The people behind were pushing and shoving as if they were on fire, shouting, "This is so annoying, let me through, oh my god." "I'm just taking one picture," someone asked as Kim Tae Hyun angry. "Why aren't you saying anything?" In the crowd, someone said, "Ah, there." A hand in a green sleeve reached out shouting. Kim Tae Hyun heard the shout and looked up. He turned to look in the direction the sound came from. It was a girl wearing a green outfit and glasses. With her hair in a half-up bun and holding a camera, she frantically pushed through the crowd shouting, "I want an interview too, move, I have to do an interview." She is reporter Kim, a new reporter for SI Economic Characteristic, trying her best to avoid getting fired. Reporter Kim's trembling hand tried to push forward when a strong man's hand firmly grabbed it. The man was Kim Tae Hyun. Holding reporter Kim's hand, she looked at him in shock. Kim Tae Hyun looked down at reporter Kim and greeted her long time no see. "Reporter Kim, we met during the selection exam, didn't we?" Right, reporter Kim blushed and stammered, "Ah yes, it's been a while, player Kim." "Tae Hyun and reporter Kim, do you two know each other? She's just pretending to be close to him, right?" The crowd gossiped about reporter Kim. Reporter Kim stood there daydreaming. He even remembers someone he just passed by. Like me, famous people really are on another level. Kim Tae Hyun gestured towards reporter Kim and said casually, "I can't answer any questions right now. If you have any, just ask her. As you all know, I have an appointment with Mr. Goon Kang Hyuk, so I don't have enough time for interviews." Having this bombshell dropped on her, reporter Kim froze and could only utter what. Reporter Kim was surrounded by a crowd of journalists asking questions like, "Reporter Kim, what is your relationship with Kim Tae Hyun?" Suddenly, surrounded by everyone, reporter Kim was scared and didn't know what to do, only managing a huh. After passing the trouble over to reporter Kim, Kim Tae Hyun waved lightly, smiled, and walked away. With that said, Kim Tae Hyun walked to the stairs where a brightly lit gate was opening. With his hands in his pockets, Kim Tae Hyun walked up the steps one by one. He stopped and furrowed his brows as a green light shone on the stage. Thousands of people were sitting and waiting. Kim Tae Hyun and Goon Kang Hyuk stood facing each other. Goon Kang Hyuk smiled challengingly with a blazing red aura. "So you've come. I was worried you'd get scared and run off." Kim Tae Hyun didn't back down either. He had also changed his appearance, ready to fight, and confidently said, "Do you have any last words? If not, then let's get started." Kim Tae Hyun's body was covered in rock and flames erupted. He was also ready for this fight. In the stands, thousands of people sat watching the match. The voice of the commentator, level 8 player Choi Hae Sun's voice rang out, Now the battle you've all been waiting for is about to begin. There is only one way to win. That is to make the opponent surrender. How will this forced recruitment turn out?" Goon Kang Hyuk got into a ready stance. "All right, well then, let's see what you're made of, kid. The recruitment through combat may now begin." The starting bell rang. Both were excited for this fiery battle. Kim Tae Hyun was ready. "Let's go." He lightly waved his hand and summoned a giant monster. "I'll show you my power." He thought about his strategy. "When I summon a monster, the oppressive aura of royal authority it radiates is enough to suppress even S-rank monsters. In just one move, even a player like Goon Kang Hyuk can't easily dodge this attack." He thought this authority-class monster could intimidate him, but he was surprised to see no reaction. "Not bad, that move is a little threatening, but it's not enough." Kim Tae Hyun was stunned by his reaction. Suddenly, he felt something flash past his back. Is that a leopard? Before he could finish, Goon Kang Hyuk was concentrating all his power into his fist. The power gathered in one spot. Blurry images appeared on his fist. One strike. His punch was as powerful as a giant brown bear. He was sent flying a long way, leaving gouges in the ground beneath him. Showing how terrifyingly powerful that punch was, he had managed to wrap his arm in golden chains, so the punch didn't affect him much. He rushed at him like the wind, large long horns growing from his head. "Your fighting skills are quite good, but you're mistaken if you think you can defeat me with that level of power." He charged at him. The image of a giant bull appeared just like the bear punch before. "It's really strong." Kim Tae Hyun calmly replied with a smile still on his handsome face. He jumped up. With that same aura, the image of a giant elephant appeared ready to stomp on the small prey beneath its feet. He was surprised by this strange move, a devastating blow as the giant elephant stomped on Kim's small body. Tae Hyun, earth and rocks flew everywhere in a cloud of dust. He stepped on a rock ledge, smiling triumphantly at his move. The dust gradually cleared, and he was still standing firm on the stage. "Your escape skill is pretty good, but how can you win by just escaping?" He mocked him. A smile appeared on his injured face, and he laughed loudly. "Guild Master, if you don't have any more beasts, then this fight is mine." Goon Kang Hyuk moved forward as if provoked. He started gathering his power. "Oh really? How can you say that when you're at a disadvantage? If that's what you want, then I'll end this fight with this move." The image of a giant dinosaur appeared. The audience in the stands cheered excitedly. It appeared the final transformation form. Guildmaster Goon Kang Hyuk's final form. The crowd roared and cheered. The stage where the two stood was already shattered by his 3 attacks. He looked so small next to that giant dinosaur with that form. With this fighting form, the battle will surely end soon. Even if he's a promising new player, there's no way he can beat the Guildmaster. Han Soo-jong and Ju Yeon sat on the stage watching the match. Ju Yeon was excited. You really have to witness this fight in person to see it. The immense power of both of them. How can you say that at a time like this? Soo-jong scolded. If he loses player Kim, Tae Hyun will have to join the Osamiro Guild, but I guess we'll just have to accept that. Then we need to stop this fight. Soo-jong analyzed Guild Master Goon Kang-hyuk's skill. Beast's Fury. This power simulates the fury of a beast, giving him the strength, as well as the oppressive presence of a beast in battle when he uses this skill to its final form. No matter how strong player Kim Tae Hyun is, it will be difficult for him to withstand it. Ju Yeon reassured her, "You don't need to worry so much. The player Kim Tae Hyun I know won't give up that easily. You could say he always has an ace up his sleeve for situations like this." He powered up and charged at him while he stood and waited. A smug smile appeared on his face again. The audience in the stands watched anxiously. Huh, what? What's happening? Everyone was flabbergasted. The guildmaster is on his knees. What he still didn't understand what happened. Full of anxiety and shock. If you've knelt, then I win. You know, on the other hand, I said that guildmaster Goon Kang-hyuk. He requested a one-on-one duel and his opponent player Kim Tae Hyun gladly accepted. Secretary Kim explained to the player association. An atmosphere of shock filled the entire stadium as no one could believe what they were seeing. The audience gasped at the result before them. The guildmaster is kneeling. The man who has been through so many battles, who conquered countless dungeons, is kneeling. No way, there must be some cheating involved here. A rematch. This match is invalid. There's cheating here. Invalidate this match. A rematch. He stood below the stage as the dissatisfied shouts about the result echoed endlessly. He looked at the man who was still kneeling. I had expected this to some extent, but I didn't think the battle would unfold this way. He truly is a strong player from Korea. When he closed in for close combat, the hypnosis took effect. Kneel. He gritted his teeth, anger and bitterness showing on his face. Did I lose? Impossible. I remember when I rushed to attack him, a mind control skill was used on me. I lost consciousness for a moment, then damn it, he gritted his teeth bitterly. Everyone be quiet. His shout echoed throughout the stadium. The entire audience froze. Oh, Guildmaster, I don't know what skill that kid used, but I have lost. A loss must be accepted. Therefore, all members of the Omasero Guild accept this result. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come up here and talk to me directly. The Guildmaster has completely admitted defeat. Looking down at the audience, someone was looking at both of them. He must be furious, but really? I didn't think that in such a brief moment, player Kim Tae Hyun could turn the tables. He always has skills that surprise you. He's truly a very mysterious player. Guildmaster Yu Aeon chuckled, while shamelessly stuffing popcorn into his mouth after the speech. A furious Goon Kang-hyuk quickly walked towards him. Kim Tae Hyun turned and noticed him, and Goon Kang-hyuk was already standing tall right in front of him. Kim Tae Hyun extended his hand for a handshake. That was a good match. Goon Kang-hyuk didn't shake his hand right away and asked, I want to ask you a question. Did you plan to win this way from the very beginning? Kim Tae Hyun smiled and replied, well, just a little. He laughed, amused by the answer. What an arrogant kid. Then Goon Kang-hyuk also extended his hand to accept the friendly handshake. He asked generously, a promise is a promise. Do you want money or some special item? Kim Tae Hyun answered him frankly. Those things are good, of course, but I don't want any of them. Goon Kang-hyuk replied without hesitation, the Minotaur's Labyrinth. Goon Kang-hyuk was completely shocked to hear that he continued without backing down. I want to participate in the raid of that labyrinth. This made Goon Kang-hyuk break out in a cold sweat. Scene changed to the headquarters of the Awakened Association in the chairman's office. He and Tae-guk are discussing. Tae-guk asked the Minotaur's Labyrinth. The chairman answered correct. It's a dungeon located at the end of the abyss. That labyrinth is a rather complex space with countless traps. Many awakened beings have lost their lives there. The chairman's face gradually became more serious. Even though it's at the end of the abyss, it's a place many S-rank awakened beings aim to conquer. But they have all failed. Currently, the Onsamiro Guild has the right to raid that labyrinth. But it hasn't been publicly announced yet. Tae-guk asked worriedly, then how did player Kim Tae Hyun find out about it? So is this situation? Okay, the chairman understood his thoughts and replied, of course, everything there is extremely precarious. You can't predict anything because we don't know what happens in the abyss, therefore we need to be cautious. He leaned on the table and continued. But there's no other way. All we can do right now is to trust the awakened beings who are preparing to attack that dungeon, of course. If I were younger, I would have joined the raid on that dungeon myself. Tae-guk looked at the chairman with a respectful gaze and said, Chairman. He looked at the chairman thoughtfully. It's just that if you're too worried about that, then instead of worrying about the difficulties of raiding the dungeon, you should focus on finding more new and capable awakened beings. I hope what I'm worried about doesn't happen. Suddenly, an urgent call on the notification screen caught his attention. A woman from the Awakened Association said urgently, Chairman, I apologize for calling so suddenly, but there's an emergency. He calmly asked back, an emergency. She immediately explained the situation from the association's side. The Japanese Awakened Association contacted us. The chairman was a bit confused at this point. What did you say? If it's about the Dawn auction house, that matter is already over. Tae-guk, who was beside him, couldn't understand either. The woman continued to explain about that. The Saintess has sent an invitation to player Kim Tae Hyun. After hearing about the Saintess, the chairman's mind immediately pictured a very arrogant but also very frightening woman. It made him gasp in surprise. Meanwhile, on Goon Kang-hyuk's side, he was standing in front of a gate. Behind him was a fully armed army lined up neatly. This is the association's gate management area. The secretary next to Goon Kang-hyuk began to count one. Her finger deftly moved past each person continuously, counting 2, 3, 4, 50, 60, 70. In a flash, it reached 98. Kim Tae Hyun was the last one. She announced clearly. 100 after the roll call, she turned and reported decisively, all 100 people for the labyrinth raid are present. Is everyone fully prepared? Goon Kang-hyuk was still facing the gate. He gave a sinister smile and said, since we're ready, let's enter the labyrinth and see how strong the monsters in here are. With that, he led the group and slowly entered the gate. As soon as they stepped into the outskirts of the labyrinth, a chaotic battle erupted. Streams of magic and explosions of all sizes were happening all over the labyrinth. The Minotaurs and Goon Kang-hyuk's army were surrounding and attacking each other. The space was now filled with only screams from one person after another. Quick attack, that side, first. Healing over here, again move forward quickly. Inside the Minotaur's labyrinth, Kim Tae Hyun, with his weapon in hand, was facing two Minotaurs alone. He was cold with no wasted movements and quickly finished them off. Now, only their pathetic screams remained. Their bodies immediately disintegrated into pieces. Goon Kang-hyuk praised, not bad. He approached him, holding a Minotaur's head in his hand. Goon Kang-hyuk asked with a friendly expression, what do you think of the weapon I gave you? Kim Tae Hyun replied politely, it's fine. Anyway, I'm used to using this type of weapon. My old one was broken, so I didn't have many options, he said warmly. As long as it works well for you, that's all that matters. That was a gift I intended to give you when you joined the guild. The sharp dagger in his hand is the astral blade. Rare grade. Goon Kang-hyuk continued to praise him. This dungeon raid really needs capable people like you. He walked while tossing the Minotaur head he was holding to the ground. He also didn't hesitate to reply, honestly, thank you for letting me participate. This labyrinth raid has failed many times, so it's not simple at all. Therefore, she also told everyone to be careful. The secretary immediately replied, don't think about that. He was a bit confused and asked again. The secretary then explained, the people raiding the labyrinth this time are all capable. They are all B-rank awakened beings or higher. She pointed out the evidence one by one. We've just entered and have already pushed back the monsters, and everyone is also very safe. The traps inside this dungeon have all been removed, so we don't need to worry about them. Goon Kang-hyuk also added our vice guild master. Took care of that, so you can rest assured. Kim Hae-jeon confidently continued last month. We also researched a way to break through this labyrinth. This surprised Kim Tae Hyun quite a bit. He asked curiously, a clue to conquer it. Goon Kang-hyuk didn't hide it. He was straightforward. We found many clues from the monster corpses in this labyrinth and how to defeat them. He recalled images from previous attempts to conquer the labyrinth. They were incredibly large monsters with strange patterns and shapes. No one had ever seen such things before. The image of a giant cracked horn appeared in his mind. Goon Kang-hyuk continued, when we touched the monster's corpse, it all turned to fine dust. Only the horn remained intact. Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun suddenly realized, if that's the case, he laughed loudly and analyzed, that's right, it's because of that horn. We relied on it to find the characteristics of the monsters in this labyrinth along with the locations of similar monsters. With that, by using a tracking skill, we won't get lost. They gradually advanced deeper into the labyrinth. Under the guidance of the Vice Guild Master's tracking skill, they navigated every nook and cranny of the labyrinth. After overcoming all sorts of challenges, they finally reached a gate flanked by strange symbols. They were bright red spirals that looked very eerie. They slowly entered. The Vice Guild Master, holding a lantern, spoke up. We've arrived. The scene now was a pile of ruins. In the center was a giant Minotaur statue missing its right horn. The Vice Guild Master announced that this was the final point. They noticed the female Minotaur standing majestically before them. Kim Tae Hyun wondered if it was a stone statue, but Kwon Kang-hyuk replied that it was a monster. The Vice Guild Master quickly reminded them, anyway, we just need to bring the horn to that stone statue, right? Kwon Kang-hyuk said excitedly. If so, he ordered Secretary Kim to bring it here. Kim Hae-jeon hurriedly pushed the cart with the horn. He urged her to hurry up, and she replied, just a moment. Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself, up to this point, before my regression, I knew how to use the Minotaur's horn and find the way to the end of the labyrinth. His face now had become quite serious, but what happened after that? Kwon Kang-hyuk directly lifted the horn, laughing excitedly. All right. He used all his strength to rush towards the female Minotaur's broken horn, forcefully fitting it into the missing spot. A blinding light shone out. As the two pieces touched, everyone below cheered upon witnessing that moment. Great, we will conquer this labyrinth after 30 years of no one succeeding, Kwon Kang-hyuk excitedly challenged. Come on out, master of the labyrinth. Suddenly, he realized something was very strange. All the cracks on the Minotaur's body had healed. The Minotaur gradually disappeared. A white light started to spread. His troops below still didn't know what was happening. Then that deadly light gradually enveloped the entire room. Suddenly Kwon Kang-hyuk felt like he was being pulled in by some force. He was startled. What? The people below were agitated by this. What? How is this possible? Only the vice squad leader remained indifferent, standing there as if he knew everything all along. Suddenly, a group of people was teleported to a cold, snowy hill. The only sound was screaming. Why is this place like this? Snow, another group, was teleported right into a flash flood. From their side, there were only screams and curses. Damn it, what's going on? Another side was teleported right under a volcano's crater, as lava erupted. As for the main character's side, it was a dense forest. He seemed quite amused by this situation. Indeed, it has been activated. In front of him, there was a group of 4 people who were also teleported here. This is a spatial transfer trap. The group of 4 was also extremely surprised by his appearance. They said in unison, At that moment, in another place, a pair of armored hands rested on a book. Appearing in a dark room lit only by a reading lamp, he calmly flipped a page and said, So that's how it is. So Kim Tae Hyun has joined that labyrinth raid team, has he? A demon sat with his legs crossed, his aura full of authority, making his subordinate extremely fearful. I apologize, my lord. This happened rather suddenly, so I didn't account for it. His subordinate timidly and cautiously asked for his opinion. What should we do now? If you give the order, I will halt the operation immediately. The demon extended his hand, revealing a grotesque skull tattoo on the back of it. He replied, No, it's better to leave it as it is. He systematically analyzed. In that raid team, 6 S-rank villains have already infiltrated. If you add the A-rank ones, that's 20 people in total. Even if Kim Tae Hyun and Kwon Kang-hyuk are as strong as they are, they still have their limits. There's no way they can just win against us. The demon closed the book and continued. They are focused on dealing with the monsters in the labyrinth, so how can they deal with insiders who attack by surprise, His face gradually revealed a cunning and malicious expression. He said, Therefore, just let them proceed as planned. Even with Kim Tae Hyun's appearance, nothing will change. Over in the forest, the group of 4 began to approach him. The situation seemed quite dangerous. The blonde girl good-naturedly volunteered to start a conversation. I'll introduce myself first so we can get to know each other and then coordinate well. First, I am Murata B rank. Kim Tae Hyun suddenly jumped into a stance and said, Demon. As soon as he finished, he landed a kick straight to her face. Don't you dare try to fool me. Murata took such a heavy blow that she spat blood. Her true identity is the Tri-Guiman demon, S-rank demon sorcerer Milena. Suddenly, the inner thoughts of a young man appeared, thinking about him. The youngest S-rank player, Kim Tae Hyun. I've always been curious about your true strength. I wonder if you can be as strong as the guild master who always leads the charge on the front lines. Can you become a sturdy shield for everyone, or can you be like the old rumors said, the one who sacrificed himself to save everyone at the Dawn Auction House? He sincerely thought, No matter what, I hope you can unleash your power. You can help our guild conquer this difficult dungeon. These thoughts belong to a member of the Osa Amiro Guild, B-rank player Park Sung-ho. However, after witnessing this badass display from him, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Looking at the unconscious Milena, he couldn't contain his anger and asked, What the hell? Park Sung-ho yelled. You crazy bastard, what did you do? Kim Tae Hyun confidently gave a thumbs up and replied, Oh, that's just a demon who infiltrated our ranks. Overwhelmed by emotion, he recklessly pointed his gun at him. Attacking a demon? What are you talking about? You're lying, Sung-ho shouted while shooting. You bastard. He had no choice but to dodge his bullets. He kept missing. He got extremely frustrated and cursed. Damn it, seriously, Kim Tae Hyun. In a situation like this, he can still act like that. Everything he's doing is just absurd. Park Sung-ho cursed silently. He recalled his memories as a teammate alongside Murata. The teammate who once fought by his side, conquering so many dungeons, was now taken down just like that. Thinking this, he said to himself, Murata, I will avenge you. I believe you're not a demon. Park Sung-ho ground his teeth bitterly. This can't be happening. He painfully supported Milena's body repeatedly, calling her name, Wake up, Milena. We need to get away from that bastard right now. I'll protect you, so don't worry. That touching moment didn't last long. He took a powerful punch from Milena Arg. In the forest now, only his pained screams could be heard. Milena sat up, looking at Park Sung-ho with contempt. Who the hell are you, to dare touch me, you bastard? He stood there calmly joking, I told you, but you didn't believe me. But behind him now were 2 other demons, approaching to attack him. Kim Tae Hyun whipped around and glared at them. Now, then it's time for us to settle things, isn't it? They joined forces and attacked him simultaneously, causing a considerable shockwave. But after the smoke gradually cleared, both the gray-haired demon and the blonde-haired demon were extremely shocked. In front of the rubble, he had vanished right before their eyes. Kim Tae Hyun leisurely walked out from behind them and said casually, I didn't think there would be 3 demons in such a small place. He provoked them. Were you planning to gather and harm the people here? At this moment, Milena also shed her long-held disguise. She tied up her long hair, returning to her true self. A sinister smile formed on her lips. How strange. They got into a stance ready to fight. We've been hiding in the Osa Amiro Guild for a few years now. No one ever found us out yet. You show up and discover us immediately. How did you do that, she said while massaging her neck, revealing the grotesque tattoo of the demons. Tae Hyun patiently answered them. Well, I have to give you some credit. It's not because your acting was bad. Of course, I knew all this from the future. Milena scoffed at his explanation. Huh, nice one. The future. She completely disbelieved his words. Milena began to analyze based on her own knowledge. You seem to be quite close to Yui Yang. It looks like she gave you a hint about us, didn't you? Or perhaps there's a traitor among us. As she spoke, her fingernails began to grow longer. Milena activated her attack skill and said confidently, well, whatever, I just need to kill you here. She lunged at him like a beast with the help of the 2 remaining B-rank demons. Milena quickly landed a light scratch on the side of his face. Her 2 henchmen, though frightened, also quickly approached and unleashed their killing blows. He lightly jumped into the air, dodging all of their attacks. Tae Hyun summoned chains. They wrapped around the blonde one's neck, first making him extremely surprised. What the black-haired one was immediately entangled by his chains as well. He only had time to exclaim, oh. Without hesitation, Tae Hyun finished off the 2 of them. Now only their tragic screams echoed arg. Suddenly, a sharp aura rushed forward. It was Milena's claws. He seemed excited by the relentless attacks. Tae Hyun immediately confronted her attack head-on. Milena's will began to waver. She had realized the difference in skill level between herself and him. She thought to herself, how is this possible? He's too strong. Even though I knew he wasn't ordinary, this witch's claw skill of mine can poison an opponent with just a graze. An enemy hit by this poison will surely die. But that bastard isn't affected at all, she thought as she attacked. I'm sure my attack landed right on his face. Her poison-laced ultimate skills relentlessly attacked Tae Hyun, yet he showed no signs of weakening. Thinking this, Milena suddenly realized, why is this happening? Can he resist poison? She struggled in despair. It can't be. As if reading her thoughts, Tae Hyun said, I'm sorry, but at the same time, he activated the knight's will to fight skill. Summoning a giant undead that followed his command, Tae Hyun seemed to be delivering her death sentence. Poison has no effect on me. A series of notifications continuously appeared on his system. Witch's claw skill has been identified. Successfully resisted the mysterious power. Milena turned and fled in terror, but it was too late. She cursed helplessly. Damn it! His skill was so destructive that it sent all the surrounding earth rocks and trees flying far away. A deafening explosion echoed. All the surrounding trees and rocks were blown away. After the smoke cleared, Park Sung-ho slowly approached the source of the explosion. He was startled, seemingly having discovered something in front of Park Sung-ho. Was the sight of Milena tied up by Tae Hyun cowering on the ground. Milena shouted angrily, let me go, you bastard, or I'll kill you. Hearing this, Tae Hyun roughly grabbed Milena's hair and pulled her up. As she was pulled up, she cried out in pain. After seeing Milena's pathetic state, he replied to her, you can still say things like that now, huh? Right behind Tae Hyun was the image of Rosalia. She asked Milena, tell me the truth, right now. After saying that she used her power to control Milena's mind. Once she had control, Rosalia asked, how many spies are here? What is your purpose for infiltrating this dungeon raid? After hearing this, Milena dazedly repeated, huh? Then Milena's eyes changed color. Milena began to answer Rosalia's questions. The number is 20 people with 5S rank and 15 A rank. The purpose is to make your raid fail. Milena saw a vision of that moment. All around were white flowers stained with blood as a dagger flew towards someone. That someone was none other than Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. And that is the final objective, to kill Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. Back to the present, Tae Hyun and Park Sung-ho were standing in front of Milena. Milena was now lying limp on the ground. Tae Hyun thought to himself, so there are 5 S-rank demons. Before I regressed, I only knew about 3. It's different now. The previous dungeon raids also had many variables. The future has clearly changed a lot. Is all of this my doing? Snapping out of his thoughts, Tae Hyun turned and said to Park Sung-ho, all right, now we know their numbers and their objective. Go and report to the Guildmaster quickly. Park Sung-ho replied, yes sir, as Park Sung-ho and Tae Hyun were on their way. Park Sung-ho was filled with questions. So Milena really was a demon who infiltrated us. Player Tae Hyun, did he know this from the beginning? But if so, then while he was lost in his confusing thoughts, Tae Hyun spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. We need to eliminate these spies for this dungeon raid to succeed. This place is almost like an independent space, but in reality it's still just a part of the labyrinth. Therefore, as he was speaking, a door appeared in front of the 2 of them. Tae Hyun continued, there must be a path connecting to another space in here. It might not connect directly to the center of the labyrinth, but it will definitely help us find others. We just need to go through each door and pay attention in each space to find Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk. As he was talking, Park Sung-ho suddenly said loudly, there's something I'm quite curious, Tae Hyun replied, huh Park. Sung-ho continued to ask, why didn't you say anything when we entered the dungeon? I'm sorry for doubting you, but if you had told Guildmaster Kwon Kang-hyuk from the beginning, situations like this wouldn't have happened, right? But why didn't you say anything? After hearing Park Sung-ho, Tae Hyun was silent for a moment. Then he answered Park Sung-ho, I already told him. Hearing the answer, Park Sung-ho was stunned. He replied to Tae Hyun, what? Kim Tae Hyun calmly replied to him, "You don't have to believe me, but Guildmaster Kwon Kang Hyuk already knew many things." Cutting to Guildmaster Kwon Kang Hyuk's side, a dagger came flying from somewhere, stabbing Guildmaster Kwon Kang Hyuk in the stomach. He was surrounded by men holding knives and swords. They were getting closer and closer to Kwon Kang Hyuk. Seeing this, Kwon Kang Hyuk smirked and said, "What do you think you're doing? Your joke has gone a bit too far." "Isn't that right, Vice Guildmaster?" The man in the black hat heard this and replied to Kwon Kang Hyuk, "A joke. Am I joking?" Just then, Kim Hyun ran over and shouted worriedly, "Guildmaster," while she was scolding them, "How dare you do that to him?" Before she could finish her sentence, an enemy rushed from behind to launch a sneak attack. Kwon Kang Hyuk saw this and quick as a flash ran to block the attack in front of her. Taking the full force of the enemies, Kim Hyun screamed in terror, "Guildmaster," while Kwon Kang Hyuk angrily said, "Damn it." Kim Hyun supported Kwon Kang Hyuk, asking, "Are you alright?" Just then, all the enemies started to charge, unleashing their powerful attacks on Guildmaster Kwon Kang Hyuk. Kwon Kang Hyuk, seeing the situation was bad, pushed Kim Hyun away. "Stand back, let me deal with them." After saying that, he began to channel his power. After channeling his power, Kwon Kang Hyuk summoned a dragon that blew away all the attacking enemies. Kim Hyun stared blankly at Kwon Kang Hyuk. She had fallen to the ground due to the power of Kwon Kang Hyuk's dragon. When Kim Hyun saw Kwon Kang Hyuk fighting alone, she said, "Guildmaster, you don't have to do this. Wait for me, I can fight too." Kwon Kang Hyuk said in a stern voice, "Stay there, these guys are not as simple as you think." Kim Hyun said worriedly, "But you could lose your life like this." A voice interjected, "That's right, she's right. Kwon Kang Hyuk, you don't stand a chance of winning against us alone. All this time I've been under your command, only to hide my true power." Then the man in the hat pulled out a lantern with a burning skull inside. Suddenly, the skull enlarged into a giant one. He said, "Now, I have all my A-rank subordinates here and 4 of my S-rank subordinates too." He raised his voice and continued, "All of them are experienced and powerful fighters. Therefore, you will die here." Kwon Kang Hyuk got into a fighting stance and said, "All right, you guys have prepared quite elaborately, haven't you? I underestimated you a little. All right, don't blame yourself like that, to be able to corner you like this today. We have been preparing for many years. How could a brute like you possibly have noticed?" Kwon Kang Hyuk chuckled and said, "Damn it, Kim Tae Hyun was right." He was right. The man was surprised to hear that and exclaimed what Kwon Kang Hyuk said. "He said that you were all demons who had infiltrated to kill me. I didn't believe those words. But now it's reality." The man in the hat, when he heard that Kim Tae Hyun knew everything, that they were all demons, was very surprised and said, "Kim Tae Hyun, he figured out this plan." "That's impossible," he shouted. "How could you have known about our plan?" "I've been preparing for so long. If you knew, why didn't you act?" Kwon Kang Hyuk calmly replied. "Oh, that. I always trusted you and gave you a chance. But now there are definitely no more chances, you demon bastard." "That's what I wanted to say," he asked dazedly. "What? Even though I knew you were betraying me, we fought together for so many years. So I couldn't just act against you without any proof." One of them spoke up. "You're a foolish bastard," Kwon Kang Hyuk said calmly. "Is that so?" Behind him, Kim Hyun angrily scolded Kwon Kang Hyuk. "Why didn't you verify that information, and now you've let this situation happen? Everything is a mess now. Can I even survive this?" After hearing her, Kwon Kang Hyuk asked foolishly, "What was that?" Suddenly, something rushed towards the two of them. Seeing this, both Kim Hyun and Kwon Kang Hyuk widened their eyes in surprise. Luckily, Kwon Kang Hyuk reacted in time. Saving Kim Hyun, the man said triumphantly, "All right, thanks a lot. Thanks to you, our plan will succeed. Now die, you fool." Kwon Kang Hyuk said seriously, "All right, you and your entire horde of subordinates will die here." Kwon Kang Hyuk's eyes glared. A tremendous power radiated out. A huge dragon rushed out and sent the man flying. Kwon Kang Hyuk declared, "Today I will show you my power." The man, after taking a hit from Kwon Kang Hyuk's dragon, lost several teeth and coughed up blood. His eyes rolled back horrifyingly. Kwon Kang Hyuk said triumphantly, "Die, you fool." After activating his power, purple auras swirled around Kwon Kang Hyuk. 2 purple horns appeared on his head, and this form of Kwon Kang Hyuk was called the Ancient Dragon's Protection. Elsewhere, Park Sung-ho was asking Kim Tae Hyun what is the reason he knew but didn't take any action. Kim Tae Hyun replied wearily, "All right, go ask him yourself in a bit." He recalled his conversation with Guildmaster Kwon Kang Hyuk. In a private place deep inside the dungeon, Kim Tae Hyun suddenly shouted his name. "Hey, Guildmaster Kwon Kang Hyuk." He angrily scolded him, "So you're not going to do anything, even though you know what I said is true." Kwon Kang Hyuk still took no action. He just said gently, "So, it's you. Did you think you already knew the full extent of my power?" Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun started to feel anxious. He just smiled lightly and said, "Everything will be under my control. When the time comes, I won't go easy on them." Back in the present, when he arrived at Kwon Kang Hyuk's location, he saw countless traitors of the guild master lying on the ground. The one in the worst state was the vice guild master. Witnessing this scene, a stunned Park Sung-ho could only say, "Oh, huh." As for Kim Tae Hyun, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "That's right." When they both stepped through the gate and saw Kwon Kang Hyuk was still alive. Meanwhile, surrounded by the bodies of the traitors, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Just as I predicted." Seeing Kim Tae Hyun's arrival, both Kim Hae Hyun and Kwon Kang Hyuk were surprised. He said happily, "Kim Tae Hyun, haha, so you've made it." After reuniting with Kwon Kang Hyuk's group, they discussed what had happened. Kwon Kang Hyuk asked him, "Didn't you meet any other guild members, Kim?" Tae Hyun replied to him, "Yes, I met a few people while passing through different dimensions. However, they were in a rather strange situation." He recalled running through a certain space. Kim Tae Hyun saw a few people writhing in a small pond, desperately crying, "Help me, help me." But Kim Tae Hyun chose to ignore them and ran straight towards Kwon Kang, even as Park Sung-ho said, "We should save them." He still chose to ignore it, saying, "They'll be fine." Seeing his heartlessness, Kwon Kang Hyuk asked in amazement, "You were able to do that?" After observing the situation for a moment, Kim Tae Hyun asked him, "So what's your plan now?" In response to his question, Kwon Kang Hyuk pondered for a moment, then looked straight at him. Just like before, he smiled lightly and said, "All right, the job here is done. Now we need to head to the dungeon's center." Although Kwon Kang Hyuk was injured, he was still lucid enough to make the call. As a guild master, he said to Kim Tae Hyun, "I wonder if we will encounter those demons again. We need to move to another dimension quickly to find the boss," he said with regret. "I was a bit complacent in ignoring your advice, but I can still bear this injury." Kwon Kang Hyuk said sincerely, "I apologize, Kim Tae Hyun. If I had listened to your advice, this wouldn't have happened." Hearing his remorse, Kim Tae Hyun casually replied, "All right, as long as you understand, I'm relieved. Just be more careful from now on." Hearing that, he angrily retorted what Kwon Kang Hyuk shouted in anger, "I am being sincere with my apology, you know. Don't you dare mock me like that." Seeing the guild master moving violently, Kim Hyun-jun held him back and said, "Calm down. Guild master, your wound will reopen." Seeing this, Kim Tae Hyun just smiled faintly in relief and turned away. Outwardly, he was calm, but he was thinking to himself, "So the guild master is safe. In that case, the demon's plot has completely failed." He thought to himself that in this labyrinth raid, the information about the demons was known in advance, but because of the guild master's stubbornness, he still ended up injured. Needlessly, the information I had about this labyrinth from my past life was quite limited. Now, many things have changed compared to before, so I must be more careful. While he was lost in thought, Kim Hae Hyun said in a flurry, "We need to move to the other dimensions to regroup with everyone now." He reconsidered that if it became too difficult, they should just abandon this dungeon raid. Suddenly, he heard Kim Hae Hyun ask, "Did you encounter any monsters in the other dimensions?" Hearing this question, he suddenly stopped, realizing something as he heard Park Sung-ho reply, "That's right, we have been through a few different dimensions already, but we didn't see any monsters at all. Maybe this is a special case for this labyrinth space." That made Kim Tae Hyun wonder, what's going on? Looking at the three of them safe and sound except for the injuries from fighting the traitors. None of them were caused by monsters. This peculiarity made Kim Tae Hyun worry, thinking, "That's right. I've moved through many different dimensions, but I haven't seen a single monster." Thinking back on his dungeon experience that he had, Kim Tae Hyun thought, if this is a trial dimension of the dungeon, then at least every small dimension should have monsters or traps. Buried traps, unusual monsters of all shapes and sizes were nowhere to be found, yet the different dimensions themselves weren't strange in any way. How can this be considered a difficult dungeon to clear when there are no challenges for the awakeners? The more he linked the events together, the more Kim Tae Hyun realized something was wrong here. He started to worry, thinking to himself, "This is very strange. There are no monsters. So before my regression, how did the guild master encounter the boss and defeat it?" Suddenly, he heard a noise. When Kim Hyun-jun and Park Sung-ho saw what caused the sound, they were struck speechless. When Guildmaster Kwon Kang Hyuk saw it, even a man as strong as him was frozen in astonishment for a few seconds. Unable to believe his eyes, he asked, "What is that?" In front of them was a beast with multiple arms, each one wielding a different weapon. It had a bull's head with many eyes and was trying to force its way through from another dimension, creating spatial rifts as it emerged. The labyrinth boss, the S+-rank Minotaur, has officially entered the fight. Seeing the boss, Kim Hae Hyun said in a panic, "Why are we encountering it here?" Park Sung-ho, shocked by the boss's appearance, said, "Is that really the labyrinth boss?" Before the group could react, the boss took the initiative. Its spear and axe lunged towards where everyone was standing. Fortunately, they all successfully dodged the first attack. Park Sung-ho yelled, "Run!" The boss's power was so great that a single blow destroyed the ground, sending debris flying everywhere and unfortunately damaging the gate to the other dimension. Kwon Kang Hyuk looked towards Kim Tae Hyun and signaled. Kim Tae Hyun understood what he meant. Kim Tae Hyun replied, "I got it." A second later, both of them powered up their bodies, leaving their two teammates behind, and charged to face the boss. In the next instant, both had enhanced their bodies to the absolute maximum and charged at the boss. The boss also started bringing its arms forward to fight back. The two sides began to exchange blows violently, causing the surrounding ground to be utterly destroyed and sent flying. Both Kim Tae Hyun and Kwon Kang Hyuk perfectly dodged and countered the boss's attacks while approaching it. Finally, the two of them made it to a position smoothly above the boss's head. Just when the two of them thought there was hope to strike the giant beast, it had already raised its glowing mace in front of them. Suddenly, the mace began to glow intensely. A powerful beam of light followed by lightning shot out from it. The lightning bolts spread across the room. Suddenly, a pair of mysterious red eyes emerged from the ground. A giant skeleton rose up. It roared fiercely, leaving the two of them stunned into silence. In another surprise, its muscle tissues started to regenerate quickly, completely covering its body in the blink of an eye. The Berserk King, revived by the S-Rank Labyrinth boss, the Minotaur Kwan Kang Hyuk, said in shock. The Berserk King, why has an S-Rank support monster shown up? And it wasn't just one. Behind their two teammates, two more of them appeared. In just a short period, many Berserk Kings were revived near Kim Hyun and Park Sung-ho. She screamed in fright, there are more of them. Suddenly the boss spoke. The hunters in my labyrinth. You wish to defeat us and conquer the labyrinth, do you? I will wait here for you. Come forward and face me. All my hatred and fury will be unleashed upon you. Overwhelmed by fear, the two of them were frozen in place. We're dead. Kim Tae Hyun and Kim Kang Hyuk on the front line need to hurry back and support them. Kim Kang Hyuk said worriedly, this is not good. The boss ordered its minions to all advance and capture them. As soon as the words were spoken, the monsters charged forward, attacking everyone in sight. Ferocious bulls were everywhere. They charged straight towards Kim Hyun and Park Sung-ho. Fear was clearly written on their faces. Park Sung-ho gripped his gun tightly. Tense Guildmaster. A powerful arm glowing with purple light rushed forward, striking down on the attacking bulls as the two watched. The figure of a man appeared in mid-air. Park Sung-ho's eyes widened as he shouted, Gun Kang Hyuk. The newcomer reached out. His hand shot out a large chain that flew forward, wrapping tightly around the ferocious bulls. They raised their heads in pain and let out a growl. The iron chain glowed, tightening its grip on their necks. How do you like that, you bullheads? Kim Tae Hyun shouted, holding a knife in one hand and the end of the chain in the other. Meanwhile, Gun Kang Hyuk puffed up his cheeks, faced the frenzied bulls, and shouted, take this. As soon as he spoke, he opened his mouth. A brilliant stream of fire shot forward, completely engulfing the raging bulls ahead. The flames grew in intensity. Caught off guard by the intense heat, the bulls began to struggle, trying to escape the flames. Kim Tae Hyun slowly retracted the chain. Gun Kang Hyuk grinned widely and said, are you dead yet? He stared excitedly at the burning flames. Suddenly, both of them froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. Just then, the bulls, as if reborn from the red flames, raised their heads completely unharmed. Their eyes were bloodshot. Saliva dripped from their mouths as they greedily eyed their prey. One of them looked up and made a sound of praise. Not bad. Kim Tae Hyun and Gun Kang Hyuk looked up with shocked expressions and muttered what the surrounding area descended into chaos. Gun Kang Hyuk stood in the center, completely surrounded by the monsters. He tensed his body, gritted his teeth, and clenched his fists. He launched a powerful attack on the large bull before him, but it had no effect. The beast just stood there unfazed. Watching the tiny human try his best to defeat it, he realized he wasn't strong enough. Its recovery power is too strong. At this rate, we can't defeat all these bulls unless we take down the boss. What are we supposed to do now? I could use all my strength to fight it, but then I wouldn't be able to protect Secretary Kim at the same time. And Kim Tae Hyun has his limits too. What should I do now? Gun Kang Hyuk thought, gritting his teeth. This situation is too difficult. Now make a choice, player. Gun Kang Hyuk. Even if you are powerful, if you fight opponents in dungeons like that, the association will have no choice but to take appropriate measures to restrain you. If you intend to have someone raid that dungeon as your colleague, then shouldn't you also consider who would be a suitable partner for you? Gun Kang Hyuk leaned back in his chair calmly. I'm a free spirit unlike anyone else. I'm not suspicious or picky about anything, so anyone suitable can be my teammate. The chairman looked up from the paper in his hand and continued, that does seem to be true. However, you should still be a little suspicious, sometimes. In response came the same unwavering voice. Of course, I've been a player for a long time and I've seen many strong hunters from across the nation. But in battle, just one small mistake can make those people lose everything. Sometimes I have to make my own choices too. It's necessary to protect those who are important to me. Seemingly not too satisfied with the answer, the chairman said sternly, strength alone can't solve everything. If someone recognizes their own limits and knows how to choose what's most important to them, that person will win. That is the quality a player must have. As soon as he finished speaking, Gun Kang Hyuk rested his chin on his hand and scoffed, that's the choice a person has to make. Sometimes you just have to know what to do in a dangerous situation, right? Snapping out of his flashback, Gun Kang Hyuk was covered in injuries. Fresh red blood was splattered everywhere. He looked at the rampaging bulls and Kim Tae Hyun, who was fighting with all his might. He sighed softly. This is really exhausting. Now I have to choose whether to fight with everything I have or save everyone from this dangerous situation. If I focus on fighting, my teammates could die. And I'm not even sure I can beat the boss. I need to make a choice. He gritted his teeth. No matter what I choose, I will not let my teammates die. Then Gun Kang Hyuk shouted, his eyes filled with determination. How can I just stand by and watch everyone be in danger? As he finished speaking, a powerful purple aura erupted around him. He then rushed straight to Kim Tae Hyun, who was fighting the monsters. Guildmaster, can you still fight? Glancing at his teammate, he replied, I can still go. How about you? I'm fine too. Anyway, we have to fight with all our might to hold back these monsters and kill them. Now tell me your choice. Kim Tae Hyun looked at him and smirked. I get it, the situation is dangerous, but if we want to defeat the Minotaur Queen, I still have a way. Hearing that Gun Kang Hyuk was intrigued, how suddenly the bulls became even more ferocious. As Kang Hyuk charged forward, he shouted back, are you sure about that? Kim Tae Hyun reassured him, don't worry, Guildmaster. Perhaps sensing their intention to destroy it, the bull's leader opened its mouth. That's a good decision, you bastards. No matter what you choose, you will all die in the end. All right, then, piercing screams rang out. The bulls charged forward to attack their target. Gun Kang Hyuk clenched his fist, gathering his power, and once again the fire erupted, engulfing the arrogant, ferocious monsters below. The object in the boss's hands suddenly began to glow as it spoke with contempt. I will kill every last one of you, come at me quickly. After speaking, it looked up and suddenly froze. Kim Tae Hyun had appeared before it without it noticing. He stood there looking down as if a superior being gazing upon the inferior. Then a large figure gradually materialized behind him. Now let's attack together. Gun Kang Hyuk roared loudly. Kim Tae Hyun gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination as shouts echoed through the area. Tae Hyun made his move. The figure behind him raised a fist and brought it crashing down on the side of the boss's face. That hand grabbed the boss's neck and slowly tightened its grip. In the distance, Kang Hyuk also charged forward simultaneously. Streams of light shot out and collided with each other. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. Kim Tae Hyun and Kang Hyuk attacked the monster at the same time. The beams of light kept colliding and glowing brightly. Glancing over at Gun Kang Hyuk, he asked about the method. Gripping his weapon tightly, Kim Tae Hyun calmly explained. Although it's just a guess, it's like how these spaces are connected by doors. The rift where the Minotaur Queen resides is also connected to another dimension. And those bulls are only resurrected and regenerated by the Queen when she is in this dimension. He quickly jumped to dodge an attack. After defending against the attack, he countered and continued. If the Queen isn't here, they will automatically disappear. He suddenly coughed a few times. Kang Hyuk acted like nothing was wrong and said, if your guess is wrong, we'll all die, won't we? The reply came in a matter-of-fact tone. Aren't we already in that situation? Meanwhile, Kim Hye-yen and Park Sung-ho stood below. Staring wide-eyed at the chaotic battle in the distance, a white mist swirled around them among bulls with perforated bodies. Some seemed completely dead, lying on the ground, while on the other side the boss's roars echoed. The chaotic scene was bathed in a blinding red light, creating a deadly atmosphere. The large figure Kim Tae Hyun materialized, grabbed its neck with one hand. It immediately counterattacked. The sound of constant impacts rang out relentlessly. Apparently having been hit, Tae Hyun cried out in pain. Gun Kang Hyuk clenched his jaw, his eyes sharp, and rushed forward. A pillar of light, like lightning, struck straight down into the center of the fray. Everything within that area became blurry and indistinct. The bull planted its two sharp weapons into the ground. Immediately, a shockwave erupted around it, and another sound rang out. Dust and dirt flew up into the air as if a heavy object had fallen straight down from above. Kim Tae Hyun let out a soft groan. He grimaced, lying in a pile of skulls, unsure if they were human or animal. The surrounding sand and dirt swirled vaguely into the air. His face was now splattered with blood. He tried to sit up and look ahead. Opposite Kim Tae Hyun now was Kwon Kang Hyuk. He seemed to be severely injured. Kneeling in front, one of his arms had been severed at some point. Drop by drop, dark red blood dripped onto the cold, hard ground. He exclaimed in horror to the guildmaster, "It's dangerous, your arm." Kim Tae Hyun focused. Kang Hyuk shouted sternly. Ignoring the warm blood draining from his body, he issued a warning. In Kim Tae Hyun's shocked eyes, "It's here." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them hastily stood up, staring straight into the gloomy black mist, not knowing what might appear at any moment. Suddenly, a bull much larger than them by countless times appeared. Once again, it stepped out of the mist, holding a scepter and swinging it straight at the two of them. Kwon Kang Hyuk gritted his teeth and braced himself. Raising a fist of his own not to be outdone, Kim Tae Hyun also tightened his grip on his sword and yelled. Ready to fight, the bull's arms slowly came down, kicking up a cloud of dust. The silent skulls on the ground also spun into the air, flying everywhere. The two of them, now exhausted, were thrown far away without stopping. The boss roared, "You kids are interesting. How dare you use the space I created to do this? But the more my power recovers, the more of those bulls I let through the intermediate rift, the more combat energy I have, understand?" As it finished speaking, it lifted its foot, intending to crush Kim Tae Hyun. He looked up and got into a defensive stance. His eyes widened as he screamed with all his remaining strength. Following the bull's attack, a beam of white light shone, covering the entire space. Debris flew everywhere because of it. Kim Tae Hyun, exhausted, collapsed, thinking to himself, "Damn, is the power difference between us really this big? If I don't use Predation, I'll die, but even if I use it, can I take that monster down in one hit? If I can't finish it immediately, Predation will surely go out of control, and no one can predict what will happen then. But besides this method, the only way is to apply it." "Apply it?" he asked again, not understanding why she was asking about how to use skills. But the skill description in the information panel is really vague. The person on the bed slowly sat up. In reality, it's not like what's written in the information panel. The shape of a skill can change in various ways. Depending on how it's used, the amount of mana consumed also changes according to the skill's power. Yu Ah-in raised her hand and a stream of light immediately appeared. I'm just using warrior's will, then it can strengthen the body, or create powerful energy orbs. In fact, you've combined skills before and usually only use stealth on your ring. Right, so if you have a skill that's hard to control, try embedding it in a weapon or another skill. It's like putting a new coat on the skill. After saying that, she looked at him. I'm sure you can do it and you'll find the answers to your questions. Snapping out of his thoughts and returning to the chaotic battle, Tae Hyun swung his sword and a red beam of light immediately shot out, attacking the bull. It was surprised as streams of flowing light continued to move with each of Kim's attacks. Tae Hyun they surrounded and wrapped around his body. His eyes had turned red at some point and flashed with a sharp glint. Seeing the resistance before it, the bull angrily raised the axe in its hand and roared. This guy isn't backing down. Tae Hyun tightly gripped the sword in his hand. The blazing red light immediately rushed forward, streams of light shooting straight into the bull's flesh. Die, die. Die with every word he uttered. Threads formed from power slowly wrapped around its arm. Then an iron chain enveloped in powerful energy shot forward, piercing straight through the boss's chest. It let out a pained roar mixed with agony. Now a triumphant smile appeared on Tae Hyun's face. Indeed, Yu Ah-in was right. A giant form appeared once more, swinging its fist and sending the bull flying. Just a moment ago, it was arrogant and haughty. He vaguely recalled that he had faintly sensed that Predation could change its shape. According to my will, that means I can apply it like other skills. I don't know anything about this mysterious power, damn, but no matter what, Predation as he charged forward with a slash across the bull. His eyes carried a cold glint. I will use it to the very end. At this moment, his eyes became resolute, also carrying hard-to-detect excitement, as if he had discovered a whole new land at this moment. The bull was staggering in midair. Red motes of energy moved as if with a will of their own, clinging to it relentlessly. Then another source of energy appeared, continued to rush forward and slammed straight into the monster's face in the dark, gloomy sky. Small cracks suddenly appeared. Eventually, those cracks continued to spread like a piece of glass. Some kind of door was gradually collapsing while the bull was struggling to break free. From the power that was biting deep into its flesh on the other side, the players who were fighting arduously were also astonished. Lifting their heads to the sky, the girl raised her hand and gently touched her chest, looking up at the fragments slowly falling. Everyone around stopped and began to murmur, asking each other what was that, how could that be possible? The pair, Park Sung-ho and Secretary Kim Hae-jin, also stared blankly at everything happening in the vast black sky. From afar, two figures slowly appeared and approached. While everyone was stunned, Tae Hyun supported Kwon, Kang-hyuk and headed towards their teammates. He smiled in relief. It's all over. Guild Master Tae Hyun. Everyone started to cheer and happily ran over with open arms, wanting to embrace the two heroes who had saved everyone. The atmosphere was no longer somber. Everything was like a musical note soaring high into the sky after defeating the Minotaur Queen. The expedition team discovered many treasures inside that labyrinth. Among them, the most valuable item was the unique elixir that increases mana and strength just by drinking it. The Fountain of Strength, however, there wasn't enough of the elixir. It was only given to the two people who contributed the most, Tae Hyun and Guildmaster Kang-hyuk, however, to obtain this source of power. The entire guild had to risk their lives, something Guildmaster Kang-hyuk never wanted. He said curtly, "All right, let's just do that." As for the demons who infiltrated the labyrinth, they were all captured, and the severely injured were carefully treated. After the battle, Tae Hyun had some moments to slow down and take a stroll. Joking with everyone like that, smiles were on the faces of both him, Guildmaster Kang-hyuk, and everyone in the guild. The labyrinth raid was a success, and click, the sound of a camera went off. Reporter Kim stood stunned, holding the camera in his hand. Looking up at the stage, the hall was noisy, with a constant stream of questions being asked. Is what you said true? Player Kang-hyuk, please repeat yourself. Are you really ending your hunter career here? Kwon Kang-hyuk half closed his eyes, his whole body trembling slightly as he replied to the reporter, not exactly. Then he opened his eyes wide and shouted into the mic in his hand, I'm just temporarily halting my activities to recover for a while. I never said I was retiring, did I? Secretary Kim's voice gently refuted Guildmaster. If you had said it like that, there would have been less misunderstanding. Below, the group of reporters continued to bombard Kang-hyuk with questions. Is it because of the arm injury from the labyrinth raid? What about the upcoming Asian tournament? Facing the questions raised, Kwon Kang-hyuk answered firmly. Yes, I do think it's because of the arm injury. As for the Asian tournament, there's no need to worry because another player has already replaced me. All right, you come out here and say something. To the astonishment of reporter Kim's group below, he loudly called out a name. Tae Hyun slowly walked in from the side onto the stage. He had a calm and composed demeanor. The corners of his lips curled up slightly at the murmurs. So the rookie Tae Hyun will be participating in the Asian tournament. Tae Hyun's appearance caused a stir in the hall. Many opinions and comments were made. Can he really do it? But with his achievement in the labyrinth raid this time, he's gained a lot more trust. I think he's qualified for it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man remembered something and said to everyone, And it seems he drank the fountain of strength. Then his power must have advanced a lot. The girl next to him also looked incredulous. Really? Could it be that he has reached the national level of power, so that's a power that surpasses the S rank? You could say his power is exceptional, he is talented, but isn't he too young right now? On stage, a hand reached out to take the mic, ignoring the discussion about him from below. Tae Hyun calmly took the mic and began to speak under the proud smile of Guild Master Kwon Kang-yu. Tae Hyun will compete in the All-Asia Friendly Tournament. I know you all feel quite anxious. But rest assured I can do it. I will be victorious in this tournament. I understand why you aren't confident in my abilities yet. But after this labyrinth raid, I have become much stronger, so I'm very confident in my own strength. I hope everyone will support me. On a screen broadcasting Tae Hyun's speech, a man sat leisurely watching and then mumbled, "A national-level rookie, huh?" A woman was also watching him on her phone. Everyone has heard about that spring of power. It's true, I drank from it during the labyrinth raid, so I am quite confident in myself. After listening, the woman covered her mouth and smiled. That's good. But he doesn't seem very humble at all. It didn't stop there. His image was also being broadcast in restaurants. Diners looked over and started a bustling discussion. Does he mean that he has gotten stronger, so he's confident about winning the Asian tournament? It's true, anyone who reaches the national power level is like that. He is no exception either. Back at the hall, Tae Hyun suddenly raised his voice. However, hearing the change in his tone, the reporters below waited with tense expressions for him to continue speaking. To repay everyone's trust, I will need to try even harder. That victory will be the proof of my current power level. Meanwhile, at this very moment, inside a dimly lit room, a woman knelt on the ground, hands clasped, begging the man in front of her. Spare me, please. Spare me, Lord Shadow. I have already done my best. Tears streamed down her beautiful face. I tried to follow your orders to escape. It was a miracle, really. I didn't think that Tae Hyun was that strong. Then the masked man slowly spoke. All right, get up, Milena. If he is stronger than you, then there was truly no other way. Even if you tried your best, it would have been futile. It's not your fault. Milena looked up stunned. My lord. However, the man gently lifted her chin. Then a flash of light slashed into Milena's body, blood splattering everywhere. I have no use for a useless person. He calmly watched with his deep eyes as the person before him fell. With power, you have everything. A weakling who fails and shirks responsibility deserves to die. Then Shadow turned and walked away, giving a soft command. Clean this up, the association will be looking for her. Yes, sir. As he walked away, he thought to himself. It's strange. This time, we had more manpower compared to the attack on the Dawn auction house. So why did we still fail? How did they manage it? Why has that bastard Tae Hyun become so much stronger? You just wait, Shadow hummed. Behind him, 3 people departed. The distant mansion was engulfed in flames. It would soon incinerate all traces within it in a short time. At the Asian-friendly tournament, you will die. Rhythmic footsteps echoed in this silent space. Tae Hyun is here. A person at the door welcomed him. Everyone is waiting for you. They are the strongest players in Korea, the ones who will participate in this tournament with you. Tae Hyun entered. A faint smile played on his lips. These were the strongest members of South Korea. Facing him, 6 people were silently observing and sizing him up. The newcomer, Tae Hyun. A voice broke the silence. I've heard of you, but I didn't expect you to be so young. The 7th-ranked Kang Jinsu spoke. As long as he's strong enough, that's all that matters. The 8th-ranked Seo Han Guild gently added. Oh, come on, it's fine. The younger the stronger, said the 4th-ranked woman, the Mage Guild master of the Magic Guild. One Seong spoke in his defense. A soft chuckle came from the 3rd-ranked man, Park Seo Jun. I never thought I'd see the day you came here. The man in the center seat cut off the other members' assessments. It was a bit chaotic before, but now, everyone has gathered here. After speaking, the chairman broke into a smile. Have a seat, Mr. Tae Hyun. We will now discuss this tournament in this room. A screen instantly lit up above, showing complex measurement charts. The Asian-friendly tournament is an important competition that began in the early days when monsters first appeared and humans awakened their abilities. It was a very chaotic time. Back then, all of Asia and the rest of the world joined forces to combat the global threats caused by the monster hordes. The current tournament's rules state that everyone participates in exterminating monsters over 7 days. The screen showed an image of an S-class Kraken. The number of monsters defeated will be converted into points for each nation. It is the fairest method of competition. The screen immediately changed to a picture of a low-level F-class demon. As Taeguk spoke, he pointed to the screen before him and continued. Due to the current situation, people are terrified of the monsters and invading dungeons, so this tournament can be considered a festival, one that attracts a lot of attention. This is also a tournament for each country to display its power. It's also a competition between nations regarding the strength of their awakened ones. The country that achieves victory with good results can be seen as encouraging its people and boosting their morale to fight against monsters. In addition, the winning nation will receive a substantial reward, along with many unique items and the right to raid international-level dungeons that are rarely opened. Taeguk looked directly at the people below presenting the information for this tournament season. Tae Hyun listened to the detailed explanation. He smirked slightly to himself, thinking, it's truly a stroke of luck that I get to participate in this Asian tournament. Conquering the Queen of the Abyss was part of my preparation. Now I possess her power. Things will be easier from now on. However, to master that power, I need time to train. It's not like the Sovereign's power I had before. Now I need to train a little more to get an edge in this competition. And also to secure a voice for the Korean team on the international stage and face awakened ones from all over Asia. It's a good learning opportunity, and the grand prizes are part of the reason I worked hard to secure a spot in this tournament. Meanwhile, Tae-guk continued his presentation fluently. However, our Korean team currently has a problem. The commander position is vacant because Guildmaster Kang Hyuk broke his arm during the recent dungeon raid. Furthermore, player Yui Yan also cannot participate in this tournament for personal reasons. Currently, Korea is missing two of its main players. Therefore, the Korean team's power has been significantly reduced. After speaking, Tae-guk raised his hand. Thus, the current proposed solution is... Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Park Seo-joon raised his hand to speak. But someone has already taken Mr. Kang Hyuk's place. It's player Kim Tae Hyun. He has achieved the power of a national-level player. As he finished, the members present were stunned, and a barrage of questions followed. National-level power. To reach such a high level at his age, Kim Tae Hyun, faced with everyone's spontaneous excitement, was a bit flustered. It's just a rumor, so please don't pay it any mind. Immediately, voices of agreement filled the room. That's right, currently. We can't prove his abilities yet. The statement was like a bucket of cold water dousing the excitement. Seo Han-gil also said softly in disappointment. That's true. If people lower their expectations, I'll have less pressure. Kim Tae Hyun thought. Discussion once again echoed in the meeting room. Then we need to prepare a countermeasure. That's right. Only then can we salvage South Korea's current situation. Then a pair of hands slammed the table with an encouraging voice. It's all right. Everyone, don't worry. The chairman, who had been listening silently the whole time, finally looked up and spoke. Our current strength can't compare to China or Japan yet, however. This tournament is also a learning opportunity for everyone, but this competition is just about hunting monsters. So there is no need for much trouble. Just stay calm and pay attention, and you will have a chance to win, he said decisively. The players with a lot of combat experience are Park Seo-jun, Guan-shi, Yang, and Hanji. They will be in charge of raiding the dungeon and fighting the monsters. The three named individuals immediately responded. Understood, Chairman, he continued. The experienced solo player Kim Tae Hyun and Jin Soo will be in charge of the terrain and on guard against the AI demons. The man with a serious face said yes, understood. After finishing the task assignments, he gently clasped his two hands and smiled. All right, that's the temporary assignment for this Asian tournament. I hope everyone will work well together. The location of the tournament. The opening ceremony of this Asian competition is at the Asian Players Association Stadium. Players from Indonesia and Thailand have also gathered. The biggest presences here are the players from China and Japan. The man with a long scar on his eye looks extremely fierce. He is the player leading the Japanese team, Demon Sword, Shinji Nakata. China is no less impressive, with many experienced players and a perfect lineup. They are considered the favorite to win this tournament. China's combat lineup gradually appears. National-level power player Bloodsword Lin Feng, national-level power player Feng Tuok Jiang Ming, and the leader is the national-level power player and commander Cheng Jin. As for the Korean team, they are missing their key player Kang Hyuk along with a few other skilled players due to personal matters. A married couple watching the event on their TV screen commented softly, "It seems our team is quite weak. I hope our country will get a good result." Suddenly, a high-pitched voice screamed, "What?" The young man standing behind the two of them quickly exploded. "What are you two talking about?" This startled them both. Without waiting for a response, the young man continued his tirade. "We have a duty to cheer for everyone. How can you be so discouraged before the competition even starts? Everything we have now is because of what big brother Tae Hyun earned. Like this house, for example, and this money too from all his dungeon raids. He's already given us so much. That's right, so we need to cheer for him with all our hearts. The more successful he is, the better we'll eat and dress." After saying that, his face became greedy. His parents could only weakly say, "That's our son, so thoughtful, isn't he?" "All right, dear, stop praising him." The young man's excited shout once again seemed to shake the tall building. "Mom, Dad, trust me. He will show his true strength in this tournament." "All right, we believe you." The sound of rhythmic footsteps echoed as a pair of feet slowly moved forward. A woman suddenly started a conversation with Kim Tae Hyun. "You're Kim Tae Hyun, the youngest S-rank player in Korea, right? I owe you a favor for the Dawn Auction House incident." Tae Hyun slightly tilted his head to look at her and hesitantly asked, "You are facing him now as a pink-haired girl. With an incredibly beautiful figure, I was assigned to go there and rescue everyone, but by the time I arrived, everything was over." So she's also a national-level power player from Japan, Saintess Sarada. Kim Tae Hyun seemed a little surprised. Saintess Sarada. So she was in charge of the last incident, right? The International Association would intervene immediately when an incident has a major impact on humans and the awakened ones. The girl continued to ask, "I sent you an invitation before, but why did you refuse?" Kim Tae Hyun looked at her silently, then recalled the meeting room the other day. People were slowly leaving, whispering to each other. "All right, the meeting is over. Let's go for a few drinks." Tae Hyun also stood up, wanting to leave. Suddenly, the chairman spoke up to keep him. "Stay and talk with me for a moment, an invitation." He tensed up slightly. The other person explained, "The Saintess of Japan has sent you an invitation. I don't know her purpose for doing so, but the Saintess is an extremely important person in the Awakened Association. She possesses holy power. Therefore, she can help you recover from your arm injury faster before the tournament begins. It would be good for you to meet her. Consider it as knowing your allies and enemies." Regaining his composure, Tae Hyun didn't hesitate. "I refuse." As soon as he finished, Tae Guk standing behind became anxious. "Why, it's a well-intentioned offer that benefits you." Raising a hand to stop him, the chairman said calmly, "All right, leave him." The Vice Director Tae Guk. He rested his chin on his hand. "Tell me your reason. Why did you do that? I can't explain it right now. But to put it briefly, past and present overlapped." Tae Hyun's voice rang out. "I know the ugly truth hidden inside you. That's what I wanted to say." Sarada's smiling face stiffened slightly. She turned her head to watch his retreating back. "What's with him?" From a distance, Demon Sword Shinji Nakata walked over and asked. Her eyes were still fixed in the direction he had left. "Interesting. He's not a simple player at all. He knows me well." That sentence startled Nakata, who turned to look at her. "In that case, I'll shut him up." She reassured him, "All right, no need to rush. He does have real strength. But that arrogance will come at a price. Investigate him more thoroughly. We need to know about him soon, so we can deal with what he might do in the future, and also find his weaknesses. It would be even better if we can control him." Then she licked the corner of her lips with a sinister expression. "To control him, I would do anything. Everything everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. The Asian tournament will start shortly. The man acting as the host is holding a microphone introducing to everyone. Thousands of contestants and fans are cheering wildly. On stage, the host continues to speak. Let's count down to the competition. The person who just spoke is the host, an A-rank tournament player from Singapore. Alex, go." Everyone cheered excitedly together. 10-9-8, Sarada said to Shinji Nakata. "The tournament is starting 7. Chang Jin also said to Feng Tuok, Jiang Ming. "Finally, we can fight freely." 6, Feng Tuok Jiang Ming said cautiously. "Hey, be careful, the tournament has just begun." 5, Park Seo Jin stood proudly before everyone and said, "Has everyone remembered what we need to do?" They were still discussing during the countdown. 5-4. Kwak Siang along with Seo Hanju will fight the monster. 3-3, while Kang Jin-soo will assist the player. Tae Hyun, the final boast rang out. 3-2, Kwak Siang looked towards Kang Jin-soo, both of them worried, whereas Tae Hyun. Both of them said in unison, "Huh." The final count was heard. An excited host said, "For the biggest tournament festival in Asia, get ready to start." A flash of light streaked across the host's neck. He was still in an excited pose with a smile on his face as he uttered the final word, "Start." Tae Hyun had controlled his dagger to slice off the host's head. His blade was still stained with dark red blood. Drops of blood splattered before Tae Hyun's eyes. He watched and smiled as the host's head was severed from his neck. It flew high into the air, blood spraying everywhere. Everyone cheering in the stands saw this and was utterly terrified. Park Seo Jin couldn't believe it, his mouth agape and eyes wide open. Cheng Jin grinned and a sharp blade appeared. Everyone started moving, attacking each other with their skills. The arena descended into chaos. Cheng Jin, with his crimson eyes, used his ultimate fist technique. Shinji Nakata, with a sharp glowing blade in hand, was also unleashing his ultimate move. Next was Seo Hanju with an ultimate move from her hands, Kang Jin-soo with his thunder punch, and Kwak Siang using an ultimate move with orbs. Park Seo Jin with his eyes wide advanced, tilting into battle. The arena exploded violently with smoke and fire spraying everywhere. The people in the stands looked into the thick smoke, where silhouettes of people with unclear faces were standing and discussing intensely. What the hell was that? Did he just behead the host? As the smoke cleared, the players gradually appeared. Tae Hyun was standing with players surrounding him in a circle, in a defensive stance, ready to fight. One shot, one kill had his star in his mouth. His eyes also showed a star shape and his face was dotted with sweat. One shot, one kill looked back at Tae Hyun and shouted angrily, "Hey Tae Hyun, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy?" A laugh rang out, startling Kwak Siang, who looked over to see it was Cheng Jin. He was accelerating towards Kwak Siang, saying, "That was so brutal, killing the host just like that, huh? That was awesome. That's exactly what I wanted to do." Cheng Jin was eager to fight. Now everyone focused on taking him down. Park Seo-jin faced Shinji Nakata, who was holding a blade, and Sarada smiled wickedly and said to Shinji Nakata, "Hey Demon Sword, I don't care how many you kill, but remember to leave that prey for me." Her eyes became deep and profound. "Everyone stop right there," a woman said as she advanced quickly towards them with her subordinates. Shinji, Nakata, and Sarada glanced over. That woman also angrily shouted at the chairman, who was trailing behind her. "Don't you say another word. The fact that player Tae Hyun killed the host from our country is unacceptable. I will get to the bottom of this. This woman is the president of the Singapore Players Association." The chairman anxiously explained to a furious Haley Tan that it was all just a misunderstanding. He didn't do it on purpose. Haley Tan, unsatisfied with the chairman's explanation, became even angrier and shouted, "How can you still defend him when things have come to this? We all saw it, didn't we? He will have to answer to us. He is the demon Quantre." The one who just spoke was Kim Tae Hyun. Everyone stood silently listening to his story. A few years ago, on a migrant ship to Singapore, he killed nearly 300 passengers. He is a demon. The World Association has a bounty of 3 billion won on his head, but of course he would find a way to hide. No one could know simply because he changed his appearance. Kim Tae Hyun recalled his original form. Haley Tan didn't believe what Kim Tae Hyun said and shouted, "But how could you?" Suddenly Haley Tan stopped as if she had realized something. A drop of sweat trickled down her face as she said, "Could it be?" Kim Tae Hyun threw the head down and said the reason he could hide is that he can freely change his appearance. Everyone look. Kim Tae Hyun put his hands in his pockets, his foot stepping on the head that had the face of the demon Quantre. Everyone standing there was stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Haley Tan exclaimed, "Huh, his face." Kim Tae Hyun said calmly, "Is this what everyone saw? How could this be? How could he have recognized that demon?" People buzzed about the incident. A man standing behind them had bloodshot eyes that also emitted a red light. He smirked and said, "This Kim Tae Hyun kid is interesting." The information screen displayed the match list for the Asian tournament. Position number 1, South Korea 1000B. Position number 2, China. Position number 3, Japan. Position number 4, Thailand. Position number 5, Indonesia. Sunlight shone on the building surrounded by trees. So the host's true identity was the demon Quantre. So, the tournament, although slightly interrupted, will be restored shortly. All players are ready to rejoin the tournament for their matches. Everyone is working hard to resolve the recent incident. Player Kim Tae Hyun has won the first point for South Korea by discovering and eliminating a wanted criminal demon. A pair of hands held a phone watching yesterday's match live. The crowd was cheering Kim Tae Hyun's name. Kim Tae Hyun is really something. Han Soo-jong, who was watching the match, pointed at the phone and said to Ju Ayeon, who was approaching, he knew Quantre's whereabouts. It's true, no one knows how he knew it was him. He really has many secrets. At first I thought Kim Tae Hyun was lying. Ju Ayeon replied annoyed, "I don't know either. It's so troublesome because of him. Players from all over the world have been calling us non-stop. The support system is now completely paralyzed." Ju Ayeon unhappily looked down at the staff busy with their screens and continued, "I didn't think the tournament would be this troublesome right from the start." Han Soo-jong chimed in, who would have guessed, but say what you will, he is truly a talented player from South Korea. As Ju Ayeon spoke about this, her expression changed to one of pride. Hearing that, Han Soo-jong agreed. "I get that." Raindrops were falling on the tall buildings. With sparkling lights, the entire city was drenched in rain. It poured down on a house where the ceiling had a large hole. The tin roof was open, soaking 2 men. One stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets, looking at the other, who had a haggard, beaten face, lying motionless on a pile of rubble. His eyes darkened as he struggled to speak. "How could my body?" As he spoke, blood poured from his mouth. Cough, cough. "He is an A-rank demon, Tajio." Kim Tae Hyun took out his phone to answer it, then casually replied to him, "Because you're a demon, I'll destroy you, what else?" Kim Tae Hyun answered the other end of the line. "Hello, how's it going, sweetie?" A voice came from the other end that made Kim Tae Hyun's skin crawl. He immediately held the phone away from his ear and replied, "Ah, you called me a bit late. Over here, we're having a hell of a time because of you." The rain fell steadily from the gloomy sky. Kim Tae Hyun replied nonchalantly, "You mean the association's support line?" Ju Ayeon, wearing a headset, said, "That's right. Were you waiting for my call, huh?" Kim Tae Hyun walked slowly, with one hand in his pocket, the other holding the phone. "That's right. It's hard for me to connect to the association channel. That's why I was waiting for your call." The other end replied, "So tell me, what do you need from me?" "I have 2 things to ask of you. Go ahead." "The first thing is to investigate some demons," Ju Ayeon said while swiping on her phone. "Investigate information about demons?" Ju Ayeon asked confusedly. "You should ask the association about that, shouldn't you?" Kim Tae Hyun walked to the door. It was still raining. He said, "In this friendly tournament, there will be many demons, so I want to find all of them." "You mean?" Kim Tae Hyun's eyes were firm as he replied, "That's right. I want to investigate the demon association." A person in a hooded cloak, with only their bright purple eyes visible, stood in front of Kim Tae Hyun. The two stood facing each other. Raindrops hurried down, falling on the man's hood. He had a beard around his mouth and a long sword at his side. He introduced himself. "I am Kimura Zen." Kim Tae Hyun, who was still on the phone, exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? What?" Ju Ayeon on the phone didn't understand and asked, "What did you say?" Kim Tae Hyun replied, "Hey, wait. I have come to punish the one who tarnished the saintess." He shouted, his purple eyes flaring. S-rank player, Kimura Zen. Kim Tae Hyun recalled the image of the saintess he mentioned. "He thought I didn't do anything to her, did I?" The hero Kimura Zen drew his sword and took a stance ready to attack. A mysterious purple power emanated around him, along with the image of a wolf appearing behind him. He is a hunter. Japan's representative in the Asian-friendly tournament, an S-rank player, and also one of the fanatics who pursue the saintess. Behind him now was Sutara, staring intently at him with a strange smile. If the swordsmanship of the national treasure, Nakata Shinji, consists of graceful and refined strikes without any wasted movement, each sharp sword carrying energy, of pure white, then Kimura Zen's swordsmanship is that of a true hero. The blade emits a fierce purple power focused on tearing, crushing, and destroying the opponent, but no matter how powerful the swordsmanship, he poured his strength into the sword, let out a loud shout, and prepared to attack. Each strike carried a powerful energy, but continuously attacking Kim Tae Hyun. However, he gracefully dodged them all. It's true that it's useless if you can't hit your opponent. Kim Tae Hyun dodged the attacks on one side while listening to the phone on the other. He anxiously spoke loudly into the phone. It's not possible? Why? Kimura Zen immediately stopped his attack and retreated, couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Inwardly, he was terrified. Why? Why can't I touch him? His face contorted with anger. How can this brat? On the other end of Kim Tae Hyun's phone, a voice was scolding loudly. Of course, it's not possible. You want to attack the Demon Association? The person on the line was Ju Ayan. She continued to question him loudly. Don't you know why the association leaves the Demon Lord Cattell alone? She glanced worriedly at Han Sujong walking beside her. She continued into the phone. If you even touch them a little, they will immediately cover their tracks and disappear. Even if we have information, we have to wait until we can capture them before we're allowed to pursue. If you act rashly, things will only get more complicated. Her words rang in Kim Tae Hyun's ears as he continuously dodged Kimura Zen's sword strikes. He nonchalantly replied logically, that's true, but... At this point, his hands began to take a stance, preparing to counterattack. Kimura Zen looked at this move of his in terror. His body was still in an attacking posture, and he couldn't dodge in time. He took a direct palm strike from him, which sent him flying into the air, his sword also falling. Watching Kimura Zen's body coughing up blood uncontrollably as it free-falled, he arrogantly replied to the person on the phone, I can do it. The other end immediately asked, what? Followed by the sound of Kimura Zen hitting the ground. It made a loud crashing sound. Kim Tae Hyun smiled and turned away. Even though I can't explain the method, I'm sure I can round them all up. He emphasized into the phone. Trust me, haven't I always proven myself with results? Hearing Kim Tae Hyun's firm words, Ju Ayan hesitated. Oh, all right, but information about the Demon Association is very scarce. So I will provide information about another place. The sky suddenly started to rain. Kim Tae Hyun asked as he walked another place. Hearing Ju Ayan's answer, the information about the three leaders made him extremely surprised. The three leaders are influential figures. They manipulate the political world and are also the three leaders of the Demon Lord Cattell, the underworld force that rules Asia. In Kim Tae Hyun's ear, Zu Ayan's voice spoke steadily. I found a lead on a contact of Mizazaki Kenji, one of their high-ranking officers. Of course, even if we catch him, we might not get any information, and if we're careless, we'll have to face more enemies in the friendly tournament. After explaining everything, Zu Ayan asked again, what do you think? Kim Tae Hyun's lips curved into a smile. The top three guilds? Even if they're not as good as the Demon Guild, their score is also 0 NDT. Thinking that, he quickly replied to her, all right then, I'll take care of them first. Even though Zu Ayan received his affirmative answer, she sounded a bit reluctant. All right, as for your additional request, I will consider it. Kim Tae Hyun said, thank you. He took the opportunity to ask for more benefits. If you're thankful, you should treat me to a meal. He readily agreed. Let's wait until after the friendly tournament is over. Because he had his back turned while talking, he didn't notice Kimura Zen trembling as he struggled to get up. He tried to steady his body and stand up, his other hand gripping his sword tightly, shouting, you bastard. Hearing that, Kim Tae Hyun tilted his head and glanced at him. Kimura Zen, despite being covered in injuries with his head bleeding, still tried to gather his strength and said angrily, are you planning to ignore me until the end? Kim Tae Hyun replied innocently, I'm not ignoring you at all. Kimura Zen unleashed an oppressive aura and said agitatedly, if you don't get serious, I'll blow up this entire area. Kim Tae Hyun turned to face him. He repeated his explanation. I already told you I'm not ignoring you, but Kimura Zen paid no attention to his explanation. He continued, first, I'll let you experience the feeling of your 5 senses being scrambled. With that, he raised his sword and shouted, sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch. Circles of power immediately appeared around them, each inscribed with one of the senses. Overwhelming 5 senses, he yelled and charged straight at Kim Tae Hyun. Along with a terrifying surge of power, Kim Tae Hyun stood still, hands in his pockets, and said calmly, I really tried to hold back from fighting. He looked up straight at him, his eyes emitting a frightening pressure. Don't you know that fighting between contestants is forbidden? Then he sighed, there's no other way. Before he could finish his sentence, Kimura Zen felt an enormous energy that terrified him. Kim Tae Hyun smiled and said, I'll play with you seriously then. His pupils turned red, and a skull warrior appeared behind him. It looked incredibly terrifying. Kimura Zen was frozen by the aura in front of him, unable to move his body. His throat could only let out a whimpering sound. He suddenly let out a terrified scream, followed by a silent darkness. Elsewhere, two people, a man and a woman named Shinji Nakata and Sutara, were walking down a quiet corridor. The man spoke, informing the woman, Kimura-gen has lost. He continued, to avoid any potential trouble, we've informed the media that he was attacked by a demon. But after being defeated by Kim Tae Hyun, he keeps repeating the phrase, I'll play with you seriously. It seems he was hit by a mental attack skill. In his current state, it will probably take him at least 1 month to be able to move normally, let alone participate in the friendly tournament. Sutara casually smiled and replied, it seems he still has an undisclosed secret skill. Shinji Nakata said seriously, if you let me handle it now. His words were cut off by Sutara's loud laughter. She lightly hit him and said, just kidding. If even the sword demon loses, what will happen to the friendly tournament's score? Her touch made him blush as he shyly replied, yes. Sutara said softly, don't worry, Kimura-gen's loss was already factored in. She pointed to a closed iron door ahead. We have already prepared a new prey. The door was locked tight. Inside, it was extremely dark and cold. The walls were cracked and covered in moss. With a click, the door creaked open, letting in a sliver of light that illuminated the room. Sutara pushed the door, smiling as she entered. Following closely behind her was Nakata. The two of them looked at the man who was chained to the wall. He was covered in wounds, wearing only a pair of tattered pants, with his head bowed down. A few strands of hair fell, covering part of his face, making it impossible to tell if he was alive or dead. Perhaps hearing the noise, the man looked up, revealing a haggard face, and struggled to confirm Yoshikawa Sutara. She didn't answer him, only calling his name Isaka Ryohei. It's time for you to work for me. In the abyss, some nameless place, multiple explosions suddenly occurred on the barren, rocky land. A wave of power ran along, creating a shockwave on the ground, causing the surrounding rocks to shatter. At this moment, a girl with frizzy hair was holding two staves, being pushed back, shielding her teammate. This frizzy-haired girl was Lijiha, an S-class player from the Philippines. She panted as she questioned, why? She shouted, why do you want to kill us? Ahead, a figure calmly emerged. Walking out from the cloud of dust, it was Chao Shin-san. Lijiha urgently said, with your strength, even without doing these despicable things, you could still win first place, Chao Shin-san. He acted as if he didn't notice Lijiha, picking his ear as he arrogantly walked forward. He was known as the monstrous god of strength. Chao Shin-san, a national treasure-level player from China. Chao Shin-san smirked. You think I want to play with cowards like you? It's just that our old guild master had a small request. Lijiha and her teammate couldn't help but wonder, what? The two of them thought to themselves, the guild master of the Chinese Player Association ordered the assassination of another country's contestants? Lijiha stared at him anxiously. Impossible. Are they trying to start a war? Thinking this, she immediately told her teammate, run. Her teammate was surprised by this decision and hesitated a little, but Lijiha took a defensive stance in front of her teammate and urged, just run and tell everyone. Her eyes, full of determination, looked forward. I'll hold this monster back. Hurry, she shouted at her teammate. At the same time, Chao Shin-san gathered his power and charged straight at her. She also quickly raised her hands, preparing to fight. The dust settled, and now a deep gash, so deep the bottom couldn't be seen, was carved into the ground. Lijiha lay motionless on the rubble, the glasses on her face shattered. She was covered in injuries, her eyes wide open in shock. She was likely dead. Beside her, Chao Shin-san cursed, damn it. I should have let Jai-Ming handle the Singapore kids. Handle it. He looked at the corpse of the teammate who was supposed to go and warn everyone, was also lying there, eyes open. He casually continued, who's next? I wonder. Ah, that's right, Korea. It's that Kim Tae Hyun guy's turn. On the screen, the friendly tournament's information board was displayed. The MC announced, the 1-week-long Asian-friendly tournament. The combined results of the first day have been announced. Korea, the first country to score, is still holding a solo lead. And right behind them is a fierce chase from China and Japan. The representative teams will be live streaming the process of searching for and eliminating demons, or broadcasting an edited version. The footage was still being shown on the large screen of a tall building. The people below heard the news and started buzzing. Korea? I can't believe it. What are Japan and China, the countries with national treasure-level players, doing? I heard Kimura-zen from Japan was injured by a demon and had to withdraw. The players from Singapore were found in a disfigured state. And the Philippines team has completely disappeared after entering the abyss to eliminate monsters. Everyone was bewildered. What is happening? One thing is for sure, this Asian-friendly tournament is anything but normal. In a high-rise hotel complex, the announcer's voice droned on. The organizing committee of the Asian-friendly tournament has formed an investigation team for the murder of the Singaporean players and the disappearance of the Filipino players. Kim Tae Hyun sat on the hotel bed, staring intently at his phone. The screen was showing the announcer making the announcement while requesting assistance from the authorities for the investigation. He pondered. In the previous regression, things didn't start until the third day, but this time, it's already started? If this event is the same as the last regression, then the culprits are definitely the national treasure-level players from China. Images of the Chinese players appeared in his mind. The reason could be to show off their individual strength or to eliminate rivals, but the biggest reason is definitely because of that guy's ambition. The leader of the Chinese national treasure-level players, Kim Tae Hyun, chuckled. Neither the Saintess nor those bastards will let me rest in peace. There's no other way. If that's the case, I have to act faster. Before he could finish his sentence, a sound came from the door. He was startled and became alert. Who could it be at this hour? As he thought, his body transformed. He called out, "Who is it?" A voice replied from outside, "It's me, Kim Tae Hyun." His gaze sharpened as if trying to see through the door. Jang Jin-soo. He was outside, knocking. His answer surprised Kim Tae Hyun. Jin-soo slowly explained, "The association told me you were here. Come out. I have something to say to you." Birds soared in the sky. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Suddenly, Jiang Jisoo raised his voice to question him. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Everything was going fine, and then you decided to act so recklessly at the opening ceremony. You suddenly did something completely unpredictable, ignoring all the initial strategies we laid out. Why on earth would you do that?" He then pointed a finger straight at him and yelled, "Do you think that was acting for the sake of your teammates?" Kim Tae Hyun's face darkened as he recalled someone from his past. Someone had said the exact same thing to me before. Without waiting for a reply, Jang Jin-soo continued his criticism. "No matter what, you've really disappointed me. I'm also responsible for exterminating the demons, so why did you decide to act all by yourself?" Kim Tae Hyun finally spoke up. "A moment ago, I was attacked by Kimura Jen, a player from Japan." "What?" He was stunned, and a look of confusion appeared on Jang Jin-soo's face. "So player Kimura had to drop out because of you." Kim Tae Hyun gave a slight smile and replied, "That's right. I was lucky enough to subdue him. However, I don't see how he could have known my location and my movements." Suddenly, his expression turned grim. "It's likely that there's a mole within the association." He said each word deliberately. Like heavy stones falling, Jang Jisoo turned pale and asked again, "What? You don't think I'm the mole, do you?" Facing Jang Jisoo's loud accusation, Kim Tae Hyun calmly analyzed. "This matter is not simple at all. Anyone who has information about me is a potential suspect. That's what I wanted to say." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Ever since I found out that the demon named Won-Chai was disguised as a player, I had already decided to act alone. What's more, many players have gone missing and none of them were killed by monsters. It's obvious that other players harmed them, and the ones responsible for it are all national-level players." As Jang Jisoo's face grew more tense, Kim Tae Hyun calmly continued. "In this situation, there are too many national-level players who are our opponents. If we act together, it will only expose our plans and won't be very effective." Jang Jin-soo let out a dissatisfied grunt. He raised his hand to assert his point. "That's why I will be acting alone for the time being. That strategy is fine as it is and doesn't need to be changed." Jang Jin-soo cried out in alarm. "How can you do that?" Ignoring his protest, Kim Tae Hyun said his goodbyes. "All right, I've said what I needed to. I'm leaving first." "Hey, wait a minute, I'm not finished talking yet." Ignoring his call, he raised his hand, waved, and said, "See you." Staring at Kim Tae Hyun's retreating back, Jang Jin-soo yelled after him, "Hey, wait." The sound of a door clicking shut rang out. Jang Jin-soo stood there dumbfounded, his face scrunching up as he gritted his teeth as if wanting to eat him alive. That retreating figure. He then screamed, "You bastard." Jang Jin-soo clenched both his fists, his face filled with rage. Red streams of light flashed around him, blending with his fiery anger. He cursed loudly. He just became a player, and he already dares to be so arrogant. "Just you wait, I'll make you pay." Standing on a high perch, witnessing everything, faint purple light swirled around Kim Tae Hyun. He calmly thought to himself, "So is Jang Jin-soo the spy in the association? In my past life, I never knew who the spy was. But after Kimura Jen attacked me, I knew there was a spy here." Amidst Jang Jin-soo's fury and his cursing, he thought, "That's why I can't trust anyone." He glanced at his phone and continued his train of thought. The best thing to do in this situation is to take them all down first. A preemptive strike is necessary. Holding the phone in his hand, a notification suddenly popped up. Hua Yang proposed 4 courses of action. "What now?" Kim Tae Hyun sighed. At a McDoria restaurant, a server's voice was heard. "Here's the food you ordered." Kim Tae Hyun took the tray and said thank you. As he looked for a seat, the noisy sounds of people ordering food filled his ears. "I want more fries. Get me a Coke too." Kim Tae Hyun frowned slightly, looking at 2 nearby people who were impatiently saying, "Hey, hurry up." A thought flashed through his mind. These 2 are Kenji's henchmen. So is this what Hua Yang was referring to? To think they're only students. That bag probably contains something illegal. I just need to follow them. and I'll find out Kenji's location. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Well, you're still as careful as you used to be. Tae Hyun turned to look at the person next to him with a puzzled expression. Before he could ask, the voice continued. Long time no see, Tae Hyun. He was startled. Huh. He bit into a fry with a loud crunch. The man asked, do you still remember me? A name flashed in Tae Hyun's mind. Isaka Ryo. I thought he went to jail after that incident at the auction house. Why is he here? As if sensing his confusion, Isaka Ryo explained, Relax, I'm not here to fight you. All right, just spit it out. He let out a gleeful laugh. Easy now, no need to get worked up. In this situation, you're no better off than I am. Am I right? He then raised his fist and punched the glass window right in front of a stunned Tae Hyun. Immediately, the area erupted in noise and chatter. What's happening? Is that a fight? Isn't that Isaka Ryo over there? He's already been released. Another person exclaimed in shock, and that's Tae Hyun, the Korean player. Is he here to take us on? Everyone started to panic. Tae Hyun's expression grew tense. He thought to himself, damn it, they're running away. I have no choice but to take them all down. Then a loud laugh echoed. Even though I didn't come here to fight you. He paused mid-sentence. Golden streams of light surrounded Isaka Ryo. His eyes turned ferocious as beams of light instantly shot forward, attacking the people who were running away. With painful moans in an instant, they all collapsed to the floor one by one. To Tae Hyun's amazement, he took them all down with a single move. He's much stronger than as he was at the auction house. Putting his hat back on, Isaka Ryo smirked. You're probably looking for the leader Miyazaki, aren't you? Alright, then just give me some time to make my move. You won't regret trusting me. As soon as he finished speaking, a chain shot out and tightly bound Isaka Ryo. The other end was in Tae Hyun's hand. He then finally spoke. Alright, if you're so confident, then fine, but I'll give you a little help. A sinister expression appeared on his face. It's good that you say you can do it, but if you just get in my way, you're a dead man. Isaka Ryo laughed heartily. We really don't have anything pleasant to say to each other, do we? But you're mistaken if you think you can restrain me like before. The golden lights flashed once more, but they were extinguished almost instantly. He looked on in horror as streams of crimson light began to surround him. What? I can't break free. This bastard Tae Hyun has gotten so much stronger. In contrast to Isaka Ryo's panic, Tae Hyun calmly held up 5 fingers. 50 seconds. Isaka Ryo became even more frantic and yelled, I'm telling you, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to do anything to that bastard. Kenji, get it? He continued to say. The guys who ran earlier were just bait. If you blindly chase them, you'll walk right into a trap and accomplish nothing. Seeing Isaka Ryo's desperation, Tae Hyun remained calm and coldly uttered 2 words. 30 seconds. Now Isaka Ryo was truly panicking and screamed, But I'm different. I've made a deal with the demons. I can find out how to defeat them. Please trust me, alright? How about this deal? I won't let you down. He calmly held up 1 finger. 10. At this point, he completely broke down. Drops of sweat trickled down his tense face as Isaka Ryo screamed, Your goal is to get them. I'll destroy all those bastards, including Kenji. That's what you want, isn't it? Say something. Why are you so quiet? Just give me some time. All you need to do is trust me. Tae Hyun's raised hand clenched into a fist. The area immediately echoed with Isaka Ryo's painful cries, his face twisted in agony. His entire body seized up as the red lights constricted around him. He desperately screamed for help. Watching his agony, Tae Hyun remained impassive. What do you think you can do by yourself? I think your proposal is fantastic, but why would someone who opposes me suddenly want to help me? Lying on the floor and looking up at the arrogant man, Isaka Ryo gritted his teeth. That is, before he could finish his sentence, Tae Hyun coolly cut off his excuses. Tell me what you really want, he said in a low voice. Who is pulling your strings? The scene changes to the inside of a desolate abandoned house. People with tense faces were scattering and running in all directions. Screams of help, save me echoed from all around. Suddenly, a beam of light shot out, knocking them all away. The man looked coldly at the people who had collapsed. He sheathed his sword suddenly. A woman slowly walked in from the outside, clapping her hands, making clapping sounds, taking down all the demons at once. That's the power of the demon sword Sarada for you. The woman who walked in praised him. Are you really okay? Shinji Nakata asked, what about that? Isaka Ryo, hey, he continued. He was defeated by Tae Hyun once before compared to him. I heard that Tae Hyun has recently reached the national level. Even if Ryohei becomes stronger with the Saintess's Holy Revelation skill, he still can't defeat Tae Hyun in return. He will have to face the risk of the Awakened One's oath. The condition for him to receive that power is to bring Tae Hyun before the Saintess, so from now on, I'll handle it myself. Before Shinji Nakata could finish, Sarada laughed and said, there's no need to worry so much. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Her words surprised Shinji Nakata. He exclaimed without stopping. Sarada explained, according to my sources. Kim Tae Hyun's current target is the three-headed Hydra. The three-headed Hydra, he exclaimed. I've already leaked this information to them. And Isaka Ryohei used to have close ties with demons. He also has a relationship with Mizuzaki Kenji, one of the leaders of the three-headed Hydra. Sarada clasped her hands and continued, for sure, when he knows he can't defeat Kim Tae Hyun alone. He will lure Kim Tae Hyun over and join forces with Mizuzaki to take him down. Of course, even so, it won't be easy. As I've said before, he's very suspicious. Shinji Nakata was still hesitant. But that's precisely why we need information. His eyes widened at Sarada's words. From his fighting style, his ideology, combat abilities, personality, and even his hidden potential, so no matter what happens to Isaka Ryohei. As she spoke, she slowly raised her hand to touch Shinji Nakata's face. We can just get the information from his corpse right after all. He has no other choice. In an old apartment building, a group of men and women were gathered inside. In the center sat a fierce-looking man. Damn it. You're late, the leader of the three-headed Hydra, Miyaki Kenji, said loudly to the person who just arrived. Isaka Ryohei paused for a moment, then raised his voice to ask, but where is that Korean kid? You said you would lure Kim Tae Hyun here. Isaka Ryohei, who had been standing in the dark corner, finally spoke in a low voice. This world is a place where the strong prey on the weak. His words stunned everyone present. What he continued. The strong crush. The weak and the weak will be crushed. That's how this world works under Mizaki's intense stare, Isaka Ryohei bluntly declared. Mizuzaki Kenji, let me warn you about this. His face was a mixture of sweat and tears. If you want to live, you have to do, as I say, as if he had guessed something. Mizuzaki Kenji shouted in shock, don't tell me you set me up. A loud noise echoed. Pieces of cement began to break and fall down. The figure of a young man appeared from the hole. Mizuzaki Kenji and his subordinates widened their eyes in surprise, looking up into the air. He raised his hand. A large hand materialized. The monster that Kim Tae Hyun created struck down on those below, knocking them to the ground. Screams of pain began to echo from all four corners of the room. Just then, Kim Tae Hyun spoke softly. That's right, if you want to survive, you must listen to the strongest. Isn't that so? He clicked his tongue. If that's the case, who is Mizuzaki Kenji? He asked. Looking down from above, Mizuzaki had already drawn his sword at some point. Gripping the blade in his hand, he shouted at Kim Tae Hyun, how dare this kid be so arrogant after just one surprise attack. Oh, so it's that guy, huh? Amidst Kim Tae Hyun's questioning tone, Mizuzaki Kenji's eyes grew fierce. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. I'll kill you. As he spoke, streams of crimson light flashed in his eyes and gradually surrounded him. Boom! A confined space exploded. Violently, debris flew out from. Isaka Ryohei sat on the ground, staring blankly at the explosion, his face twisted as he thought Kim Tae Hyun is crazy. Looking at the person tied up and struggling on the ground, Kim Tae Hyun calmly praised him. Your plan was quite interesting. Isaka Ryohei trembled and whispered, the covenant with the Saintess and the awakened one. Now, I understand why you appeared in front of me. He thought, was I hypnotized? Is it a mental type skill? When did he get this power? Fine, I'll play along with you. The sudden reply surprised Isaka Ryohei. What are you scheming? Kim Tae Hyun calmly exposed his opponent's scheme. You were planning to join forces with Mizaki Kenji to take care of me, weren't you? So you have to lure me to him, right? But instead of siding with Mizaki, Kenji, and the Saintess, you must be on my side. Shut up, Isaka Ryohei shouted in anger. Even if you defeat me, do you think I'll help you? He said in a panic. If I do that, I'll be eliminated by the three-headed Hydra, the Saintess, and the Demon Sword all at once, in complete contrast to his panic. Kim Tae Hyun calmly snacked on a box of potato chips in his hand. That's right, but if you don't help me, I will destroy you. But don't worry, I don't care if you live or die, but I'll give you a chance. Isaka Ryohei asked skeptically. A chance? Getting up, Kim Tae Hyun threw the box of chips in front of him and explained during the friendly match, you must help me with all your might after it's all over. You have to live and spend the rest of your life apologizing to those you've hurt. Then I'll help you escape the three-headed Hydra and the Saintess. But as if hearing a joke, Isaka Ryohei burst out laughing and questioned him. Do you even know what you're saying? The opponents are a national-level player, and the three-headed Hydra a demonic organization. Do you think you can defeat those monsters? Then Kim Tae Hyun's lips curled into a confident smile before Isaka Ryohei's terrified wide eyes. He dropped two words. That's right, like a feather, lightly brushing past his heart, returning to reality. Before Isaka Ryohei's eyes now were the members of the three-headed Hydra scattered on the ground, and Kim Tae Hyun lifting Mizuzaki with one hand. Kenji into the air, lying on the ground. He blinked, watching the scene unfold. More than anyone, he understood how strong someone had to be to wipe out a group of high-level players single-handedly. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. Isaka Ryohei laughed fearfully, thinking to himself, a monster on the other side. A red light coiled around one of Kim Tae Hyun's arms. His large hand completely enveloped Mizuzaki's face. Lifting him up in a broken voice, he struggled to say, You. His eyes bulged, and groans escaped from his throat. While Kim Tae Hyun's left eye had turned red, he opened his mouth and asked the man in his hand, opened the gate to the three-headed Hydra. Now somewhere in the abyss in the lair of Tetsu from the three-headed Hydra stood a meticulously carved door. One look was enough to see how meticulously this place was constructed, but inside, corpses were scattered on the floor. Fresh red blood was splattered everywhere. "So what is the reason for summoning me to this grim place?" asked a man sitting high above, resting his chin on his hand. He asked the person, kneeling respectfully below. At this time, Trin Tan continued to curse in a low voice, spouting such nonsense. "And I'll smash your head in like I did to your subordinates." As Tetsu finished speaking, the other person trembled and replied, No, I wouldn't dare," looking up with a grim face. "I just want to offer you something, sir. A legendary grade item." Tetsu, a Class S demon from the three-headed Hydra, explained to the person above. Seemingly a little surprised, Trin Tan asked again what currently for security reasons. "The item is being stored overseas, but recently, the three-headed Hydra acquired a legendary grade item, and we want to present it to you." He made a request, however, before that. "Please take care of someone who is targeting my head. We've set a trap, but it will likely fail, so it's only a matter of time before he comes here." "That sounds very interesting." Trin Tan sat up straight with a smile. It was hard to tell if he was pleased or threatening the subordinate in front of him. "Oh, so a member of the three-headed Hydra like you is actually afraid of someone. I find this more interesting than the item itself." Then he asked again, "Who is he? What's his name?" Boom! A loud noise erupted, causing the kneeling people below to jolt up in alarm. Looking all around, the sound didn't stop, it just kept getting closer, making Tetsu wary. Outside, the guards cried out in pain. Suddenly, the door burst open, sending splinters everywhere. A foot and an arm shot forward simultaneously. Amidst the chaos, Kim Tae Hyun and Isaka Ryohei charged forward together to face Tetsu and Trin Tan. Streams of blue, red, and gold light flashed throughout the room with every attack. Isaka Ryohei's loud yell was met with Tetsu's look of astonishment. He struggled to parry the sword. A fist was raised. Isaka Ryohei shouted, "Damn it, you have to win at all costs. You got it." Over here, Trin Tan, with a fierce look on his face, also raised his fist. He grunted and purple streaks of light began to swirl around him. "Remember to do your part as we discuss, partner." A smile spread across Kim Tae Hyun's face. With a determined gaze and the confidence that he would win, he spoke to his newly recruited temporary ally. In this tense confrontation, both sides were giving it their all, and a massive explosion was inevitable. Kim Tae Hyun's side was thrown back by a great force. As the crowd outside watched, Kim Tae Hyun regained his balance. Looking at the one who had just joined the battle with some surprise, he thought to himself that things were truly going beyond his predictions. He never thought that a national-level player from China like Trin Tan would be here. At the same time, the opponent revealed himself, his body radiating a coercive and dangerous aura. Trin Tan approached with a triumphant and confident smile. Sizing up Kim Tae Hyun, he spoke. "So you're the kid Tetsu was worried about, huh? In any case, you're lucky today, kid." Trin Tan continued arrogantly, "I'll gently send you to a painless death." Kim Tae Hyun, Isaka Ryohei, nervously asked a question, not expecting an answer. "Why is Trin Tan here?" Kim Tae Hyun answered, "He's on the side of the three smallpoxes." But then Kim Tae Hyun's voice turned accusatory, yet full of certainty, as if he already knew. "The answer is you right." Trin Tan was momentarily stunned. Kim Tae Hyun continued to accuse him. "You're the one who assassinated the other players, aren't you?" Trin Tan's expression darkened. Oh, he had been figured out. Meanwhile, those around them were completely stunned upon hearing Kim Tae Hyun's accusation. Trin Tan was quite curious. How could you say that?" But then he had to admit it. "But I have to say, you're pretty sharp." Kim Tae Hyun was full of confidence. "Just as I predicted. So now you plan to assassinate the Korean players next, huh?" As he spoke, he drew his knife and got into a fighting stance. Kim Tae Hyun continued unfazed. Even if the other guy is a national-level powerhouse, so be it. The other side was quite surprised by his unafraid attitude. Kim Tae Hyun continued to declare boldly, "Today I will kill you right here." The awakener was activated again. He was confident. "Don't think you can take me down that easily." Trin Tan was also ready. He immediately activated his awakener and charged into battle, not forgetting to mock him. Such a kid who doesn't know his own strength. The battle between Kim Tae Hyun and Trin Tan broke out, an evenly matched fight that shook the entire space. At that moment, Tetsu watched them charge at each other. He planned to use this chance to escape his subordinate, thinking the same thing reminded him. "Take this chance to retreat, Sir Tetsu." Tetsu didn't hesitate and immediately said, "All right, let's go quickly." As they were rushing to leave, a shout rang out. Isaka Ryohei had arrived, clearing away the minions in his way. He arrogantly looked at Tetsu trying to slip away and said, "Trying to run away in such a hurry, huh?" The other two were clearly surprised and yelled Isaka Ryohei. With an arrogant tone, he said confidently, "You're running away because you think your side is going to lose, right?" Isaka Ryohei continued, "What you're worried about might be true because his opponent is Kim Tae Hyun, and I'll be the one to deal with you." Before he could look cool for even 30 seconds, a blast of force from Kim Tae Hyun shot towards the fleeing group, and he was also in its path. Isaka Ryohei was also hit and lost his balance. Kim Tae Hyun wasn't distracted by his fight with Trin Tan. He yelled at that cowardly group, "You demonic bastards, you wait." Isaka Ryohei's resentful voice rang out. "Hey, I was in the middle of talking." Kim Tae Hyun stole his line. Trintan didn't let Kim Tae Hyun's attention wander for long. He challenged. "You plan on fighting me, kid?" Kim Tae Hyun reacted. "Ah." The fight between the two resumed. Trintan didn't forget to remind his opponent, "Don't get careless and let your guard down." It was accompanied by a warning shot of flying earth and rocks. Kim Tae Hyun quickly jumped to avoid it. He watched his opponent showing off his strength and thought to himself, "Trintan, the god of chaotic, monstrous strength." Trintan threw a huge boulder towards Kim Tae Hyun. He took a defensive stance and continued to remember. He's a player specializing in physical strength, often taking down other players and monsters with his bare hands. An attack from Kim Tae Hyun shot out. It sliced the huge boulder into hundreds of pieces. He continued to analyze his opponent, but his power isn't just simple strength. Kim Tae Hyun lunged forward from among the fragments. He also has a skill that's hard to dodge and deals massive damage. It's a dark skill. Kim Tae Hyun suddenly realized something. He was startled. That's the Death Scythe. As he thought this, Trintan had indeed unleashed a Death Scythe strike aimed directly at Kim Tae Hyun. He gave him the smile of a predator toying with its prey. To die after witnessing this skill of mine on this blade's edge should be a satisfying death for you. The lightning-fast Death Scythe strike rushed towards Kim Tae Hyun. It's a skill that deals powerful area of effect damage when used. It can inflict adverse effects on the opponent. However, using this skill requires a massive amount of mana. That means Trintan poured almost all his mana into this Death Scythe strike. Kim Tae Hyun thought, by using this skill, he's decided to go all in against me. The attack from the Death Scythe was indeed terrifying. A massive explosion erupted at the top of the tower, shaking the entire area. The tower burst apart, sending debris flying amidst a thick cloud of dust. Kim Tae Hyun and Trintan were both blown out of the tower. Every slash from Trintan came down with immense power. But Kim Tae Hyun fought back fiercely, not at a disadvantage at all. He parried every single one of Trintan's slashes. Kim Tae Hyun, still using his awakener ability, channeled it into his two knives and slashed back at Trintan. A crack sound was heard and a fissure appeared on the blade. Kim Tae Hyun noticed it too. He thought to himself, "My weapon has been damaged from clashing with the Death Scythe." Trintan, sensing his advantage, laughed tauntingly. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to kill me?" Another slash from the Death Scythe came at him. This time, Kim Tae Hyun had to use both blades to stop it. "This is bad. If this continues, my blades will shatter." The crack on the blade deepened under the strike of Trintan's Death Scythe. Kim Tae Hyun was forced to risk it all. A chain shot out and wrapped around Trintan. Trintan couldn't react in time. The chain began to tighten around his body. Kim Tae Hyun thought of a desperate plan. "I'll stun him first." He channeled his awakener power through the chain. The power affected Trintan. Just as it seemed Kim Tae Hyun's stun was successful, a familiar laugh rang out. "Ha, how naive." Kim Tae Hyun reacted in a panic. Trintan was completely unharmed and said arrogantly, "You think a trick like that could work on me?" Trintan shattered the chains and swung a deadly scythe strike, saying, "I'm a national level player with lots of combat experience." As he spoke, the scythe slashed down and cut through Kim Tae Hyun. Everything happened too quickly. He didn't have time to react. A slash with immense power cut right through Kim Tae Hyun. With that, Trintan arrogantly walked away. The battle appeared to be over. The area fell quiet amidst the rubble. Tetsu stood atop the ruined tower, having witnessed the entire fierce battle. He wondered doubtfully, is the fight really over? But he then became certain Kim Tae Hyun, a promising player from Korea versus Trintan, he really stood no chance of winning. At that moment, a subordinate shouted, "Sir, we've captured him." "Isaka Ryohei, what should we do next?" Tetsuo turned and commanded. "All right, just lock him up for now." Isaka Ryohei was defeated. Held down by the minions and forced to kneel, he continued. "We will use him as a hostage. He still has his uses." Isaka Ryohei couldn't help but get angry. "You damn bastards." Tetsu still had many unanswered questions and something he couldn't figure out. Why did Isaka Ryohei side with Kim Tae Hyun? Tetsu wondered as he watched him being led away. If he did this, the Saintess of Japan wouldn't let him get away with it. He had to have understood that Kim Tae Hyun must have seen something special in him to make him follow that kid. Tetsu looked at the aftermath of the battle and sighed in relief, but he trusted the wrong person. In this fight, Kim Tae Hyun had lost to Trintan's immense power. Then Tetsu seemed to realize something was wrong. He exclaimed in alarm. Down on the ground, Trintan's seemingly fatal slash had ultimately failed to kill Kim Tae Hyun, and that created an opening for him to strike back now that his opponent had used up all his mana on those attacks. Trintan collapsed and spat out a mouthful of blood while Kim Tae Hyun remained standing firm. Tetsu was stunned. How could this be? The backer he had sought out not only failed to defeat that kid Kim Tae Hyun, but was even defeated by him. He only had time to scream, "Sir Trintan!" Trintan, hit by the counterattack, couldn't understand it either, but had no strength left to speak. He wondered how. "Why did I collapse?" He spat out another mouthful of blood. He had clearly been struck by a deadly blow from Kim Tae Hyun. He remembered the last moment. After hitting Kim Tae Hyun, the magic from his sword erupted, but that was all. He was still completely overwhelming him, evidenced by Kim Tae Hyun's sword being chipped and broken, but now Trin Tan was furious. Screaming loudly, this little brat, he gathered all his strength again, preparing to unleash another powerful slash. He said to Kim Tae Hyun, "You were hiding that power, huh? If so, then die." On the other side, Kim Tae Hyun stood motionless before Trin Tan's furious lunge, and he turned back. He smiled confidently, looking at the man being consumed by his own anger, and thought, "My weapon is a rare-grade sword." However, when facing Queen Minotaur, fighting for a short while was fine. A memory of Queen Minotaur flashed through his mind, the one he had defeated in the past. He continued to think, but now fighting against the Death Scythe, a weapon that was also not ordinary. When the two sides clashed too many times, along with his gluttony power imbued in the sword, it couldn't withstand the impact. As he thought this, he rushed forward to meet the attack. Another battle erupted. This time it would truly be a life-or-death struggle. He continued to analyze his weapon. However, there was an advantage he had already calculated. When using a lot of gluttony power to fight, although the weapon would shatter in return along with his train of thought, Trin Tan's scythe clashed with the two swords once again. This impact truly made the pair of swords unable to hold, and they shattered directly. Kim Tae Hyun couldn't contain his excitement and said aloud, "I can take your life now." He quickly flew closer to Trin Tan, who was still stunned and off guard. The shattered swords didn't affect his incredible power. A slash was thrown out, embedding itself straight into Trin Tan. He was stunned, receiving a humiliating defeat. It was so sudden and unexpected that he couldn't react in time. Kim Tae Hyun poured a large amount of magic into this decisive slash. A blow was thrown, piercing through Trin Tan's body. Tetsu, standing on the tower, watched it all, trembling. His face turned pale. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Heavens!" Izakario, who was tied up in the corner, also felt the aftershock from Kim's slash. Tae Hyun was startled. Down below, blood splattered everywhere. The string of beads on Trin Tan's neck also broke, scattering on the ground. Mixing with the blood, it signaled a bad omen for their owner. Trin Tan completely collapsed before the final slash of Kim Tae Hyun. So the battle had truly come to an end, and the winner was Kim Tae Hyun. In a faraway place where no battle was happening, Bichnangok and Tai Man were in a hotel room with a view of the entire city. Enjoying the rain together with wine and discussing the battle, Bitch Enjo spoke up. "So Trin Tan has appeared, huh? He must have nothing better to do," she lamented while lying in Tai Man's arms. "I heard Tetsuo asked for his help in exchange for a rare-grade weapon. What are your plans now?" "Sir Tai Man." Tai Man was quite confident about Trin Tan. "It's fine. If Trin Tan makes a move, the opponent won't survive. He is a national-level player from China with the nickname Godspeed." He continued to hold the beauty in his arms and said, "Anyway, Trin Tan has a lot of combat experience. How could that kid stand a chance against him?" Bitch Ngok, the S-rank demon, agreed. "Yeah." Suddenly, a phone rang. Breaking the quiet atmosphere, both of them sat up at the same time. By the second ring, Tai Man had moved to answer the phone. The person on the other end asked Tai Man, "Are you with that woman again?" Tai Man was quite surprised, because the person on the other end knew his whereabouts on the other end of the line. Truong Long calmly stated his name. Tai Man was angry. The man was sitting leisurely in a laboratory filled with large tubes, eerily containing nothing but people. He was the president of the Chinese Players Association. Truong Long, with a calm voice, he delivered shocking news to Tai Man. "Trin Tan is dead. It's not surprising." On the other end, Tai Man wore a look of disbelief. Truong Long continued in a commanding and dangerous tone, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. "Go and bring me Kim Tae Hyun's head." The fierce battle ended. Kim Tae Hyun looked at the motionless Trin Tan at his feet. He wanted to use his devour power on him to further strengthen himself, but it failed. He thought to himself, just as I guessed. Yes, the power enveloped Trin Tan's body, but yielded nothing. Dead creatures. Even if devour is used, I can't take skills from them, only from living creatures. Can I absorb skills? Kim Tae Hyun thought of the creatures he had used his devour power on, to take their skills. He continued, "However, not every skill is suitable for me. Therefore, Kim Tae Hyun also needs to be selective about who he devours with criminals like these. He doesn't need to pay attention to morality when taking them down. What Kim Tae Hyun needs to be concerned about are the voices he hears when using his devour skills. Phrases like 'I can't take it anymore' keep echoing faintly in his head." He decided that in the future, he would need to pay attention and find out the truth. After the strongest enemy, Trin Tan, was dead, everything went according to Kim Tae Hyun's plan. Tetsu and his cowardly subordinates knelt down and groveled. He gave a bland, fawning smile to win his favor. Tetsu said, "I've wanted to be on your side from the very beginning." Kim Tae Hyun had no time for that scumbag. He immediately erased all the memories of the demons and Tetsuo about his use of Devour and handed them over to the Players Association. As for Ryohei, he was considered to have completed his task and had returned to the Saintess's side. His face darkened as he cried out, "Hey, don't joke around. Going back to the Saintess could get me killed." Ryohei had also anticipated the danger of returning. He shamelessly clung to Kim Tae Hyun, wanting to continue following him. "Or at the very least, don't make me go back to the Saintess. She can read memories, you know, so if she finds out I betrayed her, I'm done for." Kim Tae Hyun, on the contrary, wasn't worried at all and replied, "It's fine." He further explained, "Anyway, the Saintess only wants to see me. She doesn't care much about other things." Kim Tae Hyun analyzed the conditions of the contract between you and the Saintess regarding the fake awakener. Is to bring me before her. Therefore, I will go with you to meet her. As for knowing what you've done, she won't care at all." After saying that, he cast a contemptuous glance at the heavily injured Ryo Hae, and continued with words as sharp as a knife, "Because she doesn't expect anything from you anyway, right, Ryo?" Hae panicked and retorted, "What are you talking about?" Kim Tae Hyun didn't bother to reply and began to drift into thought. The only remaining problem is the two members from the Three Heads group. He had used hypnosis to get their base location from Tetsu's memory, but the location wasn't very precise. After thinking, he said to Ryo Hae, "First, let's get some rest. We'll figure it out later." Kim Tae Hyun returned to the house provided by the Fake Awakeners Association. A few days later, the news updated on Trin Tan that after 3 days of participating in the Asian International Tournament, player Trin Tan had disappeared. The Chinese government called for everyone to join the search. Kim Tae Hyun put his phone down on the bed. Meanwhile, the news report continued. As for the scores, South Korea is still in the lead, thanks to player Kim Tae Hyun successfully capturing Tae Shu, one of the Three Heads. He mused, no matter what, Truong Long probably already knows that Trin Tan was killed, but he wants to investigate to see who was responsible anyway. I've hidden it quite well, and also inflicted damage on the Three Heads. He drifted into thought. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, pulling him back to reality. The caller ID showed the name Jiang Jin-soo. Kim Tae Hyun wondered why he was calling at this hour. The scene changes to another area surrounded by small rock formations, a place that looked remote at first glance. Jiang Jin-soo was quite surprised by Kim Tae Hyun's presence and said, "I thought you wouldn't come. Thank you for taking my call." Kim Tae Hyun approached with a curious and excited look, saying, "Well, there was a lot of information I just couldn't ignore." Then he asked suspiciously, "But are you sure about that she, one of the members of the Three Heads, Bix and Jock, is here?" Jiang Jisoo replied firmly, "That's right. I can't be 100% sure, but the source that provided the information is quite reliable. Bichnock was in that building yesterday. She will definitely be there during this tournament to observe everything." They both looked towards the towering building in the distance. At a glance, it looked magnificent, a stark contrast to the desolate scenery here. Kim Tae Hyun silently assessed. It seems to be correct. According to his previous memories, she was also in one of the nearby buildings. He signaled that he understood. But then he grew curious. "But there's something I don't understand. Why are you giving this information to me? As far as I know, you don't like me at all." Jiang Jisoo retorted, "You idiot." He raised his voice. "It's to prove that I'm not a spy at all." Kim Tae Hyun was confused. Jiang Jin-soo showed a determined and sincere expression. "I completely understand what you said last time, being ambushed by players from another country. Of course, you would be suspicious of everyone around you." He raised his voice again, "But I want to prove I have done nothing wrong, so I gave you this information to prove it. I am completely your ally now. You surely understand what I did, right?" He acted all righteous again. "I want to stand with you against those demons." Kim Tae Hyun played along, acting surprised. Player Kang Jisoo. A thought flashed in his mind, "So I can vaguely guess who the spy is now." Before meeting Kang Jisoo, Kim Tae Hyun had received another call from Jo Aeong. She said over the phone, "Hey, about what I said last time. Just as you guessed, there's a spy in our guild." Kim Tae Hyun told her his speculation. "Is it player Kang Jisoo?" Jo Aeong was surprised. "So you already figured it out?" Kim Tae Hyun was honest. "I have suspected it for a long time. So this time, he is a spy for the Japanese side, right? Looking at his relationship with Kimura Zen, I figured it out." On the other side, Jo Aeong was sitting in front of a screen displaying the investigation on Kang Jisoo and revealed shocking information. The strange thing is he does not work for the Chinese side. This surprised Kim Tae Hyun. On the other end, she continued to speak. "Wrong, he had dealings with the Chinese side a few years ago. But he is also a gambling addict. Maybe when he went there to play cards, he racked up a lot of debt." Kim Tae Hyun asked again, "So he works for China too? Then how did Kimura Zen know my exact location?" Jo Aeong immediately replied, "Like I said, besides him, there must be another spy." Kim Tae Hyun fell into deep thought. "So there are two spies. What kind of association manages its people so poorly?" Jo Aeong, realizing he was worried, comforted him, "But you do not need to worry too much. The association will have its own ways of dealing with this." Kim Tae Hyun replied, "Okay." He had his next plan and told Aeong to report back if anything comes up. Aeong suddenly realized what he intended to do and asked, doubtfully, "You mean?" The conversation ended. Kim Tae Hyun considered there are two things to note if Kang Jisoo is caught for espionage. The second one will definitely not show himself. Furthermore, knowing that Kang Jisoo is a spy returning to the present, he planned to use him. Use Kang Jisoo to trap the other spy. Meanwhile, Kang Jisoo was still acting, approaching and speaking to him. "I know Bichingak is in there, but it is probably full of traps," he said, then patted his chest confidently. "But do not worry, I have calculated everything. I will show you the most convenient entrance." Meanwhile, he was cunningly laughing to himself, thinking Kim Tae Hyun had fallen for his clumsy trap. "If you go in that way, you are a goner. I am only doing this for the money." It is just your bad luck, so do not blame me, Kim Tae Hyun. In there is not only Bitchnok but also Tae Man, China's top player as well, but all his calculations were ruined when Kim Tae Hyun casually launched a palm strike at the building in front. A powerful force shot towards it, and in an instant, the building became a pile of rubble. Kim Tae Hyun showed off smugly, "It seems my power has increased a lot after some training." Kang Jisu's eyes went wide and his jaw dropped at Kim Tae Hyun's terrifying power. He finally reacted and shouted, "What was that?" He turned and blamed him. "Hey, why did you do that?" Kim Tae Hyun replied nonchalantly, "There is no need to sneak in. They definitely have traps in there," he said confidently and excitedly. "Let's just go in and fight." Kang Jisu tried to back out. This could cause a protest from the citizens. From within the rubble, Kim Tae Hyun saw someone trapped and asked, "Looks like that is Bitch Ngok over there, is not it?" Kang Jisu immediately tried to stop him. Hey, Bitch Nok was buried in the rubble, battered and bloodied, but it could not stop her from dragging Kang Jisu down with her. "You bastard, how dare you betray us?" Kang Jisu did not forget to threaten back. "You are dead meat." Kim Tae Hyun watched the scene before him. It was just as he expected. He was amused. He glanced at the startled Kang Jisu beside him and added fuel to the fire. What is this about betrayal?" Kang Jisu quickly denied any connection, shouting, "You bitch, what nonsense are you talking about?" Bitch Nog ignored Kang Jisu's words and turned to attack Kim Tae Hyun. "As for you, Kim Tae Hyun, do not be so smug. Someone will take care of you." Kim Tae Hyun confidently asked a question. He already knew the answer. "You must mean Tae Man, right?" which surprised the other two. The two of them asked in unison, "How did you know he was here?" Kim Tae Hyun could not be bothered to answer these two. "Let's get to the point. Tell me where he is. You know he is here, so just spit it out." A tense Kang Jisu shivered as he realized, "You knew I was a spy from the beginning." Then he angrily raised his fist to strike Kim Tae Hyun, though it posed no threat. A wave of energy approached. Blood poured from Kang Jisu's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Tae Man has arrived. Kim Tae Hyun reacted as well. For a moment, he seemed unaffected. Then a notification suddenly appeared in his mind. "You have entered the numb state. Thanks to a mysterious power, you have partially resisted it, but your senses and strength are temporarily reduced. Actions will be slowed due to reduced vision, hearing, and weakened senses." Along with the system notification, blood began to flow from Kim Tae Hyun's eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and limbs. He silently realized it was Tae Man's control skill. "Is that so much has been weakened. I blocked part of it, but all my senses are still affected." Tae Man appeared behind him, his eyes flashing with evil and his aura filled with oppressive danger. He spoke in an annoyed tone. "I did not think you would destroy the entire building like that." Kim Tae Hyun also immediately sensed his presence. Turning to face him, Tae Man continued, "I am very curious about the one who defeated Cheng Xin. You are not weak at all, are you?" Kim Tae Hyun did not back down and challenged him. "You are a bit more interesting than the others, but to take you down and get what I want, which is your skill, I will just have to try hard." He did not bother hiding his ambition and began activating pseudo-awakening. Elsewhere, Isaka Ryohei had actually returned to the side of Japan's Saintess Sarada. He was cowering on his knees before her. Sarada channeled her energy to read his memories and said amusedly, "Haha, that memory of yours is quite interesting. That kid not only got stronger, but he even defeated Cheng Xin. You betrayed me and did not follow our agreement. Should I kill you?" Ryohei trembled at Sarada's threatening words and stammered, "Well." The Saintess smirked. She patted his head bent down and said, "Are you scared? As I said, I do not really care about your life. Just bring Kim Tae Hyun here. But if we let things go according to his calculations, it will not be good." As she spoke, the force in her hand increased slightly. Ryohei's face filled with fear and he stammered as she continued, "It seems he is aiming for the three water caves, right?" Ryohei fearfully replied. Sarada's eyes flashed with deadly amusement. "In that case, I will go meet him myself." The scene shifts to the past where Long Yang gathers China's national-level players. He smiled dangerously and presented 3 goals. He held up 3 fingers, 1 to win the Asian tournament, 2 to weaken the other associations by defeating their key members, and 3 achieving those 2 goals will prove that our Chinese Player Association is the strongest in all of Asia. His eyes flashed with malice and used that to monopolize all dungeon and magic stone deals. "So feel free to kill, torture, or use any means necessary. I will take care of the aftermath." He did not hesitate to use underhanded schemes to achieve his ambitions. On the opposite side, the 3 national-level Chinese players listened silently as he finished the plan. Cheng Xin did not seem surprised by the association head's methods. He looked excited. Hey, as long as I get to fight strong opponents, I do not care." Lin Feng did not object either. As long as it succeeds, I think it is fine." Meanwhile, Tae Man was quite displeased. He thought to himself, "They have all lost their minds, but that had nothing to do with him." He had also dealt with anyone who stood in his way to maintain his secret relationship with Bitch Ngios of the 3 water caves. That was his current concern. So, in a way, he was just as crazy as them. And this time, when Long Yang called him previously, he ordered him to bring Kim Tae Hyun's head, or else he trailed off, and he understood. But at the same time, Bitchnok had also seductively asked for his help. "That brat Kim Tae Hyun is tracking us. If Lord Tae Man could take action, That was why Tae Man was here to eliminate Kim Tae Hyun. He charged forward with all his might, thinking, "It is your turn now, Kim Tae Hyun." However, he seemed to have underestimated his opponent this time. Not far away, Kim Tae Hyun was not at all afraid of Tae Man's terrifying power. He also showed he was not to be outdone, exuding the overwhelming presence of an awakened being, a giant black fire dragon. Seeing Kim Tae Hyun's awakened being, Tae Man was startled. His world of apathy had no effect on Kim Tae Hyun. He had guessed Kim Tae Hyun would be nation level after defeating Trin Tan, but he wondered in astonishment, what is this monster's power? Tae Man was now certain this wasn't the normal power of a nation level player. It was as if he had surpassed human limits. Kim Tae Hyun exuded an overwhelming aura and said, "World of apathy, huh? A power that nullifies all senses. It would be quite dangerous if I couldn't use Predation." Kim Tae Hyun didn't say any more. Wanting to get straight to business, he smirked meaningfully. "Well, whatever." His tone rose sharply. "I will make good use of your skill." With that, he clenched his fist, signaling the black fire dragon to use Devour. The awakened being moved towards Tae Man and enveloped him. Tae Man also sensed the approaching danger, but he couldn't react in time, standing frozen in place. The awakened being devoured him, and his ability, a wave of power, slammed into Tae Man, crushing him until not a trace was left. Kim Tae Hyun's power was terrifying. A notification window appeared. Kim Tae Hyun has learned the ability World of Apathy. Tae Man's dagger was left stuck in the ground, its owner gone. Kim Tae Hyun walked over and picked it up. "I didn't have a weapon, but this will do. A praise weapon." Kim Tae Hyun exclaimed with delight. As expected of a nation-level player, he uses only expensive weapons. "Good, I have no complaints." A notification window appeared showing the information dagger unique grade. He stored the spoils of war. Kim Tae Hyun looked towards Bitch Nok and thought, so China has lost 2 nation-level players. Now only 1 is left. No matter how strong they are, they won't be able to catch up with this score. The national scoreboard appeared. South Korea's score had risen to 3,350 points, while China only had 2,570 points. Below them were Japan and Qatar, with 2,750 points respectively. Bish and Jock and Jang Jin-soo were both unconscious, their conditions unknown. The ground was covered in fresh blood, dust, and rocks. Kim Tae Hyun continued to think, "I've dealt with Big Knock's group. If I can find 3 more Hydra's, victory in the friendly tournament is certain, but I'm a bit worried about Japan's silence." Just then, a strong gust of wind blew in, along with the increasingly loud sound of some machine. Kim Tae Hyun was curious. A helicopter was flying right overhead. A helicopter, he wondered. The helicopter door opened from the inside. A person leaped out and landed on the ground, conspicuous with long flowing pink hair and fair skin. There was no doubt. It was Sarada. Kim Tae Hyun was surprised by her appearance and curiously let out an "ah." Sarada landed right nearby, the force so strong that the ground beneath her feet shattered and flew everywhere. Kim Tae Hyun had to dodge the impact of her landing. As soon as she was on the ground, Sarada said playfully, "Hee, we meet again, player Kim Tae Hyun." Only then did Kim Tae Hyun clearly see who was in front of him. Surprised, a dangerous name popped into his head: Ayoshikawa Sarada. Ayoshikawa Sarada. The name was not unfamiliar to Kim Tae Hyun. He had heard of her reputation. She possessed a powerful healing skill, super speed recovery, which allowed her to heal countless people, soothe troubled minds, and grant blessings. It enhanced physical abilities, and that had made her the Saintess, a nation-level player from Japan. But the true effect of Divine C was a mind control skill that manipulated memories to brainwash people. This was what she aimed for, to control the players under her command. Ayoshikawa Sarada. She had used this skill to turn even her enemies into worshippers. Kim Tae Hyun thought with a helpless smile, "And now it's my turn." Kim Tae Hyun looked at Sarada curiously. "But I never told Rio my exact location." "How did you find me?" Sarada continued to smile playfully. "Hee, you should know. It's not that I didn't catch the 3 Hydras, because I didn't know their location." Kim Tae Hyun understood. "So you went through all that trouble, ignoring the demons and the friendly tournament, just to meet me. How scary." Faced with Kim Tae Hyun's accusations, Sarada kept her smile. She curiously asked Kim Tae Hyun, "How can you look at me and feel nothing?" Kim Tae Hyun didn't understand the meaning of her question. Sarada continued her act, saying in an earnest voice, "I know my role as the Saintess is to give everyone strength to live in this miserable world. So how am I supposed to give them that strength?" Her tone suddenly shot up. She answered her own question decisively. "By making them worship me." Kim Tae Hyun looked completely speechless. Sarada continued her narcissistic rant. "Meeting someone as beautiful, lovely, charming, graceful, holy, and perfect as me is a joy and happiness for everyone." She said this while striking a pose as if for a press conference. "Worshipping and perceiving me becomes their reason to live." Then she became inexplicably angry. "But why is it you? Why can you look at me and feel nothing?" Witnessing that whole display, Kim Tae Hyun still couldn't hide his speechless expression. He thought to himself, "Wow, she's completely nuts." Sarada's tone quickly turned dangerous, "But that's all right. Saving even someone like you is also the role of a Saintess." As she finished, a convoy of vehicles roared toward where the 2 of them stood. Kim Tae Hyun turned in surprise. He wondered why civilians were here, then noticed their hazy, manipulated eyes. No, they've been brainwashed by Divine C. But their eyes full of indignation were fixed on Kim Tae Hyun. Sarada spoke again. Even after investigating Ryo's memories and your actions, there are still things I couldn't figure out, namely, your source of information and the skills you're hiding. Her eyes flashed with danger, so I've made preparations. Whatever secrets you have, no matter how powerful your skills, I will make sure you cannot use them. The moment she finished speaking, the crowd behind her rushed towards Kim Tae Hyun, their blank white eyes filled with horror. Sarada gloated over her vicious move, certain of her victory, and spoke with an arrogant, distorted voice. Now then, even though they're civilians, will you mercilessly strike down my followers, or will you quietly accept my salvation? She was holding his morals hostage. Choose player Kim Tae Hyun. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it! Using civilians as a shield. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to close in on him. Kim Tae Hyun was so annoyed he cursed aloud. You scum! The scene shifts to a luxurious city with sparkling lights inside a bunker. Two guards spoke to the personnel outside. Contact the Ion Guild. I think we've found it. The last base of the 3 Hydras. They then looked towards a tall building that was being defended by an invisibility barrier. They discussed, I never thought they'd do something as crazy as concealing the entire space. No wonder we couldn't find them all this time. One of the two, not getting a response from his partner, turned back suspiciously to prompt him. What are you doing? I told you to make the call. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw his partner sprawled on the ground in a large pool of blood. The demon had arrived. He introduced himself to the man he presumed wouldn't be living much longer, his dangerous gaze bearing down on the one who discovered the 3 Hydra's secret. He spat out dangerous words. More annoying pests have latched onto me. A notification window appeared. Shodao, vice leader of the Villains Guild. One of the members of the 3 Hydra's power level, nation level. He gently placed a hand on the guard's head. The terrifying pressure made the man tremble, but that feeling didn't last long. The demon finished the guard in a single blow. A headless body was slumped in the corner, blood splattered everywhere. It was horrifying. The demon kills without batting an eye. He immediately turned away deep in thought. For these information gatherers to dare tail me like this, could it be, after Nezuko was defeated, that everything got leaked? His thoughts turned to Kim Tae Hyun, the thorn in his side. He thought that Kim Tae Hyun had been controlling everything in this operation. He had previously planned to use the Chinese players to eliminate him, but he never thought he would eliminate Trin Tan as well. His disciples were waiting and informed him, the gate is open, sir. The demon approached, continuing his thoughts. But don't get your hopes up too soon, Kim Tae Hyun. In this world, you're not the only one who is this strong. I reached a state of strength you can't even imagine more than 15 years ago. He entered the gate and commanded all right to the abyss. Kim Tae Hyun stood on the rocky ground. The brainwashed civilians, enveloped in a pale orange holy light, rushed aggressively toward their target. Those people soon jumped on top of him, piling up in layers, but they showed no signs of stopping. Yoshikawa Sarara observed from a distance with her 2 hands clasped behind her back, muttering, the player Kim Tae Hyun is an awakened one, quite famous at the Dawn auction house for saving many people. Their smoke and dust swirled up in the wind. The gloomy sky cast a light upon that girl, revealing one half in light while the other half remained in shadow, adding to her mysterious aura. Her lips parted to explain further. Even though those guys have been brainwashed to fight tirelessly, I don't have high hopes. However, if he fights them, he must be careful if he doesn't use his full strength and falls to them. I would be quite happy. As soon as she finished speaking, a loud noise erupted from the other side. The smile on Sarara's lips froze. She stood motionless and said, Huh. On Tae Hyun's side, the side of his face and his hands turned into sturdy earth armor. His eyes were emotionless. He mercilessly threw decisive punches towards the people clinging to him, sending them flying in all directions. Her mouth fell open, cold sweat broke out on her face, saying what Sarara looked bewildered at the scene before her. As the people on the ground were all her own, he was in an attack stance looking at Yoshikawa Sarara. She shouted, What? How dare you mercilessly attack civilians? He replied, Those guys rushed at me. Why wouldn't I dare to fight back? A blood-stained golden chain shot out in an instant, wrapping around Sarara's waist and coiling several times. Kim Tae Hyun continued, You controlling those civilians is something I had anticipated. Sarara, with the chain around her waist, let out a cry. Kim Tae Hyun planted his feet, firmly gathering. His strength changed his grip on the chain. He held tightly and pulled it back. He laughed loudly and declared, For that, you will pay the price. The chain was pulled back hard by him. The quick pull sent Sarara flying into the air. Tae Hyun leaped into the air, debris of earth and rocks scattered from the force of his jump. He delivered a powerful kick to her face. Sarara's 2 arms went limp, unable to react in time. Her head snapped back from the unexpected kick, taking the force. Blood splattered everywhere. The wind howled along with a loud noise against the sunset. At the very moment, blood sprayed from the corner of her mouth. Her face tilted slightly up as if trying to breathe. Her eyes were darkened by the shadow of her bangs. A thought flashed through Yoshikawa Sarara's mind. Did I misjudge him? That thought kept replaying in her mind. He is a hero who has saved so many people. But when dealing with ordinary people, he doesn't hold back at all. One arm tightly gripped the blood-stained chain in his face. His eyes held an amused look. The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Suddenly, the people on the ground lost consciousness, their bodies trembling. Dried blood was at the corner of her mouth, she thought, adding, he didn't kill them. He just beat them until they couldn't fight anymore. A light flashed on her left hand. Tae Hyun recoiled, sensing something was coming. Sarara thought to herself, this guy is truly cunning. An explosion of light and power erupted, scattering sprouted seeds. Boom, boom. The seeds hit the ground and grew at incredible speed into giant trees with many branches pointing in different directions. Everything and everyone around was thrown into the air. The wind howled fiercely. He and she were still in mid-air, a distance apart. The controlled civilians, whose eyes were a blank white, were thrown into the air from the earlier explosion. Tae Hyun's blood-stained golden chain quickly wrapped around their bodies, pulling them back. He landed safely, holding a woman in his arms who was being controlled by the apocalypse. He gently set her down, using the chain to pull her in. Then in an instant, he pulled the other controlled people with the chain in the wind towards himself, pulling them to a safe landing. Without endangering their lives, he looked at the giant tree that had mutated into large branches. Spreading all around, Tae Hyun stood in a stance holding that woman and said unconsciously, what's with this tree? How could it grow this big in just a moment? Is this a super speed germination seed? He looked at the woman he had just saved and continued, but even if you control these people like this, I won't go easy on you. After speaking, he dispelled the chain, making it disappear. The woman in Tae Hyun's arms, as if just freed from brainwashing, looked at him and said softly, thank you for saving me. Yoshikawa Sarara, along with a group of civilians brainwashed by the apocalypse, approached from behind her. She laughed and said, ha ha ha, you really are a hero. After all, he was surprised and turned towards the voice. He saw her tuck a strand of hair that was blocking her view with her eyes closed. She moved forward. The technique you used earlier to fight back against the civilians. I thought it would be useless against them, but in the end, you are still someone who cares about human feelings. Thanks to that, I've figured out your weakness. Sarara's hand wiped her cheek. A sparkling golden holy light covered the wound, gradually healing it. A shadow fell over her face, making it darken. Her purple eyes flashed dangerously. She let out a creepy giggle threateningly. Let's see what you'll do next. The woman Tae Hyun was holding suddenly squeezed his neck with her two hands. His eyes looked down in surprise, saying, ah, that woman's eyes were wide open, shining with a blank white light. The red nerves in her eye sockets were clearly visible. Tae Hyun thought, I thought she had fainted. What has she turned into now? Blood kept pouring from the girl's mouth, her mouth wide open. Soon the blood flowed back into her throat, unable to swallow. Choking sounds. Each person brainwashed by the apocalypse's power was amplified. The holy power surrounding each person poured out more and more, surrounding them and exploding, as if their brainwashing was fully activated. Growling, screaming, trembling. They walked past Sarara one by one. She held her two hands out at shoulder level, unleashing her power, and spoke. These people here have been brainwashed and are under my control. Even if they faint or their bones are shattered, they can still get up and fight. If you want to stop these people, the only way is to kill them. Yoshikawa Sarara was excited. From the corner of her eye, her whole body was surrounded by overflowing holy power. She laughed loudly and said, accept the fact that you can't be ruthless player Tae Hyun, the top of the divine tree. People rushed out in a horde, aiming straight for where he stood still, holding the woman who was choking him. He let out a puff of air and replied for someone with the title of Saintess, you don't feel any guilt at all. Huh. Around Tae Hyun's body, a large amount of red demonic power emanated. Crackle, crackle, surrounding the red spiritual power were streaks of black evil energy. One of his eyes glowed with a red flash. His hand radiating demonic power was raised forward, where the hands of the brainwashed crowd were reaching suddenly around the Saintess. Sarara seemed to feel wide eyes staring at her, along with large open mouths. Her ears perked up. She felt something was wrong. Cold sweat formed on her face. Her body stiffened. She said, huh. A system sound announced. World of apathy has been activated in an instant. Sarara's eyes widened, her pupils dilated, her gaze froze, staring straight ahead. Her nerves and blood vessels became visible around her eyes. Blood gushed from her nostrils and mouth, a red stream flowing from between her teeth and from her fingertips. Blood sprayed from the crevices where her fingernails met the flesh. The system sound announced sensory perception ability. Hearing has decreased strength. Stats have partially decreased mana. Circulation has been disrupted. Around Sarara, thousands of sounds and dark, gloomy, distant gazes kept appearing. Her head throbbed with pain. She clutched her head with one hand, but the blood kept flowing. A pair of fierce, blood-red eyes kept staring at Sarara. She let out a tragic cry. Her face was covered in sweat. Blood streamed from the corners of her eyes and mouth, showing no signs of stopping. Sarara thought with a pale face, but this is Tae Man's world of apathy skill. How can he use it? Before her was his manifestation. Behind him, a large skull, its large body covered in intricately patterned armor. On its head was a bladed helmet with smaller skulls attached around it. Streams of red and black energy spread out and circulated in all directions. Many sensory organs enveloped Sarara, pressing down on her, forcing her to her knees. Sarara thought impossible. If he had this skill from the beginning, he would have used it already. This means Sarara guessed as he instantly closed in on her. Demonic power gathered in Kim Tae Hyun's hand. He gritted his teeth. His left eye still glowed a murky red and said, "You guessed, right, Yoshikawa Sarara." Her eyes rolled back wide open. A tear of extreme pain lingered at the corner of her eye. Her mouth opened wide, coughing up blood and letting out a scream. Tae Hyun's right hand manifested a chain, pulling back the brainwashed civilians. His left hand had just executed an indirect demonic energy strike, which transferred to the skull, manifestation to strike the saintess. Sarara was hit by a punch several times her size and was sent flying. The ground was no longer just gravel and rocks, but now also had branches from the growing divine tree. Broken pieces, thick dust, and smoke billowed in the wind. The brainwashed people were tied up with chains lying motionless on the ground. Kim Tae Hyun stood looking at the battlefield where the last rays of twilight shone on the fragmented pieces of the broken tree. The person was tied up on the ground and Sarara was lying there struggling to get up. He wiped the dust from his face, looked, and said, "She really does have a super fast recovery skill. I hit her that hard and still couldn't take her down." A strong wind blew away the dust and the fading sunset light only illuminated a part of her shoulder. He saw Yoshikawa Sarara on the ground, struggling to prop up her upper body with both hands, quickly recovering with holy power. A light shone on every part of her body. Tae Hyun continued, "It looks like she is recovering again." Then, as expected, Sarara focused her strength into her right arm, pushing her upper body up a bit. Her eyes flashed as she looked up at him defiantly and said, "Kim Tae Hyun, how can you possibly use a skill like the World of Apathy? What is your identity, huh?" He smiled, approached, and knelt in front of Sarara, saying, "Of course, if you want to know that it will take a lot of time, and it will also require your skill." Sarara looked up, surprised by his words. She trembled as she struggled on the ground. Looking up as if she had figured it out, she said, "You want Kim Tae Hyun," interrupted her. "It seems you want to brainwash me, don't you? Let's see what I can do with your revelation." He smiled, thinking to himself, "It's true, I wanted to meet her and learn this revelation skill, but I didn't expect to run into her in this situation." He looked at Yoshikawa Sarara, who managed to sit up supporting herself on the ground. Behind her was the king, Tae Hyun. Couldn't help but think revelation is a skill that controls the opponent's mind. That means through this skill, I can see my own spiritual world. Kim Tae Hyun remembered the times he used gluttony and was taken by the Queen of Beauty. Enticed by beauty, connecting everything, he guessed that the vague memories he saw when using gluttony would become clearer, and Rosalia's reaction when she saw the memories in my soul would be accurately understood. About gluttony, it's something I've always wanted to understand. Its secrets are related to my spiritual world, and things that have been hidden for so long will finally be revealed. He smiled and concluded in his mind how great it would be if I could explore that spiritual world using revelation. Sarara opened her mouth and laughed loudly. Hee hee kia ha ha. Behind her was a mess as she tremblingly struggled to her feet. Looking at him, she said, "It seems you've underestimated me in this fight. You've certainly shown superhuman strength. It surprised me, but if you want to see my true power, then that's simple enough." Sarara brought her two hands together in front of her chest. A circle of holy power appeared and a circular beam of light spread out to envelop the area. She became a white entity with outstretched arms covered in many blue eyes the size of a hand. With a larger eye on top of its head looking towards Kim Tae Hyun, she spoke in a different voice. Before she finished speaking, that eye opened wide and shot out 4 arms looking around to capture Kim Tae Hyun, fueled by Sarara's spiritual power. To maintain the skill's form, she shouted, "If you lose, you will become my follower." Light shone down from above her head. The face of the saintess appeared in the shadows, staring and laughing crazily, saying, "You cannot fathom the power of revelation. Don't think of using revelation to achieve your goals. You will regret it. The power you possess will become mine." In an instant, as if realizing something, she froze. Sarara's face glowed red as drops of blood flew through the air. Before her was a sea of blood. A straight staircase led to a throne made of bones at the top. At the foot of the throne were skulls. Each red step was made of a spine, and human skulls were piled up to form the base of the staircase. Behind the throne was the Eye of Gluttony, large and bottomless. Many red rings rippled down towards the sea of blood. Sarara was like a tiny person who had accidentally fallen into a depraved, bloodthirsty world. Yoshikawa Sarara looked at the scene and thought to herself, "Is this sea of blood Kim Tae Hyun's mental world?" She looked up at the high throne where a man sat with his legs crossed. One hand was on the armrest, the other propping up his chin. His face was covered by shadows only. His body was faintly visible. She observed and wondered, "Who is that? Is that man Kim Tae Hyun?" His clothes seemed to be made of rippling magical energy. He opened his mouth with a kiki laugh and said, "He's smarter than I thought." As soon as he spoke, a sudden pressure bore down on Sarara. Her face darkened and sweat poured down in fear. The Eye of Gluttony behind the throne shot down a large red circle. The sea of blood surged violently, creating a huge wave. The man on the throne looked down and said, "I didn't think he would use a spiritual opening skill." To look into his own mind, does he intend to use this skill against me? She thought, that's not Kim Tae Hyun. That is an extremely dangerous being. Sarara wanted to turn and run, her face filled with terror as she judged his mind. The man's voice interrupted her thoughts. Still, what can a piece of trash like you do to me? The man's face was revealed, and he looked just like Kim Tae Hyun. His irises were dark black and his pupils glowed bright red. As he looked down, he lifted the hand that was on the armrest. An evil aura shot towards Sarara, taking form. Thousands of demonic eyes appeared below Sarara, who was sitting on the surface of the water. They stared up at her, sensing something. Sarara's face went pale, her eyes filled with panicked fear. A stream of red demonic energy probed past her in front of her. A demonic beast that looked like a black shark, with many eyes, over 100 meters tall, appeared on the sea of blood. Its massive fangs and the probing demonic energy made a creaking sound. The sea of blood surged violently, then fell silent. In an instant, darkness flashed past, and Kim Tae Hyun suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying in a hospital bed with an IV in his arm, not yet able to process the situation. He unconsciously said, "Ah." Tae Hyun pushed the blanket aside, sat up, looked around, and asked a hospital room, "What happened? Where's Yoshikawa?" Sarara Dueon pushed open the door to the room. The sound made him turn his head towards the door. He saw Ian smiling at him as she spoke. "Yoshikawa, Sarara, why would she be here? You're finally awake." Ian walked step by step towards his bed. Tae Hyun was lying down as she continued. "Do you have any idea how worried everyone was for you? Your family was here all night watching over you." He looked at her and asked, "Last night?" Ian raised her hand and said, "Don't talk anymore. You need to rest. You've been unconscious for more than a day." Kim Tae Hyun's sweat beaded on his confused face as he asked, "Huh, what about Yoshikawa?" "Sarara," she replied, "she was unconscious just like you. The three of them, Byung Ok, Gang Jin, and Soo, are in the same condition. Tae Min Man is missing." She looked at him with her arms crossed and said in one breath, "I don't know what happened." Kim Tae Hyun froze as he heard the news and thought to himself, "I really did fail when I used revelation to look into the mental world. I had considered this possibility, but I didn't think I'd fail that easily." Her voice continued, "Are you listening to me?" Tae Hyun thought back, confronting the power in his mind. "I couldn't do a single thing against her power and then just passed out like that." He thought about the man sitting on the throne, his blazing red eyes and the red and black demonic aura of gluttony radiating around him. He thought further, what was that inside my mental world? Kim Tae Hyun's face darkened, his gaze drifting downward, and thought, this is not good. As long as I haven't discovered what that was, I can't rest easy. Dueon touched his face with one hand and his head with the other, saying, "Anyway, you need to recover. You fought to the point of exhaustion in that battle." Kim Tae Hyun broke out in a cold sweat and looked up at her intently. He replied, "All right, don't stand so close." A man burst through the door shouting, "Ms. Dueon." She turned her head and said, "Huh." Tae-guk stood at the door, his face beaded with sweat. "Dueon," said Vice Director Tae-guk. He asked Kim Tae Hyun, "You're awake?" "I was so worried about you." Tae-guk entered and gestured to Ion, continuing, "Anyway, Ms. Dueon, we need the Haho Guild's help to gather forces for a search in the abyss." Dueon replied, "A search party in the abyss?" Tae-guk explained, "It's because the Korean team led by Park Sung-jin has gone missing." They were both shocked and bewildered by the news, saying, "What, at the hospital?" Tae-guk raised his voice. "What did you say, player Kim Tae Hyun?" He looked at him worriedly and asked, "You're planning to go there alone?" Dueon was standing a few steps behind Tae Hyun. Kim Tae Hyun replied, "Seriously, as I said, sending a search party will only cause more deaths. That's something I don't want." Thoughts of the veteran players flashed through his mind. Tae Hyun continued, "The place where they disappeared is in the deep levels of the abyss, and Park Sung Jin and the Korean team are all experienced veteran players." He thought of the Lin Peng group and added, "If they went missing, it wasn't just because of an attack by regular monsters. There must have been interference from a power, at least at the national level. Those people would be quite strong." Kim Tae Hyun concluded, "So I will go alone to ensure everyone's safety." Tae-guk replied worriedly, throwing up his hands. "But if that's true, then I have all the more reason not to let you go alone. You're a patient who just woke up. How could we just let you go like that?" Kim Tae Hyun's family pushed the door open and Jian spoke up. "That's right. Where do you think you're going? You're a patient, you know." Everyone in the room was startled by the appearance of the three people at the door. Tae Hyun's aunt said, Your body hasn't recovered yet. Where are you trying to go again? Just stay here." Jian placed a hand on his chest, sweating, and anxiously said, "Do you have any idea how worried we were?" Tae Hyun's uncle behind him didn't say anything. Tae Hyun's younger sibling said, "Yesterday I thought you would never wake up again. I was so scared. The atmosphere felt suffocating." Kim Tae Hyun looked at his family, his lips moving. His uncle looked at Ju Arang, who was standing behind him with her arms crossed. She explained, "I called them here to see you." Tae Hyun turned his head in confusion to reply to player Ju Arang, but she cut him off, saying, "Anyway, you're awake now. Shouldn't you see your family first?" Tae Hyun's aunt at the door explained. "That's right. In any case, you should recover first, and we'll figure things out later." Tae-guk interjected, "Player Kim, Tae Hyun, don't push yourself. This time was too dangerous." Jian shouted. Tae Hyun looked at the scene before him and thought, "Everyone." Memories of those who treated him poorly in the past came back to him. He couldn't help but understand in his heart, that's right. Before my awakening, I was only surrounded by people who made me miserable, instead of people who worried about me. When I was a porter behind the other players, they pointed fingers and treated me unfairly. Kim Tae Hyun recalled, no matter where I went or what danger I faced when I came back, the only thing that greeted me were mocking gazes. Returning to the present, there are so many people in front of me worrying about me, Tae Hyun thought. But now, right here. Everyone's voices echoed in his ears. He smiled and said, thank you everyone for worrying, as he faced his family and Tae Guk, while Ju Ah-rang stood behind waiting. Tae Hyun said, but I have to go there. Everyone fell silent. He explained, even if we were only temporary teammates and were never close, they're in danger. And the only one who can save them now is me. Tae Guk was stunned and moved while Ju Ah-rang smiled. Kim Tae Hyun asserted confidently, so I have to go save them and bring them back. Didn't you and Auntie teach me to never abandon my comrades? Therefore, I need to help them return to their families. His family was silent for a moment. Jiyeon, with tears in her eyes, spoke timidly. Tae Hyun Ju Ah-rang's hands swung up and slapped Kim Tae Hyun's back as she replied excitedly, whoa kid, that gave me goosebumps. You've grown up, he cried out in pain from the slap. Ah, she laughed and reminded him, it's decided then, come back safely. Bring everyone back and you too. He turned his head, looked at her and forced a smile saying, really in the abyss near the tower. The sounds of explosions and fighting rang out. Park Sung-jin, dressed in a suit and holding a trident, was thrown onto the sand. He coughed a few times, gasping for air. One Siang sitting beside him asked Park, Sung-jin, are you okay? The three attackers on the other side stepped forward through the sandstorm. The person in front spoke. I didn't expect he could hold out for this long. Park, Sung-jin of Korea, you're pretty good. She helped him up, looking towards the group approaching them. He laughed, raising one hand that radiated a crimson mana and killing intent. Threateningly. But this long game of cat and mouse ends here. It turned out to be the national-level player from China, Broken Sword, Lin Feng. He looked at the Korean players and said, out of respect for your talent, I'll give you a chance. If you swear loyalty and become my subordinate, I will spare your life. I'm a generous person after all. Sung-jin looked at Lin Feng, his eyes wide, and coughed lightly in response. You want me to betray my country and my comrades? Never, don't even dream of it. The subordinates standing next to Lin Feng, with small mana swords surrounded by crimson energy in their hands, sneered and said, valuing pride over your life? Huh. That's cool, but it seems your comrade doesn't think so. Sung-jin and one Siang looked over and saw Han Gil, who was trembling slightly, raising his hand to signal surrender. She looked at him and asked player Seo, Han Gil. Sung-jin looked and shouted, what Han Gil? What are you doing? You want to? Why now? Han Gil trembled, his eyes wide, thinking, you fools. This is the perfect time to betray them. I need to live. He trembled, looking ahead. His instincts told him that Lin Feng was a monster among monsters. If I want to live, this is the only way. Seo Han Gil broke out in a cold sweat, and his eyes looked up as he thought. Besides, even if I do this now, that night, when he was caught by the fast-growing tree of Saintus Yoshikawa, wrapped tightly around his body, suspended above the ground. Han Gil struggled to breathe, only able to choke out a gasp. Sarara looked at him and laughed, saying, ha ha, you're one of the players from the Korean team. Player Seo, Han Gil. She closed her eyes, her hands clasped behind her back, and bowed her head slightly, speaking, I, in the name of the Saintess, am here to give you a mission. Become my believer and report in detail the strategic positions and all plans of Kim Tae Hyun and the Korean team to me. Sarara threatened. Even if you refuse, I have ways to make you obey. Do you understand? But you also know that volunteering is better for both of us, right? The branches tightened around Seo Han Gil. His eyes rolled back and tears welled up as he made a choking sound. The events of that night came flooding back, tears filling his eyes. Han Gil thought, I've already betrayed everyone once. What does one more time matter? If I want to live, I have to do this. Park Sung-jin placed a hand on his shoulder. Seo Han Gil looked ahead and said, Seo Han Gil, it's okay. Han Gil steadied himself. He continued, you seem very scared facing them, but don't worry, even if it costs me my life. I will help you all escape. Seo Han Gil looked at Sung-jin trembling and whispered, player Park, Sung-jin. The three Korean players took their fighting stances. Sung-jin stood in front of Siang and Han Gil, emphasizing, so just let me die first. It's not too late to betray us then. One Siang's hands shimmered with blue magic as smoke emanated from them. She muttered, you're on the verge of death and still talking big. Are you just good at boasting? Seo Han Gil spoke up. Everyone, I'm sorry, I will fight. He wiped away his tears and got into a fighting stance. The Korean players readied themselves. Lin Feng sighed. Honestly, even though I showed you a way to survive, you're still so stubborn. He waved his hand and said to the person behind him, it seems because I haven't gotten serious, you can't see the situation clearly, right? Is that it? Jiang Jinsu replied, yes, that's right. Ah, no, it's not. Lin Feng's eyes glowed red and his entire body was covered in a threatening red aura. In that case, I'll show you the difference in our levels. With a flick of his hand, a flash of red light shot out. In the sky, many large swords appeared, pointing down towards the Korean players. They looked up in astonishment. Sung-jin's eyes widened as he unconsciously said, damn. Lin Feng laughed maniacally, cutting him off. Now do you understand, you bastards? The only reason you're still able to breathe and stand is because of my mercy. The sword dance rushed towards the Korean side. They called out their skill names, activating them at maximum power. Lin Feng excitedly attacked. A sound rang out. You have fallen into the world of apathy. Lin Feng was caught in a pressure for a moment and shuddered. The storm of swords rushing down was distorted into fragmented streams of floating mana, pulled into a dark space by his five senses. Lin Feng thought, the world of apathy of Tae Hyun Man. Isn't Tae Hyun Man already dead? He looked up, smiled, and speculated. Then this must be Tae Hyun, who appeared in mid-air in a stance ready to strike. A thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. The one who killed Tae Hyun Man. He laughed excitedly and asked, "It was you, wasn't it, Tae? I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time." He smiled and replied, "Is that so?" A loud explosion rang out. A man stood up with a red aura visible in the smoke. Lin Feng, holding a mana blade and a push dagger stance, looked around. What? In front of him was just a large hole in the ground. He said, "Just one skill and it's over. I was expecting more. But this is so boring." Another member of the Chinese team ran over and asked Han, "Are you okay?" Lin Feng replied, "Yeah, I'm fine," the other person said. "Let's pursue them immediately," he interrupted. "No, let them go." Looking at the scene in front of the tower, Lin Feng assessed. Based on the residual mana and footprints, they fled to Yogan Tower, an impenetrable dungeon deep within the abyss. At Yogan Tower, inside the tower, Sung Jin called out loudly, "Tae." He opened his mouth and poured a healing potion and saying, "First drink this." Sung Jin gulped it down his throat, making a sound. "Woo!" Tae Hyun spoke up. Tae Hyun, I know you saved us, but what are you going to do now?" Han Gil watched from a distance as she continued. This Yogan Tower is a place where many veteran players have lost their lives. It's not simple at all. This place is called the Impenetrable Dungeon. Once you're inside, you can't get out unless you find the exit gate. Even though he entered to escape Lin Feng, he stretched his shoulders and looked at Han Gil. Siang behind him replied, "There was no other way. No matter how strong I am, I can't fight and protect everyone at the same time, but don't worry. After all, this is just a dungeon." Sung Jin, lying on the floor, choked on the potion, spitting it out. Han Gil thought, is he trying to kill him with a magic potion? Tae Hyun pointed a finger at himself. "I'm sure that if we get past it, there will be a way out, so you too can rest assured." They looked bewildered. Si Hyun said, "Getting past it is not easy. Aren't you listening to what I'm saying?" Han Gil broke out in a cold sweat and replied, "Maybe you don't even have a plan." At the Dragonian Tower, located in the deepest levels of the abyss, the Dragonian Tower is an impenetrable dungeon. It has two characteristics. First, countless traps are set on every floor. Tower conquerors cannot easily get past it. Second, the Dragonian monsters possess high intelligence and superior strength. The floor is covered in blood. As someone runs and looks ahead, they think, "What is this?" Tae Hyun is up ahead, quickly killing a Dragonian. The group behind ran up to find only the monster's corpse. She pondered how this place could be cleared so easily. How could this be happening? He confidently led the way, remembering, "I watched the interview sharing information from the survivor over and over again. After conquering the Dragonian Tower before, I regressed a total of 2,437 times." Tae Hyun thought to himself, although the Dragonian Tower is an impenetrable dungeon, it is not a place from which one cannot return alive. In the middle of the Dragonian Tower, a space gate appears, and the final boss is a massive dragonkin with mysterious power. He remembered the reason lay in the middle floor of the tower. Far before you face the final boss, there is an escape gate that can return people to the real world. This information has not been revealed yet. The current situation with the traps and monsters is not yet difficult. Tae Hyun considered, but if you know about the traps in advance and have the power to defeat the monsters, then escaping from here is not too difficult. He held the dagger like a push dagger with demonic energy surrounding him as he dodged an arrow. A killing blow landed on the monster. Purple torches on the wall flared up, following the footsteps of the four people on the stairs. Tae Hyun led them to a circular room. In the middle of the room was a spatial magic circle. AI spoke up, saying it's a gate. She continued that this place actually has a gate. Sung Jin said, "It's a relief we don't have to go to a higher floor." Han Gil sighed, "In relief, we're saved." AI turned to ask Tae Hyun, Tae Hyun, "You already knew about this, didn't you?" He closed his eyes and replied casually, "How would I know? It was all just luck." But in his head he thought, "Of course, I already knew." Tae Hyun pointed to the space gate and said, "Hurry, let's get out of here, before those monsters come again." She hurriedly said, "Oh, that's right." Everyone moved toward the space gate. Sung Jin said, "Hey kid, no player, Tae Hyun." He watched as the man turned back and said gratefully, "Thank you for being here, not forgetting to add this favor. I will remember it." Tae Hyun sighed and smiled lightly, replying, "You're exaggerating." Standing before the space gate, Tae Hyun thought, "I never expected to receive thanks from Park Sung Jin, but since the whole team returned safely, a thank you is only natural, I guess." With his two hands in his pockets, Tae Hyun closed his eyes and prepared to step into the gate while thinking. Furthermore, with Han Gil admitting he was a Japanese spy, the spy issue has also been resolved. An image of Han Gil appeared saying, "I will accept the punishment. I am truly sorry." He assessed further. All that's left is to deal with the Demon Sword's wrath when he learns about the Saintess and prevent Lu Feng's interference, and end the friendly match on a good note. The situation is quite stable for now. As Kim Tae Hyun's body touched the teleportation space, a continuous clattering sound rang out. An explosion of spiritual power from the spatial rift threw him back. Tae Hyun fell to the ground. Propping himself up with his hands, he looked up, thinking, what was that? An announcement sounded. The teleportation gate cannot be activated. The system announced the master of the Dragonian Tower, Lord Kaiserin, is watching you. His face turned pale. His mouth moved, asking what the master of the tower. A loud rumbling sound shook the room. Cracks on the ceiling of the room glowed with a yellow light and trembled as debris fell. The tower floor's ceiling collapsed. A red dragon breathing fire flew down into the room. Amidst thick smoke and falling rubble, Kaiserin threatened, who dares to cause a disturbance in this place. Tae Hyun's jaw dropped, asking a dragon. The fire dragon flicked its tongue and said, so it's a lowly human. It is the master of the Dragonian Tower, the red dragon Kaiserin. SS rank. Dragons are one of the most powerful known types of monsters. They are massive with widespread wings and tough skin. They have fierce faces. The dragons found in the abyss are divided into 4 ranks. Close to S rank is the wormling, a young dragon that has just hatched. S rank is the holy dragon, a dragon in its adolescent stage. SS rank is the drake, the most bloodthirsty and ferocious adult dragon stage, but the most powerful type. There are only fragmented clues about its existence. A mystery with eyes that can see through all. The power and true form of this species are yet to be determined. Is the ancient dragon a species that has existed since ancient times? Tae Hyun stared intently, his face sweating as he thought. The one in front of me is a dragon of at least the drake class. It was created from the corpse of a holy dragon. Just how strong is it? Kaiserin was covered in blazing fire. He took a step back, considering something more important. Why did it appear here? According to the information I had before regressing, this was never mentioned. Kim Tae Hyun decided on a last resort first. I should try to talk. The fire dragon's voice boomed, "Die, you piece of trash." He thought, never mind, that's not going to work. Kaiserin breathed fire at Tae Hyun, engulfing the entire room in flames. He stood up in the midst of the fire and shouted, "Then let's fight." One hand activated the binding chain skill while the other manifested the incarnation arm, preparing to strike. Kim Tae Hyun appeared behind in full incarnation form and punched Kaiserin in the face. His other hand locked the chains around its neck. Pinning it down, the red dragon cried out in surprise. The armored figure held a dagger in his hand. Pulling it from the demonic space within his cloak, he slashed the dragon's body multiple times. Tae Hyun smiled and turned his head, thinking, I've used all my skills. Even for an SS rank, it must have taken a critical hit. But he was surprised to see Kaiserin frowning in anger, raising its sharp claws. He stood there, stunned. With a humming sound, a counterattack from the fire dragon devastated everything in its path. Kim Tae Hyun jumped to dodge, but he was hit by the surrounding shockwave, shouting as he was quickly pushed back. He wondered, what is this? How did it endure that so well? Even for an SS rank, this is too absurd. Damn it, I'll use stealth to buy some time. Tae Hyun began to use stealth. Just as the skill was about to complete, someone with a pair of horns on their forehead appeared behind him. With elf ears and glowing yellow eyes, he stared at Kim Tae Hyun. Startled, Kim Tae Hyun turned around as the figure threw a punch which he blocked. But the impact was still strong, knocking him flat on the ground. The floor shattered, sending stone fragments flying. Tae Hyun's eyes rolled back as the pressure bore down. He gritted his teeth to stay conscious, thinking this is polymorphism, a shape-shifting skill. The figure pointed a finger to the sky where a flame gathered into a fireball. He is Kaiserin in his human form. The fireball on his finger grew larger. A moment later, an explosion erupted in the room, sending embers flying. Kaiserin, with his bright yellow eyes, stood straight. With one hand, he grabbed Kim Tae Hyun's face, lifted him up, and slammed him against the wall. Tae Hyun was terrified as the thought flashed through his mind, this is the power of an SS rank, I can't keep up. He looked at him and said slowly, where did you come from? Let me check. Kim Tae Hyun was startled by the oppressive aura. The system announced you are possessed by the dragon's power. This power cannot be resisted. Your power has been partially reduced, all stats are decreasing. Skills are restricted. Stone Skin disabled, Stealth disabled, Paralysis disabled, Monarch's Heart disabled, Aura of the Death Knight King disabled, Imprisoning Chains disabled, World of Indifference disabled, Demonic Energy Diffusion. Tae Hyun screamed as Kaiserin spoke, this feeling is indeed correct. This magical power has spread everywhere. In the face of my power, it not only doesn't diminish, but it explodes even more powerfully. This is not ordinary magic. His face was squeezed harder, the pressure building. A strange sound escaped Tae Hyun's mouth. His eyes were dark without pupils. He threatened, who did you get this power from? Answer me. I must understand this power. He thought vaguely, the true nature of this power. I am the one who needs to know that. Tentacles wrapped around Caesarin's arm. Kim Tae Hyun's arm transformed into armor, grabbing Kaisarin's arm to break free. He used demonic energy to suppress the red dragon and shouted, you really want to know, you bastard? More tentacles began to wrap around him. Kaiserin asked what? The tentacles shot out quickly and sent the dragon flying. The red dragon Kaiserin fell to the ground, crashing hard and shattering the stone floor on impact. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away. His eyes widened as he looked up and threatened, "You dare to throw me? How can a mere human?" A voice echoed from the tentacles surrounding Tae Hyun. "After experiencing so much in this demon realm, I happen to be in need of a hunting dog, and you have delivered yourself to me." Kaiserin was stunned. Leaning against a rock behind Tae Hyun, the beauty queen boost spoke with tears in her eyes. "I will grant you the honor of becoming my pet." He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the system announced. Activating the skill, Queen's man Rosalia's eyes flashed as she looked at him mockingly, "But you've already got the queen herself." "Our contractor is really too much," Tae Hyun said with a laugh. "No matter what you say, you can't trust monsters." "Didn't I tell you?" the chairman shouted. "What did you say?" Player Tae Hyun is missing. He continued, "How could the rescue team go missing too?" Seo Han-ji-o and Wan Se-yi-ang replied, "I don't know, we clearly went through it together." Wan Se-yi-ang spoke up. "What about Park Sang-jin?" Player. "Park Sang-jin, he tried to go back to the abyss. He was determined to go back to save Tae Hyun," the group replied. "UA is holding him back." The chairman shouted at him. "Yes, we have to stop him, don't we? Is he planning to get caught without any plan?" Again, the chairman was quite tired. He put his two hands on his head and said, "We don't know what Liu Feng and Zhang Long are planning to do. So keep it a secret that you all are still alive." The chairman fell into a state of thought. While Park Sang-jin and the other players returned, the friendly match has reached its 6th day. It will end soon. As the chairman thought, sweat dripped down his face. At this point, we don't need to care about the rankings anymore. But we wouldn't have gotten this far without Tae Hyun if he doesn't come back. Then what's the point of all this now? He could only wish Tae Hyun silently in his heart that, "Tae Hyun, please survive." A frantic purple wind surrounded it. Attacking the demon with the flying tower, the demon quickly used magic to counter her. A fierce battle broke out. The surroundings were covered in flames. Tae Hyun was tied up by Rosalia and thought, "If we had split up, I would probably be dead by now." Another loud explosion occurred. He said calmly, "I knew they were both monsters. But what kind of large-scale battle is this?" Tae Hyun wondered if not summoning Rosalia until now was a good idea. Tae Hyun started to recall the skills he got from the contract with Rosalia, absolute hypnosis and Queen's Man. He said the reason he hadn't summoned Rosalia with the Queen's Man skill was that the skill consumed too much mana. He continued, "The summoning skill requires a lot of mana, even after activation. Maintaining the summoned state also consumes too much energy. Of course, if I continuously use water shots in battle, I can handle it, but the second problem is the real issue." The demon raised its hand. He said, "Meteor." Some fireballs fell towards him and her. He shouted in panic, "Meteors." But Rosalia was unshaken. She still attacked confidently. She swiped a few times with her sharp claws. It created purple streaks. He was amazed. Rosalia is so strong. The aggressive demon was tightly bound by her power. Tae Hyun feared that power was too dangerous. "Even though she's on my side, if I can't control her, that's the problem. If I summon her, the whole city might be burned to the ground." The two words but still appeared clearly in his thoughts. Rosalia laughed. "How do you like my power, huh?" He smiled and thought, "It really is strong." The aggressive demon spoke. "I see this power. You are the Nightmare Queen, Rosalia." The demon scratched its head and said, "That's why I understand. Even less why a Grand Duke of the Abyss would follow a lowly human." He shouted in front of her, "Aren't you ashamed?" How shameful. She just laughed and replied, "Just a lizard being so impudent." He immediately said, "Grand Duke." He stared at Rosalia and thought, "A Grand Duke is only one step below the king." Come to think of it, Rosalia knew about the king before. She must be related to the king. His face turned sour. He said to himself, "So what does she know why the king?" Rosalia spoke up, "Contractor, I know what you're thinking, but you who share the same blood as the king have no right to speak nor the right to act, even if you obtain it." Hearing her say that, he was quite shocked. She stroked her hair and gave him a smile. "But you know it too. No matter where you are, you still have to walk your own path." Hearing her words, he seemed to awaken Rosalia. Rosalia said, "The current situation is not simple." He was startled. What she said, "Look at your hand." When he looked down, his hand was filled with surrounding purple lightning sparks. "This is magic backlash." A voice from above shouted, "Even if she is a Grand Duchess, she was still summoned by a mere mortal." That's all. The demon transformed into a monster, surrounded by fire. He said with a contemptuous voice, "No human can withstand this power." He continued to speak. "If you want to fight me to the end, then I will grant death to both of you." His form was no longer covered in fire, but instead it was a genuine beast. He created a giant fireball along with the words, "Die." "Tae Hyun," shouted Rosalia. The fireball crashed straight into the building, creating a huge explosion. A circular coil fell down. At this moment, purple marks appeared on Rosalia's body. Those purple marks were her wounds. He smiled and said, "That lizard knows quite a lot." The monster replied, "As you said, the power of a summoned being like me depends on the contractor's ability. The limit is right now." Rosalia turned to him and said, "If I use more power, or continue the summoned state for longer, you will eventually die from the magic backlash." She smiled at him and continued, "So before I leave, I'll give you one last gift. he replied, a gift. Rosalia kissed his forehead. Don't die, okay? Contractor. The system announced that you have received the Queen's kiss. The level of absolute hypnosis has temporarily changed. Activated absolute hypnosis. Kim Tae Hyun used the power from his hands to attack the beast. His power slowly enveloped it. The beast cried out, "What have you done?" A brilliant light caused the beast to gradually disappear. What an interesting joke in a place that was all red. Another version of Kim Tae Hyun spoke that buffing beauty, she left me to clean up this mess. The demon asked, what is this? Where is this? Is this his spiritual world? The demon wondered in confusion. If so, then what is that thing? It's not the human from before. Although he looks like him, he is a completely different person. First, he thought the other version of Kim Tae Hyun looks very dangerous. The demon thought to itself. Is he the same kind of person? The other version of Kim Tae Hyun spoke. I have no business with you. Now, get out of here. A monster rushed from behind the demon. He turned back and said, what is it? Before it could finish speaking, a stream of fresh blood shot out from the monster's mouth. It cried out, Your Highness, where is your highness? The other version of Kim Tae Hyun said, how dare you? He was surprised by its change. What's wrong? Even though the level of hypnosis has changed. Kaislin doesn't look good. The monster roared in anger. He took out a bottle of potion and thought as he drank. Did something happen to Kaislin in his spiritual world too? It's useless to think about this. He has weakened. He thought as he rushed forward. If there's a chance to take that guy down, it's now. He rushed quickly towards the monster. He took out a knife and then made a slash, making the monster spit out blood, he thought to himself. Finally, my attack is working. Something appeared in his hand. It radiated many branches of fire. She told me not to die right. He recalled the image of Rosalia saying, don't die, contractor, he thought. Who said I was going to die? He thought that. I still need to uncover the truth behind the king and that source of power, and also get revenge on Asmodeus, the one who took my life, and I haven't even lived a decent life yet. Now you want me to die? Don't joke with me. He shouted loudly, I will defeat you in return. He used gluttony and rushed towards the monster's mouth. Another monster appeared from nowhere. It spoke, how dare you? You human. Without hesitation, he slashed once, making the two of them spurt blood and die. The system announced gluttony has been completed. The rank of gluttony has changed. He lay stretched out on the ground and said, Crazy dragon, I thought I was really going to die this time. He said happily, now I just need to go back. A panel appeared, national level player Korea. Kim Tae Hyun rank B changed to A on the announcement board. The players were now displayed. During the last 7 days of the Asian-friendly tournament, the organizing staff were finalizing the score summary right on the podium. Thousands of spectators in the stands were looking up. The staff over here were checking each type of precious crystal bead. Japan just officially announced its final score, reaching a total of 4,600 points. Shinji Nakata was frowning while looking at the crystals. Precious crystals. With this result, Japan had to settle for second place, unable to surpass China, the leading team, with 4,800 points. Shinji Kanata grew angrier. He was so furious. His face turned red. I was going to get revenge for Sarara. But Kim Tae Hyun is still missing in action, and we only got second place in the friendly tournament. Shinji Kanata walked down the stairs. As he walked, he thought, damn it, let's just go home. A man shouted, but Shinji, the closing ceremony is still ongoing. But his anger had clouded his reason. Shinji Kanata replied, there's no reason to stay at this festival anymore. He walked nonchalantly across the stage. The chairman could only watch silently towards the front of the stage, unable to do anything. The chairman was so worried that his face was covered in sweat, he thought to himself. Even with Kim Tae Hyun's contribution, the Korean team only finished in third place. The system stated that after Kim Tae Hyun went missing, the team's score stopped from the 5th to the 7th day. The team was overtaken by other countries. The system continued. If not for hundreds of magic stones or a monster SS class, it would be impossible to change the outcome. The chairman felt remorseful. His body trembled slightly as he thought to himself, I'm sorry, Kim Tae Hyun. This result is all because of my incompetence. Laughter echoed from behind the chairman. It was the player Lu Feng and Guildmaster Zhang Long. Zhang Long spoke to the chairman. It's truly an indescribable regret. He spoke to the chairman in a contemptuous tone. I thought Korea had finally found a promising talent. Who would have thought he'd meet a tragic accident and lose his life? His words made the chairman freeze. They laughed scornfully. Guildmaster, your player is still missing, isn't he? You shouldn't speak like that, Zhang Long said. You've entered the Dragon Man Tower too, so what's the difference? The chairman clenched his fists. He was furious, but could do nothing. An accident. A truly regrettable accident, you bastards. In his eyes, the two people in front of him looked like demons, he said angrily. All the disappearances in the friendly tournament were your doing, but the two of them walked past him. As they walked, they said, do you understand now? The weak have no right to speak the truth. His whole body trembled as he could only stand and watch them look down on him. The laughter behind him grew louder along with the words, well, then enjoy the rest of the closing ceremony. The chairman's heart felt heavy as if he were carrying a huge boulder on his body. He thought wearily, this feeling of helplessness is so frustrating when you have no power. As Zhang Long walked away laughing loudly, a voice rang out, woof. What the hell was that? A flash of light appeared. Kim Tae Hyun stepped out from a magic portal. It made Lu Feng and Zhang Long turn around to look. The two of them were stunned by the sight. Lu Feng said, "A portal." Zhang Long asked, "Who is it?" The scene left the chairman bewildered. Tae Hyun spoke up. Well, our guild master. Why have you been putting up with these guys for so long?" he continued. "Now please don't worry anymore." The chairman was so shocked he started to cry when he saw him, as if he were a lifeline or a ray of hope. He stammered, "You Zhang Long," and Lu Feng said in unison him, the player Tae Hyun. He cheerfully held a red meteorite in his hand. Tae Hyun said, "Happily, I'm back." A voice from the building rang out. "Ho, Rang, come out here and watch the rest of the friendly tournament with me," his mother said as she entered his room. He lay sprawled on the bed tiredly, saying, "I don't want to." He lay sprawled on the bed. His whole body was still as he said, "Tae Hyun has disappeared. What's the point of watching the friendly tournament anymore? A tournament without Tae Hyun is like a red bean bun without the filling, a watermelon without sweetness, a steamed bun without meat," he cried out. "And you're telling me to watch the tournament? That's a betrayal to Tae Hyun," his mother said. What if Tae Hyun appeared on TV right now? Hearing that, he jolted up. He walked out and saw the TV was on. The audience was cheering. On the final day of the Asian-friendly tournament, an unbelievable event has occurred. Tae Hyun, who was previously missing, has returned and submitted the magic stone of an SS-class monster, Kaiseling. Although there have been some cases of SS-class monsters appearing, this is the first time someone has succeeded in defeating one. Someone was on the phone. How is that possible? Tae Hyun is on TV, not in some abyss. The screen now displayed a notification. According to the rules of the friendly tournament, the bonus points for an SS-class magic stone is 1,500 points. Park Jin-won, Shang, and Seo Hyun-ju were all shocked. Really? This increases the Korean team's total score from 4,100 to 5,600. With this, the Korean team has secured the #1 position and become the champion of the Asian-friendly tournament. Everyone around him was cheering his name. Tae Hyun. Zhang Long was furious and said, "You." He angrily turned and yelled at Lu Feng. "Lu Feng, what did you do? How is that guy still alive?" Lu Feng said in a panic. Not only did he escape the tower, but he also defeated an SS-class monster. He's just a nobody. He kept muttering his name, Tae Hyun. He stood looking down at them. Something serious must have happened. Tae Hyun thought to himself. Luckily, Kaiseling's power was so strong that after being absorbed by Devour, the stone remained intact. Otherwise, this comeback situation might not have happened. He squinted looking down. However, Zhang Feng and Lu Feng won't accept this easily. Of course, the next thing to happen will be a voice called out player Tae Hyun. The chairman rushed forward and hugged him tightly. He said in surprise, "Guildmaster, Jin Hee." Crying, he said, "It's wonderful that you've returned safely." Tears streamed from his eyes. He said, "What a relief." He smiled and said, Guildmaster. Jin Hee was moved and cried for a long time. It could be for the safety of the whole team or out of gratitude towards me. I unconsciously put my arms around him, and so the 7 days of the Asian-friendly tournament came to a close. The tournament ended with a spectacular victory for Korea. My story became the focus of the media and social networks. An introduction panel appeared. Tae Hyun, you are the first player from Korea to reach the national level. At the same time, you are also the first person in the world to defeat an SS-class monster. The American Players Association has started to take notice of the return of Tae Hyun. Kwon Kang-hyuk shouted. Korean gamers have sent their congratulations to me for this survival and victory. He laughed maniacally. Kwon Kang-hyuk continued, "Guildmaster, you sobbed at the closing ceremony. How embarrassing." His words escaped and everyone tried to stop him, but to no avail. The chairman shouted from a distance, "Who invited that Kwon Kang-hyuk here? It's too noisy." And at the Singapore Players Association, in a room, a rather elderly woman said to Tae Hyun, "Thank you, player. Tae Hyun, for coming here and giving us your precious time. The reason we invited you here is..." It turns out she is the guild master of the Singapore Players Association, Hyatan. She continued, "Player Tae Hyun, please. We invite you to cooperate with the Singapore Players Association." He furrowed his brow. Indeed, everything was exactly the same as before his regression. He thought to himself, before, when the key players were lost in the friendly tournament, Singapore also wanted to invite strong gamers from the alliance, but back then Zhang Long and Lu Feng didn't leave them alone. But he calmly said one sentence. "Let's deal with the uninvited guests first, then we can talk about this later." Hayatan was stunned. What? A loud explosion occurred. Red sparks filled the room, forcing Hayatan to turn her face away. Men walked in holding sharp weapons in their hands. They smiled cunningly. "So you're here." Guildmaster Hayatan Tae Hyun. Hayatan was terrified at the sight. She trembled and stammered, "You people, I don't know how you escaped the tower," Liu Feng replied, "but I don't care anymore." He walked in casually. His hands continuously controlled pieces of fossils. His face was cunning as he cursed, "You will die here." Tae Hyun just smiled. "Guildmaster Tan, I told you, didn't I? They've arrived. The troublemakers." His words stunned Liu Feng. What the window miraculously cracked. Hayatan was quite panicked now. A voice rang out to Liu Feng's surprise. "Unexpectedly, what you said is true." Liu Feng froze for a few seconds, then said, "You people." You barge in here in broad daylight and dare to pull something like this. Are you all out of your minds? Then Soo-hyun, not one to back down, added, player Kim Tae Hyun, I'm settling the score from last time right here, right now. Another man appeared and said, don't worry, Singapore Guild Master. It's my turn now. The hero Hyun Won Seong shouted, light sword Hyun Soo, why would you bring this lunatic here? Tae Guk replied that it's hard to believe, but he's a very elite warrior. Kim Tae Hyun smirked. What did you just say? Don't you care anymore, Lu Fong said with a deceitful and thuggish face. Me too, Kim Tae Hyun, you bastard. This is where you will die. A troop of Kim Tae Hyuns appeared. Jung and Po gritted his teeth, an oppressive aura already radiating from him. Same here, Kim Tae Hyun, you bastard, you'll die here. Kim Tae Hyun and his men surrounded Jung Lim Pyong. Earlier, a meeting had taken place with Won Xiang. Park Seung-ji and the chairman were both surprised by what Kim Tae Hyun said about Jung Lim Pyong. Is he trying to assassinate the leader of the Singapore team? These three seemed anxious. This is just too crazy. The friendly match between countries hasn't even ended, and he wants to do something like that. On the contrary, Kim Tae Hyun remained very calm. If so, Jiang Long won't let him get away with it, he continued. His basic goal is to eliminate the talents of other nations, so that he can monopolize the dungeons and magic stones. Hearing Kim Tae Hyun's explanation, the chairman and Won Xiang couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He's now targeting many people's lives, so everyone needs to be careful because everyone is in danger. The chairman spoke up. After hearing what you said, we all understand. Now he lowered his voice. Now that we know his purpose, what will you do next? Kim Tae Hyun replied immediately. Since this is the situation, what else can we do? When wicked people like them are already targeting me, he growled, we need to teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Back in the present, Kim Tae Hyun's comrades were all ready for battle, and they charged forward one by one to attack the other group. The masked men on this side were completely terrified by them. They were utterly confused. What an explosion ripped through the building. CEOG fought while giving commands. Prepare to retreat from here with Guild Master Haida. Hurry up and attack them. Yua Yang, who was with Wang Shi Yang, said, it's just as he said. She quickly asked back, what did he say? And Hyun Soo successfully carried Guild Master Hayatan out. Tears were streaming down his face, but his morale was still high. Guild Master Hayatan, don't worry about a thing, I and Hyun Soo will definitely protect you. But the one who scared her was in Hyun Soo himself. Oh my, is this guy okay? The masked group was slashed to pieces. The brilliant blue and purple attacks had immense destructive power. One of them spoke up, Sir Lim Pyong. They're trying to take the leader of the Singapore team away. Jiang Lim Pyong cursed as he attacked. Are these bastards trying to ruin my plan? But his hand was bound by a golden chain. Before he could strike, Jiang Lim Pyong was pulled outside. The situation turned into a one-on-one confrontation with Kim Tae Hyun. His underlings were just as surprised. Sir Lim Pyong, what is Kim Tae Hyun doing out there? Jiang Lim Pyong wasn't afraid of Kim Tae Hyun at all. He sneered. Where do you think you're going, you bastard? He was laughing again. You think you can escape that easily? Jiang Lim Pyong taunted. In the abyss. You ran away from me before, and now you dare to block my path here, he roared, unleashing his terrifying power. You must want to die. Jiang Lim Pyong burst out and grabbed Kim Tae Hyun's chain. He continued to mock Kim Tae Hyun. You think defeating Tae Mun and Tring Tun makes you invincible? Jiang Lim Pyong laughed arrogantly. Now I'll show you what true power is, he said arrogantly. The power you showed in the abyss is nothing to me, Kim Tae Hyun shouted, interrupting him. You talk too much, Lim Pyong. After saying that, he immediately broke his own golden chain. Using a single blow, he pierced through Lim Pyong, leaving him completely stunned. Kim Tae Hyun swept past Jiang Lim Pyong and severed one of his arms. Jiang Lim Pyong's eyes widened in horror that Kim Tae Hyun actually summoned a giant armored purple skeleton. It threw a punch at Jiang Lim Pyong, sending him flying to the ground. Jiang Lim Pyong was in so much pain he coughed up blood, still unable to believe what just happened. What in the world just happened? He looked up at Kim Tae Hyun standing arrogantly. Jiang Lim Pyong was terrified, thinking, how could I be overwhelmed by that kid like this? This can't be happening. He's completely different now. That Jiang Lim Pyong guy noticed it too. His power in the abyss wasn't this strong, and yet in just a few short days, he's already a completely different person. Jiang Lim Pyong recklessly charged forward. You bastard, I'll kill you. Kim Tae Hyun passed through him again, leaving behind numerous slashes. In the end, Jiang Lim Pyong was still wondering what had happened to make him change so fast. He was beaten to the ground. Blood sprayed endlessly into the air. Kim Tae Hyun landed and slowly walked over. He looked down and smirked contemptuously. Kim Tae Hyun thought to himself, it's true, gluttony has leveled up and is much stronger. Thanks to that, I was confident I could defeat him. He looked at the defeated Jiang Lim Pyong on the ground. It was a bit unexpected. Lim Pyong, a national-level player from China, a rather strong opponent. I didn't think I could defeat him with my current power. With this, I can be confident enough to take on any dungeon. Jiang Lim Pyong suddenly laughed. You bastard. This confused Kim Tae Hyun. He began to speak now. I understand why Tring Tun and Tae Mun lost to you. You're truly a monster. Jiang Lim Pyong continued. I didn't think anyone would force me to use the power granted by the Grand Duke, but it seems I'll have to for you." Hearing that, he was extremely shocked. Jiang Lim Pyong slowly stood up, laughing like a madman. His whole body was surrounded by a new power. "Kim Tae Hyun, don't think you're the strongest one here." Kim Tae Hyun watched in horror. Jiang Lim Pyong declared as he transformed he had now completely turned into a terrifying monster threatening him. "Now I'll show you what true power really is." The current Kim Tae Hyun looked incredibly small. Lim Pyong had activated frenzied blood prison over here. His small fry underlings had been completely wiped out. Yua Yang looked at them scattered on the ground and concluded, "It looks like we're fine now. It's safe on this side now." Park Seo. Jin suddenly called her name, urgently confusing her. "Yua Yang, come here," he yelled. Something's happening where Kim Tae Hyun is fighting. The two of them looked down and saw a giant red sphere. Yua Yang was equally shocked and worried. What in the world is that? She thought fearfully. That barrier. From inside it, a red arm emerged. Jiang Lim Pyong frantically attacked Kim Tae Hyun. He laughed loudly. "This is my true power. What do you think, Kim Tae Hyun?" He charged forward to attack. "What are you rambling about, Kim?" Tae Hyun slashed down, cutting off two of his limbs and taunted, "You think this pile of meat is so tough?" But to his surprise, they immediately stopped bleeding and then quickly regenerated. Kim Tae Hyun wondered in alarm. He regenerated. Jiang Lim Pyong counterattacked, slamming Kim Tae Hyun painfully to the ground. He cautiously backed away. His destructive power is too strong. Is this really the same Lim Pyong from before? Kim Tae Hyun looked around. And what is this prison-like space? The space around me seems to have changed. The atmosphere has turned into that of the abyss. He remembered what he'd said before. This is the power granted to him by the Grand Duke. Previously, Kaisley had also called Rosalia a Grand Duke. Kim Tae Hyun speculated. So besides Rosalia, is there another one called a Grand Duke? He thought while fighting. Could this be the Grand Duke that Rosalia mentioned? Must be related to the monarch. Kim Tae Hyun charged forward to attack. If so, then this Lim Pyong guy has also been granted a portion of the power. Suddenly, he froze his eyes wide. A giant hand was heading for Kim Tae Hyun. The space suddenly became dim. Jiang Lim Pyong had caught Kim Tae Hyun. He held him in his hand and asked, "Well, it seems my power surprised you quite a bit, didn't it? Now, you understand who is the strongest here." Jiang Lim Pyong brought Kim Tae Hyun closer and said contemptuously, "Arrogant people like you must face the consequences. You thought you were strong enough to defeat me, but you had no idea I was chosen by the Grand Duke." Kim Tae Hyun suddenly spoke up. "Hey, before I die, can I ask you a question?" he asked. "Do you know anything about the monarch?" Jiang Lim Pyong was a little confused. "What monarch you mean? You want to ask about the Grand Duke?" He suddenly burst out laughing. "It's true, the Grand Duke possesses a power that everyone has always desired. Luckily, I was the one he chose and bestowed power upon." Hearing this, Kim Tae Hyun sneered. As expected, "You talk too much nonsense. You know nothing about the Emperor." He suddenly transformed and a dragon appeared. Kim Tae Hyun laughed in Jiang Lim Pyong's face and said, "I thought you knew something about him." Jiang Lim Pyong exclaimed in shock. "What is his power erupting like that? But it's okay." Kim Tae Hyun radiated an oppressive energy and said, "Luckily, I've also gained a little information about the Grand Duke." Jiang Lim Pyong shouted in astonishment, "I can't believe it. Is this your true power?" Kim Tae Hyun laughed arrogantly. "Now, it's all over." Kim Tae Hyun rushed forward to attack Jiang Lim Pyong. He roared in terror. Lim Pyong exploded into chunks of flesh on the ground. Kim Tae Hyun looked at them and said coldly, "So he's finished." He took out a recovery potion to drink while constantly thinking. He kept rambling on about the Grand Duke, but he didn't know a single thing about the Emperor. Kim Tae Hyun felt a bit uneasy, but from this I can understand that, right now, there are many who call themselves Grand Dukes. If all of them have the same power as Rosalia, then this is truly a significant threat. He came to a conclusion whether they know about the Emperor or not. It doesn't matter anymore, because I know all of them are my future rivals. While Kim Tae Hyun was thinking, the slimy mess on the ground suddenly began to merge. He cried out in horror. "What?" A strange voice rang out. "I thought your power eruption was terrifying. Parts of a body gradually took shape, but that's all it is. After all, humanity is still just a weak race." Kim Tae Hyun broke out in a cold sweat. As the man finished speaking, "All right," Eugene Moon smiled faintly. "It seems you are the one who defeated Lim Pyong Young, the one who had a contract with me. He is the Grand Duke of the Abyss, the Vampire Lord." Aji Moon stood on the pile of gore and asked, "Did you kill the one who contracted with me?" Seeing him appear, Tae Hyun became defensive, gripping his sword tightly while thinking to himself, "Who is he? He seems to be related to Lu Ping." His body trembled, more and more sweat pouring down with only one thought in his mind. Such a powerful aura. Could he be the Grand Duke of the Abyss? Aji Moon on the other side received no response, so he continued, "All right, let's see how strong you are." Blood sword. Giant blood-colored swords suddenly rushed down from the sky towards Tae Hyun. He looked up, stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. They plunged straight down towards him. He quickly jumped out of the way and shouted, "Damn it!" Tae Hyun gripped the sword in his hand. Its blade was enveloped in a small flame. He thought to himself, "It's too wide. What should I do?" Is this the blood sword that Lu Ping used? A blood sword suddenly came to attack him. Tae Hyun tried to block it with his small sword. Seeing this, he thought to himself, the level is completely different. Tae Hyun used all his strength to block the blood sword. He was now certain. There's no mistake he's a Grand Duke like Rosalia, a being I can't possibly fight. Why did he have to appear here and now? But that doesn't matter anymore. To survive, I must use everything I have. Tae Hyun charged straight ahead. Ajimun's blood swords also shot towards him, as Ajimun witnessed this, and felt even more amused. All summoned creatures are bound by a summoner's contract. If the summoner is stronger than the summoned being becomes stronger through the summoner. But if the summon is stronger, the summoner might suffer a mana backlash or the summon will be nullified. While fighting off the blood swords, Tae Hyun thought to himself, Lu Ping, the summoner, is now dead. So he must have forced the summon through Lu Ping's corpse. The summoning time must be limited. Tae Hyun rushed and threw a punch at Ajimun, but he blocked it with a shield. He struggled to think, I have to find a way to survive. Until then. Suddenly Ajimun spoke up, you are very strong compared to the one I contracted with. But Tae Hyun's strength was nothing compared to him. Ajimun grinned as a small blood vortex appeared in his hand. He continued, do you think you can face me? Tae Hyun was thrown backwards. He screamed in shock, wah. Before he could finish, the blood vortex grew larger. It moved forward, pulling Tae Hyun inside. Sucked in, he was powerless. Ajimun controlled the vortex while taunting him. A mortal is just a mortal. No matter how strong, you can never compare to me. Now die. Suddenly, Ajimun noticed something. The blood vortex became strange. It was no longer ferocious. Only thousands of blooming flowers remained. Ajimun's eyes widened in surprise. Flowers. They were peach blossoms. Suddenly, among the flowers, someone appeared floating in the air with Tae Hyun. It was her Rosalia. She spoke cheerfully, I never expected to appear in this way. Held by Rosalia's tentacles, Tae Hyun heard her and replied, it's an emergency. The pillar of flowers was gradually disappearing. Ajimun, who had been silent, finally spoke up, I didn't think. The one contracted to me would be defeated by a human like this, so it's Duke Rosalia. Very well, I'll give you one chance. Break the contract and disappear, or I'll kill you too. Hearing this, Rosalia replied sarcastically, I'm so scared. You're as insolent as ever, still stubborn and unchanged. Who do you think I am? Keep dreaming. Behind her, Tae Hyun shouted, Rosalia, who is this guy? She replied calmly, Ajimun like me is a Grand Duke. Hearing this, his face grew tense. She continued, he's the one who wants to kill you. While Rosalia was speaking, Ajimun on the other side made his move. The blood swords from all directions advanced on Rosalia and Tae Hyun. Ajimun shouted madly, very well, then I'll kill you both. Hearing this, Rosalia became even more excited. You really talk big. The blood swords all pointed straight at them. They would charge on command. Tae Hyun on the side seemed unwell. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this is bad. The backlash is making it hard to breathe. I'm exhausted after fighting Liu Ping. There's no way I can help Rosalia. It's a struggle just not to get kicked out of here. This is not good. Rosalia suddenly spoke from the front. Don't collapse. The power I use is linked to the summoner's contract. You're pretty good, but compared to a Grand Duke, you're not on that level yet. So stay conscious and let me fight. Hearing this, Tae Hyun was stunned and stammered. Rosalia spoke again. You've come this far. Don't give up so easily. The more Tae Hyun listened, the more amazed he was. His pupils contracted. Rosalia beside him continued to speak. Try to endure it. This is a good opportunity for you to learn about something you'll have to face on your own in the future. She materialized in mid-air. A pink magic circle with a flower sigil appeared. Ajimun lost his patience and shouted, all right, are you done rambling? Now both of you die for me. Enjoy the show I'm putting on for you today. Rosalia, what will you do against this technique of mine, he said. As he spoke, a pair of giant hands appeared in the sky, gripping a blood sword. Rosalia's magic circle glowed. It shot a blinding light straight down. Meanwhile, the blood sword also rushed forward to attack. They collided, creating a huge explosion. The resulting light grew increasingly blinding until nothing could be seen. Tae Hyun tried to withstand the explosion. He covered his face and continued to watch. Not good. The pressure is too great. Everything disappeared. The blinding light was gone. Everything was shrouded in darkness. Mana depleted. Fatigue 100%. Stamina dropped to 10%. How many times has this happened? S-Class National Level Grand Duke. Every time I get stronger, a stronger opponent appears. Where will this vicious cycle end? These were Tae Hyun's thoughts. Suddenly, a voice slowly rang out, truly pathetic. Tae Hyun tiredly opened his eyes. The voice, Appa Gangster, spoke sarcastically before him. To possess the Emperor's power and perform like that, national level, Grand Duke, ridiculous. You don't understand the power you possess? Then let me take over this body. Tae Hyun woke with a start, gasping for breath. He was now in a hospital. He raised his hand to confirm what happened. Tae Hyun's hand trembled uncontrollably. Looking at it, he wondered if it was a dream. What? Recalling the recent events, he was confused. What on earth happened? The voice I heard in my dream, I can still remember that person's figure. What does that person have to do with the Emperor? In this room, it was not just Tae Hyun but a few other people as well. They were all surprised to see him wake up. Then they all shouted Tae Hyun's name at once. This loud noise echoed throughout the hospital. He also panicked and shouted, "Hey, stop being so loud." According to Aeon, at that time the barrier suddenly shattered inside, only he was left unconscious amidst the remnants of the battle. Fortunately, the assassination attempt on Association head Healy failed thanks to the bravery of player Hyun-soo. She was safe. Hyun-soo quickly picked Healy up and ran away. Throughout the process, he did not forget to clamor, "I have to save you." Everyone suspected that the person behind Lu Ping was Jiang Long, so it would be difficult for him to escape the World Association's scrutiny. When Jiang Long learned of the situation, the fire of his anger burned even hotter. He gritted his teeth in anger. That bastard Tae Hyun destroyed everything I had. After that, Tae Hyun left the hospital feeling relieved. His body had finally recovered. As he walked, he thought to himself, Grand Duke. The closer he got to the power of gluttony, the more mysterious these hidden powers felt. But I have also made remarkable progress. Suddenly, a system window appeared before his eyes. He was surprised. What is this? The system window displayed the information. Name Kim Tae Hyun, age 19, rank A, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 270, willpower 150, fatigue 20%, mana 270 out of 270, skills bloodlust, temporarily unusable, gluttony, absorbs opponents, mana 50, stone tablet, enhances defense, mana 20. It then continued to display more information. Bloodlust, temporarily unusable, unlocking condition. Absorb blood at a certain restaurant. Two people were sitting at a corner table talking. One of them spoke first. "How is your body?" The other person heard this and replied, "It is fine." It was Aeon. She spoke again. "You really scared me. Now that we have finished eating, what do you plan to do next?" The person sitting opposite her was Tae Hyun. He wiped his mouth and replied, "Of course, the reward from the friendly match. I am going to the unconquered dungeons in Japan and China." Aeon interrupted before Tae Hyun could finish. "I am not asking about that." Tae Hyun looked a bit confused and asked, "What is it?" She said shyly. "You clearly said it. After the friendly match, we would go on a date." At that moment, she recalled their previous phone call. Tae Hyun, on the other end of the line, had said, "Thank you." Hearing that Aeon said a condition, "If you are thankful, then treat me to a meal," Tae Hyun readily replied, "Let's do that after the friendly match is over." His voice pulled Aeon back to the present. "Did not you just ask for a meal? But you were the one who said it." Aeon suddenly changed the subject. "Besides, even with the right to conquer, you can not just enter them right away. Because dungeons are an invaluable resource that provides magic stones. Even with the right to conquer, they will not let an outsider like you enter so easily. The player associations on both sides will come up with all sorts of excuses to stop you. They will try to stall until your right to conquer expires." Hearing this, Tae Hyun calmly said, "It is fine. I already have a plan to deal with it. Besides, if it gets delayed, I have something I need to do too." Aeon looked intently at Tae Hyun and asked, "What is it?" He took a sip of water and answered, "I have realized I am still weak. The skill I stole from Lu Ping, Bloodlust." Suddenly, he remembered the notification window from the other day. Bloodlust, currently unusable, unlocking condition. Absorb powerful blood. I have tried to activate it a few times, thinking it might work, but there was no change. Tae Hyun looked at his hand deep in thought. Absorb powerful blood, Since it was originally the power of Grand Duke Igmoon, it probably requires a special condition. One that does not involve a contract. Even though I have reached the national level, I cannot stand against the power of a duke. To face the Duke and to get closer to the secrets of the king and gluttony, I must become much stronger than I am now. Night fell. In a remote mountainous area. Tae Hyun stood in the rain in front of an old building. Looking up, this building was the Bang Chae-su distillery. On the two doors was a sign that read, "Temporarily closed." He approached and opened the door. Perhaps because it was old, it made a terrifying creaking sound. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. "Cannot young people read these days?" The person was standing in front of a wine jar. He continued, "It clearly says on there that we are no longer in business." Without turning his head, he said, "Go back." Tae Hyun ignored his words and walked deeper inside. "I did not come here for the distillery. What I want to ask for is simply about skill fusion." Hearing that, the man froze and turned around to look. This person was Chae-su. He stammered, "How do you know? Who are you hearing this?" He replied, "I am Tae Hyun, a national level player, and I am the one who has come to save you." Bang Chae-su, owner of the distillery located in the outskirts of Seoul, an old man just waiting for his day to die, and the only awakened person in the world who possesses the S-rank skill that can fuse skill fragments. However, instead of clinging to that skill, Chae-su wanted to focus on his work at the distillery. His son felt it was a waste and said, "With such an extraordinary skill, why are you living like this? Try living a brilliant life for once." Perhaps because of the frustration of having to live as an E-rank awakened in an era of awakened ones, Chae-su's son had different thoughts. In the end, unable to refuse his only son, Chae-su experimented with skill fusion on the demons his son brought. But the results were not as expected. One of the demons, after receiving the fusion, convulsed uncontrollably back to the present. Tae Hyun spoke. "It is unclear what went wrong after the skill fusion. The demons either died or became crippled. due to mana rejection. After that, fearing retaliation from the demons, your son ran away, and you, old man, decided never to use that skill again out of guilt. Hearing this, Chaesu became a bit tense and asked him, "How do you know all of that, but you know everything, and still want me to fuse a skill for you?" He gestured with his hand for Tae Hyun to leave while shouting, "Are you crazy? Go back now. I do not care if you are S-rank or national level. It has nothing to do with me. The lives I have ruined with my hands, even if they were just demons, are more than enough." No more, but Tae Hyun, as if he had anticipated this scene, spoke to reassure him, "Do not worry." Chaesu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun, on the other hand, revealed his power. He looked confidently at Chaesu and continued, "I will not be destroyed by your skill." After a moment, Chaesu spoke, "Is what you just said true at this moment?" Chaesu was channeling his power into Tae Hyun. Behind him were countless different magic circles. Tae Hyun replied politely, "Yes, that is true. The mana rejection phenomenon that the demons experienced was not your fault." Hearing this, Chaesu was surprised and stammered, "What?" Seeing that he did not quite understand, Tae Hyun explained, "The mana rejection happened solely because the level difference between you and the demons was too great, and the skill gained through fusion far exceeded their capacity, causing side effects. With my current stats, there will not be any problems. Even if mana rejection occurs, I will not become a cripple." Hearing this, Chaesu became even more bewildered, thinking to himself, "Is that really what happened? I have always considered my awakening, my skill, my own hands to be a curse that ruined the lives of others, but then this young man comes along, and everything is resolved in an instant. Who are you really? It is as if you have come from the future." Suddenly, Tae Hyun turned his head, looked at him, and said cheerfully, "Besides, no one knows I came here, so even if I die, no one will know it was your doing." Hearing this, Chaesu panicked. He immediately shouted, "Do not say such scary things before returning to the past." The truth that Chaesu's skill had no issues was only clarified through an investigation by the association 15 years later, but by then it was too late. Chaesu, burdened by guilt and the loss of his only son, drowned himself in alcohol and passed away from deteriorating health. If your misunderstanding is not cleared up now, you might have to live your whole life in torment and pass away like that. Tae Hyun closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "It is a good thing. It is not too late." Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed, "Do you want to fuse Stone Tablet and Stealth? Do you want to fuse Knight's Dignity and Paralysis? Do you want to fuse King's Heart and Apathetic World?" Chaesu was shocked. He could not help but exclaim in surprise, 3 skills being fused at the same time for one person. How can you possess so many skills? Are you really okay? Tae Hyun remained calm, closing his eyes and thinking to himself, "Just as I thought, a skill like Gluttony with its unknown origin seems to be undetectable." Out loud, he quickly replied, "It is fine, just proceed." Chaesu was sweating profusely from the tension. Hearing Tae Hyun's reply, he felt reassured, understood. "Then I will begin the skill fusion." The magic circles began to glow, emitting a powerful energy. Then it gradually entered Tae Hyun's body in a row of high-rise buildings. There was one tower that surpassed all the others around it. That was the headquarters of the American Player Association. In a closed meeting room, everyone sat around the conference table in deep thought. The atmosphere inside was eerily silent. A dapper man in a suit, standing before a projector screen, spoke up, breaking the silence. "It's been a while since we've gathered all the top players of the United States of America here. This man is Kevin Ian, the chairman of the U.S. Player Association, an S-rank player. The man with the colorful puffer look is Greg Gogol, the number 10 national player of the United States." He sneered and replied, "What is it this time, planning to declare war?" Unable to tolerate Gregory's attitude, Dylan Gray, the third-ranked national player of the United States, slammed the table and shouted indignantly, "Gregory shows some respect to the chairman." Getting tired of this situation, Ricky Harris, the second-ranked national player of the United States, sighed and spoke, "Why does it always turn into an argument every time we meet? Cody, say something, will you?" The one called Cody heard that and said, annoyed, "You're a leader and you act like that. How childish. After all, the ranking is just a formality. I don't intend to force anyone." He is Cody Ut, the number 1 national player of the United States. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, he quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, let's get back to the main topic. Has everyone seen the information on the high-ranking Chinese national players participating in this Asian Goodwill match?" Montel Roman, the 5th-ranked national player of the United States who had been silent until now, also spoke up. Sui Shin, Jamin Min, and Lu Pingwright. Nick Rogan, the 6th-ranked national player of the United States, heard this and added, 2 of them died during the process of eliminating Sam Rosu, and another one was reportedly killed trying to assassinate the Singapore Association's chairman. Gregor, with his usual nonchalant attitude, asked, "So what? They're dead anyway, what's the problem?" Dylan, sitting beside him, raised his voice again. Gregor. Seeing this, Kevin immediately explained, "That's right, that's the official stance of the Chinese Player Association, but according to intelligence received today, all 3 of them were defeated and killed by a single person. Especially among them, Liu Ping, who had a contract with Grand Duke IG Moon of the Abyss, a vampire lord." Hearing this, someone exclaimed in shock, "A Grand Duke, one of those monsters?" Ricky also turned to the person beside him and asked, "Cody, did you know about this?" Cody was silent and didn't answer. After a moment of silence, he spoke. So who's the one who dealt with them? Hearing the question, Kevin said thoughtfully, Tae Hyun of South Korea. At this moment, back at the winery, a blood-red circle surrounded the building. Kevin continued to speak. Of course, even though he defeated Liu Ping, he's no match for the world's top players. Like you all, but we need to investigate him thoroughly. Tae Hyun looked at his hands in disbelief as a blazing red flame of power surrounded him. Not S, but just AA, huh? You are now Tae Hyun, a national AA rank player. A strange voice spoke up. Thus, at the Korean airport, a well-dressed man walked in front, followed by Gregor, who asked from behind, "Is it to investigate that Tae Hyun guy? That you and I had to come all this way to this remote place, right?" The man in front heard him and replied, "You could say that." Gregor gritted his teeth in annoyance. "Damn that Tae Hyun kid. If I get a chance, I'll..." He was interrupted before he could finish. "Calm down. We didn't come here to fight him, at least not now." That man was Marcus Go, the 8th-ranked national player of the United States. The elevator panel showed 24. Tae Hyun stepped out from inside. He thought as he walked, the skill fusion was a success. The problem is I want to test the newly merged skills as soon as possible. The system window appeared showing information, Shadow Veil Body Enhancement and Stealth, mana cost 15. Monarch's World creates a special field, enhanced by mana, mana cost 20. Monarch's Aura releases a pressure enhanced by mana, mana cost 20. He was still lost in thought. If I try these moves here, it'll cause a huge commotion, wouldn't it? Maybe I should just go into the ABC. He imagined a chaotic city with people running and hiding in fear everywhere. These were all new skills in Tae Hyun's imagination. Suddenly, a strange voice was heard. "You finally arrived. Player Tae Hyun." Hearing his name, he looked up wondering, At the end of the hallway by a door, 2 people were already waiting for him. Marcus, the 8th-ranked national player from the US, adjusted his glasses and spoke first. "I've been waiting a long time for you." The person beside him was Gregor, the 10th-ranked national player from the US. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "This kid is the one who defeated Liu Ping. Is this information even correct?" Tae Hyun felt a little tense seeing the people before him. He thought to himself, American national players, huh? Marcus calmly reminded him, "Don't say that, Gregor," but Gregor ignored Marcus's words and shouted aggressively, "Unbelievable." All 3 of them went into a room. Tae Hyun and Marcus sat at the table, while Gregor leaned against the door watching. Tae Hyun spoke. "So what brings you here to see me?" Marcus replied, unable to hide his interest. "You're in a hurry, aren't you?" "I just came to talk." He tapped his fingers on the table hesitantly, but before that, "If you'll excuse me for a moment." Marcus lightly touched the table's surface, from which green circles continuously appeared. The surroundings were also enveloped in similar circles. Seeing this, Tae Hyun silently thought to himself, "Is this Ziggurat Ziggurat?" Tae Hyun's information appeared sequentially. Name: Kim Tae Hyun, rank AA, strength 200, stamina 200, agility 180, mana 280. Ziggurat is Marcus's skill, considered the best measurement skill at present, allowing one to see all of a player's status information. From ability stats and skills to even height, weight, and mood. Marcus looked at the data, analyzing it in his head. First time seeing an AA rank player. Furthermore, his stats are at the national level. But this doesn't seem enough to have defeated Liu Ping. I should probably check his skills. Suddenly, Tae Hyun's power erupted fiercely. Marcus's system window kept displaying notifications. Unable to scan skills, unable to scan skills. He recoiled in shock and exclaimed, "What?" Tae Hyun, for his part, seemed to be running out of patience. He asked, "Are you done scanning me yet? If you wanted to check my abilities, that should be enough." Seeing this, Marcus thought to himself, "He managed to block my ziggurat. This is unprecedented." Out loud, he apologized. "My apologies, it's an old habit." He stared at Tae Hyun, assessing him in his mind. Tae Hyun, the strongest national player in South Korea, it seems. "Now, I see why Chairman Kevin has his eyes on you." After a moment of silence, Tae Hyun asked, "So what's the real reason you're here?" Marcus replied bluntly, "We want to request to share the rights to conquer the unexplored dungeon in China. The reward from the goodwill match." Hearing this, Tae Hyun asked, perplexed, "Share the conquest rights?" Seeing he still didn't understand, Marcus continued, "I can't reveal the details, but our chairman has been very interested in investigating that area recently. And because you defeated Liu Ping, the chairman of the Chinese Player Association, Jiang Long, will definitely try to get in your way. Don't we share a common interest? So if you agree to share the conquest rights with us, we won't just stop Jiang Long, but also help you conquer the dungeon. Moreover, establishing a partnership with you here and now would be beneficial for both sides. If you accept, the US Player Association will have a new ally. If you refuse, we won't become your enemies either." After Marcus finished his convincing speech, Tae Hyun finally made his decision. "I refuse. Thanks for the offer, but I don't need your help," Marcus replied, looking regretful. What a pity. But inside, he was thinking this is enough. However, it seems Gregor couldn't remain calm. He stepped forward from behind, shouting, "What the hell is this?" He grabbed Tae Hyun's collar and yelled furiously, "We traveled all the way from the US just to hear an answer like this." A panicked Marcus tried to stop him. "Gregor, what do you think you're doing? Let go of him right now." Gregor stared directly into Tae Hyun's eyes and spoke provocatively. If words don't work on this brat, then let's settle this with our fists. Tae Hyun was speechless, thinking to himself, is he having a seizure? It seems Marcus wants to build a good relationship with me, but this guy is clueless. He stared right into Gregor's hate-filled eyes. He silently understood. So that's it. This look. Yes, this is the look I've faced countless times. Before I awakened, this guy has no special reason to start a fight with me. He just doesn't see me as his equal. That's all it is to him. It's been a while since I was treated this way, but things are different now. Tae Hyun concluded his thoughts. He smiled and said, fine. Gregor couldn't believe it and blurted out, what? Tae Hyun paid no mind to his expression and continued, if you really want me to accept the offer, then let's talk with our fists. He hadn't finished his sentence when he also thought to himself, I can test my skills at the same time. Leaving the previous room, Tae Hyun and Gregor moved to a large fighting arena. Above them, thousands of people gathered to witness the fight of the century. This was the arena of Guillaume Samiro. Hyun was surprised to see that this duel is going to take place at the guild's arena. Don Samiro Kang Hyuk sat excitedly in the stands and replied, that's right. Thanks to this, we have a chance to promote the guild to the audience. Isn't that great? In contrast to his attitude, Hyun didn't like this. She spoke up annoyed, I won't allow it. What if they destroy our building? Only then did Kang Hyuk notice this, and panicked Haesung seeing this added, how can the arena withstand these national-level juggernauts? Standing in the middle of the arena and facing Tae Hyun, Gregor looked interested and brushed his hair back. An arena, huh? An interesting idea. I'm very satisfied. Tae Hyun on his side heard this and replied, I hope the outcome will be even more satisfying. Gregor smirked confidently. Don't worry. He transformed into a giant ferocious werewolf and continued, I've always liked these kinds of death matches. Facing his sharp claws, Tae Hyun didn't seem intimidated at all. In fact, he looked a little intrigued. A death match sounds a bit extreme. Gregor in his werewolf form lunged to attack Tae Hyun. Sitting in the stands was bewildered. The arena is shaking. Kang Hyuk, sitting next to her, was also shocked. A werewolf. What's going on? Marcus, who had been observing, spoke calmly. That's the wolf heart skill. Kang Hyuk, seeing him, was surprised and exclaimed loudly, Marcus. He paid no attention and focused on explaining a skill honed to its limit will turn the user into a werewolf. It also greatly enhances their physical abilities. Marcus watched the fight seriously, thinking to himself, it's a shame I couldn't build a good relationship with player Tae Hyun, but this is also a good opportunity to see the extent of the power that defeated Lu Ping. Back in the arena, Gregor frantically lunged at Tae Hyun, thinking confidently to himself, what a fool. As Marcus said, even though skills can't be checked through the ziggurat, his stats except for mana are completely inferior to mine. Tae Hyun's information panel appeared. Name Kim Tae Hyun, class AA, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 280. Next was Gregor's information panel. Name Gregor Gill, class S, strength 232, stamina 245, speed 228, mana 220. Not to mention I've activated Wolf Heart to boost my stats. He attacked like a frenzied monster. Not giving Tae Hyun a chance to react, Gregor pinned him down with his hands smugly asserting in his mind, this kid isn't good enough to beat me. Gregor raised his claws, preparing a finishing blow. As he moved, he shouted, it's over, kid. Gregor's claws aimed straight for Tae Hyun, yet he showed no fear at all. On the contrary, he revealed a mysterious smile. He said, as expected of America's top 10, this power is enough for me to test myself without worrying about you dying. Gregor's eyes widened in surprise. Something had just happened that made him gape. Before he could make a move, a slimy substance appeared from Tae Hyun's side. It writhed in the air like a living entity, growing larger and larger as if showing its oppressive aura. Marcus in the stands couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, What the hell is that? Suddenly, a black barrier appeared covering the entire arena and obscuring the view of the spectators. Seeing this, Marcus thought to himself, it's a black barrier. Tae Hyun's skill fusion produced 3 new skills. First, the event happened too quickly, leaving Gregor still in a state of confusion. Behind him, 3 giant statues appeared simultaneously with their hands clasped in front of them, creating a massive wall. This is the Monarch's World skill, a fusion of World of Indifference and Monarch's Heart. Monarch's World reduces the enemy's stats while enhancing the user's. Gregor felt as if he had fallen into a strange place. He tensed up and yelled, what the hell is this place, where is he? He was suddenly hit hard on the cheek. It happened so fast he couldn't react. The blow sent Gregor stumbling backward. The second skill, Shadow Skin, a fusion of stone skin and stealth, ran along Tae Hyun's body. It was a strange purple stream of power. His eyes gleamed with defiance. This skill both enhances the body far beyond stone skin and allows for freely toggling stealth. Gregor was hit repeatedly but couldn't see where Tae Hyun was attacking from. He lost his composure and roared, you damn son of a bitch. Gregor was caught in a current of water and panicked. He clawed at his surroundings. Come out here. Gregor calmed down and looked up. Suddenly, something appeared that made him panic, his pupils darting back and forth. Finally, the third skill. A giant figure appeared. In its hand was a jet black but powerful sword. That is Monarch's authority, a fusion of King's Might, Night, and Paralysis. It radiated a sky-high killing intent. Its blazing power filled a portion of the air. Because it's a fusion skill, all effects are combined and enhanced. Gregor's jaw dropped in horror. He couldn't speak, only stuttering a few incoherent words. Tae Hyun, with a confident expression, spoke up. Then the result is clear, he urged, get up. By now the night sky had arrived. It was about to cover the entire arena. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from the arena floor, illuminating a large area of the night sky. Debris flew everywhere. The spectators were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed in astonishment. Marcus couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. Tae Hyun gave a faint smile. He looked at Gregor, who was lying flattened on the arena floor, and said, "The fight was fun." Gregor Kim Tae Hyun turned and left, leaving behind the words, "Let's meet again next time." The system panel displayed the character information named Kim Tae Hyun, age 19, class AA, strength 200, stamina 200, speed 180, mana 280, willpower 150, fatigue 30%, mana remaining 280 out of 280, skill blood frenzy, temporarily unavailable, gluttony, devour a designated target, mana 50, shadow skin, enhanced body stealth, mana 15, monarch's world, create a special domain with mana 20, monarch's authority, release enhanced power with mana 20, chains bind a designated target, mana 20, queen's man, summon the succubus queen Rosalia, mana 200, absolute hypnosis, hypnotize opponent, mana 40. The battle had ended, but it seemed the audience hadn't realized it yet. Everyone was buzzing. What happened? What just happened? That strange curtain made it impossible for me to see anything. Did Tae Hyun win? Marcus in the stands looked tensely at the arena and thought, what on earth is going on? The black curtain came down and the match ended immediately. What in the world happened inside? Gregor was still stubborn. He stood up from the rubble and shouted, "Who dares say the match is over? It's not over yet. It's not over." His face was covered in blood like an out-of-control animal. He roared, "I haven't lost yet. I'll kill you, Tae Hyun." Before he could make another move, from somewhere, a white sword suddenly appeared, along with a person with blue hair and a triangular mark on their forehead. And finally, a person with a sharp horn. The trio Ion, Sung Jin, and Kang Hyuk stood blocking Gregor's path. Ion, in a defensive stance, spoke first. "You keep talking about killing. Was this bet always so serious?" Kang Hyuk, full of energy, said, "Just accept your defeat." Sung Jin looked seriously at Gregor. "If we fight anymore, it won't just be about the bet, right? Stop it." Gregor Tae Hyun, looking back from a distance, saw them and said, "Player Sung Jin and player Jo Ion, since when were you?" A man wearing a mask, covering his eyes, emerged from the smoke and approached Tae Hyun. As he walked, he said, "I've been watching from the beginning." Tae Hyun turned his head, saw him, and asked the association president. It turned out the man called the association president was Jin Hee. He approached and said cheerfully, "I was just planning to observe, but things seem to have gotten out of control." Hearing this, Tae Hyun grew a bit tense. But Jin Hyun didn't seem to notice. He continued, "Anyway, leave the rest to us to handle." As he finished speaking, Jin Hyun and the other three moved straight towards Gregor, who was in his werewolf form. He was no longer calm. Seeing them approach, he roared, "You dare stand in my way, you fools! Fine, then I'll take all of you down right here." It's unknown when Marcus came down to the arena. He stood in front of Gregor and shouted, "Shut up, Gregor, don't cause any more trouble. Cody will really punish you. No matter how reckless you are, you know what happens when Cody gets serious, don't you?" Hearing that name, Gregor couldn't stop trembling. He stammered, repeating Cody. Gregor angrily gritted his teeth. Then he transformed back into his human form and turned to leave. As he walked, Gregor cursed loudly, "Damn it, Marcus, look seriously at the group over here." He spoke up to apologize. "I sincerely apologize. Player Tae Hyun, please forgive our disrespect. Now that things have come to this, it's awkward to bring up, but would you consider joining the American Players Association?" Gregor was so surprised that he turned back while walking and exclaimed, "Marcus." The situation on this side was no better. Hearing that, Jin Hee yelled, "What kind of shamelessness is this?" Right in front of the association's chairman. In contrast to the noisy scene, Marcus remained calm. He tried to persuade Tae Hyun. "Whatever conditions you want, we will meet them for China's unconquered dungeon. We can assemble the best raid team if we have you." Tae Hyun heard this and quickly replied, "I will take this invitation as a compliment to my abilities. As for China's unconquered dungeon, my next destination is Japan." Marcus asked in surprise, "Japan?" Tae Hyun looked at the phone in his hand and replied, "That's right. It seems Japan's saintess Sarada has awakened." No longer in the arena from before, the scene turned dark and gloomy. A woman was trying to escape. It was Sarada. Her face was dirty, mixed with blood. She was running and panting heavily. Tentacles came from somewhere, writhing terrifyingly. They quickly approached and held Sarada back. She tried to call for help, but a tentacle blocked her. The words couldn't come out. Sarada silently begged in her mind. "Stop." Her voice was desperate. "Stop. Please stop." She forcefully bit off a piece of the tentacle's flesh. A cold voice, as if from the underworld, echoed, "You were the one who started this first, weren't you?" The monster appeared with sharp teeth. In front of it was a person sitting on a throne, looking down at Sarada struggling below. It was the gangster Appa. He glanced down at her and continued, "And now you're asking me to stop. Truly disgusting." Sarada was struggling to crawl up. She looked up at him. Her face turned pale. Sweat drenched her face. A loud scream came from somewhere. It turned out Sarada had been having a nightmare. She was lying in bed, screaming non-stop. She struggled violently on the bed, making the guards there confused. They quickly approached and called out, "Saintess, are you all right?" Sarada sat up abruptly with a face drenched in sweat. She didn't pay attention to the guards running to her side and just said to herself, "A nightmare. It's this nightmare again ever since I looked into Tae Hyun's spiritual world and fell into a coma. This nightmare started as soon as I woke up every time I passed through countless mysterious tentacles from an unknown origin. A mysterious entity in the form of Tae Hyun appears to welcome me. Next is death, and then I wake up again. How much longer must I endure this pain until I die?" The guards ran to the bedside, trying to persuade her. "Saintess, you must rest. If you get up now," before they could finish their sentence, she had already stepped off the bed and walked as if searching for something. "Demon sword. Where is the demon sword? If it's not by my side, then where is it?" The guards didn't know how to explain, just stammered a few words. Realizing something, Sarada ran out barefoot. She left the room. As she walked, she called out loudly, "Demon sword!" Suddenly, Sarada froze. Her eyes widened in shock. In front of her was Shinji fighting with a stranger. That person was Tae Hyun. While parrying the blow, he said, "I didn't come here to fight you people. I only came here to..." Before he could finish his sentence, Shinji rushed forward. "Your target is clearly Saintess Sarada. You scum, I will repay the shame Saintess Sarada had to endure." Shinji leaped high into the air. He got into a stance to unleash his technique. He used his specialty, the Soul Demon Sword. Shinji lunged straight ahead, pointing his sword at Tae Hyun's neck, followed by skulls with blurry human forms. Soul Demon Sword, a skill said to be able to cut even souls with its sword. Glowing brightly, Tae Hyun swung his hand towards Shinji's sword and spoke, "But honestly, everyone..." He grabbed the sword in his hand. "The problem is they won't listen unless they're beaten." Shinji was surprised by the event before him and paused for a moment. He exclaimed in shock what Tae Hyun took the opportunity and quickly snatched the sword. He delivered a straight kick to Shinji. Sarada, standing to the side, was even more shocked by the scene she had just witnessed. She looked towards Shinji. Lying amidst the chaotic rubble, she called out, "Demon! Demon sword!" Tae Hyun threw the sword to the ground. He strode towards Sarada and Shinji. "I came to find you for two reasons. One, to know what you saw in my sea of consciousness." Sarada's face turned pale with fear. As he approached, she mumbled, "It's your name, Tae Hyun." He didn't notice her expression and continued. "And two is to prevent the dungeon break, the biggest one in history, from happening at a certain sea area." The wind picked up, making the waves more and more violent. Offshore, a giant vortex was approaching. There were two people looking out from the shore. One of them spoke up. "So this is the entrance to the undiscovered dungeon. No matter how you look at it, it just looks like a giant storm." The other person leaning on the railing added, "Rumor has it there's a gate to the dungeon inside that storm. This storm is definitely caused by mana leaking from the gate," the man said calmly, "but don't worry, there are no signs that it will explode. We are only here as a precaution." The other person looking through binoculars replied, "Hearing that is reassuring." But the two of them belonged to the undiscovered dungeon monitoring team of the Japan Player Association. Suddenly, the person observing through the binoculars saw something and hurriedly said, "I think I see something inside the storm. Could it just be my imagination?" Someone from somewhere shouted loudly, "Lord Kentakinus, everything is ready, sir, according to your orders. We have accumulated mana and energy for decades, and finally today we have broken the gate that was stopping us and arrived here." A crowd of centaurs below looked up at the large figure with a big mouth on its stomach and shouted continuously, "Lord Kentakinus, please give the next order, the next order." The next order, the person who spoke earlier continued to say next, but before he could finish, the giant grabbed him, lifted him up and said, "That's enough." He raised the centaur and brought him before the giant mouth. It said, "The more we eat, the stronger we become, so there's only one thing left to do. For my son, for Grand Duke Organ, we will leave this place, slaughter humanity and devour them. Let the festival of blood begin." He is the second in command of Grand Duke Organ Kentuckinus SS rank on this side. Sarada trembled as she looked at him. "What I saw in the spiritual world was something that looked exactly like you, but it wasn't human. Nor was it a monster, but an unidentified entity." Tae Hyun heard this and thought to himself, so it really was the one who appeared in the dream. The information is still lacking, but at least it wasn't just a simple dream. On top of that, it was a nightmare. Even without using the gluttony skill, I can still feel the mana of that skill in her body. Is this the cause? Tae Hyun extended his hand towards Sarada and cast a spell. "I have removed the remaining mana. Perhaps you won't have nightmares anymore." She was still tired, but seemed better and asked, "Why did you help me?" "I attacked you." Tae Hyun calmly replied, "I'm not helping you. It's just to prevent the dungeon break." The hallway suddenly moved. Everything around was shaking violently. Sarada sensed something was wrong and asked, "An earthquake?" Tae Hyun was 70% more certain and confirmed in his head, "It's starting." He turned and called out loudly, "Sarada, the dungeon break has happened. First, let's wake up." Shinji, on the other side of the hallway, a group of people suddenly approached the man in the lead, spoke. "After attacking a player from our guild, where do you think you're going?" It was Matsuda Kuro, the guild master of the Japan Players Guild, a former national level player. He moved closer and continued, "So Tae Hyun, a national level player from Korea, Matsuda Kuro, when he was a player, he was a national level warrior. After retiring, he discovered talents like the Saintess and the Demon's Sword, earning him the title of one of the best guild masters in Japan's history. But in reality, Tae Hyun looked at Kuro and thought to himself, he's someone who doesn't care about the lives of civilians. As long as he achieves his personal goals, that's what he thought, but he politely replied out loud, "Do you know a dungeon break just happened?" "I came here to help." Kuro heard this and replied, "I already know about that. There have been many noisy announcements until now, but what does that have to do with you?" Tae Hyun saw his complete lack of concern, was a little surprised. He continued to speak with a smug expression, "The right to enter an uncleared dungeon. It is only valid when the dungeon is intact, but as soon as a dungeon break occurs, that right is no longer valid. Not to mention the friendly matches where you people made me lose face miserably. Meanwhile, if you dare to resolve the dungeon break as well, what will happen to my position? Therefore, you will be temporarily detained for the crime of attacking a player from our guild." Sarada saw the group of people behind him approaching and quickly spoke up, "Guild Master." But to minimize the damage from the dungeon break, he paid no mind and said loudly, "You don't need to interfere. Sarada, don't forget that I turned a blind eye to you, using your skill to control others. If you dare to side with that wet behind the ears kid now, both you and the Demon's Sword will be dealt with." After saying his piece to Sarada, he turned and ordered them to drag Tae Hyun away. Despite being surrounded, he showed no fear and seemed even more amused. Quite a show. As they cuffed his two hands, Tae Hyun thought to himself, "But if I don't cooperate and resist with force, then President Jin Hee would also be put in a difficult position." He seemed quite comfortable with the situation. He said calmly, "I guess I have to go. Sarada, take Shinji and go stop them first." Hearing this, Sarada tried to persuade Tae Hyun, but seeing Tae Hyun so compliant, Kuro became even more delighted, laughing loudly and saying, "That's right, a wise decision. Don't worry, if the investigation shows you're innocent, I'll release you immediately." Tae Hyun didn't let him finish. He interjected, "Don't get too smug, Chairman Matsuda. You've just refused my help. If a problem arises because of this, you will have to take full responsibility." He calmly walked away after leaving a warning. Kuro, though annoyed, still laughed and said, "What an insolent brat." In a residential area near the sea, the centaurs from the break earlier entered the city. They rushed to attack and slash the citizens cruelly. Jen, the leader, raised his sword high and shouted, "Stop them by any means necessary. If we let them get past here, we'll all die." A young man standing beside him said hesitantly, "But if you say we have to stop them, how are we supposed to stop them? They just keep pouring out endlessly. Besides, all the monsters are A rank or S rank. There's no other way." Jen, despite the situation, shouted loudly, "We must stop them. If we don't, who will?" Suddenly, a Kentakinas approached, grabbed Jen, and lifted him high into the air. The people below saw this and screamed in panic, Kimura Gen-sama. Kimura Gen-sama has been caught." The Kentakinas looked at Jen and said, "How annoying. I'll start with you first." It squeezed tightly, making Jen cough up blood. He thought in despair, "It's really over. I'm dead for sure. Me and everyone else, we're finished." Just as he reached the depths of despair, someone suddenly rushed in and sliced off several of the Kentakinas' fingers. Jen was no longer in its grip and began to fall. Pitch-black blood gushed from the Kentakinas' severed hand. Jen's eyes widened as he looked in that direction, gasping. The people below were also wide-eyed and open-mouthed in surprise. Seeing a familiar face, they cheered with joy. Demon's Sword. The one who had just attacked was Shinji. Demon's Sword, the nation-level player. Those who had been fighting with injured bodies suddenly felt better and exclaimed, "My body is being healed. What's happening?" A girl approached from behind and said, "Thank goodness, everyone is safe." To everyone, she was like a lifeline. They shouted with joy, "Saintess! It's Saintess Sarada, the nation-level player." Shinji landed lightly. He walked over to Sarada and asked, "Saintess, are you all right?" Hearing this, Sarada quickly reassured him, "Yes, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. The strange magical energy I once felt in my body has completely disappeared. Now, even though I can't use my full power, I can still support you, Shinji." He spoke with some tension, Tae Hyun. Before he could finish, the Kentakinas spotted them from afar. It said in a craving voice, its stomach mouth drooling non-stop, "I didn't expect to find such high-quality food here." It pulled a sword from its mouth and continued, "Excellent. You will become a feast for my son." Shinji and Sarada prepared to fight. Standing behind Shinji, she shouted, "Demon's Sword." The Kentakinas' giant sword rushed toward them. Shinji immediately dashed forward to meet it. The two swords clashed, creating a blinding flash of light. Shinji struggled to block the giant sword with both his hands. From behind, Sarada gave orders, "We'll handle the Kentakinas. Everyone else, take care of the remaining monsters." The centaurs also roared with fighting spirit. For Kentakina-sama, the Kentakinas took a hit to the shoulder and dark black blood gushed out. Shinji pushed forward to attack, The Kentakinas rushed in and sliced off a part of Shinji's left arm. While trying to dodge, he thought to himself, as expected from the master of an uncleared dungeon, an SS plus rank Kentakinas. A single mistake could cost me my limbs, while the wounds I inflict on it are nearly useless against its incredible regeneration. That's why all previous attempts failed. The Kentakinas then sliced a nearby building in two. It was triumphant, thinking it had killed Shinji, but the Kentakinas stood stunned amidst the ruins it had created. Shinji was still standing firm, his hand gripping his sword tightly. Preparing to charge, he gathered all his strength, dashed forward, and shouted, "This time, I will cut you down." The arm that was just severed had already grown back. Shinji gripped his sword tightly, thinking, for 5 years, ever since the last failure at the uncleared dungeon, I have trained relentlessly just to finish you. Effect from skill, super speed regeneration. The damaged body is being restored, and now, with the power of the Saintess by my side, effect from skill, holy revelation. All physical abilities are enhanced. Meanwhile, Sarada tried to buy time, urging Shinji, "I can't hold on for long. You have to end it now." With eyes full of determination, Shinji stared at the Kentakinas, emphasizing each word in his mind. "There is nothing I cannot cut." The Kentakinas hesitated for a moment. Shinji rushed in, slashing its arm, its eye, and its leg. It roared in agony, but Shinji didn't stop. Like a tireless machine, he prepared to attack again. Like a gust of wind, he charged and sliced the Kentakinas in half. It was split in two. In a large hall, everyone watched the screen and cheered joyfully. Shinji. This was the headquarters of the Japan Player Association. Kuro was grinning from ear to ear. He said smugly to everyone, "See? I told you so. With the demon's sword and the Saintess, even an SS-rank dungeon break can be stopped." He turned to look at the bound Tae Hyun and continued, "We never needed your help to begin with." Tae Hyun replied with a completely emotionless expression, "It's fortunate that you defeated the Kentakinas, but why would you think it's over?" Hearing this, a confused Kuro asked, "What?" Tae Hyun continued, "A few months ago, a gate break in Korea escalated from C rank to A rank. Last month, dungeon breaks in France and Russia also changed from S rank to S+. The old classification method for dungeon breaks is no longer accurate. So why? Are you so certain this dungeon break is only SS rank?" Surprised, Shinji looked at where the Kentakinas lay. He exclaimed in shock, "What? What is that?" From the back of the Kentakinas, a grotesque body was rising. It was a horrifying-looking creature. While chewing on the Kentakinas' flesh, "No, that's Kentamion, the SS plus rank master of Japan's uncleared dungeon." Covered in injuries, Shinji looked up at it. He thought to himself, "What is that?" It suddenly appeared from the Kentakinas' corpse and began to devour it as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "What is it planning?" "No, it doesn't matter what it is." Seeing Shinji about to move, Sarada called out to stop him. "Shinji, wait." But he was still lost in his thoughts. He didn't stop. "A monster is still a monster." An urgent voice echoed in his head, "Destroy it." Shinji and the spirits rushed toward the monster. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his sword. The grip was so strong he couldn't move it. Shinji froze in astonishment, his body rigid as if he'd seen a ghost. Behind him, Sarada was no better, her mouth agape in terror. Kentamion, which was just devouring the corpse moments before, had now stood up and blocked his attack. Then it asked, "Are you my father's enemy?" Shinji remained frozen on the spot. Unable to resist, he could only think. Its appearance. Before he could react, the creature hurled Shinji into a building behind them. Sarada screamed in panic, "Shinji!" Suddenly, she looked up to see Kentamion right above her. The creature stomped her into the ground with a powerful kick. Sarada immediately coughed up blood from the impact. The creature above spoke in a grim tone. "Don't worry, I will devour all of you." Back in the hall, the people who were just celebrating were now completely bewildered. They couldn't stop asking, "What in the world is happening? Where did that monster come from? Wasn't it over when the Kentakinas was defeated? What about the demon's sword? Is the Saintess still alive? Its power level is measured at SS+. I've never seen a rank like this before." Tae Hyun was not at all surprised by this turn of events, thinking to himself, "So, it's finally appeared. Kentamion, the true master of Japan's invincible dungeon, an SS+ rank monster. Its initial form isn't very impressive for a monster of that rank, both in size and power. However, the more monsters and humans it devours, the stronger it becomes. This monster is on a completely different level of danger. If only Chairman Matsuda understood the gravity of this situation, and asking for help could minimize the damage, but that is unlikely to happen. Those standing near Kuro kept begging the chairman to please give an order in this situation. "We are going to be wiped out." Chairman, seeing the situation had become tense, he gritted his teeth, not knowing if it was out of anger or fear. Kuro-jun trembled and thought to himself, "Damn it, we just took down an SS rank, and now it is an SS+. This is absurd. Should I call for support from other guilds right now?" No, if even the Saintess and the Sword Demon cannot handle it, calling for aid now is useless. That thing will destroy everything before reinforcements can arrive, the players, the entire city, and my political standing. The people around him were still trying to convince him, the guild, but before they could finish, he ordered, "We are retreating." Someone who did not understand his intention asked what. "What about the players who are still fighting?" Kuro replied hastily, "It is too late. Even the national forces cannot handle it. What can we do to survive now? If we want to save our lives, we must run immediately." Suddenly, Tae Hyun came from behind and slammed his two cuffed hands on his head. The handcuffs shattered. He dusted himself off and said, "I tried. Be patient for Chairman Jin He's sake, but nothing is different from before my regression." The people standing around saw this scene and screamed, "Chairman Matsuda, your handcuffs. What are you doing?" Tae Hyun did not hesitate to tell the truth. "I am here to stop the dungeon break. What about all of you? I do not know if you are going to run away like he said or arrest me. Do whatever you want." But as he spoke, he paused and thought for a moment. Tae Hyun then continued, "I will save them." With that, he turned and left. Hearing this, the people behind him froze. They were tense, but they looked at each other and nodded as if they had made a decision. He was now out in the hallway scheming as he walked. "Good. Before everyone is defeated, if I can just kill Kentamian and stop the dungeon break." Suddenly, someone appeared and called out Tae Hyun. He looked over in surprise and asked, "Huh, why are you here?" Back at the chaotic battle, every corner of the city was devastated. The creature stood in the center holding a person upside down by the leg. The injured Shinji sat dazedly leaning against a rock. "Everyone has fallen. No matter how many times I regenerate my body or strengthen myself, it is useless." Sarada, hanging upside down, was speechless with despair, whispering to herself, "No one can defeat this thing." Kentamian said smugly, "Is the containment attempt over? I will devour you." By now, she was beyond fear, desperately awaiting her death. Sarada thought of one person, Tae Hyun. She then wondered, if it were you? She recalled his earlier words, "I am not helping you. I am doing this to stop the dungeon break." Sarada blamed herself. That is right, even as an enemy. Tae Hyun helped stop the dungeon break. "When I first became a player, I only wanted to use my strength to help people. But when did I go down this wrong path? Is it too late to turn back now?" Kentamian brought her closer into the fanged mouth on its stomach. Just as it seemed everything was over and Sarada relaxed her body in surrender, out of nowhere, a flash of power shot past like lightning. It was Tae Hyun who rushed in, scooped her up, and carried her away from death's door. Kentamian stared in that direction, stunned. Sarada, snapping out of her daze, exclaimed, "Huh," seeing she was safe, he said, "To be honest, I was not expecting much, but you held on quite well." Seeing him, a name surfaced in Sarada's mind, Tae Hyun. She asked in a weak, soft voice, "How did you?" But before she could finish, a group of people approached, shouting, "Saintess." On their shoulders were not backpacks, but injured people. They shouted, "We have come to help too." The woman carrying Shinji said loudly, "We are sorry about before player Tae Hyun. But as non-combatants, the only thing we could do was rescue the injured players." He looked towards them and replied, "That is more than enough." Sarada was moved by the scene. Everyone, Tae Hyun turned to look at her and said, "In any case, the thing I need to handle is this." As soon as he finished his sentence, he was standing before the furiously charging Kentamian. Sarada turned in shock and yelled, "Tae Hyun, wait. No matter how strong you are, you cannot do it alone." Before she could finish, he suddenly shouted loudly. Azon Tae Hyun stood his ground firmly. He stood his ground even as the creature drew nearer. Suddenly, massive ice shards erupted surrounding Kentamian, who looked on bewildered. The others were equally stunned. What is this? An ice wall. A fortress of ice erected in a moment. It trapped Kentamian on the inside with everyone else on the outside. The stranger stood atop the ice wall and called down, "Tae Hyun, are you sure about this?" Seeing the solid fortress wall, Tae Hyun marveled. "Oh wow," the person continued to shout. "This is not the reason we came here. This person is from the South Korean Players Guild S-Rank player Azon." She recounted her mission. Chairman Jin Hyun's request was, "Player Tae Hyun has been detained by the Japanese Players Guild. They are probably trying to stop Tae Hyun from interfering with the dungeon break. But Tae Hyun is a vital asset to South Korea. We cannot leave him in a place like this. Bring him back by any means necessary." From below, Tae Hyun shouted back, "What did not we come here to stop the dungeon break?" Hearing this, Azon shouted, "No, the Japanese Players Guild already rejected our offer to help." Hearing that, he calmly replied, "Then we might as well help them while we are here." Tae Hyun turned to look at her and thought, "While we are at it, the chairman said to bring him back at all costs. What a considerate person." Azon lost her cool and started rambling. Kentamian, who had been silent, finally spoke. "I truly cannot understand. Why did not you run? Why did you trap yourself in here? Do not you realize you are just prey?" Unfazed by the threat, Tae Hyun retorted, "You are the one who does not get it." Hearing this, the creature retorted angrily. What? Tae Hyun pointed his sword directly at it, emphasizing each word. "From now on, you are the one who is going to be devoured." Kentamian, outside, everyone was busy with the rescue effort. They shouted to one another, "Have you finished the rescue on that side? Let us get out of here now." One person saw Sarada still standing there, stunned, and called out to her, "Saintess, it is dangerous. Come over here." Saintess Sarada paid them no mind, staring worriedly at the ice wall where a dark aura was spreading inside. Tae Hyun inside the situation was utter chaos. He dashed in to attack Kentamian. Tae Hyun flew past the creature like a whirlwind, but his attacks only grazed it, causing no real damage. The wound on its cheek smoked and healed instantly. Observing from a distance, he thought to himself, damn it, its wounds are healing too quickly. Moreover, is it detecting my stealth? The longer this fight goes on, the stronger Kentamian gets. With that, the creature slammed its spear into the ground where it thought Tae Hyun was. Suddenly, it realized something. It looked up in utter shock. A giant figure had appeared holding a jet-black sword. On its two sides were two statues with clasped hands. He arrogantly commanded kneel. The creature was using its spear and blocked the tip of the giant sword aimed at it. Even so, it taunted defiantly, "You are just an insect. At the bottom of the food chain, you have some tricks, but it is not enough to defeat me." Before it could finish, Tae Hyun cut in. "The real attack is over here." He was riding a monster whose entire body was blood red, baring its sharp teeth at Kentamian. An excited Tae Hyun said, "Let us see you block this." Facing the monster's sharp teeth, the creature exclaimed in confusion. "What?" The monster moved in, tearing at Kentamian. Unable to withstand the enormous power, the spear began to crack. The monster swallowed the creature whole. It pierced every inch of its body, making the creature scream in agony. From its back, Tae Hyun controlled the monster, thinking to himself, "In a prolonged battle, I will be the one at a disadvantage. So even if I have to pour all my mana into this gluttony attack, I will end this right here and now." Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. "How many times do I have to tell you that power does not belong to you?" The scene was no longer the chaotic battle. Now Tae Hyun stood before a throne. He uttered in confusion. Tae Hyun looked at the figure on the throne and thought, "This is my sea of consciousness. What the hell is going on? Is this another dream? No, this is definitely reality. But why now?" He took a defensive stance and shouted, "Who are you? What do you want? Why do you keep appearing before me?" Hearing this, the figure asked amusedly, "You ask what I want, you have to reach him." Hearing this, Tae Hyun tensed up, thinking, "How can you say that from the throne?" He continued, "To do that, I need someone who is not blinded by the power I bestow and can overcome everything on their own." It was Appa Gangster, gliding down menacingly. "This is a test for that." Tae Hyun, no longer calm, roared, "Don't mess with me. Who do you think you are to dare?" Suddenly, his hand froze, unable to move even a single finger. Tae Hyun was extremely tense, sweating profusely. A mysterious power was activated. Gluttony has been cancelled and cannot be used. He couldn't believe what was happening and stammered, "The Monarch's death aura has been cancelled and cannot be used. Monarch's world has been cancelled and cannot be used. Shadow cover cannot be used. Binding chains cannot be used. Queen Asmin cannot be used. Absolute hypnosis cannot be used. Currently, no skills can be used." Completely powerless, he watched the throne move further away. Then suddenly, Kentamian rushed in, pulling Tae Hyun back to reality. Kentamian, covered in wounds yet full of fighting spirit, charged towards him. Tae Hyun was still in shock, his face pale. Using his broken spear, Kentamian chopped off one of Tae Hyun's arms and legs. Azon was standing on the city wall. Seeing the situation look bad, she cast a spell to hold him still. Worried, she yelled, "Tae Hyun." He clung to a nearby ice block, thinking, What is going on? What in the world is he suddenly appearing and locking all my skills? What is this? Isn't this my power? I've known that from the very beginning, because I was just an unawakened, useless person, simply the chosen one. But to have the power I was given taken away so suddenly, and so, while he was lost in his own world, Kentamian was no longer under control. He charged frantically, swinging his fist. Then Kentamian landed a heavy punch on Tae Hyun, slamming him to the ground. Not yet realizing the situation, he screamed in his mind, "This is outrageous." Kentamian poured all his earlier humiliation into his fist. He roared madly, "To be humiliated by a pathetic prey like you. I will kill you." Kentamian punched Tae Hyun until he spat blood. By now, he had no fighting spirit left. He thought despairingly, "What have I been striving for? What have I been fighting for all this time?" As Tae Hyun was thinking this, Kentamian prepared a final blow. Suddenly, Azon jumped down from the wall. She created a huge block of ice to block his punch. At that moment, he came to his senses and called out, "Azon." She turned and said to him urgently, "I'll buy some time. Use this chance to find the Saintess and heal yourself." Tae Hyun was surprised. "Huh?" Sitting on the ground, he looked at Azon in front of him and yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? You're no match for it. You're the one who should run." Azon suddenly yelled, "That's why I have to stop him. The only one who can defeat that monster is Tae Hyun. Didn't you come here to stop Daniel Break? Don't you realize, if you die here, it's all over?" Azon's words were like a wake-up call, and he snapped back to his senses. Tae Hyun gritted his teeth, thinking, "That's right. I need to figure out his purpose. This is no time to wonder why I lost my skills. No matter how unfair it feels, the situation won't change. If I don't defeat Kentamian, everyone here will die. I have to find a way, no matter what. But what can I do? With this body and no skills, How can I possibly face Contamian? Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he'd found a lifeline. No, there are still skills I can use, the skills that were unusable from the beginning. Tae Hyun recalled a certain system window. It displayed, Blood Frenzy, currently unusable. Activation condition. Absorb a powerful amount of blood, he muttered. Powerful blood. Tae Hyun turned to look behind him. There lay the mangled corpse of Kentasinas, crushed under a pile of large rocks. Kentasinas lay motionless, showing no signs of life. After struggling for a while, Azon was completely exhausted. Her body was covered in blood. Kentamian said smugly, a pathetic thing like you dares to get in my way. But it doesn't matter. Using your blood to recover isn't a bad idea. He moved closer to her unconscious form, about to grab her. Suddenly, the giant face of Agumon appeared behind him. Kentamian turned in astonishment, then looked over at Tae Hyun. He was now slowly recovering. Confirmed absorption of powerful blood. A colossal power is awakening. The damaged body is being reactivated. All stats increased by 250. Kentaman sensed the immense power. He tensed up involuntarily and spoke. This magical presence. It's the nameless archdukes. What in the world are you? While Kentamian was still bewildered, Tae Hyun had fully recovered from the limbs that were severed earlier. They had now grown back completely. All conditions for skill use have been met. Blood Frenzy activated. In a certain dark place, Appa Gangster sat comfortably on the throne. With a look of great interest, he said to himself, maybe I should have let him use at least one skill. But it seems there was no need to worry. To think he would devour a magic beast? Who would have thought he'd unseal the power of Archduke Agumon? That's right, that's how one should grow. Through increasingly fierce and difficult battles, one realizes how complacently they have lived, and how different the power they've used until now is. Only then, he paused there for dramatic effect. Back to the fight, a bloodthirsty Tae Hyun raised his fist, ready to attack. Kentamian was still confused, a hint of fear on his face. Tae Hyun charged and punched him hard in the chest. Just then, Appa Gangster's unfinished sentence from earlier echoed, only then can it reach him. He took a direct hit and tumbled to the ground. One of Kentamian's arms was torn off. He struggled to push himself up with his remaining arm. Kentamian's body trembled in confusion. What is this? Wasn't this guy at death's door just a moment ago? How can a lowly human wield the Archduke's power? No, it doesn't really matter. Either way, he must be killed. I don't know how he obtained that power, but this is the domain of Archduke Organ. If this body isn't enough, I will devour more corpses and absorb their magic to completely rip you apart and swallow you whole. Kentamian got up, looking like a completely different being. The mouth on his stomach was bloody from chewing on the nearby corpses. Tae Hyun turned to look at the unconscious Azon and was inwardly relieved. He called her name, Azon. Then Tae Hyun realized she was, thankfully, still breathing. He looked down at his pitch-black hands with their sharp claws. So this is the power of Archduke Agumon. Blood Frenzy. My blood is boiling, and my heart feels like it will explode. The pain from my body transforming into a monster. This clearly isn't a power I can use for long. But for some reason, just then, a recovered Kentaman charged crazily towards Tae Hyun. Seeing him, Tae Hyun felt not a single bit of fear. In fact, he felt strangely comfortable. My body feels so light. Kentaman raised his double-headed axe towards Tae Hyun and spoke, this time, I will finish you for sure. Kentaman's axe slammed down hard, but he swiftly dodged to one side. The ground where it hit cracked open. Tae Hyun seized the moment before Kentamian could lift his axe and went on the attack. He lunged at Kentaman, slashing a long gash from his left shoulder down to his right waist. Blood spurted gruesomely from the wound. He roared in fury. This brat, like a crazed monster, Kentamian swung his axe erratically, aiming to destroy everything in Tae Hyun's path. Each time Kentamian swung his axe, Tae Hyun dodged with fluid grace. When he swung high, Tae Hyun ducked under the blow. When Kentamian swung sideways, he quickly slipped past. Seeing this, Kentamian was not pleased at all and started fuming with rage. What the hell is going on? Why can't my attacks reach him? Why am I being overpowered like this? My power isn't any weaker than his. In fact, I'm stronger now after absorbing those corpses. But why? Why am I? Tae Hyun dashed in from afar and swung his fist, landing a punch right in Kentamian's face. Unable to react, he took the blow head-on, spitting blood. What Tae Hyun gained from activating Blood Frenzy was not just the power and stats of a magic beast. Along with Blood Frenzy, his right eye turned red. As he fought, Tae Hyun sensed something was different. His right eye had become a blood eye. Just like when he used the gluttony skill, but this time was different. Now, the flow of magic power was clearly visible to him. I can see where he's focusing his power. I can see her every move clearly. Even the location of the magic stone. The heart of a magic beast, Kentamian was now powerless. He weakly asked, what on earth are you? As he crushed part of the magic stone with one hand, Tae Hyun replied, "What am I? Go to hell and find out." His heart was destroyed, then roared violently like a beast caught in a hunter's trap, and his upper body exploded. Shards of magic stone shattered from the blast, scattering everywhere. Tae Hyun floated in mid-air, he said to himself. Of course, I'll have to find out for myself with the victory over Contagion. Tae Hyun successfully put a complete end to the Danjin Break crisis in Japan. The Japanese Player Association worked tirelessly to treat the wounded and recover from the damages, while Kuro, who refused help from other associations for personal gain, was ousted and temporarily detained for investigation. Amazon was luckily only slightly injured, and her life was not in danger. Even so, she was worried about being reprimanded by Chairman Jin Hee-jin. He cheerfully said to Aizen, "Reprimand you? I'm just glad you're safe and sound." Hearing that, she joyfully replied, "I will try even harder." As for the Saintess and the Demon's Sword, Sarada and Shinji held a press conference. Both sincerely bowed their heads in apology. They both confessed to all their illegal actions that they had committed using their player skills. Sarada honestly confessed the wrongdoing she had tried to hide. "For so long, I have used the Holy Revelation skill to control and manipulate people for my personal gain. I will accept any punishment, and when this is all over, I will start over as a true player." At the US Player Association, Kevin looked at the screen and exclaimed, "Truly incredible, that guy Tae Hyun. I knew he was a talented player, but I never expected he could take down an SS plus rank magic beast all by himself. I thought only Cody could do something like that." Marcus next to him also chimed in, and yet this time, he surpassed what he showed against Gregor in the friendly match. That red magic power. It wouldn't be wrong to consider it the power of a Grand Duke. Kevin thought pensively, "It's a real shame we couldn't recruit such a talent. But there's nothing to be done. People like him aren't easily tempted by money or power. The only thing that guides them is their unwavering beliefs and ideals. All we can do is hope that those beliefs don't clash with ours." Marcus watched Kevin turn to leave and asked, "So, has the association made its decision?" He replied, as he walked away. "That's right. Aside from that, boy, it's time for us to make a move too. After all, everything we do is for the advancement of humanity." Kevin walked along the railing looking at the large creature taking shape in the cultivation tank. It had wings and a powerful body, but no face. Unknown name, unknown characteristics, unknown level. Leaving the US Player Association. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Tae Hyun was drinking a bottle of magic potion. He drained it completely without leaving a single drop. Tae Hyun held out his hand trying to use a skill, but unfortunately nothing happened. He couldn't use the gluttony skill. Unable to use the gluttony skill. Seeing this, he thought pensively, "Still not working, huh?" After dispelling the blood frenzy, my body, which was like a magic beast, has returned to a normal human state, but the sealed skills have yet to be unsealed. Right now, I can only use the Grand Duke's power, Blood Frenzy, and the new skill I acquired after activating Blood Frenzy Demon Eye. The system window displayed information for Demon Eye activate. Demon Eye mana cost 10, therefore. I sought help from the master potion maker Sang X. From Tae Hyun's perspective, a person placed a new potion bottle into a pile of empty bottles and said another failure. I was sure it would work this time. He is Sang X, leader of the alchemists. An S-rank player, his signature skill is potion creation. This skill allows him to create potions with effects that far surpass those of ordinary alchemy, from boosting stats to luring magic beasts, dispelling curses, and even curing diseases thought to be incurable. Sang X walked up to Tae Hyun and said sincerely, "I'm truly sorry I couldn't be of more help." Hearing that, he quickly replied, "It's all right. Perhaps the curse on you is stronger than we thought." Tae Hyun looked at his recovered hand, thought to himself, "But if even Sang X's power is useless, then there's only one way left. That gangster Appa guy. Is he really not going to lift this curse?" Seeing his silence, the man asked nervously, "What are you going to do now?" Tae Hyun turned to him and replied, "If even the guild master Sang X can't solve this, I suppose I'll have to go abroad." Hearing this, Sang X exclaimed, "Are you planning to go to America?" Ignoring his hesitation, he continued, "That's right. I'm going to meet the number 2 ranked player in America who is also the world's number 1 curse-breaking expert, Ricky." The person just mentioned, who was currently standing among a group of people, lying defeated on the ground. She looked up at the man standing above and spoke, "Long time no see, Chairman Jiang Long. I have informed you multiple times, but I am not here today as a member in the US Player Association, but as an investigator for the World Player Association." Upon seeing her, Jiang Long looked pleased. "Ricky." She ignored his expression and continued, "I'm here to investigate the illegal experiments near the unexplored dungeon area in China. So I hope you will cooperate with the investigation." Hearing this, Jiang Long's face darkened. "If I refuse, what do you plan to do?" Elsewhere, Tae Hyun said to himself, "Of course." Before she disappears, Ricky heard Jiang Long's words and smirked a refusal. Huh. She recalled the time Marcus was giving a presentation on the rights to conquer the uncleared dungeons. There are currently 2. One is Japan's dungeon Kantaris' Storm, which has been conquered by player Tae Hyun. The other is China's dungeon The Grey Abyss, which has wiped out countless raid teams. What we need to focus on is the unconquered dungeon. In China, many mysterious laboratories and a significant amount of magic power have been detected in the surrounding area. Clearly, some kind of experiment is being conducted under Jiang Long's direction. We cannot stand by and watch this situation unfold, and we must uncover the truth behind it. We hope for your cooperation, Ricky." She fell silent for a long moment, seriously considering this. Back in the present, Ricky gathered her power ready for a fight. As she stepped forward, she said loudly, "In that case, we'll have to settle this by force." Seeing her like this, Jianglong became slightly wary. He thought to himself, Ricky as the number 2 ranked player. I knew this would happen, but I didn't expect her magic power to be so overwhelming. She's extremely aggressive right now. With the slightest move from him, she would charge in and fight. Jianglong suddenly broke into a mysterious smile. His inner calculations showed on his face how interesting our plan seems to fit this situation perfectly. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Just kidding, just kidding. No matter what, no one would dare go against the World Player Association. I will actively cooperate with this investigation. Hearing that, Ricky quickly said, "In that case then." But Jianglong cut her off. "However, seeing it with your own eyes and judging for yourself would be more accurate, right? I invite you to the laboratory." Ricky's eyes widened at his words, a mixture of surprise and confusion from above. Jianglong looked down with a sinister expression. "How about this? Tomorrow, you can witness our experiment for yourself, and then we can discuss it further. At a hotel exclusively for players in China." Ricky was sipping a glass of wine while looking out at the magnificent city, while pondering an invitation. What is he plotting? There's no way he would cooperate this easily. I must be careful with someone as unpredictable as Jianglong, but her train of thought was broken as she spoke. How rude, Tae Hyun barging into a lady's room like this. Sitting opposite Ricky was Tae Hyun, who had entered at some unknown time. She watched him warily, her mind on high alert. Korea's rising star, the US Player Association, has also recently started paying attention to him. I figured we'd meet eventually, but I never expected it to be under these circumstances. What are you plotting? While her mind was in turmoil, Tae Hyun suddenly stared intently at Ricky and said, "You are going to die here." Hearing these words, Ricky was stunned, speechless, just like her. Tae Hyun was also secretly wary of Ricky, the number 2 player in the United States, a national-level player who had gained worldwide fame. But her most famous skill is contract nullification, a skill that can even nullify the contracts of awakened ones. Right now, besides Monster Form and Blood Frenzy, I can't use any other skills to conquer the unexplored dungeon. I need Ricky's skill, but she's famous for never negotiating with anyone outside her circle. According to my memories before regressing, Ricky will die in the Guangzhou dungeon, an event so famous the entire world talked about it. But every human cares about their own life. I have to do whatever it takes to get her attention this way. After a moment of shock, Ricky regained her composed demeanor. She set her wine glass on the table and asked, "And so what?" Her calm demeanor made him pause for a moment. Ricky looked calmly at Tae Hyun and continued to speak. "Players always face danger and can die at any moment, whether they believe you or not. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility." Seeing that she wanted to leave, Tae Hyun quickly said, "Don't you value your own life? What if I'm human?" Hearing this, Ricky stopped what she was doing and wondered, "Human? Is someone like me who can manipulate everything really human? With just a snap of my fingers, not only this place, but everyone in this building will also be wiped out. In some ways, I'm no different from a monster, so players need something, whether it's justice, a mission, a dream, or money, something to bind us." "What binds you, Tae Hyun?" Ricky walked over, placed her hand on his shoulder, and asked, "Which side are you on? A human who can control himself or a monster consumed by desire?" Tae Hyun was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered. Without looking at her, he spoke, "I don't know. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised, although not to the extent of a demonic being. But many players have lost their humanity after countless battles. You're actually quite principled." Tae Hyun looked up at Ricky with interest and continued, "But I'm also a person who lives by principles." Hearing this, she remained silent, not responding. But soon after, Ricky let out a small laugh. She said while stroking her hair, "You must have come here because you want something from me." Tae Hyun didn't hesitate to state his true purpose. "I need your canceller skill. Most of my current skills are sealed for some reason." Ricky quickly replied, "For people who have just met, isn't making a request like that a bit much? If I help you, what do I get?" Hearing this, he immediately made an offer. "Right now, your biggest concern is helping the people who might be affected in Guangzhou. I can help you with that. Isn't that enough?" Ricky raised an eyebrow, looked at Tae Hyun, and replied, "You think I need your help?" Her answer made Tae Hyun even more confident. He spoke calmly. "That remains to be seen, but there's no harm in being prepared, right?" The scene is no longer in the hotel room. Now at the entrance to Jianglong's secret research facility, 2 scientists were standing at the gate waiting for her. "Welcome, Ricky. We've been waiting for you." "But who is that other person?" She looked up at the person being mentioned and replied, "Oh, he's my bodyguard." Tae Hyun was currently in disguise to avoid being discovered. After the 2 of them were brought inside, they moved to the meeting point. While waiting, he thought to himself, in Jianglong's secret research facility, the only person invited here is Ricky. They wouldn't allow any other high-level players in, especially since I'm famous for conquering the Japanese dungeon. That's why I disguised myself as a bodyguard. While Tae Hyun was still calculating, they arrived. Someone was already waiting there. The person saw them and spoke, "How interesting. Someone known as a national level needs a bodyguard. It's strange, isn't it? That man is Jianglong, the chairman of the Chinese Player Association." Ricky replied in a friendly tone, "One can't be too careful. Surely you'll allow it?" Standing beside her, he silently sized up the man. That man is Jiang Long, the one who ordered the assassination of contestants during the Asian-friendly match and the source of future disasters. A scientist stepped forward and said, "Before entering, please make the awaken's oath." Hearing this, Tae Hyun thought to himself, "An oath?" Ricky also muttered an oath. That thing seems useless to me. He turned to look at her, thinking nervously, this woman says she's human or something. But seeing Ricky's confident demeanor, Jiang Long gestured for the man to stand down. "I think so too. Besides, there's no way an oath could stop Ricky. My apologies for the inconvenience." He walked to the door and led the way. "Well then, let me begin the tour of the laboratory. The project I call the S-Rank Awaken experiment. Below the railing were countless cultivation pods." Ricky froze when she saw this scene. She couldn't believe her eyes and thought to herself, people trapped in glass tubes? I had anticipated this, but I didn't expect it to be this cruel. Ricky quickly walked up to a cultivation pod, then looked up at Jiang Long behind her. He continued speaking. "We are trying to create S-Rank awakened beings by injecting demonic energy into human bodies. Isn't it wonderful? The power to challenge the gods themselves." She lost her composure and exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Tae Hyun quickly approached and spoke to stop Ricky. "Don't use your skills here. If you're careless, these people being experimented on will be in danger." Knowing she could do nothing, she cursed helplessly, "Damn it." Seeing her reaction, Jiang Long grinned with satisfaction. Still standing on the railing, he shouted down, "Another awakened being is about to be born. The moment an awakened is born is always a miracle. You are all very lucky to witness this." The scientist standing nearby read from a data panel, "Test subject B102. Heart rate is increasing rapidly, physical strength is increasing rapidly, magical power is increasing rapidly." Ricky lightly touched her hand to the glass of the pod and asked softly, "Is this really a successful experiment?" Suddenly, the person inside opened their eyes wide, then boom, their body exploded. Looking at the pod from the outside, nothing could be seen anymore. Hearing the noise, Jiang Long spoke, "What is this? Another failure." Hearing him say that Ricky could no longer remain calm, Tae Hyun realized this and quickly moved closer to her. He spoke in a low voice only for the two of them to hear. "Wait, calm down." But before he could stop her, she said loudly, "You've crossed the line." Tae Hyun was so tense that sweat kept trickling down. He looked at her as she prepared to fight and thought to himself, "I guess she has other skills besides Canceller, but a power that can make the entire lab shake like this." Ricky's face had darkened by now. She swung her hand towards Jiang Long, emphasizing every word. "Are you ready to pay the price, Jiang Long?" He said calmly, "Humans are inherently unequal. This is a reality everyone knows ever since the player system was applied to the world. The moment a player's rank is decided, their life is also determined by that rank, but no one wants to remain weak forever. I am simply turning that hope into a reality." He paused and asked, "Isn't that right?" Ricky didn't want to hear his reasoning anymore. She shouted, "But that ends here." Jiang Long looked at Ricky in astonishment. She had activated her synthesis energy. The powerful stream of energy headed straight for Jiang Long. He just smirked mockingly and slowly took out a scroll. Ricky and Tae Hyun were shocked. That is, it seemed they recognized it, the black hole skill. A black hole nullifies all skills in the vicinity. Not only is it a rare skill, but even using it is extremely difficult. "Where did you get it from?" Jiang Long spoke, acting tough. "Because your magic is superior to mine. Humans need to know how to use tools. This is a scroll containing the black hole skill," he said with a laugh. "I've prepared another gift for you. I hope you'll like it." The base suddenly began to shake violently. Tae Hyun was terrified. It can't be. He ran quickly to the edge of the wall, watching the shadow gradually spread, and said, "I was wondering why the research lab was located underground. It turns out the entrance to the Grey Abyss dungeon is right next to it." A deep hole appeared from within the wall. Tae Hyun thought the reason the research lab is underground must be to efficiently extract magical energy from the dungeon, and most of this magical energy probably comes from it. Jiang Long looked at them and sneered, "What a pity. I thought you would understand my ideals, Ricky. Tae Hyun, you and I still have a debt to settle." He looked at him in shock, thinking to himself, he knew my identity all along. Then Jiang Long continued, "Now you have no way out. Seal the gate." His assistant asked in surprise, "What? But the test subjects are still down there. And the researchers?" He said incredulously, "So what? The test subjects and researchers, we have enough elsewhere. If we can use this method to deal with them, it's not a big loss." With that, he left with his assistant, leaving Ricky's group behind. Tae Hyun frowned. "It seems we've fallen into a trap." She replied, "That's right. Even my skills have been nullified. How annoying. This is the first time I've faced an opponent like this." Suddenly, the other researchers screamed in terror. A sinewy foot appeared and shattered the floor with a single stomp. The creature stared at the people in front of it, seemingly assessing which one was tastier. Tae Hyun and Ricky took a defensive stance. They looked in surprise at the thing that had just appeared. That is, then they wondered, an orc? The researchers trembled and stammered, "Did they come from the gate, orcs? But if they're just normal ones, we can still handle them." The vicious orc glanced at them. Someone said in shock, "What is that?" "It's an orc infected by a parasite." It let out a roar. The parasites traveled through the air and latched onto a person. His face started to break out in hideous green pustules and his pupils turned red. Once infected by the parasite, that creature will be left with only the instinct to attack relentlessly, infecting other individuals and increasing the number of monsters manipulated by the parasite's will. Someone fleeing shouted a warning, "Be careful. If you touch the gas it releases, you'll be infected by the parasite." Ricky stared in shock at the brain. Her instincts told her to run, but for some reason, she was frozen to the spot. Tae Hyun also panicked and cursed, "Damn it." At this critical moment, a loud explosion rang out. The brain was sent flying into the wall. As the dust and smoke settled, Tae Hyun's figure stood firm, holding Ricky. Rings of blood continuously appeared around him. She looked at Tae Hyun in amazement. Beneath those glasses, one of his eyes glowed with a strange red light. Ricky asked bluntly, "How can you use your skill?" The situation was extremely critical. Most of the researchers had already been infected by the parasite, Tae Hyun told himself. "I can't let anyone else get infected. I have to prevent the parasite from spreading out of this lab by any means necessary." He calculated, "To stop the infection, I have to aim for that thing. The main body controlling all the parasites. I have to destroy it." With that thought, he charged straight towards the brain. Tae Hyun used his skill to see through the brain's skull. He rejoiced inwardly. "Found it! It's the parasite's main body on the brain's head." Tae Hyun forcefully struck its skull. Seeing his attack miss, he was shocked. It dodged. He had to fly up behind the brain, only to see it viciously, chasing the uninfected researchers. They screamed in terror, "Help me!" Tae Hyun thought, "This is bad. If the number of infected people increases here." He then gathered his strength and launched a powerful punch at the brain's body, splatting it against the wall. Tae Hyun thought to himself, this blow must have dealt some damage. The smoke cleared, and the brain's head peeked out, its eyes still as fierce as ever. Tae Hyun couldn't help but be surprised. The punch just now did nothing to that brain. Tae Hyun thought, "I can't believe I'm the target." A deafening explosion roared. Ricky covered her nose, struggling to stand. She called out in surprise, "Tae Hyun." In the hazy smoke, she could only see Tae Hyun standing motionless. Ricky couldn't help but worry. Don't tell me he's become a host. If a player that strong becomes a host, not just this lab, but the entire world will face a monster that no one can control. Beneath that stoic face, a triumphant smile suddenly appeared. Tae Hyun smiled and said, "Gotcha." He gripped the brain's skull tightly and said, "Think you can escape?" His grip made its skull bleed. Ricky was still stunned, watching Tae Hyun's insane maneuver. Tae Hyun, wearing his glasses, walked away coolly, with the giant brain fallen behind him. He smiled and asked, "Are you ready?" "It's time to catch Jiang Long." Elsewhere, Jiang Long was standing with his assistants and subordinates. One of them suddenly spoke up, "Chairman, what if they happen to survive? After all, they are two national strategic level players." The old man looked grimly at his subordinates. The one who had just asked suddenly flinched. An inexplicable fear washed over him. Jiang Long turned away and replied, "You're worrying about nothing. This lab was built with special materials to prevent test subjects from escaping. It's a combination of the most advanced technologies, durable enough to withstand the most conventional attack skills, and the thick door, made of the same material as these walls, is at the end of the elevator. When we leave and seal this place, no one can get out, whether it's Ricky or Tae Hyun. They'll have no choice but to die facing the monsters in the dungeon." Suddenly, the base shook violently. The group was terrified. What the hell was that just now? A rumbling sound echoed as each door that Jiang Long had just boasted about was pierced through by a powerful force. Tae Hyun jumped out from inside with a commanding presence. The old man said in shock, "How did they break through the barrier?" Tae Hyun smiled at his opponent. "We still have an unsettled debt, don't we, Jiang Long?" By now, his eyes were glowing red, with streaks of blood on his face. The old man gritted his teeth in anger. "Tae Hyun, you're in my way until the very end." He adjusted his coat to look a bit more handsome, thinking to himself, Jiang Long has never acted on his own. It's possible he has no abilities. With that thought, he rushed forward. Jiang Long suddenly spoke. "You think this is over?" Then he launched an attack. The two fists collided with a resounding crash. Tae Hyun was surprised, thinking, he blocked my violent blood strike with his bare hands. Jiang Long didn't give him time to recover and channeled more force into his fist. Tae Hyun was pushed back by the blow. He started to analyze. "I don't understand where that terrifying power comes from, but looking with my monster's eye, it's clear. Jiang Long, he has infused monster mana into his own body. He's half human, half monster now. I expected something, but I never thought he'd be crazy enough to experiment on his own body." Jiang Long laughed and said, "I didn't intend to get involved directly, but you pests are so annoying. Go drink some more milk, kid." With that, the old man landed a blow on Tae Hyun's forehead. He looked at the old man and said, "By now, it should be about time." Jiang Long's hands suddenly went numb. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, looking at the electrified wires binding him tightly. Jiang Long's body trembled. Why do I have no strength left? These things clinging to my body. They're draining my power. Tae Hyun suddenly looked up and said, "You're here, Ricky." Her sudden appearance surprised everyone. It turned out Ricky had stepped in to help Tae Hyun. She said, "Sorry, am I late? I can't cover that distance like you. It took time to clear out the obstacles, but it's amazing. Not only can you use skills in the black hole, but you also have the power to break through the barrier. Since you told me to use the canceller, I bet you have many other skills, right? I wonder how you'll surprise me this time." Tae Hyun laughed and replied, "You think this is something special?" Jiang Long angrily cursed. "You damn bastards," he screamed madly. "Ah, to be defeated like this again?" Seeing Jiang Long break free, Tae Hyun remarked, "Looks like you still have some fight left in you." Ricky replied, "I guess so." The two quickly limbered up, stubborn as a cockroach. The old man angrily charged forward. Ricky said, "Don't just rush in foolishly like that. So uneducated." Her light blow took off one of Jiang Long's arms. Tae Hyun also joined the fun. He said politely, "Excuse me for a moment." His hand was now transformed by mana into sharp claws. Tae Hyun slowly gave Jiang Long a slash. Blood gushed from the old man's body like a spring. Tae Hyun gave him a few more slashes in quick succession, then turned around gracefully. Ricky watched this performance in surprise. She thought, Jiang Long is one thing, but that guy isn't a normal player either. Jiang Long hadn't given up yet. He slipped past Tae Hyun, seemingly aiming for the easier target. He was seen rushing towards Ricky, landing a painful blow on her. Caught off guard, Ricky was sent flying into the wall. Tae Hyun shouted worriedly, "Ricky!" Jiang Long then landed a kick on Tae Hyun. Although he managed to block it with his hands, he was still pushed back by the blow. Tae Hyun was scared, breaking out in a sweat. He looked at Jiang Long in shock. He can regenerate his body. Jiang Long said arrogantly, "Your attacks are useless. My body regenerates constantly." Tae Hyun started to worry. Damn it. Because I had to block the hit head-on, my whole arm is trembling. Can I even counterattack? The old man stroked his beard and smiled smugly. "You managed to block that blow? I like your strength. It would be a waste to kill you. How about it? Want to serve under me? Besides, you're a contractor of the Grand Duke." He was stunned. He knows about the Grand Duke? How does this guy know about that? Jiang Long continued his rambling, national strategic level player. Those titles mean nothing before contractors of the Grand Duke like us. All humans are just meaningless insects. So, take my hand. Tae Hyun suddenly moved close to the old man's face and said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" he said arrogantly. "I never trust people who specialize in backstabbing others," Ricky said weakly. "In this situation, I guess I can only rely on you." Tae Hyun said, "I've never trusted you people from the beginning." He used Sovereign's authority, which had been unsealed. Jiang Long looked at Tae Hyun in shock. "What's happening? Why am I being overwhelmed by this presence?" He pointed his finger and asked in a low voice, "You said you want me to take your hand? Someone like you? The gluttony skill has been unsealed. You and I are not on the same level." Tae Hyun unleashed his skill. Gluttony has been released. Jiang Long couldn't believe his eyes. "I'm being devoured? Why? Why am I truly being defeated by a kid like this? I received the power of a monster and successfully evolved into a new species. But it was all useless. I need more power. More power. Even more power. Give me that power." Just when he thought it was all over, a dark figure appeared behind him. Tae Hyun warily turned his head. That pitch-black creature spewed out a glob of green liquid. Tae Hyun luckily dodged it. He observed the ground and speculated, is the ground melting? Is it strong acid? Could it be that thing? The strange creature raised its head, posing like it was in a photo shoot. In reality, it was just gathering momentum. Before anyone could recover, the monster spat out several more globs of green liquid. The bodies of those hit by the green liquid were all corroded. Some were even severed. Ricky, terrified, shielded her body and thought in horror. I thought I had seen countless monsters up until now, but that monster is on a whole different level. Just then, Tae Hyun rushed over and held Ricky tightly. He used his body to shield her. Tae Hyun said, "I had a feeling," and its appearance confirmed that feeling. The Grey Domain, Lord Master of the Unconquered Dungeon in China. That is Grey Venom. His two eyes lit up with killing intent. Tae Hyun recalled the dungeon expansion. The expansion of the unexplored dungeons in China was a world-famous event even before my regression. Venom took advantage of this expansion to infect countless people, turning them into hosts. He was also impressed by Jiang Long's audacity. "Jiang Long, wasn't the monsterization experiment enough for you, so you offered your body to Venom as well?" Tae Hyun turned to instruct Ricky. "You should fall back first. You don't have much mana left after using elimination on me, right? I'll hold him off here while you escape. Come back with reinforcements," Ricky protested, "but then you'll be all alone." He said firmly, "I'll be fine. I don't think I can fight and protect you at the same time." Ricky bit her lips, saying nothing. because she knew she would only be a burden to him. In the end, she could only pat his shoulder and compromise. Please come back. Venom said with amusement. How interesting, the Grand Duke's contractor is protecting humans. A contractor should follow the Grand Duke. Without question, how can you use that power for the lowly human race? His curiosity was piqued. I am very curious, just like how I was able to see the memories of this human body after absorbing it. So if I turn you into my host, I'll be able to see them too. Suddenly, Venom felt a powerful pressure. What is this? It turned out Tae Hyun had used gluttony while Venom was still rambling. He said, why is this bug buzzing so much? First, let's restrain that annoying speed of yours. A notification window appeared at the same time. Skill Eyes of a superior species has been activated. Your agility has been greatly increased. Ricky had already gotten some distance away. She worriedly turned her head to look back at the room where Tae Hyun was. Ricky remembered what Tae Hyun had told her earlier. Hurry and go, I'll handle things here. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. It's true that I probably can't help but him all alone. You better stay safe until I get back. Tae Hyun was currently fighting fiercely with Venom. It suddenly appeared behind him. Tae Hyun quickly amplified his power. Unique skill Gluttony has been enhanced. Feeling the change in his body, he mumbled, I can see everything now. Tae Hyun continued to use Gluttony. The evil dragon opened its mouth and lunged at Venom. It quickly appeared in front of Venom. Tae Hyun observed, when the eyes of a superior species are active, Venom's movements become slower. And by applying Gluttony to that monster with these eyes, I can track its movements quickly. I can take it down. Venom once again spat out its viscous fluid. It had an attack power similar to acid. Tae Hyun gritted his teeth. This thing again, I won't be defeated a second time like before. Tae Hyun's and Venom's techniques clashed simultaneously. The collision of the two powers created an explosion. It seemed his power was overwhelming. The green slime from it. Tae Hyun emerged from the dust and smoke thinking, one more blow. I need to attack it as fast as I can. I will finish it completely with this attack right now. Outside, cracks began to appear on the base. Resounding explosions occurred, sending rocks and debris flying. The entire building seemed to turn to dust. Amidst the desolate scene, Tae Hyun appeared covered in scratches, but his gaze did not waver. He looked at his trembling hands and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I'm almost out of mana. I couldn't block all of Venom's attacks either. Where's Venom? So it's over right. Before Tae Hyun could celebrate, Venom suddenly appeared behind him. It said, how interesting. As expected from the Grand Duke's contractor, Tae Hyun's face paled. You're still alive after that attack. It rushed forward and punched Tae Hyun, growling each word, but that was just the beginning of the fight. Tae Hyun was being squeezed to the point of suffocation by Venom. He struggled to break free. Damn it, it's even faster and stronger than before. I can't stay focused. Suddenly, Tae Hyun discovered that Venom was absorbing magical power from the air, and that magical power, that unique power, could only be felt inside a dungeon. That means this laboratory has turned into a dark dungeon. Venom gave a sinister smile. You can't destroy me here. I will turn you into my host. Despair seemed to overwhelm Tae Hyun. He trembled, thinking, my body is frozen. Is this fear? The fear of impending death. No, things like this, I'm already used to it. Tae Hyun ended his train of thought with a spectacular counterattack. Venom now had an extra mouth, so it became more talkative. It laughed maniacally. You're struggling quite a bit, aren't you, from the way you're cowering defensively like that? It seems you've run out of mana. As expected, humans can only persevere this much, just this much. You will never be able to keep up with my regeneration ability. Tae Hyun struggled to sit up. He said, I thought I was about to die. I didn't think it would turn out like this. Venom was a little surprised. What is this? Tae Hyun continued, even I didn't know about this feature. It was still stunned. Just a moment ago when it bit me, my magical power is being transferred to it through the earring. How? Tae Hyun slowly opened his eyes. Got it. Your magical power notifications appeared one after another. A huge amount of mana has been absorbed. Speed increased by 1. Stamina increased by 1. Strength increased by 1. Venom looked at Tae Hyun and said, pulling these petty tricks again. It doesn't matter how you try to seize my power. As long as this dungeon exists, my magical power is endless. Tae Hyun laughed when he heard that. Is that so? Well then, let's see if it's still endless in this world. Behind him appeared a giant blood-red monster with a mouth full of sharp fangs. Venom's host stood frozen, staring at the massive monster. It rushed towards Venom's location like a gust of wind. Tae Hyun and the monster disappeared. Venom was standing in a strange place. It asked in confusion, where is this in the distance? Was a throne made of human bones. The person sitting on it saw Venom and spoke with annoyance. To think you'd let a bug in here at this stage? This is crazy. It looked up at the person on the throne and quickly said, you're not the one I was fighting. This unusual aura, who are you? The other person, seeing its attitude, growled. I never gave you permission to ask questions, you bug of Beelzebub, Oppa Gangster said. He said this while looking down at Venom with eyes full of killing intent. Venom, however, showed no caution and replied defiantly, how dare you? I casually call my master's name with that lowly tone. So, you're also a Grand Duke. The man lost his patience and said loudly, how long are you going to keep running that stinking mouth of yours? Get out of my sight. As Oppa Gangster was speaking, many blood chains suddenly appeared from below Venom, wrapping tightly around its legs. Venom was restrained but still spoke arrogantly. It seems your contractor has made a misjudgment. I am the gray parasite. No place can escape my invasion, not even the domain of a Grand Duke. Smoke gradually rose from its feet. After a moment, it billowed like a magical mist. A mysterious power is resisting me. The wave of power emanating from Oppa Gangster made Venom recoil. It was speechless, thinking to itself, impossible. Venom couldn't believe this was real. This is absurd. This is impossible. The power I received from Lord Beelzebub. Before Venom could resist further, it was defeated at the hands of Oppa Gangster. No longer having to listen to its nagging, he was satisfied. It's finally quiet again, isn't it? Outside Jiang Long's secret laboratory, someone had been lying in wait for a long time. That person stared tensely at the ruined building ahead and spoke with some impatience. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He is Montero, the 5th-ranked national-level combatant from the United States, he observed while thinking to himself. My mission is to protect Ricky. An investigator from the World Players Association and also the most important talent of the American Players Association. Protect Ricky. Even though Ricky firmly refused, he recalled when he made the offer. She just smiled lightly and replied, You intend to protect me. No need. I already have my own bodyguard. Remembering her words made him even more restless. But now, several hours have passed since she entered the research area without a single piece of news. Moreover, what is this magical fluctuation? I must act now. Just as Monty stood up, there was a commotion ahead. Bricks from the wall suddenly flew everywhere it was. Ricky, she kicked the wall to escape outside, seeing the person he was looking for. He rushed to her and urgently asked, Ricky, are you okay? She then looked closely at the person who had just run up and said hesitantly, Monty Roman. He did not answer her but went to support her and ask about the situation. Someone like you is also this badly injured. What on earth happened inside? Ricky told Monty the truth. They are conducting illegal experiments to turn humans into monsters. I could not save anyone there, she said while turning her head to look back at the chaotic scene inside. Monteo also looked inside, but then he quickly turned back to see her expression. Monteo saw she was still tired and spoke up first. Let's go back, we will report everything later. Hearing that, Ricky quickly replied, No, there is still someone who needs saving. He was surprised to see her like this and asked again, Who are you talking about? Ricky was a bit tense and hesitant when she mentioned the name South Korea's Tae Hyun. Montel was also surprised to hear that and asked again, Tae Hyun, huh? Suddenly, the leaves of the nearby trees rustled, but the sound echoed throughout the area. Ricky turned her head to look back, this feeling as a blinding flash of light. Out of nowhere, a portal suddenly appeared, gradually taking shape, and it was slowly opening. Countless monsters with horrifying forms were racing out of it. Witnessing this scene, both Ricky and Montel were absolutely certain dungeon break. He stepped forward a few steps, blocking her, and said loudly, Ricky, get behind me, and the air guns of various sizes appeared all at once. The gun barrels aimed straight at the horde of monsters. This skill is S-Rank Genocide Bullet, countless firearms created from mana. Montel urgently shouted, Ricky, I do not know why you were with that Tae Hyun guy, but a dungeon break has occurred. So the probability of him being alive inside is very low. The monsters that were hit rolled over and died, but their numbers barely decreased. Other monsters swarmed from the portal, perhaps even more than before. He saw the situation was not good, and said nervously, Damn. At this rate, there is no end to it. If I had known, I would have requested reinforcements earlier. Ricky, though, exhausted, still managed to say, For now, I will join the fight. The monsters had swarmed and surrounded her, but at this moment she could only think of one person. Was Tae Hyun really defeated by that guy while she was lost in thought? A monster had approached and closed in on her. Seeing this, Monteo urgently yelled. Ricky the monster was about to grab her with its 2 hands when she finally noticed. Ricky staggered backward while the monster relentlessly advanced. She retreated right to where Monty was standing. Both of them were now surrounded by monsters. He exclaimed in surprise, What is this? Then a person from somewhere suddenly rushed in, and with a powerful sword strike sliced the monster in 2. Seeing this person, Ricky could not help but feel overjoyed and called out loudly, Tae Hyun. He landed gently. Walking towards them, he said, Venom is dead now. All that is left is to clean up these small fries after the dungeon break of the unconquered dungeon. The Kentakana storm followed by the dungeon break of the Grey Abyss. These 2 events almost became disasters that spread throughout Asia, and coincidentally both were stopped by a single player. South Korea's Tae Hyun. Now not only the Asian and American player associations, but the whole world is watching Tae Hyun's achievements. Meanwhile, at the World Player Association, due to the increase in cases of awakeners defeating SS-Rank Monsters, including Tae Hyun, they began to discuss implementing a new system, a realm that could no longer be limited to S-Rank. SS-Rank player. In a desolate land, the evening sun cast a red hue across the sky. A person walked deep inside. Without making a sound, the night demon looked in one direction and spoke impressive. You have gotten even stronger, huh? He looked up at a person sitting on the back of a giant monster that had just been defeated. The person's face was still stained with a bit of blood. Hearing that, they also spoke up. One of the Grand Dukes. I have successfully made a pact with the Beast King Organ. The night demon standing below was not the least bit surprised. As expected, this power is well suited for a ruler. That person walked over, placed a hand on the night demon's shoulder, and said, "Long time no see, night demon. The fact that you have come to me means there is a problem outside of Abyss, right?" The night demon turned to look at him and replied, "Yes, during your absence, many things have happened." Hearing the other person say that, but the person's face showed no emotion. He is Ji-hong. His face was cold a moment ago, but now he started to laugh. But it did not look joyful at all. He replied, "How exciting, several weeks have passed. Since China's unconquered dungeon, the Grey Abyss, was cleared. New South Korea, an isolated island off the coast, while the world was spinning with drama. Ricky was lying down enjoying the summer sun. She stretched comfortably after many exhausting days. This is nice. How long has it been since I had free time like this?" Tae Hyun crossed his arms and stated clearly, "I was the one who invited you here, but this is not a vacation." Ricky, with a nonchalant face, chugged her glass of water. "Whatever. I have been swamped with work for a long time. I have to enjoy it while I can." He looked at Ricky pensively. This girl before him has a special status. As an investigator for the World Player Association, she had stepped forward to testify about the illegal monster modification experiments that took place there. But the mastermind, Jiang Long, is still missing. Moreover, most of the evidence was destroyed by the final dungeon riot, making it difficult for Ricky to prove her words. Tae Hyun felt even more tormented. In addition, the people who were experimented on could not be saved. She must be feeling disheartened. However, he reassured himself, but compared to the previous life, the situation is much better. Tae Hyun recalled the painful memories at first. Ricky was caught up in Jiang Long's plan and went missing. At the same time, the initial suppression of venom also failed. Then an unknown plague broke out. Plunging the entire world into suffering, he held the glass of water in his hand, surprised by the current outcome. He had originally sought out Ricky to remove the skill seal, but this result is also considered unexpected. Tae Hyun smiled and agreed, "All right then, just until the end of today." Just then, a young woman spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Look, I knew it. You suddenly said you were going with Ricky. I thought it was something big." "Gotcha." Aizen, pointing her finger like she caught him red-handed, she exclaimed, "I cannot believe it. This is totally a date." Seeing her pouting, Ricky smiled brightly and asked, "Are you mad?" Amazon Tae Hyun quickly explained, "I told you, it is not like that." He tilted his head skeptically. "But I did not even call for you, Amazon. So why did you follow me here?" She casually replied, then a second later realized she had to justify herself. "Of course it is to supervise you, since the facility you are renting is under our management. What else?" After hearing that, Tae Hyun was baffled and retorted, "I already paid more than enough for the rent," but Amazon did not hesitate to argue back. "Just because you have money does not mean you can do whatever you want. Who knows what kind of mischief you will get up to there watching." The two of them act like a young couple. Ricky said sarcastically with a suggestive tone, "You are quite the ladies' man, aren't you? Perhaps I should not take up too much of your time." She brushed her hair back seriously and got straight to the point. "Let's move on to the main business." Scene changed to the training area. Amazon explained the situation according to the alchemist's assessment. This is a barrier that can withstand the power of an SS-Rank monster. She added one more important thing. It is also located quite far from residential areas. It is the perfect place to do something big. You could even say it has rarely been used before. Amazon curiously turned and asked, "So what is the reason you rented this place?" Tae Hyun thought deeply. "The skill seal has been removed. But that is still not enough. I do not know when or where that guy who looks like me will appear again, get in my way, and try to take over this body." Then he resolved with a burning will. "I do not want to take that risk ever again. Before the big battle ahead, I must subdue him right here at this moment." Tae Hyun spoke up, predicting the worst-case scenario. "I might lose control." After hearing that, Azon was bewildered and speculated, "What lose control? You mean a skill explosion?" Tae Hyun's face was grim as he explained with a sense of helplessness which made Ricky a bit stunned. "It is similar, but it is more than that. I might lose my sanity." Then he seriously asked a favor, "Since you have followed me here, I also have something to ask of you." Amazon Tae Hyun said in a serious and earnest tone, "If there are any unusual signs, please, you two, stop me together." Seeing his resolve, Azon sighed quietly. "I really can't guess what Tae Hyun is thinking anymore." She turned to her friend Ricky, asking, "Do you know anything?" She shrugged. "Who knows?" A moment later, Ricky thoughtfully twirled her hair. "Back then, using the canceller in the lab, I saw Tae Hyun's skills." She recalled his extraordinary abilities, especially that unique power. Could it be the power of the Grand Duke? After a moment of thought, a glimmer of hope appeared, and Ricky smiled confidently. "Maybe I can get some useful information." Meanwhile, Tae Hyun stood perfectly still and silent. He held the phone ready to act. "All right, let's try this." He looked at his reflection on the screen. Tae Hyun ruffled his hair and thought to himself, "Come to think of it, this is the first time I've tried this method." He immediately commanded total hypnosis. In an instant, Tae Hyun's body froze. The phone dropped from his hand. He had entered a virtual space. Startled, he looked around. Looking at the lake surrounding him, Tae Hyun realized the truth. This must be the answer. Right before him was a towering throne with someone sitting in the middle of it. It was Oppa Gangster, Tae Hyun's doppelganger, who was smirking. "Looks like you finally started using your head." He continued in an amused tone, "I didn't expect you to show up here in person." Tae Hyun shot back with a sarcastic remark. I figured I should meet the guy squatting in my body at least once. Tae Hyun stared intently at him and asked, "You're identical to me, a perfect copy. What exactly are you?" Oppa Gangster rested his chin on his hand, replying nonchalantly, "Am I obligated to tell you?" Hearing this, Tae Hyun coldly accepted it. "Fine. I figured you wouldn't cooperate anyway." Without hesitation, Tae Hyun issued a warning, "But I have no intention of letting a ticking time bomb fester inside me." He cracked his knuckles and growled threateningly, "Get out of this body now." He gave a savage grin and challenged, "And what if I refuse?" Seeing that negotiation was pointless, Tae Hyun raised his hand to attack. "I'll use force to crush you and get you out." Oppa Gangster contemptuously gripped the throne, his veins bulging. "You use force." A moment later, he struck the same pose, not to be underestimated. "Don't delude yourself." Just then, Oppa Gangster unleashed a blazing red magic attack at the same time. Tae Hyun used his red blood magic. They both shouted their attack names at once. Two fire dragons, one from each of them, were unleashed. They clashed in mid-air, creating a blazing explosion worthy of a Marvel movie poster. Gluttony. At the same time, back in reality, Azon and Ricky were shocked by a powerful tremor. She panicked and yelled, "What the heck is that? Why the sudden shaking and earthquake?" Realizing what was happening, Ricky answered grimly, "No." She looked toward his body and explained, "It looks like it started at that moment where Tae Hyun stood. The ground suddenly fractured before he could even process it. The ground cracked into a huge shattered circle." Tensely, Ricky prepared his spell and warned, "Azon, get ready, this won't be easy." Inside Tae Hyun's subconscious, everything was shaking violently. The Crimson Lake's surface churned and crashed against itself. He and Oppa Gangster were trading fierce blows. They both spun simultaneously, slamming their attacks into the ground, causing two beasts to smash their heads together. Tae Hyun trembled as a thought struck him, a potential weakness. "Just as I suspected, this guy can use gluttony too. If two sources of gluttony are pitted against each other, there can be no winner." He decided to risk his next idea. In that case, just then, he interrupted Tae Hyun's thoughts. "I know what you're thinking. The monarch's power alone won't be enough. You intend to use your own skills to achieve victory, don't you?" Realizing Oppa Gangster had read his mind, they both took a step back. A moment later, he raised a hand, smirking disdainfully, "But even those aren't really yours." Tae Hyun was stunned, unable to believe it. What? Seeing his reaction, Oppa Gangster paused for a moment before letting out a wicked smile. Then he called out a skill, Monarch's Authority, summoning a giant sword directly above Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun sensed the aura and glanced upward, but before he could see it clearly, Oppa Gangster ruthlessly slammed it down. Amidst the dusty haze, a drop of blood flew through the air in slow motion. Tae Hyun clutched his side, dodging the attack. He grew worried. This isn't going as planned. He covered his mouth. Clutching the wound on his chest, he gritted his teeth in shock. "I didn't think he could use that as well." Oppa Gangster smirked smugly from across. "Isn't it obvious?" Before the surprise could wear off, he unleashed a combo. He landed a punch squarely on Tae Hyun's right arm. As he staggered back, Oppa Gangster continued his taunts. "Even your other weapons are in the end just things you gain through the king's power." He raised a fist, his lips curling into a taunting sneer. "You think I can't use them too?" Tae Hyun struggled to stand, shaking his head in dismay. "You're so damn arrogant." He had to reluctantly admit it to himself. It was a bitter truth, but he was undeniably strong. "He's defeated countless enemies that I couldn't even touch, and now I'm face to face with him." In a panic, Tae Hyun scratched his head in frustration. "I prepared so many trump cards to defeat him, but they're all useless now. What do I do now?" Seeing him standing still, his double frowned mockingly. "I can almost hear you thinking, racking your brain, this resistance is pointless." Oppa Gangster summoned chains of fire out of thin air. He then coldly declared, "Just give up." Without waiting for a response, he ordered the chains to surge forward like a runaway truck. A massive explosion erupted, sending water splashing everywhere like a downpour. Oppa Gangster squinted, raising an eyebrow through the smoke. Tae Hyun stood defiantly like a statue. "Give up. I knew this wouldn't be easy the moment I stepped in." His power suddenly surged, and Tae Hyun punched through the chains with an all-or-nothing look. "As long as I'm still standing, I'll throw everything I have at you." Witnessing this, his double couldn't help but crack a small smile outside. Azon's eyes went wide. Is this Tae Hyun's berserk state? The amount of magical energy is incredible. Standing next to her, Ricky nodded like a connoisseur. "It's more than incredible. That level of magic rivals my own, and I'm the greatest mage." Witnessing that abundant magical power, she made a serious assessment. "No, it might even surpass mine." Realizing how serious this was, Ricky turned to urge Azon, "We should move now. Letting this drag on will only make things more complicated." She then carefully instructed, "While I'm using my skill." But before she could finish, something made them both jump. Tae Hyun, as if possessed, shot towards them like a rocket. Azon activated a magic barrier to block his attack. Looking at him, she wondered, did he wake up? A moment later, she unleashed her power with a mighty yell. A confused Azon pressed Ricky. "What should I do?" Ricky replied anxiously. "I need some time. Keep Tae Hyun busy while I cast my spell." Understanding, Azon powered up and replied confidently, "Leave it to me." She charged forward like a war goddess. "Besides, I've always wanted to spar with Tae Hyun once." He moved as if possessed, flicking his hand lightly. A stream of bright green energy shot from his fingertips. As they clashed, a brilliant flash of light erupted like fireworks. Azon struggled to hold her ground against his blow. She trembled but spoke with resolve. Remember the Grand Phoenix fight. Back then, our roles were reversed. Azon declared clearly, so this time it's my turn. She jumped and swung her staff powerfully. I'm going to have to knock you back to your senses. She swung it down without a moment's hesitation. However, Tae Hyun dodged it like a professional dancer and shot back up. He maneuvered his leg around the staff and threw a kick at her face. Azon quickly swung her staff to parry the blow. She clenched her jaw and recoiled. At the same time, Ricky provided support from behind, creating a small sphere in her palm. Ricky raised it high, my trump card. I really didn't want to have to use it, but there's no other way. In the next instant, the small orb grew into a giant sphere. Inside, it was a wondrous, sparkling light. Ricky silently makes the orb larger and larger. Meanwhile, Amazon struggles to fight back, thinking to herself as she confidently charges forward. But my arm is starting to go numb. Watching him launch his attack, she wonders in astonishment. He can even dodge attacks while unconscious. Tae Hyun, what in the world are you? In this critical moment, Ricky gives a signal. Amazon, run! A large tree trunk emerges from the giant orb. Startled, Amazon leaps over it. She turns her head, confused, and asks Ricky, what's next? Leaning against a branch, Ricky introduces her mystical power. My skill is a teleportation gate. I've summoned a demonized beast from the deepest level of Ibis. Then she continues to explain its mechanism, using Tae Hyun as a test subject. It reacts to powerful sources of mana, and once it latches on, it will drain all the mana until nothing is left. When the mana is depleted, the skill will automatically be cancelled. Hearing this, Amazon is completely stunned, using human strength to open a gate to Ibis, and even summoning a demon beast from there to fight. Looking at the American player before her, she silently admires. This is truly the power of one of America's strongest players. At this moment, Tae Hyun is still struggling with all his might, but a second later, he's exhausted and gives up. Seeing it's over, she sighs in relief. It looks like it's finally finished. Amazon quickly runs over. Hey Tae Hyun, she hurriedly calls out, are you awake? Ricky silently observes from behind. Even as the demonized beast drains his mana, Tae Hyun's mana keeps increasing. If I wait any longer, things will become dangerous. Just as she was muttering and planning her next move, a flash of light severed the tree trunk. I knew this wasn't going to be an easy mission. I'll make sure to repay this debt. At the same time, a perfect slash cuts through Amazon, causing her to freeze. Horrified, Ricky freezes, looking at the terrifying scene in front of her. She calls out in shock, Amazon. Deeply shocked, she summons another orb. Impossible. How can he still be moving? Tae Hyun raises his hand and scoffs, a demonized beast? A decent idea for a human, but still, a single entity cannot absorb an amount of mana that exceeds its own capacity. Sensing a bad omen, Ricky presses, Tae Hyun, no. The Appa gangster looks up with a smug smile. I am not him. Do you think I'm that weak? Grasping the situation, Ricky asks angrily, where is Tae Hyun? Emboldened, he gives a sly smile. He lost to me. Now this body is completely mine. Looking at the person before her, she speculates. This feeling is like an SS-class demon beast. A moment later, Ricky scoffs. Is that so? But I have no damn clue what you're talking about. She quickly makes a decision. I'll make the first move. Ricky unleashes an attack, asking in a low voice, either way, you're the enemy, aren't you? Bolts of lightning immediately rush towards the Appa gangster. However, the attacks are nothing to him and are easily swatted to the ground. Then, he stomps on the lightning bolts. Seeing this, Ricky is stunned, unable to believe her eyes. No way, he blocked my energy burst with his bare hands. It's nothing. Taking this opportunity, the Appa gangster excitedly warms up. He doesn't wait for her to regain her composure. He begins to show off. I should warm up a little, shouldn't I? Helpless, Ricky can only grit her teeth and retreat. Meanwhile, inside Tae Hyun's subconscious, his soul lies limp under the surface of the water. The entire space is deathly silent. Just then, Tae Hyun's finger twitches slightly. Steam begins to rise from the water's surface like a hot spring. Tae Hyun lies struggling on the floor, realizing a harsh truth. I thought I had closed the gap significantly, but the difference is still this massive? What the hell is he? He recalls the past and concludes, this isn't the king. The king I met wasn't this insane. It's something the king planted inside me. In his confusion, Tae Hyun struggles to sit up, his expression suddenly becoming determined. I don't know why he did it, but this is no time for idle thoughts. I have to stop him. However, as his body gradually fades, a big question forms in his mind. But how can I do it? Tae Hyun looks up and grits his teeth. Ultimately, this is the only way. At the same time, back in reality, the Appa gangster is choking Ricky like a toy. He lifts her up and sighs in boredom. Is this all you've got? How disappointing. It's not even enough for a warm-up. Refusing to give in, Ricky smiles mockingly. You're the first one to underestimate me this badly. Even so, I'm ranked at the national strategic level. Hearing this, the Appa gangster's face fills with contempt. That trashy standard, set by humans, is hardly worth mentioning. Anything else? He continues with an insinuating tone. If you've reached the strategic level, national level, I mean. Suddenly, Amazon calls out Tae Hyun's name, stunning him so much that he freezes. Trembling, she places her hand on his arm, and with her last shred of hope, she says firmly, "Let go. You're not this kind of person." Amazon calls out firmly, "Snap out of it." He falls silent for a moment. Then, the Appa gangster mercilessly throws Ricky down. Then, he uses his speed to move behind Amazon. Without hesitation, the Appa gangster knocks her aside. He looks down on her contemptuously. "An insect like you." His eyes blazing with killing intent, the Appa gangster snaps his fingers and growls, "Dares to touch my body." He gloats as she collapses. "Just wait your turn obediently, because you'll be dead soon enough." Suddenly, from the side, Ricky speaks, drawing his attention. "It seems I can't bring Tae Hyun back." Then, Ricky raises her hand in a challenge, and gathers her remaining mana. "You asked me earlier if I had anything else to show you, right?" She continues, her tone mysterious. Even though the demonized tree is gone, the mana it absorbed still lingers in the air. The Appa gangster looks at the mana orb, at the XXL size orb, and his eyelid twitches. "You concentrated all that mana into a single point." At this moment, Ricky endures, worried. If this monster is unleashed, the consequences will be worse than a dungeon break. I can't let that happen. In a final act of desperation, she whispers, "I'm sorry, Tae Hyun, I'll be your final companion." Then, brimming with power, Ricky thrusts her hand towards his face. "Take a good look. This is the full extent of my power." The next second, the enormous orb descends upon the Appa gangster. He stands motionless, watching the orb as if he has figured something out. He smirks. Then, a giant dragon flies out and catches the orb in its mouth. Seeing this, Ricky is frozen in shock. She stammers in amazement. "What? How can that be?" The Appa gangster laughs wearily. "I've seen enough. Are you finished with your little show?" Hopeless and out of options, Ricky collapses to her knees. "That's just cheating. It's impossible to stop." The smug man slowly walks over with a look of generosity. "Consider it a reward for entertaining me. As a special treat, I'll absorb you with my gluttony skill." Without hesitation, the Appa gangster drains all of her mana with a satisfied expression. Just then, something causes him to pause. In his mind, a faint image of Tae Hyun appears. Seeing that he has stopped, Ricky's eyes widen in astonishment. Confused, she raises an eyebrow and slowly lifts her head. He flies into a rage, gritting his teeth and spitting out the name, Tae Hyun. In his subconscious, Tae Hyun angrily curses this lunatic upon seeing the familiar figure. The Appa gangster closes his eyes and smiles a welcome. "So you're here." In disbelief, he enters the subconscious and demands, "What the hell are you thinking?" Looking at the spectacular scene before him, the Appa gangster asks in astonishment, "You dare use gluttony on yourself?" Seeing this, Tae Hyun confidently confirms his suspicion. "It seems my guess was right. Your goal is for me to reach something. You're not trying to kill me to steal this body." He continues with a warning, "If I die right now, I'm afraid you'd be in big trouble too." Hearing this, he retorts contemptuously, a laughable threat. "Do you think I care about my so-called vessel?" Tae Hyun taunts, "Then why would someone like that be in such a hurry to come back?" The Appa gangster raises an eyebrow and threatens, "Don't get cocky. Regression can't happen a second time." Tae Hyun looks at his palm and says with determination, "Yes, I know. After all, I've died once already. This is the second life I was given as a reward." Finally, Tae Hyun states firmly, "If I still can't achieve anything here, then I would rather die." At this moment, his eyes are burning with determination. After a moment of thought, he admits, "It seems I underestimated you." Suddenly, the soul fragment automatically returns to its place. The Appa gangster reluctantly concedes, "Fine, you win this time." Then he issues a cryptic warning. "But remember this, well, the only reason you're alive is to serve my purpose." The Appa gangster gradually vanishes, repeating his chilling words, "Struggle, struggle until you reach the king. And if I find that you are unable to do so, then in the end." He summons the monster and utters a threat, "I will not hesitate to devour you." Not to be outdone, Tae Hyun retorts forcefully, "Even if that time comes, I won't go down without a fight." Afterwards, the player's information appears on the screen. Kim Tae Hyun, age 19, rank A, strength 219, stamina 220, speed 200, 18 mana, 327 willpower, 150 fatigue level, 99% remaining mana, 10 out of 327 skill. Gluttony A can devour a desired target mana. 50 Shadow Stealth A enhances the body and conceals oneself. Mana 10 Monarch's World A creates a special area enhanced by mana 30. Monarch's Aura A releases an aura enhanced by mana 20. Constricting Chains A designates a target to bind, contract, and cancel skills mana. 20 Queen's People A. Summons the succubus queen Rosalia mana, 300 absolute hypnosis. Designate target and hypnosis magic power, 100 with blood rage. A. Activate maximum magic state, 200 beast IA. Activate unique eyes magic power, 10. Returning to reality, he stared at his palm and wondered, have I surpassed heir rank and reached heir rank now? Just then, Ricky spoke with concern. Tae Hyun, you seem to be awake now. Tae Hyun was shocked to see her lying on the ground. Ricky. He gently helped her up, then blamed himself guiltily. Did I do this to you? Ricky could only force a helpless smile and reply yes. A second later, he anxiously turned to look at Aeon lying motionless on the floor. Seeing this, she immediately reassured him, don't worry, her life doesn't seem to be in danger. Lying snugly in Tae Hyun's arms, Ricky made an admiring remark. You truly are a frightening person to be able to hide your true self all this time. Then she continued sincerely, making Tae Hyun's eyes widen in surprise. But anyway, thank you, Ricky shrugged understandingly. In the end, you were the one who stopped this right. Consider it a favor I owe you. I'll keep this a secret. She made an offer in exchange. In return, next time I'm in danger, you have to help me because I feel like I can trust you with my life. After hearing that, Tae Hyun frowned a little, then he accepted the request. Okay, I promise. After the fierce battle ended, they were given a thorough rest, a blessing in disguise. Neither of them was injured seriously enough to affect their future actions, but they still had to stay in the hospital for a while. At this moment, Tae Hyun was feeding fruit to Aeon. She opened her mouth and grumbled, hurry up and give it to me. As he fed her, he thought to himself, I feel bad about this time, so I have to take care of her. Aeon, bright as a flower, happily exclaimed, it's delicious. I wonder when I'll get another chance to eat fruit peeled by Tae Hyun himself. Sometimes getting hurt like this is quite nice, isn't it? He forced a smile and looked away. Once is more than enough for this. Don't make me feel guilty anymore. A second later, she confided with a bit of sadness. It would have been nice if Ricky had stayed a little longer. I didn't expect her to leave so suddenly. Tae Hyun, diligently peeling an apple, hesitated and replied, she's very busy anyway. Hearing that, Aeon agreed dazedly and suddenly remembered. That's right. The SS rank license ceremony is coming up, isn't it? She asked curiously. Is Ricky on the list too? He continued. Yes. Seeing that Aeon shared some information, I heard that this time, the World Player Association is preparing a grand event. The next second, she suddenly sat up and sternly reminded him, that's an international stage. Hey Tae Hyun, don't cause any trouble when you get there. He held a bun in his hand and casually replied, who knows? Tae Hyun took a bite and gave a wry smile. That's not entirely up to me. As dawn broke, the wind fluttered, making the national flags of various countries flutter. Inside the building ahead, the announcer enthusiastically spoke. Esteemed members of the World Player Association, Vincent stood at the center of the stage and spoke about the past. We were once pushed to the brink of extinction by the appearance of the Abyss. Then he spoke proudly of the achievements such as through cross-national cooperation and the outstanding contributions of the players. We have gradually conquered the monsters, gates, and dungeons. Right now, the president of the World Player Association, Vincent Trang, joyfully announces a new era, and now we have achieved peace, heading towards an unprecedented era of prosperity. Because of that, Vincent has noticed a great change, thanks to which more powerful skills and more experienced players have emerged one after another. Our association has reviewed the achievements that players have made in some recent events and concluded that the old ranking system is no longer suitable. He enthusiastically announced the important decision. It is time to enter a new era with the SS rank. Then Vincent solemnly introduced the players. Today here, I would like to introduce the first 10 heroes to receive the SS rank player license. Vincent invited everyone to applaud. Please welcome them with a round of applause. Then he announced the list of superstars. Cody Monteith, Ricky Harris, Dylan Gray, Aiden, Simon, Sergei Karamazov, Thomas Provine, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Bezu. He paused for a moment, and finally, Vincent cautiously introduced a special person, Tae Hyun from South Korea. The people below applauded emotionally without stopping. Vincent continued to explain the key privileges. These players will carry a license recognized by the World Player Association to operate freely across borders, to contribute to maintaining peace for humanity. Standing in the middle of the stage, Tae Hyun thought to himself emotionally, I finally made it this far. He recalled his unbelievable journey once hearing curses shouted because of that monstrous awakening. It all started with the first steps from S rank to a new level, a national power level. Tae Hyun didn't expect his own achievement. I have surpassed the limits that players reached in the previous life, reaching the peak of SS rank. At this moment, the presenter gave him a sharp knife. He thought back to himself in his past life, if it were the me of the past. I certainly couldn't have imagined this achievement. Tae Hyun accepted the gift and reminded himself with a burning determination. But I have no intention of stopping here. This license is just one step on the path. What I really want is... He longed to uncover the mystery of the Grand Duke Doppelganger and the king who made him turn back time. The secrets hidden behind this world. Tae Hyun affirmed his future goal. To uncover it all, I must keep moving forward. After the awards ceremony ended, everyone gathered at the party. Jin Yum playfully punched him on the back and praised him joyfully. Congratulations, congratulations. My goodness. After all these years, South Korea finally has a great day like this. Tae Hyun awkwardly cried out, that hurts. Seeing this, association president Jin Yoon laughed and teased him. An SS ranker crying out in pain from this old man's punch, Tae-guk stepped forward and gently explained, player Tae Hyun, you should understand this. The association president has been waiting for the day an outstanding player like you would appear more than anyone else. Then Tae-guk affirmed his importance. A strong player is the proof of the National Player Association's growth. With your presence, we will be able to do even greater things. Jin Yoon put his arm around his shoulder, acknowledging Tae-hyun's contribution. Many people are being empowered thanks to you ever since the friendly tournament between Asian players. You've helped a lot. After hearing that, he humbly replied, I only did what I was supposed to do. Just then, Ricky approached. She commented admiringly, South Korea is really harmonious. It's nice to see. She waved her hand cheerfully and asked, Tae Hyun, have you been well? Seeing her, he called out her name. Ricky. Tae Hyun quickly ran over and asked, is your body okay? Seeing this, Ricky complained, not at all, my whole body still aches, I told you so, why weren't you a little gentler? Then came a series of reproaches from her, with the delicate body of a lady like me. After hearing that, Tae Hyun said sarcastically, you're saying that on purpose, to cause a misunderstanding, right? She asked blankly. What? Jin Yoon and Tae-guk standing behind looked confused. It seems Aeon is paying attention to the relationship between you two. You two aren't over yet, are you? Who knows? Without further ado, Ricky got to the main point. I came here today not just to talk, but also because there's someone who wants to meet and greet you. Just then, a surprised man walked up. Cody spoke with a meaningful tone, causing everyone to focus their attention on him. You've guessed who it is, haven't you? He held out his hand and agreed. It's true. I also wanted to meet and thank that person once. Cody greeted politely. It's a pleasure to meet you, player Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun walked closer to him. He thought to himself, with admiration, so if I reach SS rank, I'll officially be on par with this man. He recalled the man's former status. If I had to choose one person to represent all the players in the previous life, then surely everyone would mention his name, Tae Hyun. Remember the role of the man before him, the man who always stood on the front lines against the abyss. He assessed his opponent. The strongest player, Cody as Tae Hyun, could feel his opponent's power just by facing him. Feeling a heavy pressure, he held out his hand and replied solemnly, not at all, I'm the one who should be thanking you. The two of them shook hands. Tae Hyun expressed his respect. It's an honor to meet you. After hearing that, Cody promised, seriously, I'm sure we'll have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. I look forward to working with you. Seeing this, Tae Hyun raised an eyebrow. Cooperation in the future. Just then, a man pushed open the door and shouted, everyone. Vincent continued to draw everyone's attention. Please pay attention for a moment, he continued with some urgent information, although it's a bit sudden. But we have a new announcement to share. Jin Yoon and Tae-guk asked in confusion. An announcement. Vincent announced the important decision. The World Player Association, after receiving a proposal from Mr. Kevin, the president of the United States Player Association, has decided that from the moment this SS class license is granted, he will reveal his grand plan with explosive momentum. We will form a massive raid team to conquer all the unexplored dungeons on Earth. Vincent affirmed the new strategy with a bold move. This will be a campaign of unprecedented scale. The SS class players of the United States have agreed to participate. Hearing this, everyone around started buzzing. Just how large is the scale? Another person commented on the appearance of the players. If all the SS class players from the United States are participating, then another person deduced further, putting all the high-ranking players on alert. That also means some of the world's SS class players will be there the very next second. Vincent called for cooperation. I hope that other guilds and SS class players will also consider it. The time has come for the world to unite to create everlasting peace. He was silent, his brow furrowed in skeptical thought. On the surface, it's about cooperation. But is it really that simple? This timing is too perfect. Jin Hyun was suspicious of their motives. In reality, half of the world's SS class players belong to the United States. They could use that power to manipulate the World Player Association's entire plan and declare who the true dominant nation is. As for the rewards from the unexplored dungeons, that's just a side benefit. He looked uneasily at his back, realizing South Korea's weak position. Even though he knew it, aside from player Tae Hyun, South Korea's strength was still weak. He had to accept the current reality. There was nothing to do but get swept up in the world's current. At that moment, the British Player Association enthusiastically announced the British Player Association, along with player Daniel Harrington, would like to join the raid team. Seeing this, a French representative joyfully volunteered, please let the French Player Association join. Russia was not to be left out either. Russia will also participate. Seeing everyone agree, Vincent clapped his hands in celebration. Excellent. In addition, just as he turned, he saw a hand raised. Everyone was stunned by the unexpected move from player Tae Hyun. Vincent formally invited, does South Korea wish to join? However, Tae Hyun bluntly refused. No, he stated firmly. We will act on our own. Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was left speechless. They stammered, unable to speak. Is that so? Even Cody frowned, staring intently at him. Later on the plane, Ricky confided regretfully in Cody, what a shame we failed to recruit Marcus and Gregor before. And now we've been rejected again. Hearing this, Cody asked, you think it's a shame? She continued with an admiring observation. If he joined, he'd be a truly formidable force. He silently guessed, But that doesn't seem to be the reason you're disappointed, is it? Ricky chuckled in reply, I'm just personally interested. What about you? Cody, what do you think of player Tae Hyun? Cody commented coldly, he seems very strong. Now, I understand why you were beaten to such a state, seeing his assessment like that. Ricky mused, even the strongest person in the world acknowledges him like that. It seems my judgment wasn't wrong after all. After listening, he explained Tae Hyun is a contractor of the Abyss Archduke. The title of the world's strongest means nothing at all. Ricky somberly looked out the window and wondered, is that so? A moment later she paused, then spoke up amidst the stormy flight. Ricky probed, let me ask a different question. She asked curiously about his abilities compared to other contractors. Does he seem strong? The question hung so heavily in the air that thunder roared outside the window. Cody fell into an uncomfortable silence. His brow furrowed. After a moment he answered mysteriously, the time will come when we'll find out the answer for ourselves. Meanwhile, inside a skyscraper in the dead of night, an angry man slammed his fist on the table. He cursed furiously. Damn it. SS class, my ass. Large-scale raid team, my ass. This ill-tempered man was the new chairman of the Chinese Player Association. Liu Jiazhen, he gritted his teeth in frustration. They don't even pay any attention to the Chinese Player Association. Jiazhen placed all the blame on him. It's all because of that bastard Tae Hyun. He pulled open a drawer, deciding to use his last resort. There's no other way. Jiazhen held a USB drive in his hand, resolving to use the secret data. The data I worked so hard to get from researching the Gray Zone, I have no choice but to use it. Jiazhen leaned back in his chair, muttering to himself, Chairman Jia Zin for letting things get to this point. Should I thank you for at least leaving this behind? As he was lost in thought, suddenly a piercing scream came from outside. He asked in a shocked, deep voice, what's going on out there? Streaks of blood began to seep in from under the door. The next second, the door burst open and a man with a mysterious voice walked in. You're the new chairman of the Chinese Player Association. Sorry for the sudden visit in the middle of the night, he explained his abrupt appearance. I just returned from the abyss. I'm still jet-lagged. Seeing the man before him, Jiazhen's face went pale as he stammered, who? Are you Di Hong? Confidently introduced himself Nian. Di Hong, leader of the Black Society? This mysterious man was the leader of the Black Society. Nian Di Hong, rank unknown. Early the next morning at the Neo-Korea Guild Night Walker, someone expressed their frustration. As expected, they're plotting something again. This was Aeon, frowning and sneering in contempt. Neo-Korea wants to conquer dungeons by themselves, unexplored ones at that. What were they thinking, dropping a bombshell like that? Tae Hyun sat quietly with his chin in his hand, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Yoon recalled He's frustrated and disappointed face and his dejected voice. I don't know whether to laugh or cry at this situation. So she confided in Tae Hyun. Chairman Jin He looked incredibly troubled. No matter how strong you are. Tae Hyun, at this moment, he cut her off and spoke up. It's precisely because of that. Neo-Korea can't keep relying on my strength forever, right, if the others don't develop. It's going to be very difficult. Besides, the unexplored dungeons are a perfect opportunity to gain experience. Yuan scratched her head as she looked at him, then replied in agreement, that does make sense, but did you have to be so hasty about it? Tae Hyun continued to explain his thoughts. There isn't much time left from now on. I will focus my activities in the abyss. Hearing this, Yoon froze, her eyes widened. As she stared at Tae Hyun, her lips parting as if to ask something, but then she stopped. A thought began to form in her mind. Just like at the Asian player-friendly tournament, players are divided into two types. Depending on their main battlefield, one type explores the unknown depths of the abyss, expanding territory for humanity. The second type fights outside the abyss, stopping monsters from pouring out of dungeon breaks and fighting demonic humans. Until now, Tae Hyun had primarily operated outside the abyss, and that's how he came to be recognized as SS class. And yet right after reaching SS class, he says he wants to enter the abyss, but he'd always had a goal in mind. He paid no mind to Aeon's questioning. Look, focusing on his own thoughts, the king, the clues about him aren't on Earth, but in the abyss. If I keep getting tied down here, I'll never reach my goal. But while I'm away, an unforeseen danger could strike again. To prepare for that, I must help others become stronger. Aeon sighed in frustration and complained, Tae Hyun, you're so unpredictable. It's like you're living in a completely different world. Her words intentionally or not hit home for Tae Hyun. You have too many secrets like that. Time your skill went out of control. That wasn't a normal skill. Was it? Aeon touched the arm of her chair and slowly stood up. Then she walked right in front of Tae Hyun and asked him, point blank, who exactly are you, Kim Tae Hyun? She stood there, her gaze fixed on Tae Hyun. He looked flustered. His expression was anxious and he couldn't meet her gaze, unable to remain silent any longer. Tae Hyun answered curtly, I don't want to tell you. Aeon, clearly not expecting that answer, quickly asked what. His nonchalant expression was driving her crazy. Don't joke with me, I'm being serious, Tae Hyun gently replied to clarify. Even if I explained it now, you'd have a hard time accepting it one day. There will be a suitable opportunity for me to tell you everything. When that time comes, he trailed off, his expression suddenly turning sad, even though a faint smile remained on his lips. Aeon finished his sentence for him. She shot him a sharp look and snapped, you don't need to make an awaken's contract or something, do you? Tae Hyun immediately denied it. I'm not the type of person to break a promise. She dropped the interrogation and moved on to another topic. All right? I understand then what was the reason you looked for me right after joining Neo. Korea. Tae Hyun stated his purpose plainly. I want to bring Amazons into Neo Korea's raid team, but it seems she still has a lot to do. Hearing this, Yoon's voice grew even more sarcastic. Well, thanks to a certain someone, she was bedridden for quite some time, unable to do a thing. Tae Hyun coughed pretendingly and continued, that's why I want you to recommend a replacement. She immediately understood who he was talking about. It's just that kid left, isn't it? Despite being annoyed, you're really being cautious. Are you waiting for my permission? Tae Hyun rested his chin on his hand, looking out the window, and replied bluntly, even if you don't agree, I'll still take him. In another building, Kang Hyo was laughing gleefully. That's Tae Hyun for you. I knew you would come looking for me. After his lost arm was healed by the Saintess, Kang Hyuk reclaimed his position as Korea's #1. Sung Jin, sitting nearby, also chuckled in amusement. Pushing up his glasses with a dangerous look, it seems I've gotten caught up in something earth-shattering again. Still, one of the most important powers of New Korea's CEO Jin, while the two of them were visibly excited. Han Gil, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant. I wonder if a traitor to New Korea like me deserves to be here. Shi Zhang walked over and patted his shoulder, reminding him, be grateful to Tae Hyun for giving you this chance after the Asian player-friendly match. Both Han Gil and Shi Zhang had matured a level. The most elite players of New Korea were all gathered here. But the focus was on Amazon. Am I really worthy of being in this position? While everyone was chatting excitedly. Then a voice spoke up, making everyone fall silent and turn to look. Thank you all for coming. Even though this was a sudden summons, everyone must have heard a little about the situation, right? Tae Hyun was addressing the members. Those present here will join the raid team. I am forming. The 5 of them stood seriously. Listening to his every word, Sung Jin proactively raised his hand to ask first. Being chosen by an SS rank is truly an honor. But is this feasible? I heard that the remaining unexplored dungeons are all at least SS rank or higher. But everyone here is only S rank. Tae Hyun smiled and answered immediately. That's true for now, but I have been observing everyone's strength for a while. Everyone has the potential to reach the national level, SS rank, or even higher. And during this dungeon conquest, everyone will prove it themselves. You too, Amazon. Amazon clenched her fist and placed it on her chest. A soft voice came from her. If you're going to say that much, her mind continued to spin with a mess of thoughts. Overlapping and chaotic, I'm not the type to say things just to encourage others. Everyone here is a talent who reached SS rank in their past life, even though that was only supposed to happen in the distant future. But since things have changed, I will also change and speed up the process. Kang Hyuk urged impatiently. His face was already burning with fighting spirit. He declared loudly, all right, let's go. Tae Hyun, my brother, you must quickly direct everyone. But if we just rush into an unexplored dungeon, we'll only die with the professional and serious attitude of a leader. Tae Hyun warned everyone. We will enter the dungeon in 1 month. Before that, everyone will have to train with me first. We're gonna go through hell and back. Looking at the wicked capitalist smile on his face, everyone exclaimed a single phrase so scary. 1 month later, the unexplored dungeon in France, the Opera House. An ironclad foot stood firmly on the stage. Shinji showed no expression other than a determined set of his lips. In an instant, his body was covered in thick armor. His hand raised a sword. The gesture was gentle yet proficient. Shinji brought his blade straight down on the floor, causing the ground where it stood to shatter another person. Seemingly, a team member ran over and praised her. Your strength is always monstrous, isn't it? The other members, some attacking, some defending, but didn't forget to join the conversation. Plus, the other SS ranks who are not inferior at all. It's truly a monster lineup with this kind of power. Conquering the dungeon today is not an impossible feat. They were fighting with all their might. Then suddenly someone asked loudly, hey, have you heard the news? New Korea and Tae Hyun also entered a dungeon. An unexplored one today. The person opposite him replied, really, that fool Tae Hyun. An unexplored dungeon is not a playground for kids. What does he plan to do bringing along a bunch of S ranks? Is he trying to send his teammates to their deaths for some stupid pride? Too bad I can't witness this fun show myself. Among the crowd, only Shinji didn't participate. He stood still, listening to everyone and glanced at them lightly at the same time. Unexplored dungeon in Grease Serpent's Cave. Kang Hyuk couldn't laugh anymore. He and Shi Zhang and the other members were busy running for their lives from that giant poisonous python. This tense situation made him curse silently in his head. Damn it, if we keep fighting like this, I'm really going to die at Tae Hyun's hands. Tae Hyun was just standing still and observing, so he smiled leisurely. Kang Hyuk understood the situation and warned the members, hey, you kids, speed up, or do you want to be punished? As a group, again, Shi Zhang winced and pleaded, shouting, can't you just not run like a speeding bullet? Han Gil felt like he was about to cry, Mom, I want to go home. They ran for a while longer, then suddenly, Amazon closed her eyes tightly and shouted, I can't breathe. Tae Hyun observed the situation while thinking they're sweeping through like a storm. It seems the hellish training was effective. After running for their lives for a while, the whole group stopped abruptly. Sung Jin moved to the front and wondered, where is this? The things blocking the path made him ask out loud. What are those strange piles of rocks? Amazon carefully approached each block only to realize they were all statues of people. That's when she said it's not rock, it's all the players who went missing in this dungeon before their sweat could even dry. The group was startled by the sound of hissing wind, making them panic. Everyone looked up at the same time when they heard a chilling voice, "Come here, you foolish humans." Amazon's face turned pale with fear. She gritted her teeth. The ruler of the dungeon has appeared. It was a woman with a body covered in snake skin. Her hair was also made of writhing snakes. She declared to them, "Today the collection on my wall of fame will have new members." Her identity was the master of the unexplored dungeon in Greece, Medusa. SS rank unable to let his members face life and death. Tae Hyun slowly walked forward and declared loudly, "We'll have to see who becomes a collection. What a coincidence. My wallet is missing a layer of snakeskin." Medusa's appearance made them stand rooted to the spot. Amazon's face was now pale. Her lips trembled. "That's the master of the Serpent's Cave, Medusa." The members now all shared the same expression. Frowning, gritting their teeth, wary and afraid. Can we really defeat an SS rank monster? It felt like their whole bodies were frozen. Before that cold gaze, because they were gradually losing their courage, Tae Hyun found this completely unacceptable. So he shouted, "What are you doing for those faltering feet that didn't dare to step forward?" He could do nothing but snap them out of it. "Remember what you've been doing for the past month. If you set limits for yourselves and give up, you won't achieve anything." Sungjin and Amazon froze for a moment, but the terrified look on their faces had lessened. He was the one who stabilized his mentality the fastest. As soon as he heard that scolding, he pulled himself together. "Yes, Tae Hyun is right. We've trained non-stop to overcome our own limits." Amazon also pursed her lips and told herself, even if the enemy before us is much stronger than us. Kang Hyuk regained his initial excitement and enthusiasm. He bared his teeth in a grin and clicked his tongue. "Damn it, it's all or nothing." Kang Hyuk stood in the middle on behalf of the members, raised his hand high and shouted aggressively, "Everyone follow the plan now." All the members blurred forward and began to move, each using their own weapons and powers to charge and confront Medusa. Amazon with a great axe and Sungjin with a flaming sword rushed to attack Medusa. Looking at them with a bored expression, she uttered a sarcastic comment, a superficial attack, nothing significant. Amazon was now very close to Medusa. She screamed to build her spirit. At the same time, Sungjin seemed to stumble a little as Medusa began to move her large body. Hanju and Xi Zhang are also concentrating on summoning their most powerful skills. He decisively stretches an arm towards the two of them. At this moment, Kang Hyuk slams down a large wooden board. He uses it as a springboard to move upwards, laughing contemptuously as he goes. "This attack is so boring." Beast Spirit Fusion Ancient Great Dragon form. Sungjin in the meantime had secretly flown upwards and was only a short distance from Medusa, but she keenly spotted him and turned back to warn him. "Don't even think about it." But Medusa had unwittingly fallen into a trap. Her arm was frozen, so she could not move it. Seemingly surprised by this sudden attack, Medusa looked down below and saw Azon using his great axe, causing her arm to freeze while she was temporarily at a disadvantage. Sungjin took the opportunity to fly like the wind and used blade draw, supporting him. Azon also decisively raised his great axe and summoned Ice Slash. Medusa was struck by both pains at once, so she screamed out in agony. Medusa's face contorted, her two eyebrows knitted together, her mouth with its four fangs open as wide as possible to let out the sound of pain. After a moment, she shattered the ice, imprisoning her arm. Medusa immediately focused all her resentment. At this moment, the scepter was swung, accompanied by a resentful curse. "You damn trash." Tae Hyun did not get involved at all. He silently observed each player and analyzed which players' attacks were effective. Even against an SS-rank monster, the mages Sijang and Han Gil continuously attacked from a distance, constantly disrupting the enemy's vision, while the vanguard Kang Hyuk protected them from behind. Sungjin and Azon coordinated to attack the blind spot. There is no strong finishing blow, but they are steadily accumulating damage. Thinking this, Tae Hyun's eyes suddenly widened with vigilance. But Medusa will not let herself be beaten forever. Just as he had predicted, Medusa had started to get sick of this game of cat and mouse. "This is such a waste of time." She gnashed her teeth and threatened the fun and games end here. A second later, Medusa opened her mouth wide and let out a horrifying roar. Shaking the entire space, the magical power and that bewitching sound were released at the same time, causing everyone's movements to slow down. He already knew the overall strategy, so he thought to himself, the moment Medusa starts to execute an overwhelming attack, she pulled her hand back and aimed the prongs of her trident at the members, declaring firmly, "All of you will die." But just then, Medusa suddenly froze. She squinted as if she had noticed something strange. She recounted her opponents and realized one of them had disappeared. The one who confused Medusa was Kang Hyuk. She took the bait, making him exclaim with delight, "I have been waiting." Kang Hyuk seemed to have waited for this moment for a long time, while Medusa was still hesitating. He shot upwards and drove a punch into the opponent's abdomen. "I was getting bored to death." Beast Spirit Possession, Queen Medusa. Form, she leaned to one side in pain, her face contorted as she let out a pathetic scream. Tae Hyun laughed with delight at Kang Hyuk's brilliant reversal, the secret damaging blow that was hidden until now. Right now, each member unleashed the skills they had been holding back. Shi Zhang's Starlight Beam. Hanji Magic Blow, Azon Ice, Thunder Dance. Sungjin's skill is Shadow Sword. Each beam of light took its turn to fill the space. The beams of light shot past decisively, like the morale of each member right now. This time, Medusa was directly attacked by all 5 members. At the same time, she could only helplessly endure it and scream. A moment later, all movement gradually subsided. The space was filled with a very suspicious silence. The remaining smoke lingered in the air. The smoke gradually dissipated. In the end, only a few white streaks remained. Medusa had officially fallen. She lay on the ground with lifeless eyes, and her mouth was still agape in shock. Hanju still was not sure, so he cautiously asked again, did we really win? Shizang was also hesitant, looking at the result before him and exclaimed, I cannot believe it. Kang Hyuk cackled as usual. It seems my new ultimate move worked. Tae Hyun walked over and patted Azon's shoulder. He did not spare any words of encouragement. Everyone did a great job. I was sure you all could do it. Kang Hyuk then pretended to be hurt and blamed, Tae Hyun, are you not a bit too cruel, little brother? How could you just stand in the back without lifting a finger? After all, we just conquered a dungeon that no one has ever cleared before. Could it be that we have become stronger than we imagined at this moment? Tae Hyun suddenly lowered his head and spoke with a hesitant voice. It would be great if that were true. His words made everyone suddenly fall silent. Everyone focused their eyes on Tae Hyun and looked at him with questioning eyes. From Medusa's motionless body, a few purple streaks of light crept out, signaling something ominous. Her body suddenly emitted a mysterious blue light. The members stood there bewildered and watched the situation with wide eyes. What is that? Why has the gate not closed yet? Could this be a dual dungeon? They just realized. As they realized it, another monster appeared along with a question tinged with a hint of regret. The gatekeeper has been defeated. This time the monster is a Jiao Long. It has a layer of glowing deep pink scales. Stretching from the top of its head down to its back, its long neck swiveled from side to side. Then it uttered how strange its 2 pupils, one blue, one red. It glared at the still stunned players. I do not see anyone strong enough to do that. Here it is, the second monster. Master of the dual dungeon SS plus rank Basilisk Han Gil felt dizzy. His vision blurred as he looked at the basilisk. Fighting Medusa was already a struggle, but this one is on a whole other level. Sung, Jin, and Kang Hyuk began to feel like they were back at the beginning. Both of them cursed out loud. This is crazy. My body cannot move. Is there no way looking away? Azon had already been turned to stone at some point. Tae Hyun was still safe and unharmed. He suddenly stepped forward, his hand clenched tightly as if he was about to do something. One by one, the members had turned into lifeless stone statues only. Tae Hyun alone was unaffected. The basilisk chuckled, then uttered, I see. So you are the one who killed Medusa. Tae Hyun said nothing. His face darkened, showing no emotion. Seeing him silent, the basilisk let out a soft sound. Tae Hyun then glanced slightly and pointed behind him, telling it no, those guys did it. The basilisk showed contempt. It asked again in a condescending tone, that bunch of nobodies, I cannot believe it. So Tae Hyun also switched to sassy mode and retorted to that pompous tone. Could it be that your subordinate was too arrogant and lazy to train? I did not see anything special, so what makes their master any different? A feigned, innocent expression. But Tae Hyun's question, reeking of mockery, made the basilisk furious. It growled as if Tae Hyun were its subordinate. Do you not know your place? Human anger was welling up inside it. Its eyes rolled back and smoked after saying that. It pursed its mouth into a rugged point, but its eyes. The basilisk was suddenly filled with confusion and doubt. Suddenly it roared as if in torment. A feather was drifting in midair. It looked up its mouth, agape looking comical. Tae Hyun stood with his arms crossed, his expression frighteningly emotionless. He had summoned large feathered wings that pierced through his back. The basilisk was horrified that form as Tae Hyun's pupils were now also filled with red. In an arrogant voice, he coldly declared to the master of the dual dungeon, you will soon find out who is truly the weakest. Tae Hyun drew his familiar weapon, then he aimed the sharp blade at the monster, quickly dashing past it, and let the face of the blade slash it. But the basilisk was not easily defeated. It bristled and cursed loudly. This guy runs around a lot. Is all you know how to do. Run away. It writhed and approached Tae Hyun from behind. He immediately used Blood Eye to perceive that silent movement and turned his head a second later. Tae Hyun hurriedly slashed, causing another part of its body to bleed. The basilisk roared in pain like thunder. With a calm demeanor, he used words to provoke his opponent. You're getting so cranky just because you cannot catch one insect. A lizard that crawls on the ground, who do you think you are being arrogant in front of? Unique rank Predator, SS rank reward, Valhalla, unique rank. The cunning basilisk realized the power hidden in his body. Tae Hyun, you also know how to use the power of Asmodeus, acting like you were so great. It roared, exuding an intimidating aura. Do not be delusional. It did not hesitate to reveal its trump card. You are not the only one who has received the Archduke's favor. The 4 directions were immediately submerged in swirling water. A roaring whirlpool swept everything away. The basilisk's voice echoed, this is the Demon Sea. It is the true power of the Archduke among Archdukes. Jok Mun Gun. Its voice reeked of arrogance. The Demon Sea is endless and overwhelms all. Do you think the power of Asmodeus it suddenly lunged up, opening its mouth to snap at Tae Hyun can defeat me? But the response was his slight smile. It is not the power of the Archduke. Tae Hyun raised his hand. This is a crimson power crashing down. The power of the Basilisk King was startling, but it was too late. The red dragon had crashed into the white water. Kang Hyuk jolted awake from the nightmare. Returning to reality left him dazed. The people around him were also waking up. He yelled loudly, "What is this? Where is that damn lizard?" Tae Hyun smiled and put his knife into his inner pocket while everyone was petrified. I already took care of it. His face was full of confidence, so that's it for the unconquered dungeon of Greece, huh? Amazon's admiration grew even stronger. You could tell just by looking that it was an SS-Rank Monster or higher, and he took it down all by himself. That's Tae Hyun. For you, the others didn't care. They angrily grabbed his collar and questioned him. Tae Hyun, you should have told us beforehand that this was a 2-floor dungeon. He just played dumb and shrugged. How would I know? Saijang, of course, didn't believe him. Because you know everything, he asked back. So what does that mean at this point? She stammered. Well, that is Tae Hyun calmly adjusted his shirt. Why bother with such things anyway? It's all over now, isn't it? I've also fulfilled my duty. He cheerfully encouraged everyone. You've all worked hard. Everyone's performance exceeded my expectations. Of course, this was all part of his plan. I knew from the beginning that the unconquered dungeon of Greece was a 2-floor dungeon, but I still intentionally chose it as our starting point, because I wanted everyone to have an extreme near-death experience. He smiled faintly. I hope everyone continues to strive. A hope sparked within him that they would become even stronger. The final blue gate appeared along with a dream of the future. Someday Tae Hyun silently built a solid foundation for them to become a strong pillar for this place when I'm not here. Stepping out into the light, camera flashes. Flickered reporters are always curious people. The unconquered dungeon in Paris, which was considered invincible for so many years, has been conquered. Please, Guild Master. Can you share a few words about this achievement? A barrage of questions was thrown out. Was anyone injured? Where is the next destination? Vincent calmly mediated. I will give you all time to ask everything. He was used to this. Please take your time one by one. Just then, a reporter's phone rang. Right after answering, he yelled, What? What is that true? Like a wave of astonishment, it spread through all the reporters. They all picked up their phones and mentioned one name, Neo-Korea. Before Vincent could understand the situation, the person behind him spoke up. The news about Neo-Korea's conquest team has already spread. Marcus quickly updated the information, not just that his glasses reflected a blue light. Neo-Korea. He was surprised they have conquered an unexplored dungeon. Gregor couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? A bunch of S-ranks. They're not a national strategic force, and they still took down the Snake's Den. Marcus continued, not only that he has monopolized all the information, he glanced at him. I heard the unconquered dungeon of Greece is a 2-floor dungeon. This information is truly absurd. Not to mention Tae Hyun, but the entire team was uninjured. Was Neo-Korea's strength always at this level at the same time? A mocking laugh was heard in front of a replayed video. We've really been outdone, Kevin said calmly. It should have been. The main character of this event should have been us, America. His competitive spirit seemed to be affected. In that case, we need to speed things up on our end too. After the news about Neo-Korea's conquest team led by Tae Hyun spread, America and the World Player Association were as if stimulated. They continuously rushed to conquer other dungeons, and regardless of their initial intentions, the world was quickly regaining its stability. Somewhere in a dense forest, a heavily guarded building stopped. No one is allowed to enter without permission. An old man took action and sent the guards flying for him. It was as easy as flipping his hand. A bunch of low-level demonic beings dared to portings. His tone was full of contempt. Block my path. He was an S-rank player, the chairman of Tae's group, Lee Jung-soo. He just walked in majestically. A deep voice echoed in the dark room. The voice reeked of threat. I don't recall giving permission for just anyone to come here and play as they please. Chairman Young-soo. He frowned and raised his voice. Gildaktak. Not only are you useless, but you also play tricks. Don't you know why I'm here? Young-soo reminded him the deal at the beginning was to eliminate Tae Hyun. But look now, he has become SS rank. We can't even touch him today. He had to settle the score with them. Right now, he was extremely furious because he's leading a conquest team associated with the 4 greats. Sang Hyun has also lost his standing. He gritted his teeth, and my son, the one I plan to entrust to Gil, has become a cripple and still hasn't woken up. Jung-soo roared in this situation. You're telling me to just endure it. In contrast, the other voice remained calm. I understand that you're angry, but as I've said before, a sticky thing emerged. Jung-soo suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The other's voice was right behind his neck. Taesun is aiming for a bigger picture. The men who followed him were entangled by tentacles. What is this, Chairman? Young-soo whipped his head around. He had been standing behind him since when the masked man said in a low voice, Tae's abnormal growth? Hyun was also outside of our expectations, but we still haven't given up. Sooner or later, he will clash with us. A gloved hand reached out. Now let's talk business. Jung-soo stiffened what the opponent patiently explained. This is the item that Gil Daktak stole from the Chinese Player Association, the research data extracted from it. He materialized a small vial. His red eyes flickered. A smart person, like the chairman, surely knows how to use it for the benefit of Tae Hyun, right? Jung-soo seemed to have a plan in mind. He smirked slightly. Now this is a reasonable conversation. A triumphant smile appeared on his wicked face. Returning to the past, a blue circle appeared. The World Player Association has declared the conquest of all unexplored dungeons. Since 1 year ago, people have also been slowly stepping out one by one, and now with Neo Korea entering the final unexplored dungeon in Mexico, all the dungeons, the unconquered ones on Earth, have completely disappeared, and so Sung-jin turned back with a satisfied tone and sighed in relief. It's all over. At first I thought this was impossible, but in the end we did it. Kang Hyuk's face was gleeful because he was still full of energy. Actually, I feel a bit regretful because there's nothing left to do now. I've been in my prime recently. Saijang suddenly spoke up and asked, "You're the guild master of Onsamiro Guild, right? How long do you plan to neglect your position?" He leisurely clasped his hands behind his back, extremely confident, and laughed loudly. "My guild has an extremely excellent secretary," Han Gil had to exclaim. "How pitiful." Secretary Kim Amazon hurriedly ran over from a distance. "Everyone wait for me." Everyone has also gathered now. All the players of Neo Korea have all reached the national strategic level. Tae Hyun looked on with great confidence. If things continue like this, reaching SS rank is also just a matter of time. He looked at his own hand, feeling that the time was ripe. And it's not just them who have grown, but myself as well. The conquest of the unexplored dungeons has helped me upgrade my power considerably. Perhaps the time has come. Arriving in front of a tall building, a voice came from inside. "Long time no see, sir." Chae-sun enthusiastically came out to greet him. "Oh, you're here." He happily shook hands with player Tae Hyun. The two of them sat down at a table for tea. He also congratulated him on the good news. "I heard you've become the head of the association's skill research department. Congratulations, sir." Chae-sun gave a modest laugh. "What's there to congratulate?" He gently sipped his tea. "I can't believe an old man like me who had lost all hope can still atone for my sins and continue living this way. Even now, I still feel like I'm dreaming." Chae-sun was extremely grateful. "It's all thanks to you." Chae-sun smiled happily, returning to the past. After meeting Tae Hyun Bang Chae-sun, he had decided to turn himself in. He confessed to the association about experimenting with his skills on demonic beings. Chae-sun was still allowed to continue his work, but thanks to Tae Hyun's request and the decision of Guild Master Jin Hee, who highly valued his talent, now he has become a member of the association. Working for the Awaken of Neo Korea, he found it strange and asked directly, "By the way, for the busiest person in the world like you to drop by, what brings you here? Did you just come to chat?" Hearing that Tae Hyun also spoke directly, "Actually, there's something I'd like to ask of you." Chae-sun was also willing to help. "Is there still something you need my help with? Go ahead and say it. I'll help you with anything I can." He made his request. "I want to fuse a skill." He was confused. "What? But you've already fused one, haven't you?" Tae Hyun repeated his intention. "I mean, I want to refuse a previously fused skill." He was both worried and alarmed. "A fusion of a fusion. No one has ever tried to do this. You yourself said that if a skill surges too quickly, a magic power could rebel against the body." Chae-sun tried to dissuade him. "You're already very strong if you continue to be reckless like this. Even if it's you." Tae Hyun has already made up his mind, so he's extremely determined. "But I have something I must achieve. Even if it means taking a risk, my current power is not enough. The only one who can help me is you, sir." Seeing that he looked completely bewildered, he even smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I have prepared a body strong enough to withstand this." Chae-jun held his head, sighed, and accepted it. "You really are something else. I can't win against you." Chae-sun stood outside and explained, "This is the fusion chamber. It was created with the cutting-edge technology of alchemists. That machine is equipped with a very powerful magic stone to enhance my skills to the maximum. Although this is my first time using it," he asked for his opinion one more time. "Once it starts, you can't turn back. Are you ready?" Tae Hyun was also ready. "Yes, anytime." Chae-sun hesitated and placed his hand on the button. Then the machine asked, "Do you want to fuse multiple skills?" A stream of electricity appeared around him, proceeding with the skill fusion. The current grew brighter and brighter. Tae Hyun stood inside, waiting. A mysterious person appeared, smiling with satisfaction. "Choosing you was not a mistake." That person also gave a warning, lightly touching his forehead. "But to control such a huge source of mana, a human body has its limits." That person decided, "Perhaps I should help a little." Tae Hyun suddenly opened his eyes. The machine also announced the result. "Due to a mysterious power, your rank has changed to S." A huge source of power was awakening. He had finally succeeded. New skills have been registered. Kim Tae Hyun woke up, looking at his body curiously. "What's this information?" Name: Kim Tae Hyun. Age 20. Rank S. Strength 268. Mana 389. Willpower 200. 10 fatigue 20% remaining. Mana 389 out of 389. Special skills: Gluttony can devour a desired target. Mana cost 100. Normal skills: Perfect hypnosis hypnotizes a designated target. Mana cost 100. And Bloodlust activates all body stats. Mana cost 200. Superior vision sees through the opponent. Mana cost 10. Revelation creates an infinite space. Mana cost 200. Inner Dragon releases a mana-enhanced pressure mana cost 100 Demon Beast transformation. Transforms the body into a Demon Beast 4 mana. Cost 200 Demonic Fluid gives mana poisonous properties. Mana cost 200 summoning skills. Rosalia summons Queen Rosalia, mana cost 300. Hazard summons Dragon King Hazard, mana cost 11,000. He was still looking intently at himself. It wasn't just a combination of skills, but they were also rearranged and new ones were added. Or is it because my rank went up that I can now perceive them? Tae-guk ran hurriedly from afar and burst the door open. What's happening? He went inside, saw him collapse and panicked. Director Chae-sun reassured him. I'm fine. Tae-guk was extremely worried, but inside there, he looked inside and said, strangely, it seems Chae-sun was filled with anticipation, are witnessing a historic moment. That person slowly opened his eyes in front of the large building. Tae Hyun sat with his arms crossed sternly. Next to him was Tae-guk. Tae Hyun sat opposite them, sweating nervously. He probably already knew what was coming. After that, I got a light scolding. He cleverly reminded me, player Tae Hyun, damaging the association's facilities is not acceptable, you know. He scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, Jin Hyun considered it and was very surprised anyway. Considering everything you've accomplished, I'll handle this fusion, huh? You've done the impossible once again. He asked probingly. Do you feel any different? He looked himself over and confirmed, yes, my body is overflowing with power. I even want to enter the abyss right now. He was very interested. It seems there's a skill related to the Archduke too. Whatever it is, I'm eager to try it out now. He clearly expressed his regret. I'd also like to see it for myself, but I can't keep a busy person like you any longer. Jin Hyun stroked his chin and remembered, oh, I almost forgot there's a mission for you here. What are you going to do? He mentioned. It's from the World Player Association. Tae Hyun asked, what is it? Jin Hyun mentioned player Tae Hyun's name. One person was sharpening a knife, another was busy stretching. Sarah McQueen turned to look. Jeffrey was pensively waiting. Jin Hyun stated the mission. They want you to be an examiner for the new SS license exam. Tae Hyun was very excited. Is it already time for the SS selection? Time really flies. The other people looked bewildered. Oh my god, is that really? Tae Hyun, they were extremely expectant and curious about the man who is said to be on par with Cody. Then they looked towards him. The famous SS rank player Vincent walked up. Thank you for agreeing to participate, Tae Hyun. He turned his head. So everyone is here. Then he pointed and introduced player Thomas. Pravin had already arrived. Vincent continued by introducing player Cody. He announced loudly. 3 SS rank players will be the examiners for this exam. It can't get any fairer than this. Vincent asked everyone. So how would you all like to conduct the test? The association has proposed a scoring system based on the players' skills. Cody became pensive upon hearing that Tae Hyun spoke up. It doesn't need to be that complicated. He then unleashed his immense power. Vincent gritted his teeth, confused. What Tae Hyun immediately explained, what a player needs most is ultimately spirit and strength. We can tell their true power just by seeing who gets knocked down. By the way, we can test their skills at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing this, he rushed to intervene. Wait a minute, this is too violent. Cody was also intrigued. That's interesting. He unleashed a power rivaling Tae Hyun's after watching with a smile. Cody confirmed, I'll join in. Vincent stepped back, wondering, I can understand Tae Hyun, but why Cody too? Someone was extremely worried. The guild master. Will this affect the plan? Everyone became extremely worried. Is the difficulty of this test even appropriate? Back in the exam room, Vincent made the final decision, so the test will be conducted in a combat format. As decided by the examiners, he turned and said to the 3 people, examiners, please split the participants and take charge of a group each. Vincent announced training room number 1 is for player Tae Hyun, room number 2 is for player Thomas. Jeffrey was extremely annoyed. These examiners were just lucky to reach SS rank before us. They're showing off way too much. Sarah McQueen quickly warned him. Stop it, Jeffrey. They might hear you. He still defiantly shouted no. But it's obvious, isn't it? The SS rank was only created last year. We just didn't have enough time to build up our achievements like them in a direct fight. We might not even lose. Jeffrey even turned to say directly, you can't hide in your master's shadow forever. Sarah, he was filled with ambition. Today, I'm going to wipe those smug looks off their faces. The one Jeffrey was most annoyed with was especially that arrogant Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun entered and greeted them. Nice to meet you, rookies. He then introduced himself. I am Tae Hyun, appointed by the World Player Association as an examiner for this test. Tae Hyun then announced, the rules I've set are extremely simple. You just need to land 1 effective hit on us. Easy, right? Everyone was confused upon hearing this. Just 1 effective hit. Then this is easier than I thought. Tae Hyun was naturally very confident, but from my perspective, that's impossible. So he arrogantly told them to come at him all at once. At first they were frozen, not daring to move. Jeffrey was so angry he couldn't stand this guy. He was the first one to rush forward. You've got to be kidding me. Seeing this, Sarah McQueen quickly tried to stop him. Wait, Jeffrey. He stood there waiting fearlessly, seeing that the other guy became even more aggressive. The veins on his hands popping out. He got you with just 1 swing of his fist. Tae Hyun sent him flying. Sarah McQueen flinched as he landed with a loud thud. For now, Tae Hyun announced, his face filled with confidence. One person is eliminated. Jeffrey lay there in pain. Sarah McQueen watched in fear. She turned and advised them, don't rush in out of anger. Everyone calmed down. But just as Sarah McQueen finished speaking, they all rushed forward, attacking simultaneously. Looking for an opening to strike, Tae Hyun easily took them down. One guy tried a sneak attack. He spun around and kicked him hard. They surrounded Tae Hyun from all four sides to attack. Tae Hyun lifted his foot and lunged forward. He easily took them down. The man lay on the ground resentfully. He didn't hesitate to stomp on his hand, cracking the very ground. He was kicked away by Tae Hyun. Sarah McQueen stood there, stunned. Even when they all rushed him, they couldn't land a single touch. Another person said in terror, is he a real monster? He slowly walked towards the remaining people. So disappointing. And you kids over there, you're not as stupid as the first ones to charge in. But Tae Hyun grabbed one by the neck and challenged them, standing still, like that won't change a thing. He asked, are you all just going to stand there frozen? Sarah McQueen lowered her head and made a suggestion. Everyone, let me propose an idea, all right? Sarah McQueen bravely stepped forward. He stood there, stunned, as willow leaves began to appear. Sarah McQueen was ready. Tae Hyun crossed his arms dismissively. I thought they were discussing something, but it's a skill, huh? Is there anything that can face me head on? He was ready to give it a try. The two sides charged into attack. Tae Hyun was very surprised. She managed to block that? Her hand trembled as she coughed up blood. Everyone at that moment. Sarah McQueen shouted loudly, everyone, help me take him down. He also understood her intention. So you're planning to use yourself as a sacrifice to hold me back? He gave a mysterious smile as the power orb became visible. A black smoke enveloped the other person, who now looked terrified. What is this? What's happening? I can't see anything. That person clutched their throat in pain, unable to breathe, while another screamed in chaos. Help me. Tae Hyun recounted his skills, Monarch's World, Monarch's Aura, and also Binding Chains. A total of 6 skills combined, including the low-level ones. Another person wanted to give up. This is unfair. I'm quitting the test. My senses are blurring. He had calculated it all carefully. Gravity weighing them down, bodies bound, and stats debuffed. How could these average Joes withstand this? Tae Hyun was quite surprised. Yet, she has managed to hold on for quite a while. Sarah McQueen was extremely determined. My master taught me that no matter the circumstances, I should never give up. Because if you don't give up, there will definitely be a chance. He gradually figured out her technique. She was absorbing the surrounding mana and converting it into her own stats. So, being able to withstand one of my blows was thanks to absorbing mana from others. Tae Hyun suddenly let go. Sarah McQueen launched a punch. Now is the chance. He stood still as the fist approached. She didn't understand why her body couldn't move. What is this? Tae Hyun brushed past, his cold gaze turning to her. Tae Hyun still acknowledged that even though the fist didn't connect, such an effort was praiseworthy. I'll count that as an effective blow. He then confirmed that Sarah McQueen passed. Tae Hyun could predict that the owner of the skill, terraforming, Sarah McQueen, would later be known as the Hope of America. An SS rank player truly has a different caliber from the start. He also tried to deduce. So the master she mentioned is, congratulations. Tae Hyun had also guessed that his disciple had passed. That person was Cody. An announcement arrived for the chairman. The exam is concluded. Vincent asked anxiously, it's over? What are the results? The other person stammered. Only one person passed. Sarah McQueen from America. His face turned pale. Only one person? This is a disaster. Vincent's plan had collapsed due to Tae Hyun's unilateral actions. And with Neo Korea making a name for itself, the influence the World Player Association should have had in the dungeon, in the unexplored dungeon, had diminished. They intended to make up for it with this second round of the licensing exam. And yet Tae Hyun only picked one person, while Cody and Thomas didn't choose anyone. Wasn't this exam too rushed? The other person urged, Chairman. He said dejectedly, what is it now? The other person announced, Player Cody wishes to borrow the highest level training room. That person continued, the reason is that he wants to fight Tae Hyun. He was even more stunned. What? The two stood facing each other in the arena. They were ready for a fierce battle. The two faced each other amidst the hazy smoke and shattered stone floor. Congratulations on your disciple passing. Tae Hyun calmly crossed his arms. But I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to confirm that, right? What brings you here? Cody's lips moved slightly. You're feeling a thirst, aren't you? There's no one here who can satisfy me either. Cody slowly stepped closer to him. You and I are the same. Tae Hyun's voice continued, his expression grim. Is that so? Why don't we find out? Cody's eyes flashed, full of determination. Let's have a match and see. Hearing this, Tae Hyun's lips curled into a smirk. I also thought that we might have to clash one day, but I never expected it to be under circumstances like these. He clenched his fist. I don't know why Cody is like this, but I don't mind, because I also want to know what level I've reached. Tae Hyun exuded a terrifying aura, his expression incredibly confident, especially if I'm fighting the strongest person in the world. Cody and Tae Hyun's confrontational stance was being watched by someone on a screen. The observer tilted their head in confusion. What do we do now? Cody and Tae Hyun are ranked number 1 and number 2 in the world. If those two fight, shouldn't we stop them? Vincent reluctantly spoke. As if we could stop them. Just let them do as they please. These words surprised the other person. What? But he immediately interrupted them. Instead, announced that all the footage will be recorded. The recent SS rank exam was a failure. We have to at least salvage something from this. He rested his chin on his hand again, calculating. If we can get data on those two, we might even get some unexpected media coverage. The entire space was bathed in the blue light from the screen. I'll take responsibility. Let them proceed. An announcement rang out, catching Tae Hyun's attention. Permission to use the facility is granted, but the voice clearly stated all events here will be recorded by the association. Hearing that, he remarked, I see. Cody remained calm, grabbing his own shoulder. No problem. Anyway, once we start, those things will become useless. Tae Hyun glanced over with a bit of interest. I didn't expect someone like you to make the first move. Cody's expression didn't change as he flexed his hand. Isn't that good news for you? You're still aiming for my number 1 spot, after all. His voice sounded surprised. Me? Tae Hyun was already in a fighting stance, looking confident. You know it too. If I want it, I can take that position anytime I please. Cody's expression immediately turned cold and grim. So that's how it is. That tongue of yours is your weapon, but it won't work on me. The camera pans slightly as two fists collided, creating a shockwave that tore through the air. Tae Hyun, with a dense killing intent, swiftly threw a punch at Cody. He furrowed his brows as his fist landed on empty air. At that moment, Cody rushed in from behind. His powerful fist closed in on him. Tae Hyun easily dodged, a dangerous look on his face, before finally counterattacking with a terrifying move. Tae Hyun stared straight ahead. As expected, Cody's cold face emerged from the thick cloud of dust. He had blocked the attack. In terms of both strength and speed, they were evenly matched. Tae Hyun immediately kicked him hard in the stomach. He firmly planted a hand on the ground to steady himself. The match will be decided by this. His eyes were sharp and dark. A hand reached out, activating the power of Apocalypse. The power erupted with a dark, deadly aura, and the other's leg was quickly shackled. Bright red chains wrapped tightly around him, and then even Cody's arm was restrained. His eyes were filled with utter shock. Such a terrifying power. There was no information about you possessing this skill. Tae Hyun smirked amidst the murderous aura. There's a lot you still don't know about me. But a hand quickly materialized a weapon of golden light. Then today, I'll show you everything. Cody simply used his sword to shatter the chains into pieces. You think you can defeat me with just this? The next moment, his body was instantly enveloped in an armor of supreme light. He charged forward, sword in hand. Tae Hyun wasn't flustered at all and just chuckled. So you broke the chains of Apocalypse with such brute force, huh? Like master, like disciple. He also pulled a weapon from his coat. Tae Hyun easily parried the opponent's attack. The blades clashed, causing power to erupt. The ground was forced to shatter. A small rock fell through the air. A second later, it was instantly sliced into 2 pieces. Tae Hyun nimbly dodged Cody's blade. He then launched a counterattack, forcing Cody to block it with his sword. The two fought fiercely, shattering the ground. Boulders were sent flying, only to be sliced in half. Tae Hyun's face was expressionless. A hot pulse throbbed in his chest. He looked at Cody, who was also incredibly eager to fight. This is something I've never felt before. That's right, there's no mistake. This person. The two faced each other with excited expressions. He's the strongest. Inside the observation room, the screen was filled with static. Vincent gritted his teeth in frustration. What the hell is going on? The staff below were in a complete panic. Are there no cameras working? Contact the technical team and send someone to the scene immediately. But someone hesitated. It's too dangerous. If they get caught up in it, finally, Vincent turned decisively. I'll go there myself. The person beside him was flustered. Chairman. Vincent's face was grim. The highest level training room was designed to withstand dozens of SS rank players at once. Yet these two are managing to surpass even that. Tae Hyun wiped his mouth and laughed out loud. If we keep this up, the building will collapse before we can determine a winner. Cody, in his full suit of armor, concurred. I agree. So why don't you stop holding back and end this? He gripped the wrist of his weapon hand and just smirked. I've been fighting with all my strength this whole time. The other immediately retorted, don't lie. Her eyes hidden behind the mask glinted dangerously. Hyun, you still haven't used the power of the Grand Duke, right? His face changed at those definitive words. Tae Hyun hesitantly probed, Cody, how did you know about that? The other party immediately replied, you're not the only one who knows the secret of the deepest level of the abyss. Cody held her sharp sword, looking incredibly proud. I'm also someone who has signed a contract with the Grand Duke. What entered her sight at that moment was his bewildered face. Tell me, Tae Hyun, which monster did you sign a contract with? He tried to force a smile. Lu Bingjiang Long. So it's not just China that has people who've contracted with a Grand Duke. I never expected someone like Cody to be a Grand Duke's contractor. He slowly sheathed his weapon, but she only mentioned a Grand Duke. It seems she still doesn't know about the king. Tae Hyun immediately transformed with a powerful aura like hellfire. Keeping my trump card is the best strategy, Cody slowly assessed him. Vampire Lord Igmoon right. Tae Hyun's brows furrowed tightly. Meanwhile, the glowing groove on Cody's chest slowly transformed. Her armor was enveloped in a gloomy purple aura. Her sword also surged with new magic. A pair of wings suddenly appeared. She looked incredibly imposing with the large wings on her back. Fallen angel Lucifer, Cody said in a calm tone, "Come, let's end this here." Tae Hyun's expression was extremely focused. One foot lunged forward, while the other pushed powerfully off the ground. The training room endured a terrifying explosion of power. The entire space was engulfed in smoke and dust. The people at the door were shaken by the overwhelming wave of energy. Crashing into their bodies, Vincent gritted his teeth and covered his face. "And what about Cody and Tae Hyun?" Cody spoke calmly. "It seems they're coming." Tae Hyun's expression didn't change as he looked up. "It seems so." At this moment, his claws and the blade of Cody's sword were both inches from the other's neck. Let's call it a draw. And then her armor disappeared. "All right, the next time we meet will be in the abyss." Tae Hyun's magic also gradually faded. "Let's settle everything then." At this point, Vincent rushed in full of worry. "Are you two players all right?" He walked past the other person, a faint smile on his lips. "Yes, perhaps we caused a bit too much of a commotion. Sorry about that." Finally, Tae Hyun left a final word. "I hope you all can take care of the aftermath." Vincent stunned reached out to stop him. Wait, player Tae Hyun." But he didn't stop and just kept walking. "Now I really have to go." The scene at the Demon Palace. An immense power appeared in Tae Hyun to the abyss. The dark flame is still burning. The Demon Palace was suddenly attacked. The candlelight went out, leaving only thin smoke. A woman spoke with a look of displeasure. "Really now?" Rosalia calmly rested her chin on her hand and remarked, "That stubborn personality hasn't changed a bit." A few succubi appeared before the shattered wall, daring to break someone's relic, while they're still paying for it in installments. "Are you trying to start a power struggle?" Someone clenched their fist in resentment. "A power struggle? I don't mind. I'm always ready. But there's a simpler way for both of us." Rosalia Ajumun commanded coldly. His fist created another hole in the wall. "Summon your contractor." Rosalia remained calmly seated. "My contractor?" What? For her tone was full of mockery. "Still not over the incident at Thiet Ma Ki Bien. For someone who sits on the Grand Duke's throne, you're so generous." Ajumun frowned in annoyance. "It's not for such a trivial reason. Don't beat around the bush." He stood opposite her. "I don't know how you did it, but your contractor is using my power without permission." Hearing that, Rosalia turned her head and laughed loudly. "So the recent rumors about your contractor are true. So that's how it is," she continued, speaking and laughing scornfully. "But compared to my power, Ajumun, your power might be more to that person's taste." But his expression grew even darker. "You know something?" Rosalia Rosalia covered her lips and smiled lightly. Her wings spread wide along with an oppressive aura. "You're not very polite when asking for a favor, right?" Ajumun didn't hold back either and released his power. "Do I look like I'm asking for a favor?" Just like that, Rosalia straightened up and stood. "Step aside, my dears. It seems today..." The tentacles grew from her body, stretching out powerfully with her anger. "That arrogant vampire who stole my relic needs to be taught a little about etiquette." Rosalia pointed decisively. The tentacles followed suit, lunging straight ahead. It directly attacked, creating an instant explosion. Ajumun was unharmed. He was still brimming with power like lightning around his body. "A rotten being thinks they're qualified to preach." He angrily released his magic. A myriad of sharp sword tips shot forward. Rosalia easily smashed them with her tentacles. "We're not so different in our origins, yet you dare carve insults on that wrinkled face." However, this time Ajumun himself flew forward with a massive sword aura behind him. But then his feet were caught by a tentacle. Ajumun's brows furrowed tightly. The tentacle wrapped around his leg, threw him violently. Rosalia continued her assault, turning the area in front into a domain of power explosions, and then the tentacles were retracted. Amidst the scene of magic gathering into rays of light descending to the ground, she suddenly swooped down from the sky with her massive tentacles. Her immense power combined with the terrifying tentacles attacking together and causing the entire scene to tremble violently. The earth and rocks turned to dust. Her feet touched the ground. Rosalia stood firmly on the ground with a powerful stance. She faced the ruined scene before her. A pool of blood suddenly stirred. Rosalia's entire body was suddenly pierced by sharp spikes. The pool of blood behind her trembled. Blood Domain Ajumun, weapon in hand, spoke triumphantly. "Reborn from a pool of blood, Rosalia, was this power created by your second-rank heir?" He held the blade to her neck. "You should be careful about what it's causing. Otherwise," Rosalia fearlessly tilted her face. Despite the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, she still smiled. "Have you forgotten?" The eye hidden behind her hair glowed brightly. Rosalia's entire face was filled with menace. "What my true power is." His whole body suddenly froze. Everything around him and his weapon were gradually encased in thin, ice-like shards of magic. The candles were lit. Rosalia sat on her throne full of authority. Her eyes grew enormous, appearing in the air as if controlling the surrounding magic. Ajumun looked at this scene grimly. Personal space, a virtual area created by illusions. For this beauty to be trifled with by someone like you is truly an insult. Rosalia tilted her head slightly and smiled softly. This is where the queen's power reaches its peak. Do you think you can handle me with just an incarnation, not your real body? Of course, Ajumun clicked his tongue, utterly furious. Wait, I'll bring my real body right now. Rosalia immediately cut him off. No need, Ajumun. She smiled slyly, her face incredibly cunning. If you're curious enough to beg my true self, then for old time's sake, I'll tell you. Rosalia remained leisurely seated. You want to know why my contractor can use your power, right? Inside you are the memories of the moon, a human who once made all the Grand Dukes kneel. Wasn't there someone who seized those powers? For a moment he was startled and shocked. Impossible. The corners of Rosalia's lips remained raised. That's right, it was that iron horse. My contractor is... Her cold voice continued to echo, while Tae Hyun's face showed surprise. That person's key. He appeared at the entrance. Why is everyone gathered here? The people inside turned to look at him. Player Tae Hyun. He slowly walked inside. Marcus, the other person, also stepped forward to explain. We've been waiting for player Tae Hyun's return. We tried to contact the World Player Association, but it seems we missed each other. Tae Hyun's expression was serious. What do you need from me? Marcus bowed slightly. With the situation as it is, I'll get straight to the point. At this moment, both Jin-hee and Tae-guk standing beside him were extremely tense. The U.S. Player Association. Marcus bowed deeper at his astonished expression, formally requests assistance from player Tae Hyun. He carefully replied to the other man. That sounds serious. He raised a hand to adjust his glasses. That's right. Now in Marcus's mind was the horrifying scene in the abyss. One of our players entered the deepest level of the abyss and has gone missing. We coordinated with the World Player Association to conduct a search campaign, but a search team of 4 SS-rank players was completely wiped out. He continued to speak amidst Tae Hyun's bewildered gaze. Dylan Gray, Daniel Harrington, Alexandra Beju, and Aiden Simon. They all died during the campaign. His eyes widened in horror. Marcus's expression was extremely urgent. Right now, we can't guarantee the missing person is still alive, but Cody said she couldn't give up until she confirmed it with her own eyes and went down into the abyss alone. The voice continued to echo. Tae Hyun maintained a cold expression. We believe Cody is also in danger. That's why we came to you, player Tae Hyun. Please, we beg for your help. And then he was lost in thought. The incident where 4 SS-rank players were wiped out in the deep level of the abyss, I still remember it clearly. Even in my past life, it was a huge shock. But back then, there was no news about it being a search party or about a missing person. Who on earth is it? Tae Hyun's eyes questioned. Who is the missing player? But Marcus was silent. In a gloomy place, shrouded in layers of fog, monsters stood guard carefully. Behind the iron bars was a pitch-black space without any light. An SS-rank player, a girl, was bound in iron chains. Ricky. Tae Hyun froze for a moment. Ricky. He pressed his lips together, his expression incredibly grim. In his past life, the incident that caused many players to die was suddenly blamed on them being ambushed while scouting, all because of Ricky. A special person became a pioneer. Why is even his back so gloomy? She was someone who wasn't supposed to exist. Because she got caught up in a conspiracy at the Emperor's tomb, and I was the one who twisted her fate. Marcus furrowed his brows tightly. Ricky and Cody are both members of the American Player Association, but they are also essential assets to humanity. He gritted his teeth. Behind him, the faint images of unjustly killed, ravaged bodies appeared. 4 SS-rank players have already died. We can't afford to lose any more of them. Marcus hastily turned to Tae Hyun to persuade him. If you agree to help, then in the future, the American Player Association will consider Tae Hyun a crucial ally, and will provide support in many aspects. But he didn't seem to care about that. That's enough of an explanation. So where do I need to go? Jin-hee hurriedly stood up. Tae Hyun, wait. He tried his best to stop him. Please, reconsider. Even SS-rank players have been defeated. This situation requires more thorough preparation. But he interrupted. If that place is so dangerous, Tae Hyun's face was filled with determination. Then right at this moment, the two of them could be fighting on the brink of life and death. I have to go. A memory from the past rushed back. Ricky, lying in his arms, spoke. Consider this a debt I owe you. I'll keep your secret, but in return, if I'm in danger later, you have to help me, because I think I can trust and rely on you. Back in the present, Tae Hyun let out a small smile. I also have a debt I haven't repaid. Just like that, he left. To Jin-hee's astonishment, Tae-guk then gently reassured them. I hope everyone will trust Tae Hyun more. He has always surpassed our expectations until now. Jin-hee's expression turned grim. I know, but... He clenched his jaw. I also know full well what could happen. It seemed Jin-hee was recalling someone's shadow. He saw a certain youth standing before a vortex of demonic energy. At his feet were bodies submerged in a sea of blood, when you only trust without taking precautions. His slightly tilted face was dark, his emotions unreadable. Tae-guk, however, had immense faith in Tae Hyun. Unlike that person. Jin-hee remained uneasy, clasping his hands tightly. Maybe so. Perhaps I'm just worrying too much. The terrifying crimson sky was covered in layers of hazy mist. A towering demon palace was completely enveloped in a red glow, with demonic beasts flying around. A monster roared as it swung its axe. It brought the weapon down, destroying the ground. Cody gracefully flew up. He dodged the sharp axe blade, and then a sword slashed through the monster's neck. Its massive body was severed. He let out a soft sigh amidst the splattering blood. Ignoring the defeated monsters behind him, Cody looked at the horde of monsters approaching from the front. So many monsters, it's an endless fight. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. Then why not just wipe them all out at once? From the darkness, a pair of legs appeared. The monsters were quickly restrained by vines, able only to howl in defiance. The figure strode forward from behind Cody. This person appeared so boldly without warning that it made him exclaim, Tae Hyun. He also spoke up. I'm here to help Cody. The two faced each other amidst the desolate, bloodlust-filled scenery. Cody seemed somewhat displeased, taking off his mask. Did Marcus send you? Normally, I'd tell you to stop meddling, but the current situation doesn't allow for it. Thanks for the help. Tae Hyun looked up. Seeing the overwhelming energy swirling in the air, I understand why they sent you. I can feel the amount of demonic energy that is blanketing this city. His expression was a bit tense. I didn't expect the place where Ricky went missing to be the Grand Duke's city. Cody glanced sideways, deep in thought, and then he suddenly spoke. Ricky was sent to investigate this area, which is deep within the abyss, but at that time, no one knew. This place is their territory. Tae Hyun quietly asked, is Ricky still alive? Cody immediately replied, yes. I've sensed her demonic energy. There's a path leading to the basement inside. He carefully calculated. If we go there, we might have to face the Grand Duke, and the probability of us defeating the Grand Duke is less than 1%. Cody immediately put his mask back on. Then we'll have to go for a swift victory. He held out his glowing sword. Can you keep up? Tae Hyun also drew his weapon. Of course. He slowly bent his knees. The two of them charged forward at the same time, decisively tearing through the monsters. Their body parts were quickly severed. Foul-smelling blood gushed out. Any monster that lunged forward was struck down. Tae Hyun suddenly teased, you were just struggling with one monster a moment ago. But Cody was still busy attacking. I was just conserving my strength because I knew you would come. Suddenly, he remembered something. Hey, didn't you say last time that we'd have a duel when we met again in the abyss? I never expected we'd be cooperating like this. Tae Hyun also felt genuinely moved. But if it's someone I can trust my back to, then it's not bad at all. They continued to fight together like mad. The two of them are humanity's ultimate fighting force. A glint of light shone from the slit of Cody's mask. If I can really team up with him, the two of us can easily crush everything around us. Maybe saving Ricky is possible. Tae Hyun stepped onto the newly discovered entrance. What is this? Cody also walked in boldly. It seems we've reached the center of the city. A whole meticulously built architectural space appeared. He guessed there must be a way down to the basement around here. Cody suggested a plan. Let's split up and search. Suddenly, someone lunged forward, ready to punch. He could die here. With no defense at all, he was sent flying. Cody's body slammed hard into the wall, causing it to explode. Seeing this, Tae Hyun immediately swung his sword. The blade, brimming with power, came down, but a hand caught it directly. To his surprise, the man spoke. So I finally get to meet the famous figure. Despite his bleeding hand, he tilted his head and smiled brightly. I heard you're the ace of New Korea now. Tae Hyun. He tried to force the blade down. Who are you? But the other guy held on tight and wouldn't let go. Why? Didn't that old geezer Jin Hee tell you anything? The opponent's other hand pressed tightly against his face. How boring. Tae Hyun's head was slammed hard onto the ground by him. His weapon was also taken away. The man's hand squeezed his angry face tightly. My name is Ji Hong, the guild master of Gilak. Ji Hong flashed a vicious smile. Your sword was easily broken by him. Would you consider me your senior? Cody suddenly lunged forward to attack. The power from his sword slashed through, causing Ji Hong to clumsily dodge. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, just as expected of Cody. And then Ji Hong looked towards him with admiration. If you went down from just that, you wouldn't be called the world's #1. Tae Hyun spoke with a tense voice. That Ji Hong guy. He calls himself the guild master of Gilak. Cody wasn't very surprised. I know his face. He's an internationally wanted criminal. But he was a bit confused. But the suspicious thing is why a guy like him is here. Ji Hong touched his hair with his finger. Use your head a little. How could a mere human be waiting for you guys in the center of the Grand Duke's stronghold? Tae Hyun frowned slightly. Could it be? He used his hand to cover half his face, revealing a cunning smile. And then, terrifying demonic energy erupted from around him. Ji Hong slowly removed his hand. His face was filled with a cruel, frenzied expression. I'm just like you guys. His energy grew stronger and stronger, like a storm. Ji Hong spread his arms wide towards Cody and Tae Hyun. Now then, you who have also made a pact with the Grand Duke, let's have a good time killing each other. In a gloomy place hung with iron chains, someone was kneeling on the cold ground. Ricky's figure looked only powerless and exhausted. Cody. Tae Hyun. Ji-hong stood calmly with his arms spread, as if itching for a fight. Seeing this, Cody carefully remarked, "The leader of the demons from the Evil Association is also someone who has a pact with the Grand Duke. What a nightmare. No wonder he's so hard to catch." Tae Hyun glanced around. "Let's worry about that guy later." In his eyes, right now, was the sight of Ji-hong's frenzy with his overwhelming demonic aura. If the Grand Duke sent his contractor here, it means he already knows that we've infiltrated this place. His expression was extremely serious. The fact that the Grand Duke isn't dealing with us himself means he's either too arrogant or caught up in something else more important. In any case, we have to use this opportunity to get Ricky out of here. At this point, Cody was already in a fighting stance. "You follow me. We'll attack him from both sides." A bright golden light flashed from his mask. "I'll attack first." Tae Hyun's eyes were filled with vigilance. "I'll back you up." And with that, Cody immediately tore through the air and charged forward. He gripped his sword tightly, confronting the enemy before him, which confused the man. What's with this direct attack? Ji-hong was a bit contemptuous. "You think I can't dodge this?" But amidst the space filled with demonic energy, his legs were suddenly bound by shackles and vines. Tae Hyun reached out, channeling his demonic power into the apocalypse vines. Cody's blade also quickly closed in on him. A decisive slash of light cut across Ji-hong's gloomy face. His eyes were hidden by his hair. A moment later, Cody realized in shock about his sword. He looked down at his own shattered blade. It was broken. Back then, I couldn't even sense why. Now Ji-hong was gathering power in his palm with a smug smile. Seeing this, Tae Hyun shouted in fear. Cody's mask took a surprise hit, then he swung his leg for another powerful kick. He was pushed back, his body uncontrollably slamming into the wall, sending rubble flying. Seeing his struggle, Ji-hong mocked, "You said you knew my face, but you know nothing about my skills." He used his magic to make large boulders crash down on him. "Cody, what a disappointment." Ji-hong's smile widened. Beside him, a powerful magic artifact was constantly moving. Tae Hyun stared forward tensely. In that moment of attack, he remembered the scene where Kata's blade faced Ji-hong. Back then, he had used the magic artifact in his palm, and it looked like Kata's sword was being pulled into his hand. Now Ji-hong calmly reached out, revealing the magic artifact. Skill activation detected. The Apocalypse skill has been nullified. Skill currently unusable. The system notification rang out, making him realize something. Somehow, the Apocalypse skill was nullified too. It must be that scene of the magic artifact with the giant golden aura. The thing I saw when I raided Jiang Long's lab in China flashed through his mind. Tae Hyun quickly realized a black hole that nullifies skills around oneself. So that's the skill, giving you all this confidence. Huh. Ji-hong was slightly surprised. "Oh, Tae Hyun, you've seen this skill before." Despite the tension, he appeared calm. "I have had trouble with this skill before, but I believe there is a scroll sold that allows temporary use of this skill." Ji-hong added, "Selling those temporary skill scrolls is a pretty good source of income. A skill that nullifies other people's skills is something all awakeners covet. For those who constantly live on the edge of life and death, that scroll is enough to make them drool, isn't it?" Suddenly, his face filled with contempt. "Watching weaklings like you struggle is so much fun. I despise the weak, but I hate awakeners like you even more." Ji-hong raised the magic artifact high. "Let's see if you're any different from those weaklings." And then the magic artifact transformed into a terrifying black hole in his aggressive posture. "Shall we begin?" He threw the raging magic artifact forward, but Tae Hyun was not afraid at all. He nimbly flew up to evade the devastating attack, but Ji-hong immediately rushed toward him, preparing another strike. "Looks like you do not know about my skills either." His eyes widened in shock while Ji-hong maintained his chilling smile. "Die." In that tense atmosphere, red blood splattered. A slash across his body left him stunned, just like that. Ji-hong fell to his knees as he heard his mocking tone. "Is that all you have for this fight? That black hole cannot absorb a Grand Duke's skill, let alone a monarch's." Tae Hyun stood majestically with his broad wings, the weapon in his hand shining sharp and bright. Now it is hard to tell who's the one overly reliant on the awakened power gained from a pact with a Grand Duke. Ji-hong on one knee clutched his chest and sighed. "Thanks to you, I have learned something new. This is the first time I have fought someone with a Grand Duke's pact." Ji-hong slowly got up. The way you fight." One of his arms transformed, his face twisting into a horrifying expression. Suddenly, the ground erupted in a massive explosion. A grim Cody appeared. "You said a Grand Duke's skill cannot be absorbed, huh?" At this moment, he too unleashed his power, revealing wide wings on his back. "I wish you had told me that sooner." The entire space became incredibly suffocating from the battle of the three monstrous beings. Now Tae Hyun and Cody were lifted into the air by their wings. They both targeted Ji-hong below, but he just gave a slight contemptuous laugh amidst the swirling energy. "Now this is tough. With both of you attacking at once, it is hard for me to hold back." His feet stood firm on the dust-filled ground. Ji-hong tilted his head back, his voice mocking, "Having to endure the filthy magic. of all the riffraff in this castle is truly irritating me. Suddenly, the ground started to crack. A large part of the wall was easily demolished. Tae Hyun leaned to the side and gritted his teeth as Ji Hong used his monstrous arm to destroy the heavy falling debris. He clenched his fist, his expression dangerous. It seems I have dragged this battle on for too long. Chances to fight top-tier awakeners like you are rare. I am truly grateful. A giant beast loomed behind Ji Hong, but now it is over. The beast's eyes flashed with a malevolent light. He prepared to fight without a moment's hesitation. Beast King Organ, his face was truly terrifying. Grand Duke of the Abyss, Beast King Organ. Both Tae Hyun and Cody were stunned by his appearance. Organ spoke with a cruel air. You know this is not a worthy reason to summon me. If you possess my power, then these low-class, trashy contractors, you should be able to defeat them easily. Now that I am here, I will crush them. Ji Hong turned and slyly touched his nose. It seems you did not provide enough magic power for me to unleash my full strength. Could you give me a bit more, so that I can defeat those two? Organ's blazing red eyes grew thoughtful. A powerful punch crashed down, shattering the ground. He furiously clenched his bleeding fist, his eyes fixed on Ji Hong lying at his feet. You wretched bastard. You think you can demand more power from me? Whom? Ji Hong lay still, listening to Organ. Now you just lie there and wait. We will talk later. Only then did he notice Tae Hyun and the others. As for you two miserable beings, the fun is over. He radiated a vicious and cruel aura. Let us see you try and survive my presence. Tae Hyun suddenly yelled, Cody. He tilted his head to look behind him. Duke Organ has entered the battle. We do not have a chance. Just remember why we are here and stick to the mission. Cody looked thoughtful. Tae Hyun firmly extended his hand and said, you go first. I will stay here and handle him instantly. His power took the form of a divine dragon and rushed towards Organ. Tae Hyun's face was tense, yet composed. Organ's face was like stone, completely devoid of emotion. Suddenly, a powerful magic burst out of the demonic palace. His feet moved swiftly, but then a few monsters appeared before him. A slash of magic power split them apart, leaving them to scream in agony. A thought crossed his mind. I managed to avoid Organ's gaze, but my objective is not to fight him. Tae Hyun rushed forward desperately. Where are you, Ricky? Suddenly, he realized something. He saw magic energy hovering in the air, this magic gathering into a small orb. It is Ricky's skill. Tae Hyun kept following the slowly drifting magic. Is it telling me to follow? The monster guarding the dungeon yelled out in alert. What the hell? Why are you here? A faint light illuminated Ricky inside the prison. A pair of blood-soaked shoes slowly approached. She cracked open an eye. You finally found me. In front of her was Tae Hyun, his face stained with blood. Tae Hyun gave a slight smile. I am here to repay my debt. Ricky, now released from her chains. You would come to a place this dangerous just to repay a debt. You are quite amazing. Tae Hyun held her shoulders concerned. A promise is a promise, Ricky weakly asked. Where's Cody? He carefully scanned the surroundings. Cody is likely searching for you from a different direction. I would like to explain, but there is not much time. Hearing this, she commented softly. Looks like the Grand Duke is starting to act. Tae Hyun was a bit surprised. You know about the Grand Duke, she softly answered his unspoken question. Of course, I am an investigator for the World Player Association after all. Ricky remembered Organ's ferocious and cruel image. The master of this castle, the Grand Duke. Organ. His magic power is immeasurably deep. He is more terrifying and dreadful than any magic beast I have ever encountered. Tae Hyun's expression grew terribly serious. If you know that, then we must retreat quickly. I have stalled him for a bit, but I do not know how long it will be effective. Can you walk? Hearing this, Ricky spoke with resignation. It's a pity my legs have no strength left. He helped her up. I'll support you. Let's retreat quickly. The two of them stood on the platform as it slowly pulled them up. She seemed pensive, pursing her lips slightly. Ricky spoke up, much to his confusion. It's strange, isn't it, she said, revealing her thoughts. Ever since we were in Jiang Long's research lab, even though I was in despair every time, thinking I would die for sure, but whenever I see you, I get this feeling that everything will be all right. Thank you for coming to save me. Hearing that, Tae Hyun gave a faint, gentle smile. The two of them stood on the stone platform in silence. Suddenly, Ricky's eyes widened in fear at a truly sinister voice. Just then, Organ was standing above, waiting for them. You don't really think you can escape from me, do you? His massive shadow loomed over the astonished figures of Tae Hyun and Ricky. Organ's face was filled with dark cruelty. This bitch has such a high understanding of mana that I once considered using her as a spare vessel. I've had my eye on you, so where you would go was as clear as day. He panicked, gritting his teeth. Right. I can understand how he chased us here, but at this moment, the two of them were directly facing the brutal Organ. You've been marked by my seal, yet you're so stubborn. Now, chosen one of the Emperor, come to me. Tae Hyun, now enraged, issued a challenge. Let's see you use that power on me again. He once again unleashed his mana, sending the divine dragon charging forward. You think I can't even inflict a single wound on you? Organ faced the divine dragon's fangs, but he simply broke its jaw with his bare hands. Organ's face was extremely ferocious. If you're that eager to fight me, I will give you a taste of hell. The divine dragon was easily torn apart by him. As expected, my judgment wasn't wrong. Then, Tae Hyun immediately charged forward. His face was filled with firm determination. Even if my skills are ineffective, I still have to try. From midair, he launched countless sharp, blazing red swords. Blood sword. Yet, Organ's expression remained unchanged. He let the swords pierce his body. This is my power of endurance. Finally, Tae Hyun charged directly with his transformed hand. He didn't evade at all, watching him approach. Organ witnessed him activating a terrifying power. The aura behind him transformed into a raging, ferocious dragon. Dragon's wrath, a killing intent enhanced by mana. Organ painfully withstood that power. Tae Hyun's claws easily tore a part of his body, but he still didn't fall. This powerful killing intent. Is this the power of the dragon race? Organ tilted his head slightly to look behind him. Tae Hyun's arm was still surging with mana. Demon Beast, transformation. Transforming the body into the form of a demon beast, he marveled at his next attack. The power of that race as well. I see you are strong. And then, another massive surge of mana attacked him from behind. Ricky. Standing amidst the smoke, dust, and rubble, she frowned. I can't believe a human can fight against a Grand Duke to this extent. She looked at his expressionless face. Tae Hyun, who on earth are you? But the Grand Duke's large hands suddenly grabbed his transformed arm. Organ laughed triumphantly. His laughter grew louder and louder. Tae Hyun began to panic, but Organ was extremely excited. How interesting. So very interesting. This boiling feeling of battle. It's been so long since I've felt it. He brought his hideous face close to him. Controlling the powers of others always excites me. Organ's hand still gripped his wrist tightly. In a monotonous tone. It's been a long time since the king disappeared. Even though I once made death matches between the strong my ultimate goal, but as he grew stronger, the boring days just dragged on. I've been waiting for a battle like this for a very long time. As he spoke, Tae Hyun looked down at his restrained arm. It seems I'll get a proper fight today. Just like that, his arm was torn off amid a pained scream. Ricky shouted in worry. Tae Hyun. Organ tossed the severed arm behind him. He challenged, Show me your true song, O contractor of the Emperor. Tae Hyun clutched his wound in agony. Damn it. The powers of the other Grand Dukes or the Emperor, he thought as he watched Organ charge fiercely, are all completely useless. As Tae Hyun faced him, he calculated. The only thing I have left now. He tensed up and gritted his teeth. Is this one thing? And then, he yelled with all his might. Come, Rosalia. The moment he spoke, a pair of terrifying eyes awakened, appearing in the turbulent space. As if carrying a cosmic aura, a shocking sound reverberated. Before, Organ's eyes were countless giant, intertwined tentacles. Rosalia appeared, shielding Tae Hyun. Organ sneered resentfully. Rosalia. So, your most loyal dog has finally appeared. Though injured, he smiled faintly. If I could have, I would have ended this without calling you. But Rosalia glanced back slightly, and then her eyes, filled with anger, faced forward as her mana radiated out. She and Organ faced each other. Tae Hyun winced in pain, his brow furrowed. Rosalia. He looked at her standing before him. I really wanted to end this without summoning you. A Grand Duke summoned by a contractor's power cannot possibly fight against the physical body of another Grand Duke. Tae Hyun suddenly recalled the terrifying mana that was difficult to resist, and the risk was immense. The scene of the massive aura erupting also replayed in his mind. The mana could surge out of control like last time, or the clash between the Grand Dukes would destroy everything. Even if I survive, Ricky might not. His face was now extremely grim, but this isn't the time to be picky. Meanwhile, Organ was also very intrigued. Rosalia, I didn't expect you to have come so close to power beyond that of a Grand Duke. Since when did you form a summoning contract with this guy? Suddenly, his blood-red eyes grew thoughtful. No, wait. No wonder I felt such powerful incubus energy, so you're not just his contractor. Rosalia scoffed, flicking her hand, causing her mana to flare. You must regret realizing it too late, huh? I'm not as easy to deal with as those vampires. Hearing this, Organ grew even more excited and spread his arms before her and Tae Hyun. A tough opponent, eh? This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Rosalia glanced back again with worry. Tae Hyun was still silently enduring the pain. Contractor, it seems you need healing. Can you handle it yourself? His face tense and grim, he replied. If I use bloodlust, I can recover. She replied, That's good then. The very next second, the space around Tae Hyun suddenly changed, surprising him. He looked around in confusion. This place. Rosalia's calm voice echoed. Contractor, you've been here before. This is my authority, my personal space. A place separate from reality. It is my own domain. Tae Hyun stood alone in the vast space, continuing to listen to her words. I lied to the enemy that I could fight him, but right now, all I can do is bring you here to stall for time. Rosalia carefully instructed, I can't even stall for long. You need to focus on recovering. We'll deal with Organ later. He seemed to understand and made a request. Can you bring one more person here? The next second, Ricky fell from the sky. She lifted her head, dazed and confused. What happened? The space just shifted. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her. Ricky, could you move a bit? She was sitting on top of him. Ricky was a little flustered. Tae Hyun, you suddenly disappeared last time. Why are you here now? But then she awkwardly moved off of him. Sorry about that. He just chuckled lightly. This is a temporary hideout created by the Grand Duke I have a contract with. She was still confused. Grand Duke. Hideout. Suddenly, Tae Hyun's expression became cold and determined. Ricky, while we are here, we must find a way out of this situation. Meanwhile, Rosalia and Organ are still confronting each other. He slowly remarked, the mannequin has disappeared. Even the one behind you is gone. Did you use your authority? Rosalia seemed unconcerned, casually crossing her arms. Who knows what happened? Even if I told you, that beastly brain of yours wouldn't understand. Organ's face radiated danger. Hand it over. He attacked aggressively. It's mine. Rosalia's expression remained unchanged as she extended her tentacles. Inside her personal space, a voice spoke up. So, while the two Grand Dukes are fighting, we need to find a way to escape from Organ, right? The other person confirmed, that's right. Ricky narrowed her eyes slightly. I get the gist of it, but the part I don't understand is, you said you are the contractor of the Succubus Queen, so how can you use the powers of other Grand Dukes? She vaguely glanced down. Your strangely transformed arm that has been healed, the skill you just used, and that bloodlust from before. It's all very strange. The way Tae Hyun looked in her eyes right now was so dark. Are you really human? After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. Ricky. The first time we met, you said that people like us are also monsters, in a way. He remembered Ricky's cold words, can someone with that kind of power really be called human? Amidst those memories, Tae Hyun continued saying, we need something to bind us together. His face was resolute. At this moment, my answer is the same as it was back then. You see, I'm a traditional person, so I can't make 7 promises to just a friend. Ricky thought carefully. That's right, I did say that back then. Tae Hyun put his hands on his knees, preparing to stand up. I am human. It's just that my skill allows me to absorb other skills. She finally understood. So that's why you can use all those skills, she stammered, while sitting stunned on the ground. If that's the case, it makes sense, but that's just too powerful. Tae Hyun started testing the power from that new arm. Ricky is someone I can trust. It's fine to reveal this much to explain myself. She'll also keep it a secret, he thought resolutely, even though I can never tell her about my regression. Even if I die, the space suddenly shook, startling them both. Tae Hyun withdrew the magic in his hand. Now that we've settled this, we need to think of a plan. The scene of the fierce battle between Rosalia and Organ entered his sight. Even now out there, she's trying to restrain him. Rosalia is still struggling to buy us time, and then he saw her tentacles get ripped apart. I've used all my skills, but I can't stop Organ. Tae Hyun, with a grim face, turned and asked Ricky, do you have any plans? Ricky carefully calculated among the skills I have. Suddenly, she thought of something. I have an idea, he urged her go on. She gritted her teeth, thinking of a giant blue spiritual energy vortex, just like a black hole. A skill gate opens a portal that leads to specific coordinates you can travel through. Hearing that, Tae Hyun decided firmly, then let's use it to get out of here. But she hesitated worriedly. No, that's too dangerous. I've only used it to summon monsters from the other side. I've never passed through it myself. The swirling passage of magic power was heavily guarded. It appeared in her mind, a gate created only with human mana. It's not a teleportation gate, so it's unstable. It could close while we are in transit. And in the worst case scenario, you will wander between dimensions forever. Ricky concluded helplessly, maybe we have to find another way. Then he immediately said, but Ricky, you know. Tae Hyun looked at the collapsing space. This is the only way. He held out his hand to her. It's time to decide. Tae Hyun's face was filled with trust. Ricky, I trust you. This left her a bit stunned, and then amidst the crumbling fragments of space, she reached out her hand to him. He pulled her up as a sudden faint sound echoed of. Tae Hyun and Ricky stared forward in shock. Rosalia's head was detached from her body and held by Organ. She groaned in exhaustion. Run. She struggled to open her pained eyes. As far as you can. And just like that, Organ crushed Rosalia's head. He said smugly, so you've returned. Did you think you could hide behind Rosalia's skirt forever? Organ looked at her bloody, motionless body on the ground and sneered. How shameful. That's not how a king should act. A king must be able to eliminate all opponents without hesitation. If you've inherited the kingship, you must fight like it. Tae Hyun immediately sent out the divine dragon to attack. Even when attacked by the magical divine dragon, Organ was unfazed by this trick. He looked at him with a hint of magic power remaining. You know it doesn't work on me. Is that all you have? His eyes flashed with fury. I'm sick of your nonsense, Tae Hyun immediately shouted. Ricky, hearing her name, startled her a bit. He continued, now open the gate. Hurry up. She quickly turned and started activating her magic right away. The giant space gate began to form. Organ grabbed the divine dragon's neck with his hand. More cheap tricks. I won't let you escape. Tae Hyun was unfazed, gathering magic in his hand. Don't be so hasty, just you wait. The magic transformed the divine dragon into sharp claws. He resolutely clenched his fist one day. I'll come for you again. The immense crimson energy created a massive explosion. Ignoring the swirling demonic energy from the explosion behind them, Ricky was still worried, was this really the right choice? What if something goes wrong? He walked resolutely toward the gate. If I can't trust the world's greatest mage, then who else is there to trust? Tae Hyun was fearless. Let's just go and we'll see what's on the other side. Leaves gently fell. He woke up in a forest. Tae Hyun sat up, clutching his head amidst someone's excited voice. We did it. Ricky sat gleefully before the gate. We actually succeeded. Tae Hyun. I didn't expect this to actually work. Her voice couldn't help but rise. We're probably the first to ever cross an artificial gate. Tae Hyun chuckled lightly. See, I told you it would work. She shyly touched her face. I'm so happy. Ricky continued to speak because you're here, but she didn't realize a monster's hand had already come through the gate. Lying in wait to grab her, he froze in fear. Tae Hyun rushed over to Ricky. She was also slightly startled, tilting her head. Organ's head emerged from the gate. His massive hands squeezed her so hard that blood splattered. Organ wore a cruel expression. Where are you going? He looked at the pain, Ricky coughing up blood. Oh, Organ's voice was deadly. The real fight is just beginning. His eyes were full of killing intent. Turn around and look. And then he dropped Ricky from above. Fine. Causing him to rush over, Tae Hyun caught her perfectly in his arms and yelled worriedly, Ricky. He carefully examined her wounded body. Her shattered bones had pierced all of her internal organs. Tae Hyun's face was tense and fearful. She's in a very dangerous condition, so he desperately searched for a magic power, a skill. Don't I have any skills to heal? Ricky, he was panicking. Now if I could somehow adapt to the bloodless slaughter skill. No, that's impossible. Call Rosalia for help. Can Rosalia even get here right now? He tried to calm himself. Don't stop thinking. Keep trying to find a way. Suddenly her voice surprised him. Tae Hyun, I'm okay. Even though her face was colorless, Ricky smiled. I was always prepared for this, but Tae Hyun gritted his teeth in pain. I can't give up. Didn't you promise you would save me? The smile on her lips held steady. You kept your promise. Well, I know it's too late to go back. Now, Tae Hyun was still very determined, but Ricky cut him off painfully. Then can I ask you for one last favor? She suddenly brought up something unrelated. You said you can absorb other people's skills, right? She lightly touched the bloody corner of her mouth. Will you absorb my skills? Her words stunned Tae Hyun, so I can still fulfill my responsibility to mankind. Ricky used all her strength to speak. Can you do that for me? His entire body began to shake. Tae Hyun started activating the magic around him. Ricky smiled peacefully as the fragments of magic touched her. I've lived a life without regrets except for one single thing. She looked at his composed face. I should have at least confessed to you. Once the magic enveloping her grew more intense, the magic palace remained under a glaring red sky. Ji-hong and Godi attacked each other with all their might. Ji-hong's face was ecstatic. That's it. This is what I've been craving. My blood is boiling. Godi fought agilely while thinking to herself, I need to shake him off fast. I can't stay stuck here. The powerful sword she swung down was parried by Ji-hong. He maintained his sly grin. Why keep trying to run, Godi? You're fighting me. But your mind is somewhere else. How cold of you, even though your sword arm is shaking. Ji-hong continued to mock. If this is about Tae Hyun and that woman in prison, you should just give up. It looks like Organ has already dealt with them. He taunted cunningly. I haven't been able to sense their mana for a while. I wonder what happened to them, huh? Amid Ji-hong's jeering tone, a sword struck powerfully. Too bad, I wanted to fight him again. Ji-hong was stunned for a moment as Godi acted decisively. She unleashed a slash brimming with magic, sending her opponent flying. He stumbled to his feet, his arm used to block his face, now injured. Now Godi stood resolutely holding her sword filled with power nonsense. I trust them both. Ji-hong emerged calmly from the dust cloud with his transformed arm. How optimistic. You'll face reality soon enough. Suddenly, the whole space shook violently as rocks and debris fell. Godi was stunned. Ji-hong was also surprised what a powerful voice echoed, causing him to freeze. Contractor, come see me. He looked troubled. I'm currently busy with an intruder. The giant hand gripped the rock so hard it nearly crumbled. I won't repeat myself. Ji-hong clicked his tongue. Cody was a little surprised to see his opponent turn his back. Leaving? He seemed a bit dissatisfied. Yes, master. My master's fickle nature is calling his pawn back. You're spared. As Cody turned to leave, Ji-hong suddenly stopped and threatened him. But remember, this is only the beginning. Earth will soon be plunged into chaos. And then he arrogantly pointed at him. And the one who brings it will be me, Ji-hong, the master of the Aseong Guild. Just like that, Ji-hong vanished before Cody's eyes. He solemnly took off his mask. Organ let him go. At a time like this, don't tell me. Cody suddenly shouted in fear, Ricky, Tae Hyun. The people outside looked on. A hurried figure appeared. They looked in surprise toward the person panting heavily. Player Cody. He rushed over and asked, where are Tae Hyun and Ricky? Didn't they come this way? The The person who answered Cody was a bit dazed. Huh? What do you mean? Another person suddenly yelled, over there. Someone's coming from over there. In the distance, Tae Hyun approached carrying Ricky. Cody watched nervously staring intently at Tae Hyun, but he could clearly see the sorrow on Tae Hyun's face. Hyun and the exhausted body of the person in his arms. Cody's eyes widened in shock. The somber atmosphere fell silent under the blood-red sky. He asked softly, is she at peace? Tae Hyun felt guilty before Ricky's cold body. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't save her. While everyone else wore heavy pained expressions, Cody gently reassured him, no, this isn't your fault. Ricky chose to make a heroic sacrifice for humanity. His fists clenched in frustration, and it happened because I was too useless. Cody made a decision, I'll take her. You've done well, Tae Hyun. But he refused. No, let me do it myself. Please take me to the American Player Association. His words confused Cody a little, but a second later, Tae Hyun's determination was clear. I need to deliver what Ricky left for me. It's my responsibility to hand it over properly at the American Player Association headquarters. Kevin stood and addressed everyone. Player Tae Hyun, regarding Ricky on behalf of the association, we thank you. We are in your debt. Monty listened with his arms crossed, but we also lost several valuable players. Because of this, we are still overwhelmed and trying to recover. Tae Hyun was now standing opposite him. Whatever you've gathered us here to say, I hope it's worth it. Gregor slammed his fist on the table displeased. That's right. We don't have time to listen to a failure like you whine. Suddenly a voice echoed. Failure? Cody radiated an angry aura. Are you talking about me? Gregor was instantly flustered and explained, no Cody, that's not what I meant. He paid him no mind. Tae Hyun then spoke in a somber tone, you will all soon witness it with your own eyes. See whether this is worth it or not. The whole group turned to him, their faces filled with amazement. That's skill. Kevin's face darkened. How could you? In Tae Hyun's hand was a box tightly bound by a magical force, just like a film reel. That's right, this is Ricky's skill, which allows the user to collect 10 memories. Remember, his face was grim. With this, we will all listen to Ricky's final words. Tae Hyun had absorbed 3 skills from Ricky using gluttony. One of them was Heart of the High Species. Heart of the High Species. Rank 5. Creates a magic crystal in the body. Mana cost 30. This skill produces a magic crystal allowing for the free control of mana flow. And most of the skills Ricky used originated from it. Her obsession with differentiating between humans and demonic beasts probably came from the fact that Ricky had the heart of a demonic beast. The second skill is Teleportation Gate. It was used to escape from Organ. Teleportation Gate S opens a gate to designated coordinates. Mana cost 100, as long as the location has been marked. You can traverse space to reach the coordinates. And the final skill, Remember, rank 5, activates the Remember magic. Mana cost 300. Remember is a skill that allows one to see everything stored in a memory. Thanks to this skill, Ricky became an outstanding investigator for the World Player Association. Kevin exclaimed in astonishment. Remember is Ricky's exclusive skill, yet Tae Hyun is able to use it. He said casually, no one was as adept at mana control as Ricky. She probably found a way to transfer the skill to me. In his heart, he was apologetic. I'm sorry, Ricky, for not being able to reveal gluttony. I'll just borrow your name. Kevin was slightly disappointed. Oh my god. Cody looked at Tae Hyun curiously. What do you intend to show us with that, remember skill? He silently gazed at the orb in his hand, then suddenly activated it. The room was suddenly filled with a blinding light. What Ricky had recorded with Remember was information she had gathered while infiltrating Organ's fortress. It was a scene of stone statues depicting demonic beasts. The language of demonic beasts was still being researched, so deciphering it would take time, but just by looking at the mural, Ricky had a gut feeling that the beings seated at the same level as Organ were all Grand Dukes. That is the Beast King Organ, Queen of Succubi Rosalia, Blood, Clan Lord Ajimun, Demon, King Beelzebub, Dragon, King Hazad, Abyss, Monarch, Jokmun, Gun, and Sky King Lucifer. The 7 Grand Dukes ceaselessly fought for territory, conquering and losing and conquering. They all maintained a fragile balance, ruling the Abyss together. However, the one who sat in the supreme position, if the position still empty in the mural, who was it? In the memory, a chilling voice suddenly rang out. So you found your way all the way here? A giant demonic beast appeared, looking down at Ricky with contempt. You piece of rotting meat. In reality, Kevin gasped in shock. He trembled, holding his head and muttering impossible. According to U.S. intelligence, only 3 Grand Dukes had ever been confirmed: Organ, Ajimun, and Lucifer. Their strength remains a mystery, but thanks to the sacrifices of the players this time, we know one thing for certain. If even one Grand Duke crosses the gate, humanity is doomed. And yet, it's not 3 but 7 Grand Dukes. Not to mention there could be one who stands above them all. Good heavens. Tae Hyun, however, calmly retracted the Remember magic. Elsewhere, Ji-hong asked nonchalantly, so it's all over Lord Organ? Organ replied yes. He smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with cunning. I still find it hard to believe that a great Grand Duke of the Abyss like you had to rely on the power of this lowly species. Organ said nonchalantly, "It was just a minor incident. I could have been revived even without your help. I just didn't want to wait too long. If you dare to babble like that one more time, I will turn you to dust." Ji-hong laughed in response. "I'll be more careful. Then may I ask why you were so desperate to chase after Tae Hyun?" He stated bluntly, he is using an extremely special power, an ability that should have only been bestowed upon a chosen one. Ji-hong was intrigued. "A chosen one? Who do you mean, my lord?" Organ hinted, "The one who once sat at the height of power. Who ruled the abyss in the past. The one who led the Grand Dukes to challenge the celestial realm. The Netherworld King." He exclaimed in shock. "The Netherworld King?" Organ raised a hand commanding. "But things are different now. I will give you a new order. We will ascend to Earth. My contractors stir up that world and plunge it into chaos. Lure out the key to the Netherworld King and bring it before me. With that key, I will rule the entire abyss and become the new supreme ruler." Ji-hong replied reverently, "I obey your command. Everything will be as you wish, Lord Organ." Meanwhile, Tae Hyun suddenly asked Kevin, "Chairman, what will you do now?" Kevin answered, "We must hold an emergency meeting at once, though I'm not sure what viable options we have left." He asked in confusion, "Is the American Player Association going to face this alone? This is no longer an issue for just the American Association. The future of humanity is threatened. This information must be shared with the whole world," he explained. "If we do that, humanity will descend into uncontrollable chaos." Tae Hyun disagreed with that, but it's also an opportunity for everyone to join forces. Ricky didn't fight solely for the benefit of her own nation. Please honor her dying wish. Hearing that Kevin was silent for a moment. Finally, he sighed and agreed. "All right, after collecting and verifying everything, I will share this information through the World Player Association." Tae Hyun spoke again. "From the Remember skill, I saw the form of a light hidden deep beneath this place, in Ricky's memory." Kevin was surprised. "You know about that as well?" The person beside him whispered, "Chairman, Player Tae Hyun is now our most important strategic ally." He replied succinctly, "That's right." Then he said, "Player Tae Hyun, please come with us for a moment." He nodded in agreement. The four of them entered the elevator. Kevin said to Player Tae Hyun, "If you've studied history, you should know this. Ever since the abyss was discovered, humanity has changed completely." He replied, "That's right. After people started awakening, they brought back from the abyss one-of-a-kind resources that do not exist on Earth, from which human civilization made a great leap forward." Kevin added, "Most people think so, but there are secrets that have never been revealed. Awakening and the abyss did not appear at the same time. In the early days, the abyss was just a terrifying land far beyond humanity's control. It only became a promised land after America discovered a mysterious object at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. The moment they touched it, humanity began to awaken." Tae Hyun looked in astonishment at the thing before him. "This is..." Kevin approached the container holding the body and said slowly, "Allow me to introduce you. This is our salvation, the source of power that pushed human evolution, the Nameless One. It's no exaggeration to call it a god, but for various reasons, we couldn't make that name public." Tae Hyun's gaze narrowed, carefully observing the creature before him. "The Nameless God," he thought to himself. "So it's not the Emperor?" Tae Hyun asked curiously. "You've been hiding something so incredible all this time?" Kevin closed his eyes and replied, "I haven't changed my view. Only one chosen nation, and only the most elite within that nation, are worthy of leading humanity's progress. Unfortunately, no matter how long we've kept it a secret, we still haven't achieved significant results. Since the first awakening, even the two previous chairmen couldn't extract anything from the Nameless One. Even so, clues about the Nameless One's secret are gradually being revealed." Tae Hyun's eyes suddenly widened. He said, "I think something just moved." The creature's face was seen twitching slightly, as if something was about to burst out. Then, it suddenly sprouted 3 eyes and stared at the 4 of them. The group was speechless with shock. They looked so small compared to the creature. Could this be a bad omen? Kevin's jaw dropped in surprise. The Nameless One. Its eyes are open? What the hell is going on here? Nothing like this has ever happened before. He quickly turned and ordered his subordinate, "Contact the research team now." "Hurry up!" Tae Hyun was still in a daze. It wasn't just opening its eyes. This thing called the Nameless One was staring right at him. A voice suddenly rang out, completely different from theirs. As expected of the one who was revived by the Emperor's power and Tae Hyun was even more astonished, thinking, "Did it just talk to me?" Moreover, it not only knows about the Emperor, but it also knows about my revival. The creature continued, "Is it time to break these chains?" Kevin was stunned to see the creature move. This facility was built with America's most advanced technology, and yet, the person next to him said worriedly, "It seems something has gone wrong. You need to leave here immediately," he shouted. "No, this is the first result after 15 years of research." Tae Hyun was startled, realizing, can't they hear what the Nameless One is saying? The creature continued speaking to Tae Hyun. "You want to know the truth? Then activate your mana, the power of the king." Hearing this, he turned back to look at it. then continued speaking to Kevin's group. I will stay here. They looked at him in shock. What? Everyone spoke up to stop him. What are you planning to do? If you get buried here, even an SS rank player like you would have a hard time surviving. Player Tae Hyun. He just turned back and told them, I have to verify this. Marcus gritted his teeth and said, You're still being so stubborn in this situation? Kevin placed a hand on Marcus's shoulder, advising, Marcus, get the chairman out of here. It seems Tae Hyun is planning something. The three of them left silently, leaving space for Tae Hyun and the Nameless One. The room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Tae Hyun raised his hand and activated his mana. Then show me the truth you speak of, God. At that moment, a bright light shone from beneath the Nameless One's feet. The Nameless One spoke up, You are truly brave, Key of the King. As you wish, I will answer your questions. Tae Hyun said slowly, I have a ton of questions. But first, I need to confirm the source of the answers. Are you really a god? The Nameless One looked at him and replied, The concept of a god in the human mind is somewhat flawed. But in this place, no word describes my nature more accurately. Tae Hyun looked straight at the other being. He said without hesitation, a god being nurtured by humanity. So you're not an omnipotent god. The Nameless One did not object. Correct. I am not a complete god, just a fragment of a god, because I haven't harmonized with anything yet. I still cannot act on my own. I can only head toward a destination. Tae Hyun asked curiously, A destination toward where? It replied, Toward the main body. Tae Hyun's mind was a mess, he said. Hearing that just makes me more confused. He thought to himself, So that means a real, different god exists, and meeting the Nameless One is the path to that god, right? As if hearing Tae Hyun's thoughts, the Nameless One suddenly spoke up. That's right. The power that humanity awakened also originates from that, and my awakening after meeting the Emperor was also inevitable. Tae Hyun asked again, So the Emperor's power is the power of a god. Why did the Emperor revive me? Where are you now? Its eyes suddenly narrowed as if it were smiling. A horrifying scene suddenly appeared before Tae Hyun's eyes. He voiced his guess, A riot. Is this Korea? He was astonished inside, thinking, What is this that makes me feel so uneasy? Suddenly, he noticed a statue of a majestic person riding a horse. The Nameless One said, That's right. What I'm showing you is not your dimension, but the dimension that once belonged to the Emperor. Tae Hyun was surprised to see the person who had just run past fall down beside him. A monster immediately rushed forward, its mouth, full of sharp teeth, opened wide to devour the person. That person raised their hands in fear to fend it off. It continued, As you have seen, the person's hand was seen slowly turning white. A beast slid out and bit the monster from before, that was about to eat the person. Tae Hyun said in surprise. Could that be? The Nameless One continued the story. A boy was born with fragments of a god scattered across dimensions. In a moment of crisis, he awakened and guided his body by instinct. Tae Hyun suddenly felt a splitting headache. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in another space. This scene, I've seen it in a dream before. The Underworld King appeared majestically in the gloomy sky. He slowly raised his hand. The Nameless One continued, and then, he quickly conquered the abyss. A pure energy was seen wiping out all the monsters. The Underworld King sat comfortably on the throne representing supreme power. He had become the ruler of the 7 Grand Dukes. Tae Hyun asked, confused, Being guided by a god, what does that have to do with defeating those Grand Dukes? It replied, Precisely. Ending the domain war and becoming the Emperor of the Underworld was just a stepping stone to the next stage. What was truly inevitable was the Great War with the Upper World, a battle for the Abyss's survival. Only by winning the racial war would the only path to the god be opened. Therefore, the Emperor fought alongside the Grand Dukes against the entities from the Upper World, but the Upper World is home to entities closer to the god than the Underworld. In the end, the Emperor still couldn't overcome that gap. Despite countless revivals thanks to his ability, the result remained the same. The Emperor's spirit was gradually worn down over time, and then, at some point, he realized that he was not the right one. Someone else was needed to complete this mission in his place. My key. That is the meaning of the key. You will end this repeating war, the successor to the Emperor's will, and reach the power of the god. Tae Hyun mumbled, The king, the key, the revival. So that's it. He continued to ask, But there's still something that bothers me. Why did the god Emperor shatter into pieces like that? And what was the Emperor's reason for trying to reach the god? And why choose me? The Nameless One slowly said, The answers to those questions are beyond my comprehension. The rest, without waiting for it to finish, Tae Hyun smiled helplessly. Is for me to find the answers myself? The Nameless One only added, You were not granted power by a god, but you inherited the Emperor's power. You are not bound by a destination like we are, so you are free to live the life you choose. After your regression, whether to continue seeking the truth and power from here on out depends on your will. What will you do next? Kevin's group, having left a while ago, was standing in a safe place. Kevin suddenly said with regret, I should have stayed there too. If I had traded my life for information from the Nameless One, perhaps humanity would have progressed further. Marcus was a little worried for him. Will player Tae Hyun be okay? She reassured them. From what I know, he's not the type to do reckless and useless things. But, suddenly, a circle of light appeared, and Tae Hyun stepped out of it. Everyone shouted in amazement, Player Tae Hyun. He smiled and said, You've arrived? Marcus pushed up his glasses, assessing Ricky's teleportation gate. Kevin ran over anxiously and asked, Han, where is the Nameless One? And what about the body? In a low voice, Tae Hyun answered nameless. He hesitated for a moment, then continued, Is gone. The man went limp, not believing his ears. Gone. Tae Hyun corrected him, saying, I have absorbed its being and its power, would be more accurate. Hearing this, Kevin was even more shocked. What? Cody crossed his arms and said, Tae Hyun, I have always respected your will until now, but this time you have gone too far. Don, you think you need to explain yourself clearly. Tae Hyun just looked at them in silence as Cody stepped forward to face him. The air was tense, yet Tae Hyun's silhouette looked unflinching in the midst of the whole gang. Tae Hyun showed no signs of flinching, he said. Cody, when I confronted Nameless, I heard a voice, I followed its guidance and tried to make contact, then it was absorbed into me. Cody asked in disbelief, Is that all? Did you say anything else to the Nameless? Tae Hyun's gaze turned sharp and he said frankly, I cannot tell you that right now. Hearing that, Kevin flew into a rage, shouting, Do not try to evade the question. Answer us right now. The Nameless is a valuable asset of America. I do not care how important of an ally you are. Cody suddenly interrupted him. All right, wait, there is one more thing. Tae Hyun, what are you going to do now? He replied with a determined gaze. I will start searching for that thing from here. The thing that I am truly capable of finding and changing the current situation, Cody replied. I understand. Tae Hyun continued. I have conveyed Ricky's final wishes. Now I will return to Korea, Kevin exclaimed in surprise. Wait, Cody, what are you doing? Stop, Tae Hyun, he calmly replied. Chairman, do you not understand? Tae Hyun has surpassed me. Perhaps there is no one left on Earth who can stop him now. Kevin seemed very shocked by Cody's statement. He tried to argue what it is because he absorbed the power of the Nameless. Cody added, We have had many opportunities to contact the Nameless before, but no one has ever done what he did. Try to think about it a little differently. It is not that Tae Hyun absorbed the Nameless. The Nameless chose Tae Hyun. That is why I believe it would be unwise for us to become enemies with someone chosen by a god. So now we are not the hunted but the hunters. Not long after Tae Hyun returned, the World Player Association announced the deaths of 5 SS-Rank players, including Ricky. They also revealed information to the public about the 7 Grand Dukes who rule the Abyss. The world mourned for the players who sacrificed themselves for humanity, while also trembling in fear at the power of the Grand Dukes. Not long after Tae Hyun had a meeting with Jin Hee, he asked with concern player Tae Hyun, I have heard the news. Facing the Grand Dukes, you must have gone through terrible things. Are you injured? Tae Hyun replied briefly, No, I am fine. He continued, Even if your body is fine, you must be completely traumatized. But it is not your fault. Tae Hyun politely replied, Yes, Jinny got to the main point. I know this is a difficult time, and I do not want to pressure you, but I heard from the Amazon Guild Master that you have planned to focus only on matters related to the Abyss. Has your plan changed after confronting the Grand Dukes? Tae Hyun denied, No, on the contrary, the Abyss needs me more than ever. Taeguk approached him pointing and said, Chairman, but was stopped by Jin Hee with a wave of his hand. All right, Tae Hyun asked curiously, Do you have something to say to me? Taeguk quickly spoke up. Actually, the chairman intended to keep it a secret if you insisted on focusing on the Abyss, but I think you still deserve to know. Jin Hee remarked. You are certainly a strange one, Taeguk continued. While you have been busy recently, a mysterious epidemic has swept the globe. It creates gray spots all over the body and causes a high fever. It is a new disease. Have you heard of it? Hearing this, Tae Hyun was shocked. He thought, those symptoms, even after Venom from the Chinese dungeon was defeated, it is the remnant of what plagued humanity for so long. It is exactly like the gray disease from my past life, but I already defeated Venom. It should have been stopped. Why did it reappear? Taeguk reported, but according to the investigation, it seems this is not a natural epidemic. Experts say that here in Korea it is believed to be man-made, and some experts suggest that it was spread by the Villain Guild. He muttered, The Villain Guild. He explained, The Villain Guild is not incompetent, but they should not have the ability to create such a virus source. It is possible someone collaborated with that guild. We are also investigating it. The Villain Guild is a demonkin guild that exists worldwide, but its headquarters is in New Korea. The association is planning a large-scale extermination, and player Tae Hyun U2 he did not wait for Taeguk to continue. He suddenly cut in. Now that I think about it, I also have something to ask you. Chairman, I encountered the leader of the guild, the Villain Guild at Grand Duke Organ's castle. Who the hell is that guy? Ji Hong. The 2 people opposite him were shocked to hear that. Taeguk asked excitedly, You met Ji Hong? Tae Hyun confirmed, Yes, he has gained the trust of Duke Organ and become his lackey, and he acted as if he knew you very well. Chairman Jin Hee rested his chin on his hand and said thoughtfully, Now he is even siding with the demons. How much deeper will you sink? Ji-hong Tae-gyuk asked. Should I explain? Jin-hee replied, no. This is my burden. I never intended to keep it a secret. I just did not want to put more of a burden on your shoulders. But since you know now, I will tell you everything. This happened more than 25 years ago. Back then, I was not the chairman. I was just a newly awakened player. One day, a dungeon opened in a local area, and I went there immediately, but I arrived too late. The monsters were already gone. Only a child who had awakened after the crisis of losing his parents remained there. It might not have been intentional, but that child was only 7 years old. Had single-handedly stopped a B+ ranked dungeon. That was the first time I met Ji-hong. I immediately saw his talent, and the storm of anger swirling deep inside him. I felt responsible for this because I did not arrive sooner to save his family. I felt it was my duty to nurture him, so I adopted the boy and trained him, so that his hatred for monsters would not lead him down the wrong path. And I hoped that one day he would become the new hero of New Korea. Ji-hong's talent exceeded my expectations. The boy absorbed everything I taught him without a single complaint, and he reached the high ranks of the awakened of New Korea before he was even a high school student. But looking back now, it just feels so pathetic. I pushed the boy too hard, Tae Hyun asked impatiently. When did things go wrong? Hearing that Jin-hee suddenly fell silent, Tae-guk spoke for him. Now we have many systems and technologies to enter the abyss and make progress from it. But it was not like that back then. Even as a child, Ji-hong worked for the association in the abyss. Many players wanted to cooperate with New Korea's new rising star, Ji-hong, but even though he had powerful talents, accidents continuously occurred in Ji-hong's raid team. There would always be great losses as these accidents continued to happen. The association finally started an investigation, and as a result, they discovered the shocking truth that he had deliberately led his teammates to their deaths. Tae Hyun asked in surprise, why would he do that? Tae-gyuk replied. When asked why, he just told the investigator that, how do you expect me to exterminate monsters when I have to care for the weak? If they survive, they will thank me for making them stronger. The association saw that Ji-hong's ideals were extremely dangerous, and fearing they would face criticism, they tried to erase his data and remove him from the association. In response, Ji-hong killed the players sent to capture him and escaped. He became a top-class global criminal. Jin-hee seemed to have calmed down. He took the initiative to add that bastard Ji-hong. He was completely delusional. He believed that tragedies made him stronger, so he tried to apply that to everyone. That is how he believed he could save the world. But I never looked into his heart to see what he wanted, and thought I just pushed him forward. It is my fault. Tae Hyun listened silently. He seemed to understand Jin-hee's sorrow. Tae Hyun acknowledged. Well, it is true that your influence was not insignificant. Chairman Tae-hyuk, afraid he might say something wrong, quickly spoke up to stop him. Player Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun paid no mind. He looked straight at Jin-hee and said, if you saw him going in the wrong direction like that, you should have kicked his ass. Is that not the responsibility of a father? I will catch Ji-hong and give you that chance. Jin-hee looked at him gratefully. Tae Hyun. Just those few words clearly expressed his feelings. He started calculating in his head. I also do not like how that guy looks down on the weak because I know the pain of being ignored for not having power, Tae-guk asked curiously. So you will participate in this suppression plan too, he replied. I will participate, but not right away. There are things I have to take care of first, he thought to himself. It will just be very difficult to fight if these things still exist. While I was here, a new status window appeared after my conversation with the Nameless One. It showed the countdown mission to the global war had begun, and in the aurora, a magnificent castle appeared. A bewitching voice echoed, do you see it, contractor? I believe the time has come for it to begin. Tae Hyun was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. Rosalia frowned and asked, what's with that face? She laughed and said, do I look that bad to you? He looked at Rosalia's wounds and asked, is it because of me? He thought to himself, she was injured from the battle with Duke Organ. Worse than I thought. Rosalia teased, you faced the wrath of a Grand Duke. Getting away with such light injuries is lucky. Tae Hyun asked, why is the castle in this state? She was a little surprised. Ah, you mean this? Just before you confronted Organ, Aji Moon came here. Such a nuisance. You don't need to worry about it. The Grand Dukes of the Abyss aren't friendly with each other either. This is the price I have to pay for having a contractor like you. Is that so? Tae Hyun suddenly said, seriously, Rosalia, I will make sure that they never treat you like that again. Rosalia rested her chin on her hand with a playful tone. What's with that tone of voice? Just hearing it makes me happier. Tae Hyun didn't say anything more and just silently looked into Rosalia's eyes. She asked in surprise, contractor, something about you has changed since I last saw you, he said. I met a god and heard the truth about the Emperor. Rosalia seemed astonished by the reason for this change. Tae Hyun's voice suddenly became heavy. He said, Rosalia, the global war with the races is approaching. Rosalia asked in amazement, you've met a god? How? Tae Hyun summarized the events. In the very world where I live, there exists a fragment of a god. I accidentally met it and had a chance to talk. Rosalia, you once told me that even if I knew about the Emperor, I couldn't do anything. Right now, things are different. A rare look of shock flashed in Rosalia's eyes. She said, you've already reached this level. Much faster than I predicted. This isn't just a coincidence, perhaps it's fate. Because the false memories are causing chaos everywhere, things are happening faster than expected. If you've heard the truth, You must have realized your destiny, right? Seeing how you came to me, you must have found the answer for yourself. Right? You weren't given power by a god, but were chosen by the Emperor to inherit his power. You are not bound by the same directives as us. Therefore, you are free to enjoy your life after regressing. What happens from here on will depend on your determination. What will you do next? Tae Hyun thought deeply, then slowly explained. At first, I only acted because I wanted to be rewarded. I wanted to release my frustrations and live a normal, unenlightened life. This time, I longed to become stronger, to truly hold happiness in my own hands. But the more I learned about the deep secrets of the abyss, the more I believe that the Emperor giving me regression and power must have a deeper reason. The Emperor once said to Tae Hyun, I truly admire your will and determination. He couldn't help but wonder, just because you admire my will and determination. No, that is the Emperor's wish. He wishes for someone to share the burden of his mission with that same will and determination. Once I understood that, thinking of this, he seriously declared, I will walk the same path as the Emperor. This is also closely related to the fate of my world. To protect my world, I will be the one to end the coming war. Then he made a proposal. Rosalia, lend me your strength. I will take you to the true pinnacle. Rosalia said with great admiration, indeed, such a noble determination is truly commendable. But you are only the Emperor's key, not the Emperor himself. If you want to reach the Emperor's level, the road is still very long. Hearing this, Tae Hyun gathered energy in his feet. It suddenly erupted and spread throughout his body. The system announced mysterious power fluctuation detected, upgrading to rank SS1. A tremendous energy began to explode. Rosalia jumped up in excitement. She asked in astonishment, since when did you reach this level? Tae Hyun smiled and said, when I swore to walk the same path as the Emperor, the god's fragment merged with me. So, do you still not trust me now, Rosalia? After hearing this, Rosalia laughed maniacally. She said, when the Emperor said he would transfer his power to another, I vehemently objected. I thought only the Emperor was worthy of inheriting that path, but it seems I was wrong. Rosalia seemed to have realized something was wrong. This feeling is so strange. As she finished speaking, a bright light from outside shone intensely inside. Then she remembered the old days when she was just a little maid, seeing the Emperor for the first time. Rosalia and Tae Hyun quickly sat down at the negotiation table. She spoke. From now on, there will be no hierarchical distance between you and me. Contractor, I officially recognize you as my equal, my comrade. All right, you were talking about the upcoming race war. Right, so what have you found out? Tae Hyun replied, after the domain war ends and an emperor is crowned, entities from the celestial realm will appear. Right. Rosalia was a bit disappointed. You only know that much. What a pity. Tae Hyun continued that God wasn't as friendly as I expected. She puffed her cheeks in a pout. You tricked me, you cunning bastard. Tae Hyun happily drained his glass of wine. If I hadn't done that, how would I have gotten your support? Rosalia said helplessly. All right, fine. I will tell you what I know, but I don't know everything. After the domain war ends, the race war will erupt. The reason is that the power of the Netherworld King is growing stronger to the point where it nearly reaches the gods. And that is something the celestial race in the upper world never wants. To be more precise, the upper world king doesn't want that to happen. Tae Hyun asked curiously, the upper world king. The upper world has an emperor too. Rosalia replied, exactly. A demonic beast that once possessed a fragment of a god just like our emperor. With that power, he reached the upper world and was the first to approach the god, the demon dragon, King Ban. That is his identity. Tae Hyun thought in amazement, isn't that the dragon that fought the emperor in his memories? He asked, so those who carry fragments of a god fight to become a god themselves. Isn't that ridiculous? She revealed no, he actually reached the god, but he refused. He refused the path the fragment led him on and betrayed the god. Now he is trying to usurp the god's position. The emperor tried to stop that, to put everything back on the right track. Therefore, the upper world king sees the netherworld king as a threat that must be eliminated. Tae Hyun was extremely curious why the upper world hasn't started the war yet. Rosalia explained. There is still some kind of magic preventing them, a barrier that doesn't allow them to cross until the right time comes. I think that's also thanks to the emperor's preparations, therefore before that barrier is broken. Hearing this, Tae Hyun voiced his speculation. I have to defeat all the Grand Dukes and build an army strong enough to fight the upper world. That is the true meaning of the domain war. Right? She looked straight into his eyes and said, now, you understand why you have to face the Grand Dukes. Right. Next, I will explain about each Grand Duke, their territories, and their forces. The two of them discussed strategies and what needed to be done for a long while until Rosalia's wine glass was nearly empty. She finally spoke up. Now it's time to decide. Contractor, where will you begin? Tae Hyun rested his chin on his hand, thinking. His eyes grew sharper as he recalled the damages he had suffered. He already had an answer. Of course, it's Organ. He is the one with whom I have a deep grudge, a debt that must be paid at all costs. But Organ controls the largest territory in the abyss. If the war drags on into a battle of attrition, we will be at a disadvantage. And the other Grand Dukes will surely take this opportunity to intervene. In that case, suddenly a frantic maid burst in, interrupting Tae Hyun's train of thought. The maid called out breathlessly, my queen. Rosalia asked, what is it? The maid replied urgently, a letter has just been sent from the Western Territory from Lord Musaran. Tae Hyun waited silently for her to read the letter. After reading it, Rosalia looked up at him with an amused expression. It seems like a perfect stage has been set for you. You promised to take me to the top, didn't you? Now prove it. That those weren't just empty words. Contractor Rosalia's western territory is also a disputed area with Aji Moon. In the arid desert, a dramatic battle is taking place between two female demonic beasts. The purple-dressed demonic beast lunges, wanting to tear Musaran apart with its claws. It roared fiercely and swung its claws forward. Musaran blocked with her sword, but the immense power of the swipe shattered it. She fell to her knees in pain. Her subordinates around shouted in worry, Lord Musaran. Musaran is an SS-rank succubus warrior. The blue-skirted magical beast arrogantly said, is that all? The one favored by Rosalia is nothing special. The name of this magical beast is Brutia SS-ranked. She looked down in disdain. Come to think of it, even the people here are so weak that their leader is called the weakest. Grand Duke. This outcome isn't surprising at all. Musaran angrily shouted, how dare you insult my queen? Brutia brazenly stepped on Musaran's shoulder and said, if you want to say such things, shouldn't you defeat me first? After saying that, she stomped her hard onto the ground, so hard that red blood splattered everywhere. Brutia declared, in this abyss, there is only one recognized rule. The weak must obey the strong. You and all your people will have to kneel and surrender to me, Brutia, and to the Blood Grand Duke, whom I loyally serve, she said arrogantly as she left. Listen carefully. From now on, this arid desert will belong to Ajuman's territory. Suddenly, a nonchalant voice echoed from behind. The law. The weak obey the strong, huh? Sounds interesting. Brutia turned around and saw Tae Hyun, curious. A human. Seeing his expressionless face, she asked further, who are you? Tae Hyun smiled and said, the one you utterly disdained is the mercenary of the proud queen you just insulted. Brutia recalled most magical beasts born from the abyss lack intelligence. They only act on instinct, naturally eating, sleeping, and destroying everything. However, sometimes among them there are mutated individuals who possess superior intellect and power from birth. They are destined to lead the entire herd. Similar to how human society is divided into classes, magical beasts also have a class gap among them. Sooner or later, they will confront others carrying different class gaps. The abyss is a place where the strong prey on the weak, but I have always been the predator, never the prey. I have eliminated one strong opponent after another. And then when there were no worthy opponents left around me, I encountered him, the supreme predator who reigns over the abyss. The one hailed as the Grand Duke. All my previous glorious achievements became worthless. A complete overwhelming defeat. That was the first time I truly understood that there are beings in this world whose class is far beyond mine. At that time, the Grand Duke looked down on her from above and said, you know well that there is an insurmountable class gap between you and me. Yet you still dare to challenge me. The class of a magical beast is determined from the moment it is born. That is your limit. To overcome that limit, there is only one way to absorb the power of a magical beast. Do you want to become my subordinate? At that moment, Brutia trembled with fear and shame before someone of a higher level. She knew it was a humiliation, but the ecstasy from that shame was unbelievably miraculous. It's enough. With this power, I can do anything. Brutia desired that if she hid her sharp claws and continued to grow under his command, then one day she could reach the position of a Grand Duke. Brutia always wondered, but why? Why must someone like me, who harbors ambitions to overthrow the Grand Duke, have to kneel at the feet of a mere underling of the Grand Duke? While lost in thought, she had tried to attack Tae Hyun in every way, but not once did she even scratch his skin. Brutia couldn't help but be astonished. What is this? Tae Hyun finally decided to counterattack, suddenly grabbing his opponent's wrist. His eyes flashed red. It was the Demon King's magic power. Brutia looked at those eyes in amazement. How could she see the image of the Demon King in him for a moment? She then shouted in astonishment, Rosalia. She trembled and mumbled, my body can't move. He then mercilessly delivered a slash to his opponent. Then he smiled and said, it seems I've won, haven't I? If the abyss is a place where the strong devour the weak, then you are now my prey. But I'm not fond of eating magical beasts. You trespassed on someone else's territory and even dared to declare sovereignty and all that. So forgiving you doesn't make any sense. You're Ajuman's underling, right? Then talking to you is useless. Bring your master out here. Her mouth started bleeding as she struggled to say no. Then she declared boldly, I am Brutia. Then she screamed, not an underling, but a great demon who will conquer the pinnacle of the abyss. After saying that, Brutia opened her torn mouth and lunged at Tae Hyun. He stepped back and said softly, gluttony. A giant mouth appeared, quickly swallowing Brutia whole, not leaving a single bone behind. Tae Hyun said cheerfully, come to think of it, devouring prey. This way isn't a bad option either. Musaran, who was injured and being helped by her subordinates, witnessed the entire fight. She was astonished. That person is the queen's contractor. Looking at the triumphantly smiling Tae Hyun, Musaran exclaimed, there was a time when even an SS plus rank gave him trouble. It's a hard feeling to describe. Now, thanks to the resonance with the gods fragment, he can easily defeat even an SSS rank. At this moment, he was looking at his own information. Name Kim Tae Hyun, age 20, rank SS, strength 306, stamina 308, speed 307, magic power 455, willpower 230, fatigue 70%, remaining magic power 225 out of 455. Innate skill, gluttony. VSS can devour the target at will. Magic power consumption 120. Tae Hyun was surprised. It's been adjusted. Is it because the rank of the gluttony skill has increased, or because the monster named Brutia was Ajimun's underling? Whatever the reason, if I continue to use gluttony like this, even the missing Grand Dukes could be destroyed. Suddenly, a panicked magical beast ran over Sir Contractor. A long stream of blood gradually coagulated into a hand. A voice echoed from the void. As expected, Brutia was no match for you. A magical beast emerged from the pool of blood. He said, I didn't expect much from the beginning, but summoning you was a success in itself. The magical beast that appeared was the rumored Grand Duke. Tae Hyun smiled and waved his hand. What a coincidence. I was looking for you too. This saves me some trouble. The Grand Duke suddenly suggested. That's right. How about we celebrate this reunion, Key of the Night King, at a certain headquarters? Jin Hyo put on his coat, preparing to leave work. He suddenly stopped and looked at the photo on his desk. In the photo were Jin Hee and his comrades standing shoulder to shoulder. He smiled and said, everyone was so young, weren't they lately? I keep reminiscing about the old days. I must be getting old. Just then Taeguk burst through the door. Chairman, you're still here, Jin Hee replied. I was just about to leave. What is it? He hastily reported. We've just received news from the joint investigation team of the Player Association and the Nightwalkers. The area suspected to be the Wicked Association's base is showing unusual signs. They're waiting for orders from the association. He quickly walked out the door and instructed immediately assemble the national-level players. I will go to the scene myself. Taeguk hesitated and said, but Jin Hee asked what's wrong. He explained with some concern. Player Tae Hyun hasn't returned yet. We can't contact him through the abyss. Will we be okay on our own? He said unhappily, since when did the Korean Player Association become so dependent on Tae Hyun alone? Taeguk lowered his head and mumbled, I'm sorry, Sir Jin. He didn't press him further and said, who knows? Maybe it's a good thing that we're handling this ourselves. Player Tae Hyun said he still has things to finish. Tae Hyun has his own path that he has chosen to walk. At least this time, I want to be a solid supporter. For that child who is walking on the right path, Taeguk knew that at this moment, perhaps, his chairman wanted to make up for past mistakes so that Tae Hyun wouldn't face what Ji-hong went through. Jin Hee walked on steadily and said, we just need to do our duty well. The day of the decisive battle has come. Meanwhile, on Tae Hyun's side, the Grand Duke started to chat. It seems last time we just rushed into fighting without a proper introduction, did we not? He bowed formally. Allow me to introduce myself to you. I am the Grand Duke of the Abyss, as well as the Lord of the Blood Clan Ajimun, he replied, Rosalia's contractor and the Key of the King Tae Hyun. He sized him up and said the title Key of the King is indeed fitting. If that's the case, then I have a proposal for you. Break your contract with Rosalia and submit to me. Then I will make you my new contractor. You will enjoy the authority and military power that Rosalia never gave you. Conquer the abyss with me and become the victor in the racial war. Tae Hyun corrected. The victor won't be me. But you right, Rosalia already warned me. Once the Grand Dukes know I am the key, they will do anything to get me, all because they want to become the next king. You think I can't see through those blatant lies? Ajimun smiled slyly. It would have been better if you didn't know, if you hadn't come here yourself. I would have had to use force. At that time, don't expect your limbs to remain intact. But it's strange you don't believe me yet. You believe that Hag Rosalia's words so easily. Tae Hyun replied, because Rosalia and I are equal partners. The man sneered. Partners between a Grand Duke and a human? How ridiculous. In the abyss, only the strong have the right to dominate everything. Even the king of the underworld understands that. He subdued all the Grand Dukes at his feet, I retorted. I never said I would not use my power. If you know what is good for you and surrender, I will go easy on you. But if you refuse to understand, then only force will make you understand. Then I also have a proposal for you. Ajimun, submit to me and I will give you a place in the war. Of the upcoming race, he sneered contemptuously. Knowing you are the key of the sovereign has made you openly arrogant. You are just a brat. With that, Ajimun pointed a barrage of swords at Tae Hyun. Surprisingly, they were all severed before they could even touch a single hair on his head. Tae Hyun said arrogantly, you will not be able to open your mouth again. I will teach you some manners. Ajimun, a drop of blood appeared in mid-air. He waved his hand and a new barrage of swords appeared, then ordered them to attack Tae Hyun. Tae Hyun was seen making a beautiful spin. Tae Hyun slowly raised his hand, and each of Ajimun's swords turned into scrap metal. He was furious. How dare you use my power as if it were your own? Perhaps only killing you can cure your thieving habit. With that, Ajimun conjured a giant steel fist. Tae Hyun thought to himself, although he still acted arrogant, the pressure from a Grand Duke was real, far surpassing any SSS class being. At this moment, calling for Rosalia's help was probably the right choice, but his footsteps became hurried. In the end, Tae Hyun decided he wanted to test something after assimilating with the God Fragment when facing a Grand Duke, how far he could go. Just then, a pair of brilliant red wings appeared on his back. Tae Hyun suddenly lunged forward, surprising Ajimun. Unable to react in time, he was hit so hard that he spat blood out of nowhere. A new sword was in Ajimun's hand. That sword struck Tae Hyun, which he did not expect. Reacting to what just happened, the two quickly charged at each other, fighting like two real men. He sneered. To dare use a stolen power to this extent, I have to praise you for that. Tae Hyun gritted his teeth, holding the blade tightly, and said boldly, "It is still too early to be surprised because I do not just have your power." As he finished speaking, he used another power, Blood Frenzy, combined with Demon Beast transformation, and crushed the sword. Aji Moon was stunned to see his treasure turn to dust. What is not that organs combining the powers of the Grand Dukes? What a despicable and shameless trick. He angrily conjured a new blade 2 meters high. Tae Hyun also quickly grabbed the blade and then broke it with one hand. Aji Moon began to panic, thinking to himself, I cannot believe the brat who was just hiding under Rosalia's skirt not long ago could reach this level. Not far away, the demon beasts under her command were all watching the battle. Museon was astonished. I am seeing it with my own eyes, but I still cannot believe it. Is he overwhelming Aji Moon? Is that guy really human? No. This is no different from witnessing a battle between Grand Dukes. Tae Hyun provoked. How does it feel to be dominated by a brat, Aji Moon? He became so angry a vein popped on his forehead. Don't get delusional, you bastard. You still know nothing about my power. What you know is only a small part. The likes of you are not worthy of me using my full strength. I will end it here. Tae Hyun gently denied it. No, he switched to using Dragon's Wrath, releasing killing intent enhanced by demonic energy. Tae Hyun looked at Aji Moon with a cold gaze. The one who knows nothing here is you. His face showed a hint of disbelief. Before Aji Moon could react, he grabbed him with one hand, then unleashed the skill, Akma's Venom, enhancing demonic energy with a deadly poison attribute. Aji Moon's chest was pierced by Tae Hyun's hand. He spat out a mouthful of red blood. The swords hovering in the air had not even fully formed before they turned into red blood and dripped to the ground. He was a bit doubtful. Did I do it? Aji Moon said, I admit you have far surpassed my expectations. This is my defeat. That's right. Despite his words, Tae Hyun remained unmoved. Suddenly, the area around Tae Hyun turned into a large pool of blood. Aji Moon continued to speak. The mere fact that I was forced to use my full power against someone like you is already a humiliating defeat. I will repay this humiliation in full. He was surprised what Aji Moon said sarcastically. This is the Blood Realm. Open your eyes wide and see. This is not some pathetic half-assed imitation, but a profound power that only the master of the power can wield. Tae Hyun panicked and called out Rosa. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by him. If you can call her, then go ahead and try, but do you have enough demonic energy to do that? His pupils suddenly contracted. Amidst Aji Moon's crazed laughter, Tae Hyun panicked as he felt his demonic energy being drained from the part of his body. Submerged in blood, he thought, it's my fault. I was too hasty. I did not expect him to have this move. Aji Moon laughed and said, just drown and die in this pool of blood. A slow and excruciatingly painful death. Tae Hyun tried to hold his breath and struggled relentlessly, but to no avail. No. His body gradually sank deeper into the pool of blood. A moment later, Tae Hyun lay motionless in the pool of blood. Aji Moon approached, touching his body. You've had a tough time. Now then, let me see what this so-called key looks like. His hand slipped and stopped. Tae Hyun had instantly vanished. Aji Moon was shocked. Where did he go? No, that's not right. There's something about this place. His voice suddenly echoed. It looks quite similar, so you were mistaken. It is understandable, but this place is not your domain. This is deep inside him. Aji Moon turned and asked, which him? You are talking as if it is a completely different person. Tae Hyun just gave an eerie smile. Now the one inside the body was no longer him, but Oppa Gangster. He laughed and said, welcome to my world. Lord of the Blood Clan. Aji Moon asked curiously, what is this world of yours? Are you the clan? Aji Moon asked. Incarnation of that sovereign key. Oppa Gangster replied, I do not even know what I am anymore. Anyone who reaches this place is also curious about my true nature, but no one has ever received an answer. He conveniently continued, do you think you'll be an exception? Don't you know you're standing before a Grand Duke? Why don't you just confess the truth? He said contemptuously, I do not know why Grand Dukes like you always act so superior. Remember, there's always a higher mountain. Both were preparing for a life or death duel. The two waved their hands and a barrage of swords rushed out. Aji Moon said, you're no different from the one outside. At that moment, a mouth with a bunch of sharp spikes lunged out. He was shocked. Wait a minute, could it be the blood sword? Before Aji Moon could recover, he saw all his swords being chewed to pieces. Oppa Gangster exclaimed with delight, wonderful. He licked his lips, looking hungry. I need to replenish my demonic energy. This is truly a perfect gift. He said angrily, how dare you insult the Lord of the Blood Clan like this? If that's the case, I'll punish you first. It won't be too late to hear you confess your true nature afterward. With that, Aji Moon launched a new attack. Oppa Gangster calmly replied, you dare to turn another's mind into your own domain. A bold move just like that fly last time. But if you're a Grand Duke, perhaps you're powerful enough to do it. However, this original self of mine once achieved something. Aji Moon waved his hand. A series of blood waves surged rapidly and fiercely. Oppa Gangster was seen powerfully piercing through each wave and then said excitedly, that is to use a similar field of power to counter such a power field from the enemy. As he finished speaking, he unleashed his ultimate move. Apocalypse. Aji Moon had just exclaimed in shock, what, when he was punched right in the face. The force of this punch successfully sent him flying. Hundreds of kilometers. Oppa Gangster began to mock. to possess such an excellent skill, but not know how to make proper use of it? Do you plan to just silently watch from the shadows? That guy, Tae Hyun, is really naive. On top of that, he let his demonic energy run out, forcing me to reveal myself like this. But on second thought, this is not necessarily bad for me. With that, he provoked him again. Get up, you cowardly Grand Duke. I'll show you what a real battle is. Appa Gangster gathered his strength into another punch. This time, Ajimun's chin received the benefit. He furiously fought back, but Appa Gangster successfully dodged, quickly unleashing a barrage of punches on Ajimun. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You damn bastard," not letting Ajimun fight back. He quickly grabbed his opponent's head. A knee kick had the honor of intimately connecting with the opponent's face. He was sent flying far away again, blood splattering from his mouth. Appa Gangster was as happy as if he were playing with a new toy. He called out, "Where are you hiding?" Ajimun took the opportunity to counterattack while angrily cursing bastard. As if hearing him, the affectionate call Appa Gangster immediately appeared in front of him. He gave Ajimun a massive kick. His form turned into a stream of blood and fled. Appa Gangster taunted, "Since becoming a Grand Duke, I bet no one has ever beaten you this badly. Right?" Ajimun slowly rises from the pool of blood. He launches a powerful strike at his opponent. Appa Gangster casually defends, then says with a smug smile, "You must be really angry now." Suddenly, a circle surrounded him, startling him slightly. Appa Gangster runs quickly, trying to break it. Suddenly, a flash of light shoots past him, and he tumbles down, losing his balance. Appa Gangster slowly turns his head, only to see the heavily injured Ajimun cursing, "You bastard, I will never forgive you. This time, I'll tear you to shreds, not even leaving a piece of your skin." He silently assessed, "It's a sword, the sealing sword. It can lock the power of anyone it cuts inside its blade. Are you planning to use the sealing sword to absorb the king's power? Damn it, rebirth will take a long time. Because I'm in Tae Hyun's body, I must have been overconfident and left an opening. What should I do now?" Thinking this, Appa Gangster laughed and said, "Hey, original body, don't tell me you're still asleep. Causing this much damage is enough. My part is over. You're on your own now." After saying that, Tae Hyun suddenly appeared behind Ajimun. He yelled, "That's enough gluttony for me." A surge of power shot through the pool of blood. Cracks appeared in the gloomy red sky. Tae Hyun stood tiredly in the middle of the collapsing space. Ajimun gritted his teeth and cursed, "You damn bastard. For a great Grand Duke like me to be beaten to a pulp by the Emperor's soul like this." He just smiled a victor's smile. Just then, Rosalia broke through the space and entered, shouting, "Contractor." Tae Hyun smiled in relief. "Rosalia." She asked worriedly, "Han, are you okay?" He reassured her, "I'm still alive." Rosalia turned angrily. Ajimun, his face distorted, questioned, "So you ended up dragging Rosalia into this as well?" "I have failed this time. I will retreat. One day, the Emperor's key will be mine." With that, he began to disappear. Tae Hyun looked at him and declared, "No way. Next time, you'll be the loser." Ah, seeing he was safe, she finally sighed in relief. "I'm so glad you're safe. If I knew Ajimun would appear in person, I would have come sooner." Tae Hyun replied, "I didn't call for you. Don't blame yourself." Then he tiredly lay down. "So, Rosalia, is this enough to declare a war? An official one for the territory war, right?" She looked at Tae Hyun and smiled silently. This contractor is really a pain, Rosalia thought, annoyed. Meanwhile, in another location, a battle was raging. Kang Hyuk shouted out, "Looks like this is the evil guild's nest. The demonic beings are swarming like ants." Han Gil added, "We have to move fast. They're stalling so the ringleaders can escape. A car has already gotten away." Just then, Jin Hee and the others from the association arrived. He announced, "Guildmaster Amazon, who got here first, is already tailing them. They'll probably need backup. We need to clear this place out quickly." Everyone received the order and replied in unison, "Roger." Jin Hai kicked the door open and burst in, shouting, "Freeze! Evil Guild, we are the Korean Player Association. You're completely surrounded. Surrender now." A mocking voice rang out, "Oh ho, it seems you still haven't figured out who's really trapped here." The Vice Guild Master of the Evil Guild, the last of the three heads, the figure of Yaksha gradually appeared. Seeing Yaksha, Jinhee broke into a cold sweat. Then the person Amazon is chasing, could it be a decoy? An Aragon semi-truck was parked under a metal bridge. Behind it, a light blue car sat silently in the gloomy industrial park. A Young turned her head to speak. "This outcome is far beyond my initial expectations. I never thought I'd meet you here." Yongsu replied with a smiling frown. "So, the one who has been monitoring us all this time was you, Guildmaster A Young." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. She said bluntly, "Just as I thought. The Tayson Corporation is the one working with the Evil Guild." He, in contrast, was completely unfazed. "It seems I've shown my hand a bit." A Young gave an arrogant smirk. "I've been suspicious for a long time. How could the Great Plague spread by the Evil Guild have been created by a few mere demonic beings? I was sure there had to be someone with high-level technology behind them, and I also took an interest in Tae Hyun Pharmaceuticals. Tae Hyun was the one that benefited most by developing a cure at an incredible speed. I regretted not having enough evidence to investigate more thoroughly. But now that I've caught you coming from the Evil Guild's headquarters, I no longer need proof. First, let me ask you as an investigator, why did you do such a thing? Yong-soo answered calmly, as if catching up with an old friend. I'm a businessman at heart, passionate about my work. I simply thought that using the Evil Guild would be more profitable for the company. Besides, I'm not happy about the new Korean Player Association being monopolized by you four major organizations. Hearing this old fox's excuse, Tae Hyun, though annoyed, remained polite. It sounds as if you couldn't compete on your own merits. So you resorted to underhanded tactics. That's enough. You can say the rest at the association. Yong-soo suddenly lowered his voice. Ah, but hold on. Don't you think you're celebrating my capture a bit prematurely? I have no intention of being taken in quietly. Seeing the malice flash in his eyes, Tae Hyun grew wary. For a former S-class, you sure act tough. As he transformed, he replied, former S-class, you say? I've already surpassed that level, thanks to demonization. She couldn't believe Yong-soo's power had increased so much. What is this? Tae Hyun thought to herself. Could this be the demonization experiment Tae Hyun mentioned? So it turns out it wasn't just the virus that leaked from there. He gave a cunning laugh, his eyes glowing brightly, and confidently declared, my power is now approaching the national level. So, how will you handle this, S-class player Tae Hyun? As he finished speaking, Yong-soo threw a punch right at her face. Back with Jin-hee, a fierce battle was raging. Kang-hyuk and Sung-jin charged forward in coordination. Strangely, Yaksha remained completely still, as if the last attack didn't affect him at all. He realized it too. Hey, Sung-jin. Before Kang-hyuk could finish, he spoke up. I see. No matter how many times we test it, the result is always the same. That guy feels absolutely nothing when we hit him. Han-gil and Siang didn't give up. She shouted, then let's switch to area of effect attacks. The two quickly attacked Yaksha from behind. Did we get him? Siang asked impatiently. He looked over, startled, and warned. Wait, Yaksha's voice echoed back. It's useless. With that came dark tentacles. Both of them were hoisted up in an instant. Siang cried out in alarm. Everyone. Without hesitation, Jin-hee charged forward and threw a punch. It shattered the tentacles, successfully rescuing Han-gil and Siang. Yaksha asked arrogantly, now do you understand why I've never been caught in any chase? Because I am, by my very nature, uncatchable. Kang-hyuk roared, this is so cursed. It's like a game hack, Siang said, frustrated. This is so annoying. Jin-hee reassured them, don't panic just yet. But inwardly, he was speculating. He keeps bragging about his power. If he's truly uncatchable, then why did he react that way earlier? Thinking this, Jin-hee whispered to the others, there's something I want to try. Can everyone please assist me? Then, the group simultaneously attacked Yaksha with all their strength, he said sarcastically. It seems New Korea's so-called national-level assets really can't learn their lesson. No matter how many times you test it, the outcome will be the same. I told you, you're the ones who have truly fallen into my trap. The moment Yaksha finished speaking, Han-gil, Kang-hyuk, Sung-jin, and Siang were captured by tentacles one after another. She cried out in frustration, this is so irritating. Just then, Jin-hee was silently attempting a sneak attack on Yaksha. Without even turning, he easily saw through the old man's plan. This old geezer. You're really asking to die, but it won't be as easy the second time. Saying that, Yaksha unleashed a barrage of tentacles toward Jin-hee. He observed his opponent carefully and started his deduction. He dodged my attack while releasing the two captured players. That means he can't use that skill to attack and defend simultaneously. The problem lies in the activation timing. The very moment he shows an opening and rushes into attack. Yang, that's when I need you to hold him tight for me. As planned, Yang delivered a powerful strike to Yaksha. He was completely stunned, muttering, what? Before Yaksha could recover his senses. With a piercing gaze, Jin-hee lunged forward. New Korean Ancient Martial Arts, second form, 3 sceneries. Under the force of that punch, the iceberg shattered violently, sending shards raining down. Amazon watched in silence, after the shockwave completely stopped. A straight line had been carved into the iceberg in the direction of Jin-hee's punch. Siang ran over excitedly and asked, we definitely defeated him this time, right? Han-gil, uncertain, cautiously stopped her. Wait, from within the ice. Yaksha emerged unscathed. He snorted and said, I'm surprised you were able to analyze my ability in such a short amount of time. As expected of Jin, he is seasoned warrior. That guy's master is really something else. The person the Night Demon spoke of must be Dae Hong. He hurriedly questioned, where is Dae Hong? Has he already escaped back to the abyss? The Night Demon found it ridiculous and retorted, do you think I would confess to you? I'm well aware that I can't face all of you at once. Anyway, my role was just to stall for time to gather 10 pieces of data. It's a shame to abandon this entire facility, but you won't get anything else from this place. Jin Hee didn't argue with him any further and shouted "A hang." She immediately replied yes, then charged forward with her spear to attack. The Night Demon seemed unconcerned as he revealed, "The era of the Majin is about to begin." Kang Hyuk roared in anger, "Damn it. He escaped again? Old man, go after him now." Jin Hai slowly replied, "No, there's no need to chase that shadow anymore." He asked back angrily, "What?" Ahang spoke up, "Chairman, you're worried about my sister and me, aren't you? Please don't worry too much. You know my sister isn't someone who's easily defeated." Jin Hee was surprised to hear her say that, but he quickly understood her heart and replied, "Of course, I have complete faith in that." Back to the confrontation between Aeon and Jung Soo. It was unclear what happened, but he was seen coughing up blood, his eyes rolling back as he muttered, "I can't believe it." Jung Soo screamed frantically, "My level has clearly reached the national rank, so how could I lose to someone who's only an S rank?" Aeon smiled mockingly, "Who told you I was still at S rank? While everyone was working hard to become a national level force, did you think I would just sit back and do nothing?" She began to reminisce. In her memory, she was frowning and saying, "I thought you asked me out here alone to confess your feelings. Who knew it was just for training?" Tae Hyun awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Because of the injury, Aeon couldn't join the New Hand Special Task Force, so she needs special training, at least private tutoring. She sulked and replied, "So what?" He could only explain gently, "I'm extremely busy. I don't have time for such useless things. I plan to help every member of the Special Task Force reach the national rank. That includes you, Aeon. Do you want to be left far behind by your younger sister?" Hearing that, Aeon blushed with embarrassment and said, "Bringing that up is really unfair. But I really don't want to lose to her." Knowing his provocation had worked, Tae Hyun quickly persuaded her, "Then stick close to me. The Magician's Guild Master and Ansmiro have both reached national rank. Only Yahang hasn't. It looks pathetic, doesn't it?" Back in the present, Aeon was fiercely landing painful blows on Jung Soo. She thought to herself, "From that day on, I began a hellish training regimen with Tae Hyun every week. Finally, I also reached the national rank. I never thought keeping this a secret would be so useful." She pointed her spear straight at Jung Soo's head. She asked, "Do you have any more evidence to show me? If so, bring it out quickly. The more evidence related to the Majin, the better." He cried out for help in fear. "Show yourself now. Are you just going to keep watching from the sidelines?" Not far away, a pair of feet moved silently. Di Hong stretched and taunted, "You were the one who insisted on handling this, yet you're leaving someone else to clean up the mess. Chairman Jung Soo, you should be grateful that I'm cooperating with you. Otherwise, I would have finished you off a long time ago." Aeon stared at him. This person. Di Hong acted very familiar and greeted her long time no see Aeon. "You're still looking well, I see." Meanwhile, in another place, dark clouds were gathering. A vortex of light suddenly appeared. A familiar voice echoed from within. "What? It's already midnight in Nuhan?" Tae Hyun stepped out with a burst of his aura, muttering, "So it's already time for the shift change, huh? Don't tell me something happened. Don't tell me something happened."